ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of MSC. Group A is ancient history now. We're moving into Group B, and this is our Group 3 pre-show. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Dagda. I'm joined by Hysterics.
G'day.
As we take a look at the second half of our group stage.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see if it's going to live up to all the hype that we had yesterday. Group B looks absolutely brilliant. I'm looking forward to seeing what we have
This
today.
one's a bit harder to predict, right? Like, you don't know what form these teams are coming into, where yesterday felt a lot easier, but today, not too sure.
And let's take another look at the rules and the way this tournament is going to be played out. We're going to start off with our schedule. Obviously, yesterday we saw Group A. Today we're going to be jumping into Group B. Both groups best of ones, and the two top teams out of each group will move into our semi-finals, which will be best of 5, and then into our final as well, which will also be a best of 5 to round out this tournament and crown who the best team in the East is going to be. But importantly, when it gets to our best of 5s tomorrow, game number 1 is going to be blind pick.
This is my favorite rule. This is just, I cannot wait to see how that one plays out.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but this is just so fantastic. And I haven't seen blind pick in a very long time in a playoff situation. So
I'm very excited for how that's going to shape things up. But let's take a look at our Group B teams. In case you missed it yesterday, we'll give you a little bit of a rundown. Obviously, you've already seen Group A from yesterday, but Group B here, Gen.G, Gen.G, DRX, and IG. We've got Gen.G as the first seed from LPL, IG being the 4th seed, and then Gen.G and DRX are the 2nd and 3rd seed respectively from the LCK.
And I think this is going to be a very difficult group to call coming into this. I mean, Gen.G, obviously the first seed from the LPL, do look very good, but you're looking at crossover. You know, Gen.G is going to be difficult to call. DRX are going to be giving everyone a run for the money as well. Like, looking at this, I just cannot pick one.
It's a very different group. Yesterday, we talked a lot about the mid laner and the dynamic through Group A, and while there are good mid laners coming into Group B, it's also a bit of a shift towards like the top side of the map with Rascal, the Shy, and also we look towards someone like Zoom, who right now is considered one of the best top laners in the LPL. So very different dynamic, but one that I think will toss it up a bit.
Yeah, we can take a look at our schedule as well as we head towards our games today. And we're going to be starting things off with Gen.G up against Gen.G. And that definitely an interesting matchup when it comes to the teams. Obviously, Gen.G, LPL's #1 seed, and we'll see how they'll fare against LCK, especially since generally we consider Gen.G to be the most LCK-like LPL team.
And you're going up against Gen.G as well, who is a very controlling team. So I think it'd be interesting to see those two teams playing off against each other. And then as well, we'll be leading into our second game, IG, DRX. That's going to be a bloodbath if I ever saw one.
If I'm looking at a game here, though, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to do this, Gen.G and IG, I just, we haven't seen them.
Not biased at all.
No, look, you know, through the regular season, we only saw them once. They're on the different sides of the bracket. It's been since 2019 Spring Finals I saw them in a best of 5. I don't know there's something best of 1, but
it's an international tournament, and Hysterics is looking for the
LPL,
domestic matchups.
baby.
There we go. Well, let's take a look at our first series of the day to start things off. And you mentioned LPL. Let's talk about Gen.G. They're the #1 seed from LPL. Spring 2020 champions, obviously. And 3-0 over FPX during the playoffs. That is an accolade and a half.
Wasn't that the biggest surprise? Gen.G expected to go head-to-head with FPX and maybe the best of 5 in the semifinals, but no. 3-0 over FPX. They get to the grand finals. We go to all 5 games, and they take it out. And this team, as people remember in the past, has a name to it with the Dumpling Brother duo. The solo lanes of Gen.G are strong, but it's now the new jungler that's come in Kanavi after all the contract disputes in the past on the side of Griffin. Now on the side of Gen.G, he's taking charge.
And this is who we've got to start looking at, is Kanavi on this team. But I want to take it one step back, and as you're talking about, the Dumpling Brothers reunited. Zoom is 10-0 when it comes to series after coming back into Gen.G in the spring split. And they are very different from any other LPL team because of how heavily they play towards Kanavi, the jungler for them. And Zoom and Yagel will give up the lane state. They will even have Yagel gift over kills to Kanavi just to get this jungler rolling.
Kanavi has so much control. It's actually quite beautiful to watch. But on the note of Zoom as well, remember they were 19-0 before they got to the grand finals. Top Esports were the only team to take games off of them coming through in the past 2 weeks of the LPL spring
And
split.
I want to kind of give some context to that to the viewers at home. While Gen.G as an organization did lose series across the course of this split, with Zoom in the roster, with this exact roster that's coming here, they didn't lose a single series the entire split. That is mind-boggling. That is a ridiculous statistic,
It's
and a lot of that
impressive.
comes down to Zoom.
It is, and also I want to touch on another element that never gets talked about, that the consistency of the bottom lane this split as well, where Loken and Lumao were the starting bottom lane when QG Reapers picked up and turned into JDG in 2017 summer, I believe. Loken and Lumao are back together, and Loken looks revitalized, and Lumao looks like the best damn support in the LPL.
And I think that's what makes them so terrifying, is the double engage that comes through. With Zoom as a top laner being, in my opinion, the best engaged top laner in the world, the way he's able to set up for some of these engagements is next to none.
Yeah.
And then when you look towards Lumao as well, his Bard is impeccable.
That game
You saw it
5.
in the finals how just incredible he can be on that pick. And I think when you pair these two together, it is terrifying for any roster to go against.
Yeah, Lumao is just looking so damn good. That Bard in game
Yeah,
5,
it was
man.
disgusting.
All right, well, we could talk about JDG all day as
Probably could.
LPL casters, but let's take a look at the other side of the field as well, because their first opponents here today are going to be DragonX, the third seed coming out from the LCK. They're the domestic champions in 2018 spring, and they managed to get second at MSI in the same year as well. And we'll see if they've been able to climb back up to that same level once more.
Yeah, DRX for me is a team that's defined by their carries. Chovy has really stepped up this year to be seriously consistent for DRX and offers a widely different style of champions that DRX can then fall back on. And you look over towards Deft as well, it's a very similar story. He's in the conversation for the best laning AD carries in the world and will often come out of lane with a sizable advantage which he will use to command the game. And then again, his ability to play these mage styles like the Ziggs that you're about to see blow up Teddy on your screen makes him such a potent bot laner.
That's just
That
such a
is
gorgeous
something.
clip.
That
Yeah.
is something.
But it's the power of depth and Chovy here as well. And I think for DRX, they're such an interesting team to watch, not only because of the draft, but the skill, the natural skill of someone like Chovy, who, remember when we saw him on Griffin, he was running like 100 KDA at one point during the LCK regular season. Deft is an AD carry that's been around for so long. His legacy throughout League of Legends continues so damn strong as well. So I think this roster has a lot of star power, but also a lot of individual strength there as well.
And I want to add something to that conversation of Deft as well, because when you think of Deft, you think, you know, kind of the Deft and Reckless, like they were best buddies a few years ago, and you think of him as this old school AD carry. But most recently, the thing that's impressed me the most has been his Lethality Varus, which is not old style of AD carry at all, but the guy doesn't miss an arrow. The guy will just dismantle teams piece by piece if he gets the Varus in his hands.
Yeah, and we've seen it time and again. Every time he gets it into the bottom lane, he's coming out with 20 to 25 CS leads. It is disgusting, at least when we look at playoffs.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait to see again. This is the AD carry in this entire league that I'm keeping my eyes on to see what he's capable of doing.
Kind of a shame we don't have like an RNG here or like an Uzi. I know we're talking
yeah.
pre-show, right? That Deft was kind of up there in the quality of AD carries.
Oh, we'll have to see how the opponents are going to match up, especially Loken coming out from the side of JDG. And speaking of him, let's take a look at these two teams and how they will match up, because that's going to be our first match of the day, JDG against DragonX. And you have to wonder when it comes to this matchup how it's going to play out, mostly because when you talk about JDG, people call them the most LCK-like team in the LPL. When you talk about DragonX, people call them the most LPL-like team in the LCK. So we kind of have a role reversal on our hands.
And it's going to make things a lot more interesting to keep our eyes on. But I think this is the thing, is that JDG is very capable of playing this very control-heavy style, which is what DRX has struggled with. We saw it against T1, where they just couldn't get to grips with the game whatsoever. And JDG have literally hold the record right now for the slowest first blood in the world. It was 32 minutes in their playoffs.
That was a game.
It was not a game. It was a very long game. But the thing was, it was control from start to finish. They just played the macro game. They just snowballed their advantages next to none. And I think this is what we could potentially see from JDG coming into this game here today, is that they actually just don't play into DRX's hands, because DRX is a team that likes to snowball off of early game leads, especially punishing mistakes from the other team. And if they don't gift that over as JDG, I think DRX will start to struggle.
I mean, we were talking to the LCK casters, and the feeling there was that Pioshik, it's about, is he on or is he off, right? If he falls behind, or if he is, having questionable moments, then it feels like DRX as a whole kind of fall back as well. And although during the split, their other sentiment was that Chovy was the consistency point here for DRX, which is really, really important. I think it will come down to the jungle matchup. And Kanavi, who was the regular season MVP in the LPL, I think he's going to have a field day with Pioshik, and I honestly think that JDG would be looking high and mighty over the former DRX.
Especially when Pioshik has been very coin flippy in how he plays. He's got super high highs, but when you have a team that plays so heavily towards their jungle in this way that JDG do, he just ends up picking up all these advantages. And when you already have this coin flippy nature as a jungler, if you've now ramped up the pressure, not only because you've got to deal with Kanavi, but because you've got Zoom and Yagao there as well, it becomes an entirely different story, and something that I don't think a lot of teams have played against before, because this is a very JDG unique style of play.
I'm scared, just on that note, to echo that we could get like a top esports and JDG final just from this like one game again. Yeah. That could be the genuine feeling with that role reversal.
Yeah, well, we've got
You're
one
very
team.
LPL biased, aren't you?
Little bit.
But he's kind of right in that we've got one team that's like trying to hold them at arm's reach, and the other team that just wants to fight. We'll see if that's going to be what we see in a few moments' time. But first, let's take a look at the other half of Group B as well, starting with Gen.G, the other seed coming out from Korea. Now, these guys came into playoffs in Korea in the LCK as the first seed. They came straight into finals, but ended up losing out to T1. However, they are still 2 times world champions. Obviously, used to be the organization of Samsung Galaxy.
Yep.
And first in the regular split, as I just said, here in spring.
You got to remember, you know, along those world champions, we've also got world champions within the roster itself. You look at people like Ruler here. You look at people who, although not world champion, you look at Clid, who was once on the side of T1. Before that, JD Gaming, who's in the same group with them, as well as BDD, who was on Kingzone at the time of the MSI 2018 title, secondary title, excuse me. But this roster of Gen.G is a lot of fun to watch. They echo that same sentiment of control, however, less so than T1.
And I think a lot of that stems from Clid in the jungle as well, where he excels at tracking the jungler and making sure that he's able to get a counter gank off, that he's able to keep them in check. And Gen.G as a whole are fantastic at figuring out a timing window that they can exploit and picking up a dragon, finding an extra play bot lane to pick up some turret plates. They will, once they get a lead, not let go of it. And I'm curious to see now how they will play coming into today's games.
I think you can see it on the screen right here, but one of the biggest strengths that we'll see out of Gen.G as well is some of their dives have been exceptionally clean, and a lot of that is going to revolve around Ruler, because Ruler is one of these AD carries that it doesn't seem to matter what situation is in. You still kind of believe that he can pull it off. You still believe in some way that he can make the magic happen.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of the pressure from Gen.G comes, is just the star power that's on this team.
Yep.
Even Rascal, for me, has really stepped up in the top lane, where
I like
he's
watching Rascal,
really been able to come into his own, absorb a lot of the pressure that comes from enemy laners, and then turn it back around with the help of Clid, because Clid does play quite an aggressive style towards the top lane when given the opportunity. But I want to actually clarify a little bit of something I said there, was that Gen.G, when they get a lead of it, won't let go of it. That was kind of the Gen.G I saw at the start of the split. But we've saw in playoffs that they were kind of slipping, they weren't quite able to get back to grips. So I'm excited to see today if they've let that loose and they're coming back in at the right time.
That will be one of the big questions, right? Because when we saw them in playoffs, we saw one series and it was against T1, who T1 look amazing right now. So the question is, was that Gen.G not stepping up, or was that T1 on a whole different
If you get regular season Gen.G, which is what I'm hoping for here at MSC, then you get a Gen.G that echoes the strength of LCK right now. You don't want playoff Gen.G coming through this, and you want BDD, who during the regular season we saw the highlight after highlight, BDD being the regular season MVP as well. This is a mid laner who's got something to brag about.
We'll have to see if he's going to have something to brag about at the end of today. But their opponents for the first series are going to be IG stepping on forwards. And it's another team that during the playoffs didn't look so hot for LPL, but they're the 2018 world champions. And they were the first in the regular split. Kind of a similar story between these two teams. And IG, when it came to playoffs, it felt like their strategy had been kind of figured out.
Yeah, IG are a team that lives and dies by their solo laners. And oftentimes the problem is that the dies become a little bit too high for this team. Because when they're on point, they can take on the world. They will win out their lanes just through raw skill alone. Yeah. They will then transition that into skirmishes and team fights where they are just outperforming you across the board. And it becomes so difficult to try and deal with because of the skill that both the Shy and Rookie have. But also when we look towards that bottom lane of Puff and Southwind, these have been the consistent carries for this team. They will always show up, they will always perform, and they will provide the backbone on which Rookie and the Shy can make their plays
It's such a different dynamic in that bottom lane. That's what I love now. When people remember the World roster and also 2019, they remember Jackie Love and Balan, who since Jackie Love has gone to top esports, Balan's still on the roster but not playing. Now Puff and Southwind, who've come from Vici Gaming, they are that brick wall. They're solidified bottom lane, they don't make mistakes, and then they get into this team fighting situation where they look so damn clean, and that IG individuality sits nicely alongside Rookie and Shy.
It'll also be interesting to see with Ning coming into the roster as well.
Yeah.
Leon played the majority of the split, but we now have Ning who's going to be coming in, and we'll have to see the style that he changes. You can see there, excellent on the Lee Sin. He's got some of those pocket picks like the Zac, but it hasn't been the IG that we've seen as usual in the spring split.
Remember that Leon was, the other day was announced towards Vici Gaming, so he's gone. So we do have Ning here. And Ning is that patient jungler who will wait 2 minutes for a gank, for better or for worse.
Yeah, he will sit in that lane. He will soak XP essentially while he's waiting for the gank to happen. We'll see if that's going to happen. I'm just excited for the mid lane, man. Rookie, he looks on form. He looks as good as he's ever looked. We saw it in some of the B-roll there. But he's going to be going up against BDD as we head towards our series here today. Let's take a look at these two teams and how they face up against each other. Because I just mentioned BDD versus Rookie in that mid lane. I really feel like this could be a bit of a bloodthirsty mid lane.
I think it will definitely be a bloodthirsty mid lane. It's just, how do IG try and get the upper hand? That's when we looked at the regular season, when we started to look at playoffs, it was if the Shy and Rookie can get a lead in lane, then they can run away with it. But I feel like when you're playing against Gen.G, that's not an easy task. Rascal has looked great, BDD has looked fantastic, and especially with Clid, his ability to track junglers, and with the way that Ning hasn't actually had the best of splits, I think that this will be Gen.G who are able to impose that controlling nature onto IG, and then they can try and shut them out of the game.
See, my issue is we saw Ning in the third place match, and I didn't actually think Ning looked that bad in the third place match. I think IG itself kind of dropped the ball. Ning hasn't played.
Imploded is the word.
However lightly you put it, Ning played towards the start of the split, and Ning is a very different jungler from Loyan, who considered his options around the map, who looked towards the bottom side. Ning is very much go top or balance mid, go top again and kill for the Shy, right? Because this team is all about the top side of the map. So the Shy versus Rascal is got to be the most exciting, explosive matchup. I'm waiting for that Kalista top to go against Rascal and see how he deals with it.
And by the way, just on that, because I've been looking at the Korean, the Kalista tops, the Shy plays a very different one. It's the Sanguine Blade into, we're just going to go over and over again
I'm going to kill you again and
Whereas
again.
when you look at Korean Kalistas, we've seen much more tending towards the team fight builds with the Blade of the Ruined King.
Like Nuguri's done that, yeah.
Yeah, so just keep an eye if you do see that pick come out that it's a different style from the Shy.
But you got to admit, top lane looks pretty juicy up there, and again, jungle matchup will influence that as well.
And it has to be said, when we saw Gen.G versus T1, it was actually Rascal that looked the best out of anyone on Gen.G in that series. He was able to do a lot of work against Kana, especially in the laning phase. So with the Shy not really showing up in playoffs for IG, maybe that's a matchup that could go in favor of Gen.G. And I mean, we're just going to have to wait and find out. But it's about time that we talk about who's going to win today. Let's talk about our predictions and the predictions of those guys over at the LCK as well. And you can see a lot of JDG towards the top of the table. Atlas and LS putting them over to the bottom side. They're going all the way LCK.
Yeah, well, we forgot to tell LS and Atlas that it was actually fourth place was supposed to be the best spot, and that's why they got confused. So that's why you got JDG down at the bottom of IG. So it's reversed for Atlas and LS.
I don't know where your faith is. I just got to say, look, LPL all the way, man. If they can do all LCK, I can go the other way as well.
Well, honestly, the way that IG looked in playoffs, I don't believe anymore. But DragonX, I think, showed some real good stuff over in LCK. I'm excited to see their kind of LPL style against the LPL. But that's going to be about all the time we've got. It's about time to head over that way. So, gentlemen, any final thoughts before we head to the LoL Park?
I mean, I'm just looking forward to JDG coming out on top.
Just got to say, it's going to be two LPL teams from this group. IG are going to find their stride, and then JDG, we're going to be like, oh, wow, they're still very good. Who knew? LPL all the way.
All right. Well, with that said, it's about time we get into some more best of ones. Let's head over to LoL Park and over to the LCK casters to get day 2 underway.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Cup here. I am Atlas. I'm joined by Wadid. And we're going to continue the very impartial broadcast that was begun by our LPL brethren there over in China, because we are, of course, professionals. Wadid, how are you doing? It's the first time you've been on the English desk.
Oh, yeah. I'm feeling great, and we don't have time, so let's hurry up.
Yeah, that's true. We are going to have to get into this one as soon as we possibly can. So, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 of the Mid-Season Cup is going to be underway right now.
召唤师们，欢迎来到2020年英雄联盟季中杯的现场。经过了小组赛第1天的激烈角逐，选手们又创造了许多的经典时刻。2支 LPL 的队伍率先出现 ，LCK 的强者们势必在今天全力以赴。就让我们共同期待小组赛第2日的精彩对决。首先，让我们迎接今日登场的2支 LPL 战队。首先登场的是2018年全球总决赛冠军、卷土重来的进攻之王，欢迎 Invictus Gaming。上路 The Shy， 打野宁，中路 Rookie， 下路 Puff， 辅助 Southwind。再次欢迎 IG。接下来登场的是 LPL 的新晋冠军，战胜众多强敌，突破无数期待的新王，欢迎京东 Gaming。上路 Zoom， 打野 Kanavi， 中路牙膏，下路 Loken， 辅助绿毛。再次欢迎京东。LPL 的2支战队已经准备就绪，而另一边 LCK 的选手们也已经摩拳擦掌。형경님 please take it away。
Thank you, Iris. 2020 미드 시즌컵 역시 최고의 팀과 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 자, LPL 두 팀이 4강 자리를 차지했고요. 이제 남은 2자리를 차지하기 위해 치열한 사투가 펼쳐질 텐데요. 자, 끝까지 놓칠 수 없는 대결. LCK 선수들을 소개하겠습니다. 신인들의 패기로 국제 무대에 도전, 남다른 피지컬을 자랑하는 드래곤X. 탑 도란, 정글 표식, 미드 초비, 바텀 데프트, 서포터 캐리아, 드래곤엑스입니다. 정규 시즌 1위 LCK의 자존심을 지키기 위해 돌아왔습니다. Gen.G. 탑 라스칼, 정글 클리드, 미드 BDD, 바텀 룰러, 서포터 라이프. 다시 한번 환영해 주십시오. Gen.G입니다. 각 지역의 명예를 건 치열한 혈전. 과연 남은 4강 2자리는 어떤 팀들이 차지하게 될지 2020 미드 시즌컵 지금부터 시작합니다.
For you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking.
我们是第一次参加这种类型的比赛，之前没有这种机会，现在有的话，也想展现出另外一些凶悍的面孔吧。
我觉得相比去年的话，今年我们5个人配合得更好，然后英雄史上也是没有什么问题。
저희도 약간 저번 시즌에 약간 결승에서 아쉽게 지고 나서 바뀐 점이 많아가지고 그냥 LPL 팀들처럼 많이 싸울 것 같아요.
여기 약간 허겁지겁 쓰여질 수밖에 없었고요. 그리고 한번 한번 나오고 아재로 북 있어요.
사실 저희 팀이 어떤 팀 상대로 뭔가 특별히 준비해서 하는 팀은 아니고 그냥 저희의 그 절대적인 실력을 올리는 데 더 중요하게 여겨서
이번에 카나비 선수를 만나게 되는데 저한테 갱을 와서 죽던지 아니면 갱을 오기 전에 제가 찾아가서 죽이던지 하겠습니다.
템프 떴고요. 네, 템프 쪽으로 올라가 계속해서 막타가 안 들어갔고요. 우여 주죠 젤린. 클리드도 위험. 다음에 룰러가 뭘 했습니까?
클리드가 위에서 근데 또 이렇게 싸우긴 했네요. 추가 봐야 돼요. 물론
현재 3대3, 3대3.
컨디션이
룰러 아웃.
아,
그래서 해볼킬.
와.
클리드까지 다 죽이나요?
보고 있었기 때문에 전력
어,
이용해서
좋아.
강화 기한하려고 했지만
제가 있었을 때 당시에도 팀적으로 움직이는 걸 좀 좋아했고 시험에서 좀 더 완벽한 모습을 보여서 우승했다고 생각하고 있기 때문에 좀 그런 점도 저희도 합을 잘 맞춰서 준비해야 될 것 같다고 생각하고 있습니다.
그 예전에 사실 제가 막 들어왔을 때 그때 팀원들이 좀 클리드 얘기를 좀 많이 했거든요. 예전 클리드였으면 이렇게 했다, 뭐 이렇게 했다, 약간 이런 얘기 저한테 많이 했는데 최근엔 저한테 그런 말 한 적이 없어요, 팀원들이. 한마디로 제가 지금은 그때 진동에 있었던 클리드보다 잘하지 않을까.
更多团长们盯了一下，有一个灯笼捡了回去，卡纳比这边勾了上来，带着紧在最前面，卡纳比很难打了，看几个机身，但这边勾到了这个浪，这个浪被卡纳比收掉了，卡纳比再次击掌，他还没有死，金身开起来，369这波系列冲锋虽然击灭了很多人，但是伤害已经足够。
这次又站在了国际赛场的舞台上，我想用我们磨合好的5个人向大家证明，我们 Gen.G 还是有实力的。
Welcome back, guys, to the desk here as we prepare for our first game of MSC for day 2. We have to address the elephant in the room. Things went pretty poorly for the LCK yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say it. To be perfectly honest, I think it was very disappointing from teams that, you know, Dam1, we weren't expecting too much. T1, we're expecting far more. I think that there were a lot of things that you could pick apart, a lot of things that you would change in hindsight, but hindsight's 2020, and in the moment, we didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a disaster yesterday, but we have today.
Exactly. We need to look forward, and now we get this lineup. We can get the LPL champions up against no LCK champions in this group. This is certainly going to be a tough day. You saw my prediction, though. I still think it's going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
DRX and Gen.G coming out on top. But Zoom, Kanavi, Yagao, Loken, and Lumao will be your JDG, who do look terrifying with their pseudo-LCK style, focusing more on that teamwork, more on that control. And I feel like ever since Zoom came back into this roster after his sort of coronavirus purgatory that he was stuck in for a lot of the spring season, this squad has looked unbelievable. And it's interesting because I feel like Zoom and Rascal's champion pools are relatively similar, but it looks like Zoom's results are just way better.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of a better version of the Rascal. So, yeah. And most of the Koreans are more focusing on the jungle position. Kanabi.
Yeah.
He's really famous in Korea, you know, because of the those kind of story between him and DRX. But right now, he's getting a lot of spotlight in Korea and international-wise as well. So I just want to see more kind of smart, aggressive by LPL team. And JDG, they should show that because they are LPL #1 team.
Yeah, exactly right. And we have to remember that it was all of the Korean fans that were like, we have to save Kanavi. I wonder if after today, we're going to be saying, no, we've got to bring him back to Korea. He can't stay over there beating us all the time. But that hasn't happened just yet. So they're going to have to put their money where their mouth is and see whether this was, in fact, the right choice for the MSC. Certainly was for the LPL, but this is the squad that they're going up against. It was our regular season first place in Gen.G. Rascal cleared BDD, Ruler, and Life. We're going to ignore the LCK final entirely. We did.
I mean,
this team's fantastic. Oh my god, they're so good.
Yeah, at this point, this is our hope. This team is literally our hope. The light, the sun,
it is.
Everything. Gen.G is just Korean team. They represent Korea, and I do believe Gen.G is gonna stomp them and stomp everyone.
How much did Arnold pay you for this particular spiel we did? Oh my goodness, this guy.
I mean, I'm just Korean. I'm just being Korean.
Yeah. The nationalism is out in full force, much like it was in our pre-show that the LPL guys did put on for us. So I think we're allowed at least a little bit of bias after that performance. As That's eye drops, guys. That's not Rascal crying. He's just making sure that his eyes are ready and are not going to be too dry for today's matches. This is the seriousness that you are to behold. And this is our regular season MVP in B2D. He really wasn't there for the final, and I'm looking forward to seeing him come back into form, much like this guy. We were big upping. It was all about B2D and Clid, their synergy, how amazing they are, and then they basically weren't in the final. So let's hope that we get to see that here today.
I mean, I like the way how he talked about the LPL BDD. He just said, we will fight more like LPL.
Yeah.
And they are playing against LPL teams, so they just need to make it like clear that they just changed after 1 month. Like after that kind of powerful, not that powerful, powerlessly lose in finals, you know? So I think they could change themselves in 1 month. So we want to see some kind of great aggressive in LCK.
Yeah, actually, I'm really interested because one of the accolades that were up for DRX was that they came second at MSI. None of the players that are currently on that roster were there, so kind of an irrelevant stat. However, BDD was, and he was certainly one of the pride and joy for the LCK in that particular matchup. The year before that, of course, Ruler won Worlds. So this is a team with a lot of prowess, and you've got Clid there, of course, played for a year and a half on JDG, did his research on how the team likes to play League of Legends. You heard Kanavi be very outspoken on the fact that he thinks he's just better than him now. And I have a feeling that's exactly how Kanavi's going to play, because that's all the champions that he picks. That's how they play.
Yeah.
This guy plays Nidalee, Kindred, Lee Sin. Like, if you haven't won in the first 15 minutes, you go home, basically, type champions.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bampix is going to consider the win or lose, I feel like. Maybe like more than 50%, because as you said, everything is ready. The players are ready. Like Rascal and Clid and every supports are just great for their damage dealers. So I just hope that they do not like ruin their draft like yesterday, you know?
Oh god, yeah. Well, actually, we need to talk about the draft as well, because very recent information is the fact that Edgar has left Gen.G.
Oh,
he
that's
left
true.
as of the 15th of May. And so now they've had a bit of a coaching reshuffle. Very interesting news, because of course Edgar has been with this organization, not necessarily Gen.G, but throughout since the Samsung days. He's been there for this team, constantly moving with his squad. And so things could definitely change as we move into the pick and ban, as we are right now for game number 1. Gen.G versus JDG. Will the LPL continue to wreak havoc on our LCK teams, or will finally we see some positives? And of course, first games, they're the games that we win. So we'll see whether Gen.G is going to be able to continue that form.
Yeah, and there is some points. It's already banned Zoe. They are both playing really good Zoe, so they just first banned it. But yeah, as you mentioned it, what are they gonna do about early game junglers, early game typical junglers against Kanavi? You know, are they gonna ban all of them? No, that's not possible.
You can't,
know? So I just want to see a great answer from Clid, especially.
Well, there's our rulers, Ezreal, to be taken away. Did Gen.G consider the 11-0 LeBlanc to be a threat here? Because of course, BDD has played against Faker's LeBlanc a lot. Gen.G have decided that Kalista is going to be taken away. Took a little bit of time there as a bit of a ban aimed against Loken, and theoretically Zoom. Of course, the LPL is the place where a lot of that top Kalista came out from our friend The Shy. Maybe Zoom has picked up some of those dark technologies. I've been having a look at some of the solo queue accounts for the JDG players on the Korean client, because they've been playing a lot there, because it does mimic the ping that they're going to be playing with in this tournament.
Yeah.
Kanavi's been playing only bloodthirsty sinner junglers, as our friend LS would say, but now he's going to be picking up the Trundles. So stepping away from that style, as now Clid could go back to an old favorite in the Kindred, and it looks like they are eyeing it up already. 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, and also I'm wondering, like, how are they gonna set up their team comp? Because Gen.G literally said they want to fight more, like LPL. But I mean, LPL, they do not care about the champions. You know, even though they pick for the late game champions, they always look for the fight, look for the chance. But not in LCK. You know, LCK teams, if they have late game champions,
we pick early game champions and we play for late game.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how we
so they picked up Kindred, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work well, and especially when you set up with the Aphelios,
Ooh,
which
yeah.
is great late game teamfight champion.
A little bit better now that it's lethality instead of armor penetration, because
yeah.
you do get a little bit more of that extra early game damage. But
Oh.
this is going to be a pick that's going to stop the Aphelios from having a lot of fun after that particular change.
One
As
of the
Ornn is
broken
going to be
combo.
locked. Yeah, this is super broken, especially with the fact that now, yeah. Oh god.
Yeah, I mean,
Misfortune
obviously.
not as scary, but Ornn Trundle is just, oh god.
And yeah, a lot of LPL fans said was a great pickup for their drafts, you know?
Yeah.
Their head coach. And it looks like they already have strong comp. And yeah, and Azir on the mid lane for the Gen.G. And I don't think they are synergizing that well than JDG, you know? When you see the JDG side, Misfortune and Ornn and Trundle, it's already done. Their team fight is already great, and their late game, early game, everything is set it up. But for Gen.G side, it seems like a bit harder than JDG, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. Although I do like Kindred Azir. Kindred Azir is great for sort of like wiping people off the Lamb's Respite, which certainly has always been a combo that teams have been looking out for. Has been difficult to make work, and we saw that yesterday. Might have been the ping. The gentleman on the desk was saying that it wasn't set to 700 MS, and therefore probably not the ping's fault. As Lumao's going to ban away his own Thresh. His Thresh win rate is disgusting, but still going to take that one away from life here. Just trying to make sure that that bottom lane is not going to have too good of a lane matchup. And we'll see where Lumao is actually going to go. Of course, you being the Bard aficionado, probably looking for that one, but he's taken a couple of nerfs over the last few patches, so maybe not going to be seeing him.
I think for Gen.G right now, it's really hard to pick up support because they banned Thresh, right? Thresh is one of the great champion with Aphelios, and it's good escape tool against Ornn as well, but they literally banned it, and one of the great champion to play against Ornn top lane is Braum. But if you pick Braum against Lipmao, it's kind of sheer side.
Oh yeah,
it's just a free Bard.
Yeah.
Especially when you have Misfortune and the other side has Aphelios. So I think it's really hard for them to pick up great support right now. So it seems like they're going for the fifth pick. For support.
They're going to counterpick support. I actually like this is something that LS has been calling for a lot. He does like to make sure that teams shore up their bottom lanes. This is the meta pickup of the Twisted Fate.
I mean, they already saw the top lane, so it's no matter. But still, I think it's way more easy for JDG to pick up any other supports. Yeah, they can also pick Yuumi, because it's pretty hard to punish their lane with Aphelios, especially when Thresh is gone. I don't want to see Karma like yesterday.
I'm okay with seeing Pyke, because Pyke's fun. Live thinking about heading towards Volibear. This is, of course, not the new variety, I don't think. I hope not.
Oh yeah, this is fine.
Yep, Nautilus going to be picked up. So just to try and catch the little cat before she gets back to her partner. Certainly, it's a very Gen.G composition, right? But I feel like JDG still have so many tools, and their composition is just so JDG.
I mean, you can just compare it. Like, JDG has so much easier comp.
Yeah,
it's just way more easy. Twisted Fate gold cards, and Ornn's ulti, and Trundle's pillars, but on Gen.G side, it's kind of technical. They need to play really well on their champions, and I think it's a lot on the life side, because he's only one has a great CC for the engage and the skirmishes, so I think Gen.G has more like kind of technician champions. So,
and it's all about Lamb's Respite with the Emperor's Divide and the Hextech Ultimatum. Like, all of these abilities work really beautifully in tandem with one another, or terribly. It could all just go wrong if they're used ineffectively, because of course Hextech Ultimatum could push everyone, you know, away from the moment that you want to get that big heal and then have them in range in order to take them down. Like, this is going to require a lot of coordination if they're going to play a more teamfight Camille, but also they can play split push, but it's going to come down to having really good macro play and also really good teamfight play depending on which route they want to take. Whereas, over the side of JDG, you fight front to back and you win.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely go with JDG when you see the ban picks, because you always see the Yuumi side, and if you cannot punish Yuumi in the early game, then it means that Yuumi has better competition, you know. And it seems like it's harder for a Gen.G side, but we'll see. It's Gen.G.
Exactly.
It's our hope, our last hope. I mean, we still have DRX, but right now it's first.
Yeah, well, let's get into game number 1 of MSC for day 2. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 1. No cheers to happen this time around, as we were talking about yesterday. There is no one here in the audience. We are graced by the presence of the players and the Korean commentators, but otherwise there are a few tech people, and that is going to be it, making sure that we stay safe. Wash your hands, everyone, if you haven't recently, and settle in for 6 amazing games.
Yeah.
Actually,
I can literally hear from the players, you know.
Yeah, it's cool, right?
Maybe in some team fights, I can literally just live translate it, you know.
Oh, that'd be cool. Because we don't get to call for pro views, you know.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so we can just you can take your headset off and just have a listen in. As Life is going to take a little bit of damage here, as 4 members of Gen.G are in pursuit.
Oh. I think this is really smart move by Gen.G, because I literally thought that Gen.G has mid lane prior because of the Azir Twisted Fate matchup, and they shoot for the early game punishment on the bot side. But because of this one, Kindred forced to go to top side, and this is already really great start from Yuumi, you know. So, and when you play Yuumi, you always want to go for the late game safely, and this is already good start and good strategy by Gen.G, I would say.
But was, I believe, scouted.
Yeah.
As Clid is going to move towards the topside jungle of his opposition. Walked over a ward, as you could see. So, full information, I believe, given to Gen.G at this point. But just some vertical jungling to come down. As this should theoretically be a good matchup for the Camille. Camille and Fiora, the same sort of idea. Into the Ornn, you know, the tank busting style split pushes.
Yeah.
But Ornn's still going to do his job, right? And it's not going to be for a while that the Camille is going to have a fantastic time as Yagao. Bit of damage there onto BDD as Kanavi is booking it into this mid lane. They're going to flash away. Kanavi immediately flashes over.
No cleans, by the way.
Yeah. Gold card has been picked up as, no cleanse available. And BDD is going to be absolutely fine. Just pops another Corrupting Potion charge. And now Clid is waiting in the brush. BDD going to move on over as Clid's going to get out of the brush there. Maybe not the decision he wanted to make as another gold card is queued up. Clid with his flash still available, and Yagao down to 200. Clid's going to flash now, dancing after Kanavi. First blood going over to Gen.G as Rascal will pick that one up. A great start for LCK.
That was best timing for their top laners TP, you know. It was kind of dangerous because still, even though they got both flashes out, they still had Trundle with PTA and Twisted Fate early game, so it was kind of really close. But from Rascal, his TP was just way better.
Yeah, and the lane state was just so much better as well.
Exactly.
You could see completely pushed up as this all started.
Because he had lane pressure for whole time, so. I mean, I think it was really great attempt by Gen.G, but I think maybe double flash was way too much.
Well, I mean, that's just the aggressive playstyle, you know. This is not necessarily what Gen.G are known for, but in comparison to other LPL teams, right? They are still an LPL team, and they still have Kanavi, who wants to go completely ham against the guy whose position he has now overtaken. There's a lot to prove, you know. The younger gentleman, you know, has been compared to Clid a lot throughout his career, as he mentioned in our little video earlier on. So probably going to be taking some more aggressive takes throughout this matchup.
And I'm glad that Gen.G just took the fight, you know? They didn't back out.
And Clid's baiting was actually just fantastic. He had to use his flash, but what it did was completely bait Kanavi out of position. Yagao was nowhere near him. No support was able to be given, and that was just a free kill. So really nicely done there from Gen.G. Gen.G not out of it yet by any means, as their composition certainly will be able to transition later and later with the joys that is Ornn, as we've spoken about many times.
And Yuumi as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's just a lot of scaling. Not to mention Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate does weird things to the game. And yes, he did go down from First Blood, but he's still going to be Twisted Fate. He's still going to get loads of money, and he's still going to have that Destiny Gate to really mess with Gen.G and how they're going to play this one out. JDG do start off the first Drake of the game.
I mean, he's still Twisted Fate, as you mentioned. He's CC bot. He just literally needs to just stun the target for the Misfortune who got Yuumi. And I think JDG is still fine because obviously they are rotating the Drake first and they still have bot pressure with the Yuumi. So I think one of the Gen.G's tasks right now is to just snowball. Are they going to decide to go to top side and snowball top side? Or just use mid Friday and try to dive on the bot side with 5-man even when Camille gets TP back.
I believe that was a mark picked up there by Clid as well. So his favorite champion in this Kindred going to be doing well. Of course, we talk about Pyoshik all the time when it comes to Kindred, but Clid also a legacy Kindred player throughout his career. Excited to see what he can do here as he hops on over, looking to move towards the southern side of the map. Siding against it actually is it's Kanavi moving on down there. Looks like he will be starting on this Rift Scuttler.
So yeah, it seems like Gen.G is just focusing on top side more. You can just see it from the vision ward position. They all set it up on the enemy blue side jungle, and on the other side, JDG is just controlling both sides completely. And my worry is though, Rolla has no cleanse, so how can they defend their level 6 timing when Yuumi gets the ulti and with the Twisted Fate ultimate?
I guess they have to just assume bullet time is going to be interrupted by depth charge and Life is going to have enough AoE CC to get Ruler out. I'm not sure whether that's going to be enough though, to be perfectly honest, as I certainly see the dilemma that we have with that particular choice. See whether he builds an early QSS here this game. He will definitely have one. How early he builds it is going to be the question. BF Sword picked up as his first item as they go back. Mirrored on the other side is Loken with an extra Doran's Blade as well as his BF Sword of his own. It's Kanavi now with a pet cat looking to see what he can get done around the map.
One of the great strategy with Yuumi, just follow your jungler.
Yeah. And is actually up here towards the top side. We'll see whether he assists Zoom at all. Looks like he's just going to move back towards bottom lane. Raptors are marked up at the moment. A difficult camp to take this particular stage of the game, given an equalized mid lane. We'll see whether Clid can get on over there or whether it is still available. Zerula picks up a free minion wave that Loken shoved towards him. Vidity is doing fine here in this lane. Still continuing to shove as Yagao's going to have this whole minion wave to pick up.
Yeah.
But it's been a lot of ping pong so far, we did. Not a lot of big advantages being built up. It's about 800 gold is going to be the lead here for Gen.G, purely based off that first blood that did go down. And Clid's slight advantage in the jungle, I guess, with Rascal having a bit of extra money up there on top side as well. Rift Herald just going to be started off here by Clid. Looks like it isn't going to be contested as Life had rotated up towards this top side. They left Ruler down there as Loken is moving up with Lumao. And the Rift Herald is actually just going to be disengaged from Kanavi. Poker in the eye. See whether he just stays on it, as Rascal does have this wave shoved. It looks like JDG should just be able to take this Herald, and Gen.G happy to give Ruler a potential turret plate and some shove here towards the bottom side as Clid moving on in, wanting to get himself this mark, and I think he should be able to unless Loken and Lumao has something to say about it, but no, there's going to be yet another mark going over to Clid.
This is juicy, and I think this is still fine because they already got the 2 plates and they got the pressure back on the bot side, and this will be easier for Gen.G.
I mean, that's 3 plates. That's actually a lot as you get
Break cancel?
Yeah, he's going to have that gate cancelled. Emperor's Divide in trade for it. Absolutely worth as Ruler walks away with 3 plates worth of gold. 2 of those were solo, so that's actually more than a kill.
Yeah.
So Gen.G do get themselves a whole lot further ahead. As far as the gold lead, it is going to be to the tune of an extra 200 in 1,000 gold. Control wards being cleared out here by JDG. So we've got 39 seconds on the Cloud Drake, our second of the game.
Yeah, and
he gets blue. Rallying Projectile will land onto Clid here. He does have ultimate available. He will be able to dash over that pillar. Like you say, it would be absolutely fine.
We were talking about 4-man by JDG on the bot side, and the answer was just cancel TF's ulti on the mid lane.
Yeah. And you could cancel teleport topside if you wanted to with Rascal as well. You just have to make sure that you've got their solo lanes permanently envisioned. Yeah. As Kanavi comes on over, but he's going to lose out on this trade at the moment as Klid's going to bite down on him. There's the flash depth charge coming out here as Life will just lock down the Trundle, and BDD grabs his second kill of the game, or at least his first with that added assist from the earlier first blood. 2-0 now for Gen.G. Pretty good stuff so far for our LCK representatives, but let's not get excited just yet. I know KT's not playing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're more sharp than JDG right now. They know where to fight, and they know how to fight as well. It was so clean. Like, clean those skirmishes. They also defended all the plays from JDG as well. And right now it feels like TF is already useless.
And also, Kanavi is like, he's reminding me of Pyoshik just a little bit. As we see here, like, no, he's super aggressively positioned.
Okay.
And he was trying to go back there, right? Wanted to utilize his extra speed with it. But Gen.G capitalized on a jungler being out of position. I mean, that's Pyoshik play all over.
I mean, maybe that's too early to talk about the Kanavi equal Pyoshik.
I mean, no. That play equals a Pyoshik
I guess, but
and,
it sounded like it. But
yeah, no.
I liked it, you know. Because SLK needs to win, you know.
Yeah, well, that is true. But I think that, like, this particular matchup is going to bring different things out of Kanavi as well, because there is a bit of extra pressure. He's playing against his home region. He wants to make sure that he has a good performance against the former JDG jungler in Klid. There are a lot of personal pressures that are on this guy, and he wants to be playing aggressively. He wants to win hard, and he wants to take home like a strong victory against this guy and really prove himself. So maybe that's going to make plays like that, which are potentially a little bit overly aggressive.
Yeah, I guess this is kind of first time Kanavi showing his performance towards all the Korean fans, even though like he's Korean. He was just playing in LPL a lot, so... And yeah, it seems like JDG is still fine. They're using just Herald on the both side and just funneling Misfortune at this point. So.
Well, they're going to see whether they can stop Shelly from getting too much done here as the charge almost stopped. But Loken is going to be able to walk over, gather all of that gold. And that's going to even things out as far as plates are concerned. So no big leads based on that Herald, because of course Ruler had already taken the plates that Loken was just able to play.
Yeah, and I think Gen.G is just playing with mid lane so well. If they have just mid lane reset, they just do not take the fight. It's just simple, but most of the teams are just not focusing that well, you know? And BDD has all the mid prior right now. In this matchup, he already got the first 2 kills against their mid jungle. And yeah, he's gonna just convert this pressure to all the lanes, and it looks great right now.
Well, we'll see whether Gen.G can transition this into the later stages of the game. Not ready to call this one over just yet by any means. And that Mountain Drake that's looming is terrifying. Could you imagine if JDG picked up 3 Mountain Drakes? I mean, Ornn is impossible to kill. Trundle is impossible to kill. And even if Gen.G grabs it, that makes Kanavi even tankier when he presses his ultimate button. Which, of course, now does have a longer cooldown. Trundle isn't quite as obnoxious as he used to be. But still, he is the Trundle that you know and love. Just a few seconds later.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like Trundle is just way too broken champion.
Well, I mean, that's what our LCK teams do like to think, you know? The Trundle priority has certainly been very high up there, and that is, of course, shared with the LPL opinion on the champion.
Yeah, and we can easily see what team has pressure. You can see it from the vision control.
Yeah, as Ruler, he's stepping up maybe a little bit too far. He has to blow the heal very early. Yeah, teleport is going to come down as Klid. Looking for it. There's the Emperor's Divide onto Loken, but Klid throws down his ultimate. Loken utilizes it to keep himself alive for a long time. The Misfortune does fall, but it's a 1-for-1 as the dust settles. Kanavi very low, but not going to be falling just yet. And a pause is going to ensue. Thankfully, the fight was basically over after that 1-for-1. But I wonder what that pause was actually about.
Why always me?
I don't know, dude.
When I'm casting?
There was one pause yesterday that happened I think it was based on someone's mouse not working that
Oh, yeah?
Brendan announced without actually knowing what the problem was. We'll have to find out now what it was. I think in order to have that team fight play out, the mice have to be fine. So I
Yeah.
think that that's going to be okay.
Something different like Monitor just turned out after those super play by
Yeah.
Gen.G. I mean, it was really great trade by Gen.G because they lost support, but they got the misfortune, which is their last kind of last hope for the JDG.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think this is everything is going great for Gen.G right now. So I hope this.
That's why we had to pause. We had to revel
Oh,
in this
yeah.
moment. You know,
True.
This is day 2.
Don't get
game
excited,
1.
you know?
Yeah. Do you remember game 1 yesterday? Do you remember
Mhm.
that feeling? That feeling of, oh wow,
No.
that winning feeling.
Oh, man.
It was very different from the end of the day. But JDG, I'm still not entirely sure which team paused. So
Yeah.
we're still waiting to get some information there, as we do have some stats brought up. So we've got something to talk about. If
Yeah,
we'd like
I mean,
to.
that's not huge goal difference, but we could see it from the vision control. Gen.G had full control. So, it's really easy to Gen.G to control the map.
And JDG did have, like, there was a ward that Gen.G was sitting on, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
they did have full information. That's why you saw Loken go extra aggressive onto Ruler. Because, of course, they saw that turn availability and knew that they probably weren't going to be able to get away in time, as the dive was certainly incoming. Still trying to figure out what actually happened, guys. I don't know whether we've got any information at all. I don't even know which team paused it. It's just been paused.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe so it was JDG's side who paused it, just figured that out, but not entirely sure why. And as we can see, panning over the JDG players, maybe they don't know why either.
I mean,
I can't identify who it is that has the problem.
maybe because of us, you know? Kester, Song, and me. Like, between him and me, we have, like, some kind of different
Pause
synergy.
power. The
Yeah.
pause power. Oh, it's not good. It's not good.
Let's see the fight again. And that was just literally 5-man fight on the both sides. And Gen.G started it, and they ended up really well as well. Because they got the damage in
also just amazing.
Yeah. Their flanks and their TP. I mean, you lose support, and support is useless anyways, you know? Like, it's just useless role anyway, so you don't mind to just dying for get a 1 kill to just kill enemy damage dealer, you know?
And Life is the only tank on the team.
Oh, yeah?
And if the tank dies, that means they soak their full health bar in pressure. So it's absolutely fantastic. That's what you want. Okay, so apparently JDG thought that Ornn's ulti was bugged. It wasn't, and so we're going to resume. Is
So,
the short version. Do you know what the bug was that
I'm not sure. I think it's kind of Mythy happened. You know what it means?
No.
Mythy paused against SKT before
Ah,
Edwards. It's kind of Mythy happened, I guess. I always call it Mythy. But yeah, let's talk about.
You are referring to the Fnatic coach. you know that's what you're doing.
I hope he's watching.
You remember, like, we're the 3rd place region. You're talking about one of our betters here, as the internet have been telling us.
Yeah,
in
anyways. Anyways, Aphelios is going great, and BDD too. And Kindred is getting his stacks as well.
Yeah, 5th mark. That's actually, 4th? 4th.
Yeah, everything is just going great for Gen.G, our last hope in Korea.
Do you know DRX is still here, dude?
Yeah,
you know
but
that,
still,
right?
you know, still. This is the team who is playing right now.
They've just choked one too many times for you, haven't they? That's just how it's worked. Oh dear, this guy, no faith. I still believe. I still believe. As
Yeah.
Life and BDD do find themselves a ward, it was just put down, and Gen.G continue to have a plethora of vision control on this map. That's why you can see BDD happily walking up to 2 people, not too worried about how this one is going. As Mountain Drake, I believe, is just going to get taken here by Clear. So the control of the map is just pretty ludicrous right now. It looks like JDG were more focused on the top side, as we've got 3 people trying to take this one down. Ruler doing a very similar thing. Bottom side of the map, though, so macro-wise, Gen.G certainly coming out ahead.
Yeah, and this is already great. You can see level 10 Ruler against enemy top lane. Just only 1 level difference. Yeah. Experience got changed, so it's really normal to have a lot of level difference against enemy laners. But right now, it doesn't matter. Ruler is just way fat than it seems like, you know, and they're trying to kill.
Well, we'll see whether they can as Yagao. Not a lot of mana here, but the teleport comes in from BDD. Moonlight Vigil comes down. Ruler's trying to do what he can, but BDD not going to be able to find too much with that ultimate. Yagao going to get flashed on by Ruler. Going to grab that kill. Now can he find the 1v1 against Zoom? 1v1 is the question. He doesn't have the Severin, but there's the double kill. Regardless, as Ruler, our international hope, here on the LCK stage has been awakened.
The best AD carry in the world. The light, the Ruler.
Well, to be perfectly honest, Ruler has been internationally very good throughout his career.
I mean, he won wars before.
Yeah, he was the consistent point of that Samsung roster that was able to win worlds as well. So certainly deserved of the accolades. Maybe not quite as much as that, but a double kill. 2v2 in the end was how it worked out. BDD falling and Ruler becoming even more fair.
Yeah, and also I really liked the way how they fought on the bot side, because BDD literally said we will fight more like LPL, and that was kind of LPL style. I mean, we can't say it's LPL style. It's LCK style.
That is an LPL teleport if ever.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going in for 2 kills for his AD carry.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't like impact it.
I do want to shout out Zoom's Bellows Breath. That was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Stopping that wall from doing absolutely anything. But when you've basically got a solo laner as your AD carry, it's real scary. As we're going to jump straight into a team fight. Life going to flash out of the bullet time as Rascal has decided to go all the way in.
Nope.
But Hextech Ultimatum will deny the blast cone, and Loken is just dead. Cleared very low, but there's the Emperor's Divide. 3 kills to Gen.G, 8-2 now in Game 1. Game 1s, we win these, and we'll see whether we can do it in the end. 18.5 minutes, it's not over yet. But a 3,000 gold lead is decent here for Gen.G, and Yagao might just be falling down as well. Might be able to take down Life in the interim, but we'll see what he's going to be able to get done here as BDD. That's a lot of Sand Soldiers, and that's a very dead Twisted Fate.
Maybe at this point we can say it's over. Because it's just such a disaster for JDG, because, I mean, Ruler got QSS for his second item, which means it's unkillable.
And he's, yeah.
And this was their last final ultimate best wombo combo by JDG side, you know? Yumi ulti and Trundle ulti into bullet time, but Rascal ulted and nope, you cannot escape from the best top laner's ulti. You just cannot. It's impossible.
We must stop. As Rascal back on carries is actually really nice to see. Of course, he made his name for himself on DragonX, playing things like the Akali, and really trying to get all that damage down. And Camille certainly does fit that mold much more than the Ornn that he's been stuck on for a very long time. Life and the Dredgeline is way out of any sort of danger here. But JDG, you know, they're behind 5,000 gold at this point. We've got a minute and a half on the Mountain Drake. Will be the 3rd Drake for Gen.G. They'll be able to potentially threaten a Soul if they can control that area. And I just want to talk about control for a second, because that's what Gen.G have been doing so well. They've just had like 500 more wards than JDG have had throughout this game.
Yeah, and they are trying to cut out the
they're going to go for another one, but Life is actually maybe biting off more than he can chew. Lamb's Respite will save him though, as in goes Rascal. Interrupted so early, but there's the ultimatum. Kanavi in trouble. Moonlight Vigil comes down, BDD with the 4-man ult. He says goodnight to JDG. Double kill, make it a triple. Give him the quadra, guys. He deserves it. BDD, the MVP of the mid lane for the LCK, walks away with 4, and they'll take the Baron as well.
That's BDD, what we were waiting for.
Where was he in the final? We did.
Exactly, but he is popping off, obviously, and with Ruler as well. They're both damage dealers are just playing way better than enemy team. And this is such a satisfying.
It certainly is. There's something cathartic about it, and I think it's probably coming out in this broadcast. We apologize for any perceived bias, but we're just excited after being obliterated yesterday by the LPL teams just playing much better than us.
Yeah, but it's fine. Like, when you think about EU versus NA, when you think about it, like, they always have fun and talk kind of bad towards each other.
Trash, yeah. And you remember Hysterics from the pre-show as well. He was certainly pretty high on the LPL players, but cleared. Damn, you can tell that this guy is a legacy Kindred player.
Yeah, I mean, if he was just normal Nautilus and Kindred, then it would be like really great for JDG, but they were just way too behind. It was a really great try by JDG, but still, you know, like they are that behind. Even though they did really great kind of team fight attempt here, they were just way too behind, so they cannot kill their damage, enemy team's damage dealers right now. It's just, it looks like just impossible. It's all about misfortune, because TF at this point, it's a CC bot, as I mentioned, you know?
Yeah,
so,
and a split pusher, right? He's not going to be able to get too much done in a team fight, especially with how Gen.G want to be taking these team fights, right? Because Gen.G want to just blow you up in like 3 spells, right? And BDD presses R and everyone dies. But TF wants to cycle through. He wants to duck in and out of these fights. And it is a lot more difficult to do against Gen.G's style of composition, especially when they're this far behind.
Yeah, and I don't think they have outrange against Gen.G too.
Imagine Kanavi. Luma's jumping out there though. Just going to bop and block. He's going to be absolutely fine.
I mean, just imagine walking in as TF into Aphelios' turrets and then Azir soldiers, you know?
Well, you're going to be spamming that Zhonya's button and doing not a lot, I think is how that particular scenario works out. But Yagao will be able to get into a side lane here, as you can see. Does have Exhaust at the moment, so can't go back to his teleport unless he finds somebody else in this lane, but will have Destiny and Gate available relatively soon. That now costs 50 less mana. Oh, baby.
I mean, let's say if I was on the JDG side, I would literally say, oh yeah, we should just give up most of the things and just wait for 40 minutes and we come back with Strong Ornn and Misfortune and Yuumi.
Yeah, you just wait and you get like basically 4,000 free gold on the rest of your teammates. Ornn has a couple thousand worth of stats himself. Yeah, completely understand. You just go with the Ornn strategy. Gen.G still feels a little bit like they have a clock, but I mean, Azir does a hell of a lot of damage in the late game. Clid does a lot of damage in the late game, especially with the amount of stacks he has. He's got 6 so far. Looking at that very impressive 7 relatively soon. Going to have gigantic range and a lot of power in this game.
Yeah.
And also does shred tanks relatively well on the Kindred.
And the more I think about Nautilus, it feels just way, way better than any other support right now, because just it's one of kind of a press R champion, right? And definitely it's such a great tool to just protect from enemies' misfortune. So just really easy game for Gen.G, so all they need to do is just close out cleanly.
Well, that's scary when you say it like that. We did. I actually I clenched a little bit. I was like, oh no. Oh no, don't say that it's easy. Don't say that. It's hard after yesterday.
Yeah, for sure.
BDD now going to clear out that bottom lane. We have a hell of a lot of vision control around this Baron area as Kanavi looking to come over and grab a whole bunch of gold worth of wards. Yagao's up here, thinking about trying to take on Rascal, but Rascal is a very big boy. Ravenous Hydra and Trinity Force already done. And BDD now just controlling the bottom side. They do notice that Zoom is down there. He's going for a reset though. It looks like Gen.G not going to press their advantage too much.
Yeah.
This is very LCK style as Yagao just looking to get to that minion wave faster. That's my boy. I like it.
But I think this is really smart by Gen.G as well, because they JDG still has wombo combo, right? And Kindred and Azir still has no flash, so I think they are just waiting for their flashes. And after they get their flashes, I really think they should just pressure on the Nashor side and just try to end the game.
We can see Yagao in full vision of Gen.G right here. Runon's Hurricane in hand for his second Zeal item after the Hurricane. And very, very close to that 700 gold bounty that BDD is already rocking. 7-1-6 on Azir, not too bad at all. And Gen.G still absolutely commanding lead, looking for Mountain Soul that's going to be coming up in 25 seconds. And it looks like this is what they were looking for. It's not about the Baron Dance. It's about locking down that Dragon Soul, getting that added tankiness, and really augmenting their composition in the way that they didn't actually have, right? Like, they didn't have tanks. As Kanavi, not looking like he's going to have his life for too much longer, but the rest of JDG looking to make their way over. Sand Soldiers, not quite enough to take down the Trundle, but he is very low. No Warmogs picked up just yet either, so won't have the regen. This is going to be free Mountain Soul here for Gen.G, and it goes down so damn fast.
I mean, the reason why I was talking about the Nasher dance was I literally thought that JDG is going to just give up Dragon Soul, you know?
All right.
As you mentioned it, like, Gen.G has not that kind of tanky champions for Mountain Drake as well, and Trundle is always great against the tanky champions,
give them more tanky stats, exactly. And you can take more tanky stats, yeah.
So I was thinking that maybe JDG will just give up Drake for free and vision control on the Nasher side, but yeah, that was kind of silly mistake by JDG as well. They just gave up Drake for free and did nothing. They could maybe just clear some vision on the Nasher, maybe looking for the Pickas from TF Ultimate, but yeah, nothing happened, and they just got the 4th Drake, and yeah, the last thing left on the Gen.G side right now. Nasher.
Horn comes down. See whether Rascal can get this 1v1 as the Destiny Gate comes in. It's going to be denied as Exhaust does come in. Yagao flashes, but Rascal flashes faster, looking for another hook shot here as Yagao, blue card in hand. It's going to time out as another hook shot, max range, and now bullet time will come in. Gen.G, we're attempting the Baron, and life. He's going to be kept alive for a little while longer. Zoom down very, very low as now Loken trying to deal with Ruler. Set Calibrum and this Crescendum are available. A lot of range for Ruler, but unable to lock down too many kills. And Rascal just going to head back towards that bottom side. Not wanting to teleport in with a very small health bar. And in the end, not too much actually happened.
Yeah, and that was my worry. They do not have enough damage to kill Camille on the side, and especially Mountain Drake helped a lot for Camille.
Yeah.
I saw like 200 and 300 HP left from the Rascal as well. So yeah, they pulled off from their enemy side. It was 2 TP from JDG to defend their, the Nasher. And yeah, Rascal is just pulling enemy left and right, up and down.
Look at this, Gen.G really not wanting to risk it. They decided to pull away from the Baron. The bullet time was beautiful from Logan. He was in vision, but if he wasn't, it would have been better. Teleport will come through here for JDG. Unable to actually grab any kills, but they stopped the Baron, and that's the main thing.
That was a little bit scary, but at the end, they got 2 TPs out from JDG, so...
True. And now Zoom's bottom side. This is the time where Gen.G can try and go for some sort of fight. Ruler is in mid lane, however. Phantom Dancer completed. Execution is calling done, which is very important against Lumao and Kanavi.
Yeah. And this is dilemma for JDG. They need to decide. Like, either just go for Camille and get Camille, but you can't kill Camille.
I mean, this is the classic situation where there's just no good choice. Like, Gen.G, they can force JDG into a point where it's either you give up the Baron or an inhibitor. And Gen.G are happy to do that. That's why you can see Rascal there towards the bottom side. This is what teleport advantage has always given you. In League of Legends, Kanavi taking a bit of damage there from BDD.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about 4v5 as well for JDG, you know? I feel really, really confident and strong on the Gen.G side, even though they have only 4 men.
Yeah. Ruler's going to join in with this Baron fight. Kanavi taking a bit of damage there. Oh dear. Calibrum starting to do some work. Not a lot of armor built up yet from Kanavi, and you can see it is certainly demonstrated the extra damage that Ruler does provide. Red buff will be stolen away there by Rascal.
They're playing really, really slow. Like, I thought Rascal just hit the inhibitor turret on both sides, but yeah.
Yeah, well, still going aggressive. You can see that second proc of the E, very, very scary. And this should be the Baron going down as Kanavi is going to come in, but it is going to be very, very late. And now Ruler looks for the Moonlight Vigil, finds it there. So the Graviton's going to lock down Kanavi. But it's a great pillar. That is going to secure the disengage, but Baron was taken by Gen.G. Pressure continues to mount on the bottom side of the map, and it's only going to get worse now that that purple buff is rotating around this Gen.G squad.
Yeah, he's making it worse. It's just literally impossible to kill Camille. If you want to kill Camille, then you at least need 3 men, and I'm not sure about it, you know?
Yeah.
So
and also it's going to take forever, right, with that GA that's now being built up. So Gen.G, with all their damage, will just kill the base. There's just not a lot of good options. We're going to have that big zoom out. We spot the top lane. Inner turret falling. Ruler's just going to move up to this inner turret in the mid lane as well, now that he thinks that it's safe. Now Rascal looking for even more damage onto Zoom. My goodness, he doesn't even look like a tank. It's crazy the amount of damage that Rascal does on this Camille at this stage. And how tanky he is, as now Gen.G just move in all 3 lanes, and JDG just look like they've ran out of steam. 11,000 gold is going to be the lead in quick succession. All the inhibitor turrets fall, and now JDG thinking about going for their last ditch fight. There it is, the final chapter will come down. Good knock up onto Clid, but again, the ult is used perfectly. Rascal dives on in, and Life is going to get all of that CC down.
Melting.
2 quick kills come in. Life tanks up everyone. Double kill for Ruler. The Nexus turrets will suffer the same fate, and Gen.G will draw first blood on day 2.
I'm glad that Gen.G just showed up. Great performance, but especially with the LCK style.
Yeah. And
yeah.
it wasn't even just that. Like, I feel like the LCK style has almost been tainted after, you know, a lot of what we've witnessed throughout the spring season. But this wasn't like any particular region style. This was just really clean League of Legends for Gen.G. And utilizing a comp that you illustrated at the beginning is a finesse composition, right?
Yeah.
If things go wrong, this comp goes really wrong.
Really hard.
Yeah, and very fast, right? So it could have been a game that would have just been over in the other direction, but Gen.G just didn't make any of those mistakes that we saw in the final against T1.
Yeah.
And maybe just some nerves from JDG, and maybe this is the Gen.G that we wanted to see in the final, that we were denied after that 3-0.
Yeah, and also, like, I really like the way how they take the fight. They always take the fight. They didn't back out. They literally said, we want more fight. So it definitely showed up.
Yeah, it might have been like what BDD was talking about. And it might have been the change of leadership as well, with Edgar going, with maybe there's some different voices now in the Gen.G camp that are trying to push them in a different direction. And you know that the Gen.G style has been there. They've had so many different players, but the style has remained the same. Now we might be seeing a new dawn of Gen.G, which could certainly be very, very interesting. JDG, though, I mean, I think that they still have so much potential. I think that this game could have gone a whole lot of different ways. I think Kanavi got a little bit caught out in the beginning of the game, but he still has so much skill, and we've still got a long day ahead of us. Still 5 more matches to go, and this is exactly how things started yesterday. So we're not going to count our chickens at all, because they haven't even begun to hatch. And the LCK, of course, still has IG waiting in the wings, who will be facing off against DRX after this one. But so far, so good here for the LCK. Our LPL champions do really need to step things up when they move into their next 2 games.
Yeah, and the next game is DRX, our second hope. You know?
Yeah. Well, the one that you don't have any hope in at all, which I think is actually perfect, because how can they disappoint you now with it?
Yeah, exactly.
If you have no hope, that's how it's going to go. Of course, LS and I did predict that DRX are the stronger team in this group, but after Gen.G had a performance like that, which harkened back to the Gen.G of the regular season, you know, maybe we're doubting ourselves at this point, but if we're doubting ourselves because Gen.G looked better than we were expected, okay with it. Totally okay with it.
Yeah.
Because we just want good League of Legends. And it just shows that these 2 regions are really balanced. Even yesterday, it wasn't that like LPL was crazy better than LCK or anything like that, right? Like, these games came down a lot to draft. They came down a lot to individual moments working out just a little bit better for one over the other. This is still massive competitiveness between these 2 regions. And it's just really fun to watch. As you saw, things started off very well for Gen.G.
And this is one of the moments that Gen.G definitely changed. You know? Maybe before they were just backing out after they secure some objectives and just playing passive until they have like 10, like 100 moles of like leads, you know. But right now they're just taking fight left and right, and they're pulling enemies. That's really important.
It's really, really cool. And also playing around vision that they had, it was all about control. It was all about knowing where your opposition was and capitalizing on it, but the macro was also brilliant.
Yeah.
I think Rascal had a good game. I don't think Zoom was able to have the performance that he was known for over in the LPL. he certainly is more of those the stable style of top laner, not like your flashy ones in the Shy or anything like that. But this wasn't like he wasn't able to get in on these team fights as that 4-man ulti from BDD, absolutely confirming player of the game in my mind in that one moment, and continued to play well throughout this game. I think Clid also was just amazing.
I mean, literally everyone played amazing.
Yeah, played really well. And our life we had a lot of question marks for, actually, and it's good to see that he has sort of put away some of those performances, but every Lamb's Respite from Clid was basically when he was at 100 health, which is optimal.
And also, as an expert Nautilus player, I literally won LCK one game with Nautilus.
You certainly did. I was there.
Yeah, and he was literally doing everything. I literally said before, Gen.G side, Live has to do a lot of things, and he literally did everything for their team. Like, he just died for everything on the bot side, and he engaged well, he tanked well, just perfection.
He made the sacrifices and was able to lock down all of the CC when required. But BDD did all of the damage, 24,000.4 for the Azir. And sort of going back to what were some of his better performances during the regular season on the champion as well. Certainly a lot of those highlights. He was the MVP of the entire split, right? Like, this guy had some extraordinary games. A lot of them were on champions like that. So Gen.G, we will be seeing them another couple of times throughout today's matches, and they'll be on the red side every single time. And after this game, maybe that's only going to be a boon for them as they move further forward, because it looks like they were able to capitalize from that last pick, especially as it was last pick support also to lock down the bottom lane in the way that they wanted to. I thought that the drafting, even though it was dangerous compositionally, right, they showed that they knew how to pilot the comp so well that I'm actually feeling a lot better about drafts like that in the future. So yeah, we'll have to see how things go. But in the meantime, let's have a look at BDD. I sort of announced it before it happened. I didn't know that he got it, but I assumed that he would. Yeah, 7-1-7 on the Azir. Close to 40% of his team's damage. This is the guy that we wanted in the LCK final, and at least we get him at MSC.
Maybe it's really easy to just get a mid prior because of the champion matchup, but it's really hard to convert it to the other lane and just make a great snowballing into the game for the team, you know? That's why mid lane is so important but really hard at the same time. But he literally did everything for his team. He pushed mid all the time, and he went bot, he went top, he went Nasher. He was like on the every moment, you know? And this was his game-killing moment by BDD as well.
I think it was a few minutes after this that you said, no, Atlas, this game might be over.
Yeah.
And as it turned out, it was the quadra kill for BDD's Azir. A joy to watch as per usual. As we are going to go over to the interview, so let's have a look at how the Gen.G players felt about this one with G-Sun.
승리한 Gen.G의 BDD 선수 오셨습니다. 승리 정말 축하드려요. LPL 1위 팀을 잡아내시면서 1승을 가져가셨는데 소감이 어떻게 되시나요?
일단은 그래도 약간 뭐라 해야 되지? 1위 팀이긴 한데 약간 LCK 팀이랑 비슷하다는 생각을 가지고 있어서 엄청 공격성에 대한 부담감은 없었고 저희도 그냥 같이 맞춰 싸우다 보면 이길 것 같다는 자신감이 있었는데 그렇게 돼서 잘 된 것 같아요.
So yeah, even though they were the first seed in LPL, well, we knew that we have some similarities and we weren't really too afraid about their aggressiveness. So we thought that if we just like follow and pick the fights they're trying to fight, we will be able to win. 그러면 이제 두 번째 질문은 속도의 젠지가 돌아온 듯한 모습이 많이 보였습니다. 오늘 굉장히 공격적이었으면서도 특히 상체를 정말 압도하셨는데 어떤 일이 있으셨나요? And the second question is that Gen.G's tempo is back. Especially they were winning really hard on the top side and also they were really aggressive compared to their playstyle in the spring split. So what has changed?
사실은 약간 계속 비슷한 스타일의 플레이를 지향해 오긴 했었는데 저희가 연습 때는 되게 공격적으로 하다가 대회 때 못했었거든요. 근데 이번에는 연습 때 되게 공격적으로 하던 게 대회에서도 드러나가지고 그렇게 보였던 것 같아요.
Well, to be honest, we actually pursue a certain playstyle and we are always really aggressive during the practice games, but somehow we failed to execute that on the competitive games, but this time around we were able to pull it off on the competitive level as well. 특히나 오늘 이제 클리드 선수가 JDG 출신이신 만큼 좀 자신감이 더 있었을 것 같기도 한데 특별한 조언 같은 거 해주시진 않았나요?
특별한 조언 같은 건 없었고 뭔가 되게 별건 없었는데 태민이가 오늘 되게 느낌이 좋다고 해가지고 그런 거에서 되게 좋은 영향을 받았었던 것 같아요.
Well, also Cleed playing against his former team on JDG, so I asked him about did he give you guys any advice going into the team, and actually Cleed was not giving them any special advice, but he said that he had some good feelings about today's series, so I think we were able to pull off a really good performance. 그리고 이제 BDD 선수 오늘 아즈르의 경기력 정말 놀라웠습니다. 속이 뻥 뚫리는 듯한 경기력이 나왔는데 선픽으로 하셨어요. 자신감이 많이 있으셨나요? And also BDD played Azir and he was pulling off another level of performance on this champion. So was he confident going into this blind big champion in mid lane?
아지르가 제가 생각하기에는 언제 뽑아도 좋고 그냥 자신감도 항상 있어가지고 그냥 그런 생각 가지고 했었던 것 같아요.
First of all, Azir is really good in any kind of situation, and also I am confident in this champion. 그럼 마지막으로 이제 어제 LCK 팀들이 다 탈락을 하면서 많은 LCK 팬분들이 이제 젠지와 DRX에 대한 기대를 많이 하고 있습니다. 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드려요. And lastly, since all the LCK teams got eliminated yesterday, LCK fans are having high hopes around Gen.G and DRX today. So any message for the fans?
일단 많은 팬들이 기대해 주신다는 건 알고 있고 약간 부담감 같은 건 없거든요. 그냥 저희가 잘하면 된다는 생각을 가지고 왔어가지고 되게 남은 팀 두 팀이 있는데 꼭 3승 0패로 4강 진출하도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
I know that fans are having a lot of expectation around us, but that does not come as a pressure. And also, we're just trying to do our job here. So we'll make sure to defeat all the opponents in the later series and get a 3-0 score and advance to the next round. 여기까지가 젠지의 BDD 선수였습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as usual, for some impeccable translation, and great to hear from BDD. Sort of deciding that, no, there's no pressure at all, we're just doing our job. I like that mindset. Also like that Clid was confident moving into this one. And as you can see, we are reminded of Group A and the results.
Number one.
Well, we've got our first
Yeah.
one. You can see though there are ones in that column for Dam1 and T1 as well.
Yeah.
So we're certainly not riding home to anyone just yet. And we've still got 5 more matches today, as you can see. After the break that is going to be coming up, IG will be taking on DRX. And we'll see whether this DragonX is going to be the same as last year's. 2019's DragonX certainly were very strong over at Rift Rivals. This is in fact a rematch of them up against IG. And I'm just really excited to see whether IG can also find some redemption that was shared by Gen.G. Like, that's exactly what IG are looking for after finishing very, very well in their regular season. I believe they were top of the table also over in the LPL. And now with their star-studded roster, they will have an opportunity to try and fight back. But it is against DragonX, and I think the matchup is going to be very interesting, top side compared to bottom side. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to that short break, but when we get back, will be IG versus DRX. Do not go anywhere.
싸늘하다. 카드가 날아와 폼이 꽂힌다. 모바일. 모바일. 다른 말로 LOR.
LOR라쇼. 카드가 두둥. 카드가 두둥. LOR라쇼.
Mobile. Prove yourself and rise. Push through enemy. Rise.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Cup. It is time for game number 2 and to introduce our final 2 teams here onto the Rift. On LoL Park's side, it will be DragonX, and on LPL's side, it will be, of course, Invictus Gaming, 2018 World Champions. And DragonX, not too many accolades to talk about. When you've got, like, that list and you saw T1s, you know, 9 times national champions, 3-time world champions. And then for DragonX, it's like 1-time second place MSI. Woohoo. Woohoo. You know, like,
yeah, Rift Rivals. Hey.
Yeah, this is a team, though, that does not fall short when it comes to the accolades and all of their players. Star-studded over here. Puff and Southwind also having some pretty decent performances now that they've come into the roster. The team's sort of missing Jackie Love towards the end of the season, of course, as he was popping off on Top Esports instead. But the Cheyenne rookie are still themselves, and Ning back on the roster, and we'll see whether he is going to be an upgrade from Leanne, who they were playing with mostly throughout the regular season over on the LPL side, and see whether he does still have his gank-heavy, bloodthirsty style, or whether it's going to be something a little bit more subdued as we get into Mid-Season Cup. Certainly a lot of question marks, but Ning, if there's ever a word to associate him with, it's confidence.
Yeah, and when I always think about the IG, it's all about top side, right?
Oh yeah, they're like Damwon, but way better.
Yeah,
that's what I think about.
Exactly, and as you mentioned it, IG spot lane, they are filling up their jobs really well. I watched their games actually, and they're not like star player, but they always play consistent. So
Well, it's what Damwon needs, right? They need that consistent force on the bottom side because that way you're not adding too many chefs to the kitchen, as we like to say. I don't know whether that's an idiom that you guys use in Korean as well, but it just means that there aren't too many people trying to call the shots and trying to be the big front runner for the team, because Rookie and the Shy are always going to be those players. They have been their entire careers, and it's very difficult to change. So play around that and augment it with something good, and I think Puff and Southwind have certainly added that to this squad. So very scary. DragonX, on the other hand, they play around Deft and Carrier almost every single game, and the shove that they have on the bottom side of the map, especially early, is always there for these two. So this is why the LPL guys were mentioning that DragonX are kind of like the LPL-esque team of the LCK. Because they do play very fast and loose when it comes to the early game, constantly shoving in their lanes.
Yeah, they are considered as best duo lane in LCK before. Because, I mean, it's because of their synergy on lane. They always play together, even though like sometimes it shows up really bad, in a really bad way. But most of the time, they had great lead, and that leads to the DRX wins all the time, most of the time actually. And they have really positive win rate in LCK, which means, Deft and Carrier is carrying DRX.
Damn right they are.
On the top, there is Chovy on the mid lane. We can't just accept those kind of things for DRX,
Yeah, exactly. But you haven't mentioned the jungle, and that's where I think things start to fall down. That's why you saw CVMAX there giving Pyoshik the full arm massage, making sure that he's loose and ready.
I mean, is it massage or pressure? Like, just imagine your head coach is just massaging right before the game, just right before the game. I think it's actually huge pressure on Pyoshik.
I mean, that's probably true. You actually saw the giant smile on Doran's face, a guy that does suffer from a lot of pressure, and he's like, oh, yes.
Oh, yeah,
no more pressure on me. It's all on this Pyoshik guy. We're going to be A-okay. And maybe it's going to work out here for DRX as we do get into champion select for game number 1. Let's see what the Shy has cooked up for us on the top side of the map. Let's see what kind of champion Rookie is going to show. And Rookie versus Chovy is such an exciting matchup because both of these guys have been so consistent. Rookie throughout his career, and of course Chovy throughout 2020. So let's see how that one is going to clash as IG on the blue side will ban away Aurelia. First up is Kalista, the multi-tiered ban up against IG, is going to hit the bench as well.
Really interesting information right here. Doran and let me see. Doran and Pyoshik and Carrier. It's their first time in international tournament.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team that has Deft, who's been playing internationally since 2014. This guy has been maybe even earlier than that. That was the first time I was introduced to Deft when he was playing on Samsung Blue, but then continued to just be fantastic, winning MSI in 2015 with EDG, and then domestically being very dominant until he came back to Korea. Things went a little bit wrong, but IG going to be taking away the Karma and the Thresh after the Aurelia, as we've got 80 carry bans coming in here on DRX's side, and you have to ban Varus. Varus is just broken. We saw it yesterday. Just don't let that through, otherwise you just lose the game. It's not good news. DRX, what is going to be that final ban? The Graves, another one that has been very, very popular and pretty successful, is Rookie's Syndra. Or Puff's Syndra is going to be locked in first up.
It's just great blind pick just to have consistent lane pressure.
And Rookie's probably the best Syndra in the world.
For sure. And yeah, I mean, this is how LPL approaches to the draft, Like, if it's just normal LCK, they're just gonna pick normal tank.
Trundle would have been picked,
or
100%.
just boring.
Oh, do we get Zoe Ezreal straight out the gate? Is it the dream? If it's Zoe Ezreal here, I'm just...
Oh my god! The prediction got here.
Well, I mean, I'm not a prediction god. I just know what these two players are really
Yeah,
good.
you just know.
Deft is one of the best Ezreals in the world. Yeah. And Chovy is probably the best Zoe. So this is just exactly what we want to see. And also, we are very, very close to getting that Team Rocket trio as well. Theoretically, the Yuumi could have been picked up by DRX, and IG very intelligently thinking about taking that one away. It could be the classic LPL idea of let's just grab Yuumi and Misfortune for a very strong bottom lane.
Or it can be Syndra and Yuumi bot lane.
Ooh, true. Or
But-
Aphelios and Yuumi bot.
Yeah. This is kind of defensive answer by IG, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because you saw Israel, but yeah, actually, let's be true. Depth's Israel is not like late game, weak early game. He's strong in early and mid and late, you know? So
Mostly mid game.
yeah, and also at the Reef Rivals finals, Depth Israel hard carried the game, you know? As he known as the LPL bully in Korea, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he was bullying the LPL when he was playing in the region.
Oh yeah, true.
He was always the one blocking Uzi from domestic titles.
I think this is might be chance for Korea to play Pyke as well.
I was thinking it. I didn't dare to voice my opinion as Pyoshik is going to be taking away the Trundle.
LCK
now.
jungle.
Yeah, I mean it's LCK jungle, but this is the right time to pick it because he can ban the Kindred that is so damn good into the Trundle that we've seen over and over again.
And also they already banned Graves as well.
Yeah. And there goes the Kindred. So DRX haven't necessarily been known for fantastic drafts with it, but this is so far going quite well.
Yeah, I just think that they just need to have decent support for Korea. I mean, he was always playing good on many other champions, but I just don't want to see random Lux, you know, for example.
Yeah. The random Lux certainly good.
Yeah, just play Pyke, you know. This is Pyke game.
I think it is. The Bard is going to be taken away from him. My condolences to my Bard OTP co-commentator. As the Olaf taken away from Ning, certainly a champion that Ning popularized almost by himself when he surged into prominence. I believe that was a couple of years ago now, but certainly was Ning's name that reminds me of starting off to play the Olaf.
Oh yeah.
As the Pyke is going to be banned.
They
Intelligent
know.
stuff here from IG.
They know. But yeah, I just don't want to see Lux from Korea, you know. And this is still fine. This considered as top and support at the same time, but mostly support in this meta.
Yeah. Blitzcrank being considered here by Carrier. He played it a couple of times during the LCK regular season, but it's Senna that's locked in. And Carrier has been our Senna support player.
Yeah, and also this is kind of new partner for Israel as well.
Yeah.
Normally when you think about the strong early game Israel lane, then it's like Israel Karma or like Israel and AP damage dealer support, but Senna is also kind of range strong early game lane champion.
Yeah.
So I think this is really great combo by DRX. I think they have definitely a great team comp, and this is what they are good for, you know?
Yeah, and now IG, what is the Shy going to blind pick on the top side of the map?
Not
and
Ornn.
Doran is going to be a little bit
Not
more
Ornn.
protected. It's definitely not on. This
Definitely.
is the Shy. As Lucian is going to be blinded towards the top side of the map, and now Doran has the difficult decision of working out what to play into it. It's a big grin on his face. The Wukong to be picked up by Doran, but I don't know, man. That
This
feels
is so
real
spicy.
dicey.
This is so spicy, by the way. Yeah, we didn't talk about the top side a lot of time, but yeah, the top side matchup is also really spicy. It's the Shy versus Doran, and Doran always talked about how he think about the Shy. And
Yeah,
he
and has
always
been watching him forever.
Yeah.
Even when he was a streamer, you know? Before the Shy even started playing competitively, the Shy was very famous for being this guy that was just abusing other top laners in solo queue, and people would watch him and they're like, why isn't this guy playing for a team yet? He'd play a lot of Riven, he'd play a lot of aggressive champions, and Doran has certainly been someone that's been following him for a long time, just to give you a bit of that backstory. So now, finally, with his opportunity to try and take him on, and he's playing Wukong into Lucian. And look, Wukong does have a decoy, you know, he can try and keep himself out of the way of some of the auto attacks and abuse that's going to come out of the Lucian, but this early game is going to be really difficult for the Wukong.
But I think it's still skill matchup. He should have reason why he picked up Wukong versus Lucian. And also the Shy just blind picked the Lucian. Normally you don't think about the just normal blind pick Lucian, especially when it's
It feels
first.
really the Shy though, doesn't
Yeah,
it? It just feels like something that he'd do.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's LPL way, it's just the Shy way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And also Ning's Lee Sin, it showed up in the highlight as well.
Oh yeah.
So I think IG has really scary team comp as well. They have great early game, late game team comp, and also DRX. They picked up literally their best champions.
Exactly. And let's see whether they're going to work as we get onto the rift for game number 2.
곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And here we are. The drafts are definitely exciting. And I don't mind the Lee Sin here. Of course, you're probably waiting for LS to say something like, oh, this Lee Sin pick is just terrible, etc., etc. That's just how the LCK generally works. But we've seen Lee Sin have a bit of success against the Trundles. It certainly has been a pick in the past that a lot of our teams have gone for. Of course, didn't work out so well here in the LCK, but it does work much better over in the LPL. So we'll see whether Ning might be able to teach some of our LCK teams exactly how to pilot this champion. And maybe, just maybe, it is by setting up a tent in a side lane and never leaving, which is certainly in Ning's playbook.
Yeah, I think I saw some posts about the Lee Sin when LCK had the most horrible win rate on Lee Sin.
Was it like 13 losses in a row or something?
Yeah,
like
I don't
that?
remember exactly, but it was just horrible.
It was bad news.
Yeah, but anyways, and everyone compared about the LPL, and LPL was just being LPL playing good on Lee Sin, but it was mostly on the Lee Sin players, not like LPL, you know? So, and Ning is one of the Lee Sin players, so I just want to see clean Lee Sin skills, and they really need to play around the top side, even though they have Yuumi. It's Lucian top lane, and they really need to snowball well on the Lucian.
Yeah.
But this kind of news is great for DRX as well, because they have easier Senna on the bot side, so I think it's either way they just hard push top lane, or DRX hard pushes bot lane.
Well, we'll see what Chobi's going to be able to get done here. Of course, has played the Syndra into Zoe matchup a lot, as he does avoid that Dark Sphere. Terry's taking a bit of abuse down here, though. You can see the sustain versus sustain matchup.
Yeah.
And I actually don't mind the Senna decision, you know? Sometimes you can just answer sustain with sustain, right?
Yeah.
And DRX will have burst options in... wow, how did that hit? What the hell?
I mean, just Senna, yeah. And it's
Or
carrier.
is it just carrier?
Yeah. You are maybe right. And I played a lot of this matchup as well, and I think if Senna can auto-tax permanently, then I think this matchup is fine for Senna, but normally Yuumi was better against Senna, normally, because you have auto-attack, which is pretty hard to hit it, because when you go out from the AD carry, then you are in danger, right? And normally when you play against like Aftershock champions and CC champions, you are kind of in danger, so you don't use your passive that well. But when you're playing against Senna, it's not like instant CC, so it's kind of easy for Yuumi as well. But right now, as I mentioned, they are kind of focusing on the topside Lucian, and they want to push topside when you have Lucian. So I think DRX is having fun time on the bot side as well.
They are. Doran not having quite as much fun here on the top side, but actually thought that maybe things could have been worse since Press the attack gets stacked up and Doran takes way too much damage here. From the Shy, not a lot of surprises there, as Ardent Blaze should be able to stop this back as the Shy is just waiting for it. Decides to let him go home. As Ning is just going to park himself here. And it might be an opportunity. Pyoshik in the right area, though.
Pyoshik
going to wander over the ward. Ning going to move on out now.
This is already helping Wukong out. And this is the one of the movements from jungler, which is a smart move by junglers, you know?
Yeah.
And it showed up from Pyoshik as well.
Is that why we're surprised?
I mean, like he.
It is.
I just want to focus more on the how he improved his skills and his rotation knowledge during the season, you know?
Yeah,
and
true.
definitely he got improved a lot.
He certainly got better. And
yeah.
I think everyone knew that Pyoshik was really good mechanically. This guy has been sort of a solo queue menace for a really long time, but it was making that transition to competitive play that was difficult for him. And it is good to see him at the right place at the right time. We'll see whether that continues as this game goes on. As, of course, we've seen him have good early games in the past. He needs to show us more than just that.
You talked about the Pyoshik solo queue, and it reminds me like 5 years ago when I met him in solo queue in Diamond 1, you know? And he was kind of famous player in Diamond 1.
Yep.
And he's
Notorious.
now ganking mid against Rookie.
He is, as the bubble is going to go wide. Rookie, fancy feet there, but it's still going to take a fair bit of damage. Dark Sphere comes down. Pyosik just being a bodyguard for the Zoe. As Ning is going to land the Q, but not going to go in on it. Starting off reserved is the Lee Sin player. Might bode well as this game continues.
And yeah, we always talked about how good is Rookie Syndra, but it seems like Chovy is fine in lane. He has same CS and still controlling the top side of the map and both sides at the same time. You can see it from the vision ward from DRX. It's definitely clean vision to all the players, which is great information to have when you play aggressive on the lane, you know?
Dear.
But the Shy doesn't care.
No.
Because he's the Shy.
He is, and also he's Lucian into Wukong and Doran so a full culling. Didn't have to use his flash though, which is certainly good news. And DRX immediately respond by taking away the Infernal Drake. Mountain Drake is going to be the next one. Cloud should most likely be the third, because we like to try and jinx it in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
As Cloud is very boring.
And yeah, the Shy is one of the smart play on the top side as well. Sometimes you might think that the Shy is only just playing aggressive and not that smart player, but I think one of his strong point is he knows about the lane control a lot.
Yeah.
So always
we might
make
see some freezes.
Yeah.
As you can see right there, the Shy is in fact slightly freezing this wave.
Yeah, I mean,
he's still throwing some autos as there goes the piercing light. So
yeah,
not
the
freezing.
difference between like the Shy and then aggressive top laner is like his CS difference against any top lane is always damn huge, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like just smart as well.
And actually, no, he was just thinning the wave. I think he's still going to be able to keep it there unless Doran can do something about it.
Yeah.
Not sure whether a crash is going to be something he's going to be capable of, as Pyosik might be able to move on up and try and help out, but so far, things in a really dicey situation. For Doran, who's falling consistently further and further behind. 39 to 64 is the CS margin. His bubble lands onto Rookie. He's got the cleanse and has to blow it there. Chovy showing that he still does have his Zoe prowess. Good to see Chovy in form, but we'll have to see what he can do as he hits the mid-game, which is, of course, where Zoe certainly shows her stripes the most.
I mean, I think DRX is already really in the comfort zone because they got the first Drake and they're controlling both side vision control as well. All they need to do is just not have like broken top side, you know, and he didn't even lose first play yet. So this is really great news for DRX right now, I feel like.
Yeah, unless Pyosik just dies to the Shy. He's not going to, though. Completely okay. He really wanted to get that ward. Wasn't quite able to. As the Shy just going to bully him away from the area. 22 CS is the margin here, as Doran did have that wave crash underneath his turret. Was able to grab a few of those CS. But you can see it's all about Deft and Chovy when it comes to DRX, and they are the ones winning in gold. So far, so good.
So
DRX
my question
squad.
was, what are you gonna do about header as the top side? Because normally when you have the top side pressure, you usually snowball with the first header with the plate gold, right?
Yep.
But DRX has kind of mid prior because of the better trade by Chovy. And also Wukong is fine on the turret, so I don't think they're gonna avoid the fight here.
Well, Deft is actually rotating over. You can see Doran potentially in position to try and respond. Now the kickback onto Pyosik. He's going to flash immediately, but it doesn't do enough. Deft looking for Ning, but he can't find the Q. 2 kills already for IG, and this is the LPL skirmishing DRX were not ready for.
I think that was kind of unnecessary aggressive by DRX because Chovy missed his skill, every skill shots, and also Pyosik was on Pyosik. Pyosik means mark.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
so it was kind of silly mistake by DRX because Ezreal was also coming into the header, so they could just fight in 5v5. But yeah, that was clean top lane prior usage by IG as well.
And it was almost not even necessarily like
Not
full
good.
prio, right?
Yeah.
Because they were just in the middle of the lane. But the Shy just threatening with the fact that Doran could not freely move out of that lane. was just a disaster, and maybe a little bit more of the Pyoshik effect here.
Yeah.
Q lands, great flash kick.
I mean,
makes it out in sync.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie's position was not that great, right? And he was kind of out positioned while his teammate is doing a header at the same time. But maybe Pyoshik's pillar was not that impactful at the same time, and also Chovy missed all the skill shots, so he dragged all the enemy teams, and everything happened really well for IG at that time.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether DRX can get around their mid game, which is still going to be strong. Not out of the woods just yet, but so far so good here for IG. As this only means that Puff got more and more time by himself in order to keep scaling up. Even got a Rift Scuttler there. So these are the consistent bottom lane of IG have been able to withstand what DRX have been able to throw at them so far.
Oh, are you just gonna give up Drake like this easily? I would be so mad because we are the one who have easier Senna on the bot side, you know?
And Zoe mid, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they have Aphelios and Yuumi on the bot side. And this is only second Drake.
Yeah.
They shouldn't able to walk on the rival side even, you know?
Well, Carrier is going to find out this ward. Pyoshik able to enter this river, as you can see. Some control vision is down. Chovy puts his in there as well, as the Rift Heralds will be parked in the mid lane. They should be able to clear out that mid wave pretty effectively as well. As ulti comes down, the Shy is going to flash. Yep, there's the second one. Doran, solo kill onto the Shy! Getting exactly what he wanted. Unbelievable. We'll have to see in the replay to see how exactly that one started. But DRX maybe with a new lease on life.
Yeah, I think... Ooh!
Oh, wow.
Second Drake is gone, but still, solo kill on the top side. And I would imagine it like it was a simple Wukong all-in, you know? But anyways, he did it. And this is his first timing in the international tournament.
I had to get. I mean, I'm a play-by-play, right? We have to talk about the storylines, but you're exactly right. Wukong just pretty good.
Simple
as a champion.
Simple but clean at the same time.
Yeah, it was. It was really nice from Doran. And this is what they were talking about, right? Like Doran's been putting in a lot of time in solo queue in the off season. Identifying. He's always been one of these players that has been very self-critical, even if in solo queue he sometimes doesn't have those tendencies.
Yeah, I mean, I heard about that kind of storyline between Doran and solo queue. Because CVMax literally said, Doran, if you cannot reach the like top 10 or top 20, I'm not sure exact number, but when you cannot reach the top 10 or top 20, then we are gonna have like sub-top laner, so just do it. You know? Like that kind of CVMax style.
Yep, that sounds very CVMax.
Yeah, but Doran did it, you know?
Yeah.
So he improved a
and
lot.
It seems to have worked, right? Because he's now laning against the Shy. Of course, this is not maybe the Shy that a lot of people are used to watching, right? He did have some more poor performances towards the end of the year, especially here for IG. But he's still the Shy, right? It's
yeah, I mean,
he is capable.
Yeah, I mean, his recent performance was not that great, you know. Like when we watched the third and fourth match in the LPL or those kind of like consistent performance. When we think about the Shy, we always think that the Shy is playing really aggressive and getting leads Ollie on the lane solo.
Yep.
But right now he's like, he's playing decent, you know, because we just saw it. He played range matchup against melee matchup, but yeah, I mean, it's still Wukong, but you know, it's the Shy, so we expect something from him, right? But
I mean, Doran has a level lead.
Yeah.
Like this is actually a disaster for IG top side of the map. They were hoping that this was a pressure point, and it's completely flipped.
Yeah.
So Doran now with control of the wave, IG moving towards the river needs to get some vision, because if Pyoshik turns up, it gets really dangerous. Southwind taking a lot of damage as the Yuumi will still be able to join Puff. And vision now being put over there, so Doran should be absolutely fine. Ardent Blaze connects. The Shy just going to eat this ward. And Ning pops on over with the blast cone, but you can see DRX, they're not playing overly aggressive. Sometimes, like, when things go wrong in an early skirmish, they try too hard to make something happen, and now Pyoshik gonna dive on in. Remember, no flash on the Shy. Pyoshik's so damn tanky, and it's another kill on the top side of the map. This time, Pyoshik takes it away.
I would actually so tilt after this moment, by the way.
If you're Doran?
I mean, no, if I'm the Shy.
If you're the Shy, yeah.
I mean, I played some Wukong in the vacation time, and did you see what he did on the top side just right before? Doran was just doing stop movement and pressing S all the time.
I mean, that's old Wukong strategy.
Yeah.
You know?
And he actually just used decoy to engage.
There's the kickback onto Def, gets exhausted immediately, but look at this. They're trying to go 2 versus 3. There's the 1-for-1 trade, but Carrier not going to be able to take too much more, but if you're DRX, you'll take it.
Yeah. LPL style.
Yeah.
But still, DRX got 1 kill as well, so I don't think this is kind of huge loss for DRX. And still, they're controlling the map. Even the Trundle was topside, they did lose both turret, and they're getting Herald at the same time, it seems like. So everything is going great for DRX, and yeah, the tilting moment when Wukong presses S all the time.
Well, we'll see whether it is going to continue. 16 minutes into this one, and we still have IG with a lead. Shirley going to be taken. Gyoshik laps that one up. Doran returns to the top side. Are you a fan of that Wukong skin? It just reminds me of TFT. His pop is going to go down extraordinarily low. Yeah, this is Dep's Ezreal as well, guys, as he's got his Manamune completed. Southwind's going to die. Carrier takes his share of the bounty, and DRX will move ever closer to a gold advantage.
But when you think about the map-wise, that was kind of unnecessary position by IG as well.
Yeah, in between turrets was probably inappropriate.
In between turret without jungler and mid laner. That's kind of... Oh, he dashed.
All right, yeah, the Shy is going to dash on over towards Gyoshik. The culling going to be blocked there. As there's the flash. Doran's going to find yet another one. Yep, good night, the Shy. And he's hit 0-3, and I was actually having a conversation with the LPL casters before we were talking about Nogari's 0-2 power spike. They mentioned that there's such thing as the Shy 0-7 power spike.
Really?
Yeah, they were talking about that one. It doesn't work out quite as well, as that might have been from one of his more peculiar games, as now Doran looks for Rookie, but Unleashed Power is too strong. And Ning is also taking the Dragon, so IG not going down without a fight.
I mean, it's still fine, it seems like, because Rookie didn't die yet, and Rookie is known as 1v9 player.
Exactly.
Maybe this time around, his top lane is a bit heavier, but
heavier than he would otherwise expect. Absolutely.
But anyways, I really feel confident in DRX, but IG is really spicy as well. They do not lose on tempo, and they are still rotating on the Dragon tempo as well. And Ning is consistently trying to gank both with Lee Sin as well. So I think this is still half-half.
Well, at the moment, you can see DRX are actually able to defend this outer turret in the bottom lane. Of course, it is about a breath away from just falling over. But IG do have 4 people down here. Pyoshik could be in trouble.
Yes,
Spots that there's 4 over there, but
yes,
there's the last chapter. There's so many forms of CC following after that Trundle, and he had no way of getting out. Didn't have ulti, flashed way too late. Now Chovy in the river might suffer the same fate as well. Super Soaker is going to connect, and that will mean that Scat of the Week will not. DRX with a small lead for that one moment. It was immediately answered. Doran answers right back. We lose turrets, but 2 apiece for both of these teams. This game is actually very close.
Oh man, that's actually LPL style.
Yeah, that was just
I mean, it's just LPL.
Sometimes you feel it. Sometimes you feel it, and Puff was feeling it. He shouldn't.
Yeah, it's like my mind telling me no, but my body.
Yeah, it was
just going in.
Yes. As Chovy has avoided almost every Scat of the Week that I've seen that has been on the screen.
Yeah.
Just good movement there from the mid laner out of DRX.
I mean,
Rookie just had to use his cleanse as well. We have to remind everyone. So Rookie is a target that DRX could look for.
For sure. And I mean, Chovy was playing really good on early game in the laning phase, but after that, actually, he's kind of out from the game, I feel like.
Yeah.
When Rookie is like going up and down and just impacting all the time. And he was like just pushing lane and just being missing and nothing, you know?
Well,
So
now from about the 20-minute mark onwards, it has to be about Chovy, like
Yeah.
fishing for these picks with the bubbles. It's
Some
exactly
trouble
what,
bubbles.
That's what you need out of a Zoe, otherwise she's just going to be dead weight. So Deft controls the mid lane, and Chovy can try and find the angles on these bubbles to try and get them extra advantages. See whether it is actually going to work out. Umbral Glaive completed here for Keria, so a lot more vision control going to be available as Ning lying in wait. Hops on over, but Keria is not going to fall prey to it just this once. Now they're just going to clear out this wave. So, things sort of slowing down.
Yeah.
Doran considering going for a flank, but doesn't actually settle on it.
I think slowing down is fine for both teams as well, because IG, definitely their damage dealers are really, really strong. They got 2 kills and 3 kills each. And exhausted,
Chovy has to use his stopwatch. Redemption comes down, gives him a bit of a heal there as well. Ulti going to be traded there from Rookie, and Chovy didn't have to use his flash at least, but that's certainly, that's a sign of things to come. I would have my money on Rookie at this stage. Scatter the weak lands. Kyoshik just going to walk towards this outer turret that should be able to be taken, and IG,
Nashor.
They've decided that
Really?
Baron is going to be the option. Doran, is he going to pop a ward over, is the question. He does.
They're playing against Wukong, by the way.
Yeah, this could be really, really scary. Deft is in the area as well, doesn't have ulti, but Baron is going to be...
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, they can still...
Ning possibly in trouble. A lot of burst damage. But Ning is, survives for a long time, but the Ezreal eventually able to take him down. It is in fact the Iceborne Gauntlet variant, but Deft is making it look like a Trinity Force. That was a lot of damage.
That is true. And also, I didn't feel like IG has to rush it, but they felt it. So that's why probably they kind of tried to do Nashor and pull them off on the Nashor side. But yeah.
Oh, this might be what Chovy was looking for. It's a lot of damage out of the Paddle Star. He's going to have to hit another one, though, as the portal jump comes in, and he gets the flash out of Rookie as soon as it's back off cooldown.
Slowly, bro. Slowly, Chovy is getting back.
It's just the ramp up. Do you reckon this is the Chovy ramp up? It just takes him a little bit of a while, but he's like a kettle. He'll be boiling soon. And this...
Oh my
pop
God!
Goes the Syndra! I thought he'd got back, but he was just out of vision. And look, we said it was going to take a bit of a slow ramp up, but here we go. The kettle's yelling now as DRX are looking for their next Drake.
I mean, it's just so fun, like... on the backside, Korean Kessler is just screaming, Chovy!
Yeah. And that True Shot Barrage spotted out everyone. You can see a lot of pings.
Oh yeah, that's so fun.
Chovy having a great time now, and our Korean commentators certainly doing the same thing as Chovy even steals away Agatha.
Yeah, I think DRX is on more controlled. Like, they're not rushing anything, and they know that they can fight back, but they're not just doing any silly mistakes, you know?
Yeah.
So this is so great for DRX, and they can even go for late game because they have easier send on the bottom.
Not to mention they also have the Wukong that can really capitalize on extra poke that's going to come down from the Zoe. You know, you find that opportunity for an all-in, and Wukong basically gets to decide when to do it, right?
Yeah.
With his decoy and the Nimbus strike, giving you so much gap close.
Yeah, in Korean, this is Chovy moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We don't explain that much, you know?
And look at this, like, where's the... Oh, okay, I believe... Did it catch the very edge of Rookie, or did Chovy just know?
Nah, just prediction, you know?
Oh, man.
It's just prediction.
It's pretty nice stuff. And you may as well go for that play, right? Yeah. Every time. So maybe a little bit of a mistake from Rookie not going back far enough, greedy back positioning, things like that. But also good to see Chovy Zoe demonstrating exactly what we would have talked it up to be, right?
Yeah.
It's him and BDD that really are the Zoes of the LCK. We have them both today.
And also this is really great news for DRX because I mentioned it before that IG has great damage dealers right now after those like 2 kills and 3 kills, right?
Yeah.
But they cut out Rookie out of the IG strong point, and just only one left from IG right now. So like, it's Puff. He's not dying after that those kind of silly
But I mean,
Correct.
I feel like the Shy,
Time.
Rookie, and Puff have all had those sort of downfall moments so far this game.
Yeah.
And we need to see whether Shy can pull it back. You know, is he going to be able to get further ahead as far as CS and maybe get himself back into a winning position? But I just don't know whether it's possible for the top lane Lucian, especially now that Death's Dance is done from Doran on top of his Trinity Force. Def not finding anything here with all of the skill shots, but he's got a blue buff, so he has plenty more where that came from. And Carrier, he's of course going to find his.
Oh,
There's
man.
the Dawning Shadow.
Oh, man.
The bubble lands from downtown, and Ning is going to survive. So maybe a little bit overexcited there as Puff. Down to about half. The Zoomies going to come in. Moonlight Vigil. Going to be doing a fair bit of work. Gravitum there also. We'll be able to lock down the members of DRX, but IG, they just don't find the angle to try and engage.
I mean,
2 minutes on Cloud, Drake, Baron buff available.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't got the kill, right? But still, they got fleshed out, and they didn't use even ultimate. It's just all the normal skills are just impactful right now because they're just that far ahead against IG right now. So it seems like it's just normal skills like Q and W and E, but it seems like just ultimate.
And it feels like it feels like an all-in engage.
Yeah.
And all these pivotal buttons are going down.
Yeah, and also you're playing as poke kind of composition against DRX, and you have to engage against that comp, right? But I
don't know whether IG's comp has enough of it, right? It's just Ning.
Short range as well.
It's Ning with Southwind behind him, right? So it has an extra layer of CC with the final chapter, but
yeah.
Oh man, it's hard.
Problem is you have to walk into Carrier's Senna and Israel and trundle it at the end, and also they have Wukong as well, so you cannot like fully engage as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's really
I think
hard.
DRX have the better counter engage, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because of Wukong just existing. Makes things real tough. Deft's going to go back before picking up his red buff. I like that. Enhance the duration on the red while you're out onto the Rift. See so many people pick up buffs and then back, and I hate it.
I mean, I think they really need to be like LCK, DRX right now. They just don't need to fight. Like, I don't want to see just random engage and all-in, flashing in all the time, because I think IG has actually great disengage tools, and that's what they want to. So
yeah.
I just think that they can just control the vision and poke them down 24/7 and just not taking the fight like what we did in LCK. And this is time to show what we did whole season in LCK in Korea. Time to actually teach them.
Yeah, let's stop being the the LPL light team, and let's actually play to the strengths of our region.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be a way to do it.
Maybe they hate their nickname that they are kind of LPL style in LCK. They're just being LCK in LCK.
I mean, you saw the first Herald engage, so I think that there is I wouldn't get ahead of ourselves with that diagnosis.
That's true. But right now, like, technically, it's really hard to get one shot at Struggle.
Oh yeah, precisely. And
but
Carrier has to flash. Gets out of the way of the resonating strike there as well. Ning not going overly aggressive.
Just don't
teleport in from the Shy. And now Ning looks to try and get this steal away. There's the knock up. Ning not going to be able to steal the Drake, but can they get more? There's the flash in from the Shy, but the bubble is going to land explosion of damage onto the Shy, and the Lucian is no more. Rookie now has a small cat on top of him, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Instance cleanse does get him out of the way, but still IG haven't found the team fight that they were looking for. Nimbus Strike comes in from Doran. Another decoy gets him to safety. True Shot Barrage onto Ning almost kills him. But DRX have lost no one. They're threatening the Cloud Soul, and IG have no health bars to speak of. This could just be Baron.
Free Nasher, I would say.
Chovy flashes on in with it. The flash to the stall. Good night, Southwind.
Greedy reset.
Oh, if Agatha wasn't available, then Rookie would have been dead there, but thankfully she was there. Rookie used her to body block, and now DRX should be able to take down the Baron.
It's Puff, the last hope.
Can he do it? He has Crescendo. This is a lot of damage, especially paired to that Infernum in the AoE, but Ning is just going to go down.
But
yep, ulti comes through from Doran. He doesn't have a lot of mana, but there's the second cast. And Doran's having probably one of the best games of his career right now, as the Baron is going to be taken by DRX.
Yeah. I think maybe we can say over.
Are we getting there?
At this point? Because it seems like it's just way hard for IG right now. I think this is one of the great moments for the IG because they forced out Keria to flash up, but this is just
that
Korean the shy moment. He's truly purely Korean.
That is the most ultimate denial I have ever seen. That was like the classic no, flashing right into a bubble that was in the air. Oh,
I mean, yeah,
real bad.
I mean, he was getting into the sleep, you know?
Yeah.
And he just flashed in.
Yeah, I think that he was feeling himself though. Like the shot was like, yes, and I'm ready to kill this Ezreal, and then...
I mean, it's fine. He's purely, truly Korean, so he just flashed into the 5 Koreans, you know?
The summit play?
Homesick.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're used to seeing when it comes to Lucian play. Flash into 4 people. Yeah, that's what you do. That's what we've been shown. We didn't need to bring that up. That wasn't fair. I'm sorry, Summit. You're a fantastic player. That was just not exactly a highlight moment. But 0-4-0 is not the... certainly, if you haven't been watching the LPL throughout this season, it's not what you'd expect from the Shy, but maybe just showing that IG haven't really been able to figure out what their issues were in the playoffs as much as they would otherwise want to, as now Chovy will be able to find a trouble bubble, and the Ignite will be able to lock down the kill. And grabs that one alongside the inner turret that also just fell down. Now Chovy in trouble as he has to flash to get out of the way of the Shy, but another bubble is going to land. The burst damage is now in. Deft is going to lock down the last Mystic shot. These guys are playing like a well-oiled machine on the side of DRX, and maybe, just maybe, the CB Max effect has come in. And this is like, look, this is what Griffin did show us, right? When they were in their heyday, when it was the Griffin that you wanted to watch, that you were getting excited about. It was like a hive mind. It was like the communication was effortless. And DRX looking a little bit more like that here on the Rift today. Still a lot more games to go. Puff loses half of his health bar to Deft's Ezreal. And Deft being relatively quiet is going to have to flash out of the way. No, not flash. Arcane Shift comes in. Good night, rookie. And now Deft thinks it is his time to shine. Double kill for Pyoshik. The spinning monkey is going to wreak havoc in the backline, and DRX will win the game right here.
I like that, spinning monkey.
I mean, that's what he was.
Yeah. The truth.
Yep, that's sometimes all it needs. As Chovy dives on in, Pop goes the Shy again.
Oh, the BM as well.
Yep, teleports all over the Rift. DragonX win their first game at MSC, and LCK currently 2-0 in the first 2 games. The first deviation that we've had from the results of yesterday. But they're still going to have to do it in 2 matchups to come. One against their brethren and one against the team from the LPL that they haven't faced yet. Not out of the woods just yet, of course. 1 win is not going to be enough, but certainly looking good so far.
Yeah, I mean, some people maybe can say those Team Cup was pretty hard to play, but
yeah,
just those champions are just DRX champions, you know? When it was LCK regular season, most of the teams are just don't want to play against Chovy's Zoe, right? And
yeah, that was
especially
permaban.
Yeah, and Deft Israel as well, like, and don't want to give Pyoshik just stable jungler as well, you know. But also on the top of that, Doran's Wukong is
it was so good.
Yeah, I mean,
and that was their last pick answer to the Lucian. And look, he probably understands how that matchup is supposed to go. But that was probably the best I've seen Doran play his whole career. This is going to do so much for his confidence. Everyone knows how emotional he is. And I'd be really scared for players that go up against him for the rest of the day, because he might be able to just use that momentum to coast on through and give LS and I perfect predictions.
Yeah, I mean, if I was watching this game without any like name tags, you know, and I might think that, oh yeah, Wukong was the Shy, right?
Yeah.
And
just
Lucian,
switch the nameplates over.
Yeah, and Lucian is Doran, right? That we know as before in LCK, but he improved so much, and he even got solo killed, and he just impacted all the time in the on the map. So it was just simple. I would say it's just Doran who actually controlled the game, you know. And even though like all the DRX members were playing good, but it's just like he was just shining.
Yeah, he was, and I think that we expect it out of Carrier and Deft, we expect it out of Chovy, but we don't expect it out of Doran, which is why it's even better. And I don't mean that as like throwing shade or anything like that. You can only have so many carries on a team. But DRX had everyone carrying that game.
Exactly.
And all of their lanes were doing extraordinarily well. So hats off definitely to Doran. And I have to congratulate LS as well. He was one of the people that always believed in Doran and his skills. I don't know whether a lot of us really had him that high up on our tier list of top laners. This was definitely a great performance from him. But IG still 2 more matches to play. And we're going to check out some of the highlights here. Of course, spawning onto the Rift, certainly a highlight for me because it's been a long time since we've commentated much League of Legends. So this was a low light for DRX. One of those classic moments, maybe a sign of the fact that DRX haven't really fixed all of their issues. But the fact that they can bounce back after that means that the choke thing that you were talking about, not one of those situations. And Puff certainly,
suddenly,
that was a low light. That was not a highlight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like dashing in on the turret when Isra is coming. And also the Shy is just dashing in when he's playing his struggle.
Yep.
And Uko.
And Doran in position to capitalize. Certainly looked like an IG that knew that the game was slowly falling out of their hands. And if you're playing Lucian, like, I know there's a lot of people saying like LoL 0-5, 0-6, whatever his scoreline was at the end there.
Yeah.
But you have to play aggressive. That's the job of your champion, right?
Exactly.
And if you go 0-3, like, you're just going to do even less if you're not trying to split push, trying to go aggressive. But it just becomes more and more difficult.
Yeah.
It did really feel like a compositional issue for IG in a lot of that situation. Is that bubble just picking up the Shy. I think he carried it with him with the flash. So not exactly what I was referring to, but yeah, it was a homesick moment. What if you're exactly right. Yeah. Is that what you did? You just caught CC in your first game when you came back? I'm trying to remember back to the promotion tournament.
I mean, anyways. Yeah, I mean, I just want to spotlight more this match, by the way. Because they did really great job on the laning phase.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. Okay, let's bring it back to DRX.
Yeah, I mean, he played melee champion against Lucian, and he didn't even lose a single plate on the top side. And also, on the mid lane, he was playing against Syndra and Zoe, but he didn't even, like, lost in the CS or mid prior as well. So, just everything was way better. It felt like it was just Gen.G second time as well. Just LCK teams are just... Today, LCK teams are just... feels way better than LPL teams right now.
They feel a lot cleaner, especially in these first 2 matches, but anything can happen as we move further forward. And JDG especially, I mean, they are the LPL champions. They should be the favorites on this day. So I'm looking to see so much more from them as we move into our middle matches. But after games 1 and 2, LPL really going to have to start waking up here, because otherwise it's not going to be the LPL finals rematch. You know, just going up through, you know, the semi-finals onwards of the LPL. And instead, we might have some LCK teams in there after all, because Gen.G and DRX look very different from T1 and Dam1 of yesterday.
Oh, yeah. They are confident, but not like, oh, yeah, we are just better, so just
well, I mean,
play whatever we want, you know?
They're also not, like, doing all of the sort of cocky plays at the end and things like that. I think that, and I don't think that's a slight against Dam1 and T1. It's because it's day 2 and no LCK teams got in yesterday. So guys, wake up and start winning. Like, it's. I mean, these LPL teams are scary, and I mean, you need to take this tournament seriously. And I mean, everyone else in the world knows LPL's the best region in the world, right? But like yesterday, it certainly did look like there was some lack of respect. So, see whether we're going to have more as we move further into this particular day.
I didn't feel like LPL players... Oh, that's Kerry on the screen, by the way.
I know. It's not Doran. But, I mean, Kerry is super good. Look, I probably wouldn't have given it to Kerry personally.
I think...
He was like flanking center, and he was weaving skill shots in a way that didn't make a lot of sense.
But I think maybe from this moment as well, he was hitting all the time on the Lee scene, and the one time that when DRX got the huge lead, they cut out Lee scene.
Yeah,
it was starting from Korea as well. So I mean,
he was incredibly clean.
Yeah, he was incredibly. Yeah, at this moment that I was talking about.
Oh yeah. And you saw Southwind. He's like, no, Ning, I need to go.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, he was actually engaging as center. all the time.
He was flanking as center, which he almost died on it, so that certainly didn't work out. But this was just coordination by DragonX that was just beautiful to see. And in very, very quickly, in fact, right now, we are going to go to an interview to hear more about the synergy and the DragonX win.
네, IG 대 DRX전에서 승리한 DRX의 캐리어 선수 모셨습니다. 우선 승리 정말 축하드려요. IG를 잡아내면서 첫 경기 기분 좋게 시작하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요? Congratulations on the win. How do you feel to start off this tournament with a win against IG?
일단 어제 경기들 보면서 중국 팀들이 강하다는 걸 더 느꼈고 많이 긴장하면서 왔는데 첫 승리를 하게 돼서 기분 좋습니다.
Yeah, watching this tournament yesterday, we once again realized that LPL teams are really strong, so we tried to focus a lot, and I was kind of nervous watching their performance, so we prepared really hard for this tournament. 그러면 이제 긴장을 좀 하셨다고 했는데 실제로도 국제전 데뷔를 치른 도란, 표식, 캐리아 이제 신인 3인방이 있습니다. 누가 가장 긴장했나요? As he mentioned that he was really nervous, there are 3 players, Doran, Pyusik, and Keria, that are the rookie players and having their debut games internationally. So who got nervous the most?
일단 데프트 선수와 초비 선수 빼고는 셋 다 긴장 많이 했던 것 같고 저는 안 떨리는 척했지만 많이 떨고 있었습니다.
Well, of course, outside of Daft and Chovy, we all 3 were super nervous. But for me, I was pretending that I was not nervous at all. 그리고 오늘 도란 선수의 50 경기력도 정말 화제가 되었습니다. 정말 폭발적이었는데 사실 LCK 팀들은 50을 잘 안 꺼내왔는데 DRX는 50을 픽하게 된 계기가 뭔지 또 궁금합니다. And so far, LCK teams were not preferring Wukongs in this tournament, but DRX was the first one to lock it in. So what was the plan in this champion from DRX?
LCK 어느 팀이든 다 각이 나오면 쓸 수 있다고 생각하는 픽이라 이번에 조합상 좋은 픽이라 생각해서 도란 선수가 골라서 한 것 같습니다.
I believe every LCK team can play this champion in whenever they find the perfect angle for this champion. So today we had the perfect comp for Doran to play Wukong on top side. 그리고 또 오늘 세나 서폿을 하셨는데 함께 간 데프트 선수가 또 LPL 킬러로 잘 알려져 있잖아요. 믿음직스러운지도 궁금하네요. And also Daft, well, because he used to play in LPL and he was so strong against LPL teams, he's really known for the mental block of LPL. So were you really feeling super reliable about him?
데프트 선수는 한국 팀끼리 경기할 때도 엄청 믿는 선수인데 이번에 아무래도 국제전 경험이 많다 보니 저를 포함해서 나머지 선수들한테 많이 좋은 말 많이 해주고 플레이도 엄청 잘해 주셨던 것 같아요.
Well, even in domestic league, I always trust him a lot, and since he has so much experience in the international leagues, I trust him a lot, and also, including me, all the 4 players were trusting him a lot. 그러면 이제 C맥 감독님이 또 솔로 랭크 숙제를 내주셨다고 하는데 그 폐관 수련이 도움이 됐는지도 궁금합니다. And I heard that CVMAX actually gave you guys a homework of playing a certain amount of solo queue games. So did that really help you guys a lot?
일단 플레이오프가 끝나고 도란 선수한테만 따로 숙제를 내줬는데 아무래도 도란 선수가 열심히 하다 보니 나머지 선수들도 다 동기부여가 돼서 다 같이 열심히 해서 좋게 흘러간 것 같습니다.
Actually, that was only for Doran, but watching him grinding so hard, we also got motivated a lot. So we practiced solo queue and played solo queue a lot, and I believe it really helped us out a lot. 그러면 이제 젠지와 더불어서 DRX 역시 LCK 팬분들에게 정말 많은 기대를 받고 있는데요. 이번 승리를 통해서 또 한 번 기대감이 올라갔습니다. 마지막으로 이제 남은 경기에 대한 각오 부탁드립니다. Well, Gen.G and also DRX are having so much attention and expectation from the LCK fans. So how are you gonna prepare for the upcoming series today?
일단 다음 경기로 인해서 LCK 팀 한 팀 올라가는 건 아마 확정일 텐데 저희든 젠지든 많이 응원해 주시길 바랍니다.
Either one of the LCK team will definitely secure a slot in the upcoming next round of the tournament. So whether it's gonna be Gen.G or DRX, I hope the LCK teams fans can support us. Thank you. 여기까지가 DRX의 캐리아 선수였습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Jason, for your translation as per usual, and congratulations there to Keria. And yeah, we do have confirmed there will be at least one LCK team in the final.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, moving on to the next day. The final is going to be the day after that, so of course we need to win the semis first. But at least one of our teams is going to be represented there, as DRX and Gen.G have both got their first win. They'll face off against each other, guaranteed 2. And then it's all head-to-head that sorts out the rest of the rankings. So
yeah, I mean, I'm actually glad because after yesterday, I was actually caring about the MSC being second season for the Demacia Cup.
I don't really want to just replay the LPL finals, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's not very fair. You don't just replay playoffs and call it an international event. No.
No, not this time, you know?
But we'll see which LCK team's going to be able to guarantee their spot. That'll be decided in our next game. One of DRX or Gen.G will definitely be confirming that spot in the semis. Of course, both can go through, but we'll have to see more, especially out of JDG. Of course, the LPL champions will be very weird not having them there, but maybe just as weird as yesterday as T1 are not going to be there either. As guys, after the break, we'll have that LCK versus LCK playoff. See you then.
카드가 나로 폼이 꽂힌다.
다른 말로 LOR LOR라 슝 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥
모바일. Prove yourself and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Cup, where it is time for the LCK face-off. So our bias is going to have to go out the window, we did.
Oh, yeah.
I apologize to you guys at home who are expecting a purely LCK-focused thing as far as who the winner is going to be. And yes, that is still going to be the case.
Yeah,
However,
I mean,
they're both LCK teams, so I guess we always win. Why are we even playing this game?
I mean, that spirit should be in our mind all the time. Because, I mean, I'm from Europe, right? So I've seen a lot of like regional fights and rivalry matches. You know?
I mean, I guess what we're fighting for now is to work out, you know, who's first and who's third.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I think that Europe is locked down second, according to everyone's opinion after yesterday. So, and Vedius's tweet, of course. So I'm not sure. Does this mean that our world champions of 2018 and 2019 now become the third best region? If LCK is going to win here today? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure either. So DragonX versus Gen.G. All memes aside, this is actually going to be a really interesting match because this will tell us a lot about the power levels of all the teams in this group.
Yeah.
Because we've seen how IG has fared against DragonX and we've seen how JDG has fared against Gen.G. And it's been not so good for our Chinese teams on both sides. And now, like, for example, if DragonX take down Gen.G here, then I don't know whether LPL is going to win another match against an LCK team.
And the thing is, they know each other so well. They always scrimmed against them all the time during regular splits. And they were also on the top of the table all the time. So
yeah,
it's like you fight against friend, but like really close friend, you know?
Well, exactly, yeah, too close for comfort.
Yeah.
You know, it's if you were further away on the standings, then maybe it's easier to have a more regular relationship. But Rascal, Clid, BDD, Ruler, and Life will remain
not changed.
Gen.G roster, of course, no changes. They don't really have too many substitutes to even put out there. Kellen has certainly taken a back seat to Life.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see what these drafts are going to show for us, because I think it's really interesting that the last game, Clid literally played Pyoshik's namesake. Like, Pyoshik is named after Kindred, and Clid just had probably one of our best LCK Kindred performances in the last match.
And that's true. Like, even though DRX won the last game cleanly, still Pyoshik's frontal was kind of shaky.
Yes.
Like, he got cut out like 3 times in a row, and that moment in DRX, that was kind of scary, obviously.
It was.
So I think Gen.G knows that really well, that the DRX's weak point right now is Pyoshik.
And also they won't be drafting like IG did, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you have to remember, it was Deft Ezreal, it was Chovy Zoe, who has solo carried so many games. Like, you know, you saw all over the internet after that game,
Yeah.
like, why the heck is Chovy allowed to play Zoe? You should never be allowed to play Zoe. And I think that's similarly the case for BDD. But
yeah, I mean, look at this win rate. Chovy has 6 and 1 on Zoe, and BDD has 10 and 2.
Yeah.
So both players are just smuffing on that champion.
It's in fact the same win rate
for
both of them.
Yeah, maybe we can just see banning it from
Oh, sorry,
the blue
10 and
side.
2. I thought you said 12 and 2.
Oh, yeah, 10-2.
No, but still just absolutely insane. Sample size much higher there for BDD, who was, of course, our MVP. So certainly going to be a difficult one for Chovy here. But let's see how this draft goes as we get into Champion Select for match 3 of the day. Ooh, what is your realization?
I'm actually wondering, are they going to play like LPL aggressive, as they said?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
When they are playing against LCK team? Are they going to do that?
I mean, this is
What
the
is your
perfect team.
prediction?
This is the perfect team to do it against because it's DRX. They love the you know, the fast and loose style. So if Gen.G can mirror that, it's terrifying.
Are they going to actually do that? Or is it going to be 0 kills in 20 minutes?
We'll just go full LCK.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that did kind of happen yesterday. What was it, a 50-minute game? Damwon against T1?
Oh, yeah?
It took a long time.
It's like, man, we are all Koreans, so let's just sit back and enjoy our times.
Yeah, exactly.
In this LoL pod.
Let's just spend time
Just be
together.
gorgeous.
Yeah, exactly.
We are Koreans. We are all Koreans. But I don't want that thing happen today, because we are going to...
No, this is the new look Gen.G.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So they're gonna save it. There's gonna do you know what's gonna extend it? There's gonna be the classic we did pause. That's what's gonna extend it. It's gonna be a 25-minute game. We'll be on the desk for 50 minutes while we work out whatever issue is going to arise. As the
So-
Yuumi banned away here last
Oh, yeah.
by DRX and Gen.G. Kalista still available and probably likely to be looked at as far as another ban. Of course, Deft very comfortable on that particular pickup. The jungle hasn't been looked at. Trundle is banned.
I told you.
Graves is available. And if that's not first picked, I'll eat my hat. It's an easy thing to say because I don't have a hat, but I have a feeling that Graves should be picked up here.
But let's say you are CV Max and you saw Pyoshik playing shaky on the Trundle. And
Ooh, do you first pick for him?
do you first pick for him? Do you first pick Graves for him?
Yes.
That's
100% I do.
right answer, I guess.
Hey, there
you
we
do
go.
it. Just do it. Doesn't matter, Pyoshik. You can do it and give him massage. You know.
Yep. Shia LaBeouf style, absolutely perfect. As that Kalista that we were talking about is going to come in, and of course Ruler, certainly the first one to hop back on the Kalista hype train. Deft has been a legacy Kalista god for a very long time.
Oh, and also life set support is one of the things.
Real good, and also works quite well paired with the Kalista.
Yeah.
So they could still pick it if they'd like to.
Obviously.
It's going to be locked in. Still a flex pick. Rascal could be playing it topside as well. So Gen.G, flexible draft. That set could be going top. That set could be going support. Likely that this is the bottom lane that we're seeing right now, but still a lot of different options. Is now DRX thinking about what they want to collect for themselves. No Zoe, no Azir, LeBlanc available, Syndra
Aphelios,
available.
maybe?
At least it's not going to be a Aphelios Yuumi. Not much of a fan of that one as Pyoshik goes dark for a little while and Senna locked in again. Carrier just got an MVP on it, so you may as well pick it up again. But this could be Deft this time around. Who knows?
It can be just grass Senna, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah. And it won 2 games. Tom Kench would be the classic. As
Kench?
DRX, they're going the full Gen.G style. As Tom Kench is locked away.
Okay.
And we will have Carrier as the immovable catfish on the bottom side of the map.
I'm not sure if I like this, and I asked to Korean casters, do you like Senna? And most of the people are just talking about, nah, Senna, no damage at all.
But then we had a look at the win rate from yesterday, and she was 100%. And I was one of the people saying Senna's terrible, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong. As Clid is going to pick up his very famous Lee Sin.
But LCK Lee Sin?
It is still Lee Sin. Yeah, it's scary, man.
Yeah.
Is that a good matchup into the Graves? Don't know whether that's
true. And also
true
you're
either.
playing against Senna and Tom Kench in the late game.
Yeah. Oh god, playing against Tom
really
Kench's
aggressive.
Lee Sin is the worst.
I mean, it's really aggressive, you know, like maybe you can expect this from like LPL teams. Maybe we can say, wow, they paid Lee Sin. Wow, that's kind of LPL style. Oh yeah, let's go. But this time around, Gen.G is picking Lee Sin into Senna and Tom Kench Graves, and obviously they know that this is kind of a coin flip picking. But I definitely like it. They're trying to change their play style and ban pick style as well after Adga is gone, as you mentioned it. So I like it.
I mean, Clid is probably one of the world's best Lee Sins, right? Especially 2019.
Oh yeah.
He was just
2019.
amazing.
Yeah, one year ago.
Yeah, I mean, TN was also, he was certainly up there. I don't know whether you'd give first or second to either, you know?
Yeah.
Probably TN. He does have a skin for the champion. As Aurelia to be banned away and LeBlanc also taken off the board. So the trinity of mid laners, especially here in the LPL, is taken off. And the Echo going to follow suit. Syndra could just be banned here. DDD probably pretty comfortable blind picking that one, so likely a decent ban option.
And also, I'm wondering what are they gonna pick on the top side, DRX side? Because obviously, Senna and TK is kind of supportive, even though like they have good late game or whatever, so on. But anyways, they need something to carry on the mid lane or top lane, and they're gonna blind pick it.
Oh no, no! This. Don't go the barrel route.
This is fake.
It has to be a fake, right?
I don't think they're gonna pick Karma. This is fake. They're just miming, you know. Haha, Karma, RCK, T1, and Diamond Gaming. You picked Karma. Haha, boring teams.
Yeah, okay, got it. And Syndra is going to be the pick. So, well, I'm getting better at this.
Yeah. Syndra and Lee Sin, mid jungle.
Yeah, let's get a new play-by-play for the LCK. I'm ready to move back to analysis like I was in 2014 for one season. It was terrible, guys. It was not good. This would be interesting.
Really interesting.
Not sure whether it'd be going to Doran or to Chovy, as Doran is going to lock in the Cannon So don't even need to consider the Akali at this point in time.
Just find blind pick on the top lane.
Yeah. Just a comfy one. Chovy, fair few options. Oh, the Fizz was like an old school counter because of course you just hop up on your troll pole and you get able to deny the ultimate, but it is going to be the Rumble instead.
Oh.
And we've just gone full mid game. DRX has turned it all around and said, all right, no, we'll just we'll fight around Heralds and Dragons and make sure that we have a giant advantage by 20 minutes. And they could certainly do that with a composition like this, but they are deciding that this game is going to be over very early.
And it seems like Silas top as well, and some caster and analysts are really hating on the Silas top because it's kind of fake pressure and fake pick on the top lane. If you play good, it's obviously good pick, but most of the time it was not that impactful. You know, you don't get early like lane prior as well, and sometimes you just go in and you don't have any engage tool or like tank champion for your team composition. And this time around, it seems like Gen.G just decided to just go full ham on their mechanics, you know? It's all about their mechanics, it
has to be, yeah. And it's all about finesse, right? Like, they just have to outplay their opponents.
Yeah.
And look, DRX are a team, stylistically, that make mistakes.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
in order to have their aggressive playstyle, they need to take these risky plays. And Clid will be able to utilize Lee Sin to try and counteract that. But just taking it pound for pound from both of these compositions, I'm looking at this mid-game sculpted comp out of DRX and wondering what it is that Gen.G are going to be able to do.
I mean, so maybe that's why they picked up Senna and TK, so they can just slow down themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what they're going to need to do. You're exactly right.
Yeah, you know, like if you go full ham on that, maybe sometimes you cannot stop yourself as well, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe this is really good tool by CV Max, but we'll see what's going to happen in the game.
Mitigating their own playstyle on DRX's side. Whereas on Gen.G's side, trying to answer some lanes. Ruler does have the Callista. There are certainly ways that this is going to work. And Lee Sin Syndra is a great mid-jungle duo. And we know that Clid and BDD, brothers of mid and jungle. Let's see how it goes as we get into match 3. And welcome to the Rift, where Gen.G are stacked up as almost 5, moving towards this bottom lane. And Carrier, he's busy cooking. He's not looking to try and stand in any weird brushes or anything like that. DRX not going to fall into the trap.
Rascal even procced his crafting potion for extra movement speed as well, you know?
Love it.
Just small details.
Hey, and the extra damage.
Yeah, it's
you know?
small details, you know?
Yeah.
Just before you go into the brush, maybe like 0.2 seconds earlier, but it can change a lot of things, you know?
And you also get it right back again when you get back to the fountain, because of course you're TPing back, so no worries.
I mean, I think that kind of small details and points are just huge difference. It makes a huge difference between normal players and pro players, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I entirely agree. Good to see him maximizing. What? Nothing going to eventuate from it.
But nothing happened.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of our motto, isn't it? But nothing happened. Chovy's going to land his first Harpoon, and BDD is going to land his first Sphere. So much action in this early game.
Yeah, Halo Blades on Kalista and Zola, and normally when you think about LCK, you just pick lethal tempo and just go for late game, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But
what are you thinking, Ruler?
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. We pick like so. There's so many Scorch pickups. Like you can see, BDD has Scorch. In fact, anyone that has the availability of picking into the sorcery tree. Oh no, apart from Life, who has gone sorcery, but for Nimbus Cloak and for the Celerity, which you can understand. Omni Stone coming in for the set, as we see quite often in the support set. Right now, you can see Gen.G will grab themselves level 2 very early. But to be honest, guys, we probably shouldn't be looking towards the bottom lane. Not a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
there's Ruler going to start off a trade, but you can see exactly what happens when that goes down. Haymaker going to be avoided, but Life trying to mitigate damage that had already come through. So a good trade there for DRX.
I mean, this bowling is kind of tickling each other, you know?
Yeah, and the problem is that Ruler and Life, they go in for the tickles, but then, you know, Deft and Carrier do it, and then they heal back up again.
Yeah.
So it's like the tickles do nothing.
And I think if they go late game, maybe both sides are fine, but I would say Deft side is a little bit easier. And as I mentioned, Deft built Grasp. So it's really, really tanky Senna, by the way.
Yeah.
That kind of build, you can actually stack up some HP.
Yeah, and I think
easily.
Is this going to be another sort of like Arm Guard start? Sorry, Durham's Fist start, which we saw last time we saw Senna, I think, for even more health in the laning phase?
That's actually sounds like really disgusting to play.
Well, I mean, it's what happened yesterday.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
it won, so
maybe.
Obviously it's the best. Not sure.
And yeah, Cleats Lee Sin.
It's behind a camp, but still, it's going to spot that there are Krugs available. Likely, this Ghost is heading down there. Face Breaker onto Carrier, but Life is going to be taking the brunt of that trade. You can see DRX happy just to stay here. Devour onto Life down extraordinarily low. Deft is ignited, and Ruler is still bouncing around this one. But you see DRX are very capable of doing this because they just heal back up again with the Piercing Darkness.
Yeah, and also Gen.G side has Summoner's kind of advantage, you know, because Tom Kench has TP.
Oh yeah, true.
So
in these skirmishes, they should be winning.
They should be winning, right? And they should able to get only kind of leads on the bottom side because they picked up Kalista and Set on the bot lane with the Halo Blades and Omnis. But DRX is already pushing back and punishing them and pushing as Senna.
This is real scary. See whether Carrier is going to go for any sort of sneaky cheater recall or anything like that. Looks like him and Def will be doing so. Teleport, of course, is still available. Carrier with Guardian, so it's not like the Unsealed Spellbook to allow for any exhausts to come in late game. So Ruler will be able to get a lot of damage if they're able to get to a decent position. As now Doran trying to offer damage back against Rascal here. And will instead just go home.
And you said that DRX kind of all in for their mid game, but I think they're not that in a hurry when you compare to Gen.G, you know, because
I mean, I guess that's true given the Gen.G composition. Right?
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G just decides to just go full ham on early mid game, you know.
This is what you wanted, we did. This is what you asked for.
Oh yeah.
I mean, in the draft, you were talking about LPL versus LPL style. You know, we need to evolve as the LCK. We need to start standing up to these teams that keep taking away championships from us and things like that.
I mean,
and this is what happens. I hope you're happy.
But there is still no kills.
Okay, come on. Maybe that comes second. As Teleport's coming in all over the place here for Gen.G. As Doran is well and truly dead. That is going to be BDD locking down the Teleport kill for first blood. And Gen.G on the board once again. Piercing Darkness onto Ruler, taking a bit of damage there from Deft. But not going to be able to find any kills. Gen.G on the board, DRX with nothing to offer back.
BDD is actually so proactive. You could also see it from game 1 as well. He had like so much mid prior as well, but this time around I don't think he has a lot of mid prior, but still he managed to roam to top side, even though it was with TP, but still he's like participating on every single kill all the time, which is so great ability from your mid lane. You expect from your mid lane, and this is why mid lane is so impactful. You can affect all the lanes, jungle, top, and bot lane, and this time around it was top lane.
Bit of a ring around the rosy there, as you can see, from Pyoshik and Klid. Pyoshik knows that now Klid's going to make his way in, and now Klid gets the bad news as Deft and Carrier move on up. Sherby's going to move over as well. Equalizer is available, and this blue buff should definitely be going over to DRX. There's some stolen ultimates. The real one comes out from Doran there also, as now Rascal trying to chase him underneath the turret. Now the damage back is good, as Doran gets the revolver proc also, so we'll even out that trade for now. Doesn't have any more sustain available. Now Ocean Drake might just be taken here by DRX, as Gen.G seem to have taken their finger off the trigger, and DRX are taking everything.
They're just scheming up everything. Yeah, I mean, they got the kill topside, but nothing happened after that. And DRX is getting camps, and objective as well. So I think this is already really great news for DRX.
And Chovy on the Predator Rumble. See whether he can actually utilize it. Here he goes,
He's getting
looking for
pushed
Clid
out,
right
man.
now. Not flashing in. Did have the equalizer, remember, so scary, but Clid with flash, with safeguard. Not going to worry, and instead the equalizer is going to be put down as red carpet for his minions as they head towards the outer turret.
I mean, he's gonna get this crap, but the time delayed, and also Pyoshik is so far ahead in level. Like, maybe you can say it's small, but those kind of small differences makes huge difference in the pro scene, right?
Yeah, so much impact.
Yeah, so I think this is the game that maybe
Oh,
Pyoshik
it's so
can
close
pop
to
off.
7. Clid only just hit 6, and
Yeah.
Pyoshik's about to hit 7, so it's a full level between our junglers.
I mean, this game is for sure that Pyoshik can top off really easily.
And I mean, the last time we saw Pyoshik on the Graves as well, it actually was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was a lot of the time like leads given by his solo lanes, but and laners, of course, bottom lane as well. But that's the DRX style. They just have really good laners. So Pyoshik should be able to do that as BDD is going to steal away a blue buff. He's going to get impatient, but BDD does eventually grab it. So the blue steal from the other side of the map is going to be answered, and the gold is entirely even.
Pyoshik is just literally farming 24/7. He's even ahead in CS on his top laner.
Holy crap, he is. And very far ahead of the opposing top laner.
He already got Warrior, by the way.
Well, this is real scary, as Rule is going to get taken down low. Devour comes out as carrier. Oh, that's a brilliant ulti from Life is Deft. Has to flash to get out of the way. He's waiting for that Q, but he's not going to get it as the stun comes in onto Life, but he's outside of turret range, and Gen.G get another kill.
That's what you expect from Life when he takes sets, you know? He's one of the kind.
Dude, sometimes Life comes at you fast, and that was certainly right now. As Pyoshik comes down, he's going to pretend to be an 80 carry. Gen.G's bottom lane looking real good.
Yeah, when I was in Griffin, it was only 14 days, by the way, but anyways,
we don't need to hear it. You just say when you were playing for Griffin professionally.
Yeah. I actually experienced the live set, and everyone was talking about how good he is on set.
He is really good. Really, really good.
Like, everyone was just a little scared and like shaking.
I thought this was Ruler getting caught, but Life is like, nah. Waits for it, showstopper at exactly the right point. And the Haymaker with the flash for the sweet spot to guarantee the damage. And yeah, just gorgeous.
So yeah, Gen.G is still fine. They're like, nah, we are fine. We don't care about objectives. We get kills. We are APL style.
Haha. Haha. Stunning. That's what you want. And now Clid, he's got Shelly to shove down. And they can grab themselves objectives that way. Minute and a half until Mount Drake is going to be spawning. We have Infernal or Cloud available as our souls. As Rascal's going to land the abscond there. Good stun comes out from Doran. And now Rascal with the Ignite on top of him, taking a lot of damage. Chain Lash not going to connect either. So good trade there for Doran in the end.
Yeah, but he's fine because Silas is boring champion, and
That's true.
Cannon cannot get only like health reduction item against Silas. Healing reduction, sorry.
Yeah, not going to build Morellonomicon until after he's completed his Proto Belt. You're exactly right. Now Clid moves into the mid lane.
Yes, Herald.
Pops down the Rift Herald, and nothing Chovy can really do about it. There's the equalizer, but it's in a bit of a weird position as Shelly does eventually fall down. I believe no turret plates actually going over to Gen.G, unless the money went very, very high. Yes, over under Clid. So BDD not going to be able to grab it. Ruler gets one towards the bottom side there. As far as total gold, BDD and Ruler in a great position. Pyoshik looking to try and change it. Yeah, Rascal does have flash available, but not going to have Slicing Maelstrom as trolled by the minions is Pyoshik. Just the worst feeling is Graves.
But he's level 9, by the way.
Oh
Same level as Laner.
Yeah, he's 2 levels ahead of where it isn't. That's terrifying. Deft is level 6, by the way.
Yeah.
That's not so.
And I think it's really the timing for Clid to show off his like powerful leasing skills on the mid lane.
Yeah, before he gets 100 CS behind.
Yep.
As here we
It's
go.
time.
It's exactly what you were asking for as Chovy Scrap shield, not sure it's going to be enough, but the shield from the Dawning Shadow, that's going to be enough to save Chovy here.
They have so many good Senna players in DRX in the same team. This time around, instead he saved his mid lane.
Just great stuff, and it reminds me of that that famous. I believe it was. I think it's like it was a Beatles quote that was actually disproven. It wasn't actually a Beatles quote, but it was fun. It was like Ringo is not. So someone asked John Lennon whether Ringo Starr was the best drummer in the world, and John said, "Oh, he's not the best drummer in the band." Well, who's the best center in the band on the side of DRX is going to be my reference.
Really, everyone. Yeah. This is the
I always
timing.
thought it was a Beatles quote, but I actually don't.
I mean, it was the timing for them.
Oh, so good.
But, oh man, I think it was literally 1 HP, no?
I don't think it was 1 HP.
I mean,
it was very low.
Because of the shield, you know?
Yeah. And also, I think it got down to 1, then Scrap Shield came in,
Yeah.
and then he healed from his pod.
That was so close.
And Chovy's actually rushing towards Morel and Omicron as well to try and make sure that Rascal's not going to heal too much, I guess. Ruler as well.
Koshik is literally laner, by the way. He's like farming 24/7. He's not stopped at all.
Yeah, his Serrated Dirk's almost turned into the Umbral Glaive, so he's going to be able to eradicate the map of Vision very, very easily. And look at this, it's literally just going camp to camp to camp to camp to camp.
He's like, ah man, Trundle was so boring.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Look
this
at how
is my
many minions
time.
I can kill with this champion. It's so good.
This is my time to shine.
This is how you stop Koshik from making those YOLO plays, right?
Yeah.
You just put him on a champion that just wants to farm all day. And now that there's no camps on the map, he's looking for a gank on the top side. See whether it works out this time as there's not too much vision, but Clit is in the area. And Rascal not going to take the bait.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure if this is possible ganking on the top side when especially Rascal has Merc strat already. If he face checks.
Yeah, if he face checks, it might just be the end of the line as the ulti comes down. Red buff, it's ticking, but it's not going to be enough. That's why you pop your potions, everyone. Safeguard comes in from Clid, but already Rascal had made it out. But now the flash is on cooldown, and Pyosik used nothing, Doran used nothing, and DRX will be able to take down Shirley at the 15.5-minute mark.
Yeah, this is already great. Pyosik is flexing on the enemy with those farms and items, you know?
Yeah, it's real clean.
How dare you?
Not allowed to play League of Legends if Pyosik is there farming everything.
I mean, that was kind of int moment by Rascal as well. He just face checked.
Yeah, face checking was not the right call, especially with zero vision. Exactly. And they probably did have a bit of information on where the DRX camps were at that point in time as well. So, not great. But Shirley going to pop down topside to try and take down a whole chunk of this turret's health as the Unleashed Power comes in. That's going to be ulti back there, and a lot of damage comes through. Life locking down his target, and Chovy, nothing he could do about it.
Yeah, Gen.G's ball lane is just working really, really hard for their team, you know? Kalista and Senna, maybe they didn't get that kind of like huge advantage in the lane, but they got solo kill, and this time around they got Chovy this time.
Yeah, and I mean, Ruler's slowly but surely getting himself a large lead as well. It's only going to get worse as this game continues. Pops on over, BDD. Unleashed Powers, one hell of an ability. Gameplay to death was Chovy in the end. But great stuff out of Gen.G as far as their aggression is concerned. They just need to work on their map play, as DRX is still within 600 gold, despite the fact that they're 0-3.
Yeah, I think it's really half a moment. So next Drake is gonna be the spot who is gonna take the lead in the map control.
And it's a fight that DRX want to take as well, right? You've got Morel and Omicron built for team fight. You've got Doran there with his Slicing Maelstrom available. And yeah, of course, it's a Cloud Drake. You don't really want it, but could certainly be the next point of contention. Gen.G with a bit more gold to spend in the interim.
You don't really want it, but I think for Gen.G side is pretty great. Extra movement speed and ultimate CDR is still really great for them.
I think for DRX as well, I mean, Pioshik wants to be chasing people down.
Oh,
Doran
yeah.
loves movement speed. Chovy loves movement speed. I think that both teams, maybe underrated on the Cloud Drake side, but probably would have wanted one of the other ones a little bit more. We shall see. Close to a 2,000 gold lead here for Gen.G.
Slowly.
This could be the time for the DRX team fight that they were looking for. It's just been ganks and pickoffs so far. Def does find the snare under Clid. Not a lot of mana here for Def. Rascal finds Chovy.
Even though they are losing 3 kills, Pioshik got 2 items right there. So I don't think they're gonna just give up this race freely.
Well, I mean, Rumble's out of position. They might still look for it, but Clid locks down the Drake. Equalizer comes through, but this is on the Gen.G side. As in goes Doran. Massive damage onto Life, and Rule of Life with the Haymaker keeps himself alive for a long time. Not enough, though, as Clid and the set both go down. Def flashing in aggressively. What the heck was that? This could be the ace from DRX, and this is what their teamfight wanted. BDD limps away, but now DRX lead the kills 4-3.
Doran. He is completely...
What did we talk about after last game?
Yeah.
You kill the Shy, you take his power, and you use it to demolish Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised that he didn't get MVP. I mean, POG, by the way.
Yeah,
like,
I know, right? It was
solo
weird.
killed the Shy and controlled the map all the time. Didn't lose any single plates on the top side. And this time around, yes, he got ganked, but it doesn't matter. All he needs to do is just flash in and carry the team fight alone. Alone, by the way, alone.
It was so sick. I mean, Def was there to try and keep him healed up, and I think that was important. But this flash snare from Def, that was the that's the alpha play. And I mean, he's playing center. Maybe he is like channeling that alpha support mode that Carrier did have in their previous match.
And yeah, look at his item. It's just disgusting, man.
Oh god, Doran is just... Yeah, he's doing a lot of work. Chovy's gonna flash. And Chovy's just gonna continue not really enjoying himself. Flash now for the next little while.
I just want to see Def's HP. Oh yeah, it's almost 2k by the way.
Oh god.
With TK, I don't think he's gonna die ever in this game.
I really like going for the Frozen Mallet when you don't have the Glacial Augment anymore. It's like you have that as well. You just mega tanky. And Durham's is such a good item to start off with as well, especially when you're very squishy on the center with your base statistics.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure, but maybe old LCK, old school viewers maybe reminds this kind of AD carry style. Maybe, like back in the day, do you remember? CJ and
my god,
like
yes. Yeah.
He was one of the known as tanking AD carry for his team, you know?
Yeah, always building way too many tank items, actually. It always frustrated me. I was like, why do pro players do this? It's so weird.
In Azubu.
Yep. That's well back in the days. This is right now, and it's a very, very dead Syndra. Chovy getting some catharsis here against his opposite number, but it's Pioshik that takes the kill. 2-0 and 3 here for the jungler. And Doran might actually, he might have to sit out of yet another player of the game if Pioshik keeps getting all of these kills and like increasing the stats.
I mean, he did really great job on farming his jungle.
He did.
I mean, he literally just farmed all the time and just letting your laners, guys, it's fine, just suck it all, you know? I'm just gonna farm.
Did you see the top lane gank just then? Ganking all game. Pioshik just incredible.
I just feel really bad for Doran.
Yeah, I know. Just like screwed out of so many different player of the game opportunities. Yeah. I think he absolutely deserved it in game number 1, though. That was a bit weird.
Yeah.
As we're just going to see BDD walk a
level
bit too far up.
Level 13, by the way. Same level as enemy laner.
Yeah.
This is disaster.
It is absolutely disaster. Same level as Ruler. BDD now does make it to level 14. But I think Pioshik as well. His Umbral Glaive's completed. He's looking for his Black Cleaver to help Def do more damage, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it sounds really easy, you know, when you talk about it. Just farming a grave like 24/7.
Yeah.
But it's like more on his team.
No, exactly.
You have to play without your jungle.
You need to let him do that.
Yeah. you need to play without jungler for like 15 minutes, and they actually did that.
Yeah. It's not easy. DRX playing very, very well thus far. 22 minutes. And we mentioned the composition. Sort of doesn't work the same way that I was predicting in the draft before Gen.G had finished their comp, because of course Gen.G very early game focused as well. But DRX going to be happy having this slight advantage moving into the 25 to 30 minute mark. And if they can keep going around these team fights the same way, certainly will be good news. But losing out on that Drake means that Gen.G do have a Cloud Soul point available to them in 7 seconds time. But Vision looks to be available here with DRX. They can continue the siege in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, they just make it really easy for DRX. Just pushing slowly, play with your vision, and we don't need to be hurried because our team competition is so much better than enemies. Yeah. Yeah, and Gen.G side is like, ah, man, we have Lee Sin and Kalista. We have to do something before they get to the late game, because definitely it will be really hard to get enemy champions in the late game. And it reaches to the 40 minutes, you know. Senna has like 3k HP with 5k HP with Stamp as well. Like,
well, now Klid's gonna go for the play. Doran,
please,
just uses his buttons and gets himself out of the way. Lightning Rush and Proto Belt pretty good, and the Abyssal Voyage gets Carrier and Deft here to the rescue. Again. And Doran didn't flash, by the way. That was a kick flash from Klid, and Doran just Lightning Rushed out of the way. He still had Stopwatch.
Yeah,
didn't have to use that.
Simply denied.
And that's a Flame Horizon, by the way. I think that was before 23 minutes. Pyosik had Flame Horizon cleared.
That is true. And he did kind of nothing.
Yeah.
With Lee Sin.
And it's so sad because it's Klid's Lee Sin, right? You want to be talking about the legendary status of this player-champion combo, right?
And also he's from LPL too.
Exactly. But Lee Sin's sort of a shadow of his former self in the current meta as Klid. There we go. That's why I picked it.
Nothing with Lee Sin, but yeah.
Oh, you get slightly more damage on your smite. It's absolutely the opposite of true, as he's behind levels by quite a lot.
Yeah, but
2 levels, in fact. Life is 5 levels below Pyosik.
Yeah, this is really like nightmare for Klid this time around, because he's always like 1 level or 2 levels behind on Pyosik, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, Pyosik has...
I mean, he's good.
He has more farm than Chovy and Doran. He has the most farm on his team.
He's enjoying this moment so good. So good, man. I mean, I'm wondering when he's gonna split push.
Yeah.
At this time around.
I mean, who are the solo laners, right? As Klid does find Doran again, but now we've got an equalizer down in the mid lane, and Gen.G are spread way too thin here on this map. Pyosik is a raid boss. Ruler gets smited, but end of the line is not going to find the mark.
He's just smiting him casually.
I mean, Pyosik is the 80 carry. He straight up is the 80 carry.
Yeah, I mean, he's just standing on mid lane and taking all the farms, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Deft doesn't really want it. He just wants to get all of the marks.
Yeah,
he doesn't
that's
really
true, but it just looks funny, you know?
It does. It does. Looks hilarious. Oh, man. Level 15, 3 levels is going to be the advantage now. As, of course, the experience has been shared around, right? You've now just got Pyosik, who's being funneled a whole lot of more resources. But it is very funny to look at. 279. He's ahead of the clock as a jungler.
And also, this is really great news for DRX, because I mentioned before, when you think about it, when you think about to play against the DRX, I said definitely their weak point is Pyosik, but in this game around, he got the snipe ban on his Trundle, and he's playing really good on first picking Graves. Like, this is what CV Max wanted from him. And
this is actually going to be great for his confidence as well, right? Because if you do well on a first pick, that's what allows you to feel validated, right?
Yeah, he's
like it was worth it to like get me this pick. And I mean, Graves is busted at the moment. He's really, really strong. But this is certainly a lot of Graves dominance.
Yeah, but it's still satisfying, you know?
Yeah.
It's similar with just posting on Instagram just after that you went to gym, you know? Just flexing on the picture.
It's like, it's the gym selfie
Gym
equivalent.
selfie,
All right.
exactly.
Gym selfie.
He's doing it. He's literally doing it in this game.
It's like, look guys, I did it. I'm standing. Something that you need to do responsibly these days, guys, because COVID-19 is a big deal. Only go to gym if they do have the proper safety precautions in place. I have my temperature checked whenever I go to the gym, just to make sure that everything's okay, and wear a face mask the whole time. And it's very hot because it's summer here, and face masks just heat you up like crazy. We might have a team fight brewing. Definitely going to obscure himself, looking for the Gen.G players. DragonX is just so happy right now. We'll see what they're going to do next as far as the next team fight, but they have so many tools when that does finally arrive.
I mean, still, you know, I don't think Gen.G is happy with just farming for the late game.
Pyoshik has more than an Infinity Edge's worth of money over Clear.
Stop it, he already died.
Yeah, okay.
He's dying.
That is a good one. That is the correct Simpsons quote right now.
He's already dying.
As there's the equalizer, Gen.G taking the red carpet out of here. As now it is going to be Soul Point. That is one ultimate that decided a dragon fight and which team was going to get it. That was pretty nice.
They're like so calm and collected. Maybe Doran in Spring Split round 1, maybe he just flashes in that moment and just give up everything, every advantage, but he just stopped and just being calm and collected, you know. That's.
I mean, he just watched, like, Chovy got the flash out of Ruler, but also just made sure that every Gen.G player were not allowed to go near the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need to go in, you know. They already got everything they want.
Yep.
It's like he's calculating machine. It's so insane.
And now we're watching Pyoshik and Ruler fight for the most CS in the game.
Maybe he's looking for the new Guinness record.
Oh, the Guinness World Record?
Yeah.
You know, that's a really tough record. Do you remember the 90-minute game?
Oh, G near Teddy?
Yeah, pretty sure Teddy's got that.
Over 1K, right?
It was 1.3K, something like that. And I mean, Bang has the second highest with 1.1K.
Insane game.
Yeah, that was. It's actually it's a frustrating game because all CS statistics are now out the window. It's like you can never get to that again because they literally fixed the game after that.
Maybe that's the game that if you want to introduce LCK.
No. We're not allowed to. Because,
we're not allowed?
You remember the end of the game?
Illegal?
You remember the end of the game?
Oh, yeah.
No. We don't
really
talk
illegal.
about that. We don't talk about that. Yeah.
Now we are in a happy time in this moment, you know?
I mean, that game was a happy time as well because...
Is it, though?
It was a famous Glad plane.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have Glad planes anymore.
It's fine. We have next year.
That's true.
We don't know what's going to happen.
Who knows?
Next
Yeah,
year,
like Gen.M might make a huge bid for franchising.
Yeah.
And get their team in. We don't know.
We don't know.
I have no idea which team's going to
Maybe they just come back with a just huge, tremendous plane, you know?
Yeah. And they like and they build a roster around all of the most calm and collected players that the LCK has ever seen. Oh, it'd just be exceptional.
It's like
Ambition comes out of retirement. He's like, oh, you're ready for like a farming style?
Yeah, they're just listing, you know, like, did this player farmed well?
Yeah, yep.
That's all they consider.
Well, DragonX are considering Ruler right now, because he's the one without a flash, and they've decided that he's going to die here as the equalizer is going to stop him from getting under the turret. Doran will take him down. And now life goes golden. The tower is going to be demolished as a second thought after the bottom lane is taken down. That was about the best flank that you could have gone for there, but Gen.G really didn't have too many options at this stage of the game. No vision control, no way out, as that is the hijacked equalizer. It's just not doing as much damage as what Chovy's was offering.
I mean, it's just, I feel like it's no chance at all, because they have no damage to kill their front lanes and back line. You have to kill Graves to kill their damage dealers, but they have Sana TK, which is such a safety tool.
Yeah, and there's 4 items on Pyoshik. He just does so much damn damage.
And 4 levels difference between junglers. So
yeah, good luck getting the Baron, Gen.G.
Good luck with the smite, by the way.
If Clid steals this, it is going to be the most incredible steal of
Best
all
Lee
time.
Sin in the world.
Yeah, as it is going to go down low, but it is secured. As you can see, it's a huge slice of Maelstrom from Rascal as Clid dives on in, locks down the Graves. It's a lot of damage there as Clid does get out successfully. It's not over yet as Deft is going to fall as well. And Clid's still alive. Chovy tries to get out. Carrier is taking a lot of damage, but will eventually fall. Triple kill for the Syndra. It's a disaster as Chovy, the last man with the Baron, and DRX overstepped.
Okay, so Gen.G is showing off, you know? Nah, what
Yeah, it's like,
there is a way.
Look how far behind we can go before we win the game. Hyperbolic Time Chamber League of Legends.
So BDD just randomly got triple kill right there, so he's fed.
Yeah, he already had a death count. Like, I mean, it was perfect item timing to go for that fight. Might just be able to complete a Void Stone. And that's going to be really good news for Gen.G.
Yeah, so this game is still going on. I thought the game would be end after DRX is getting Nashor buff. But after this, the game is going to just still keep going on.
I mean, this should have been like the beginning of the end, right?
True.
But DRX, if there's anyone that can, you know, overstep their bounds.
I think their positioning-wise, it was really greedy. Because you could just get out of the pit and just hit the Nashor and get back, you know?
But look at Rascal, like this slicing Maelstrom.
They're just going in, you know?
Incredible.
They're just going in because they think that they're fat and they can't die. I mean, that's kind of true, but Nashor is really strong.
Yeah.
It increases
armor
and
it's
MR.
Cloud Soul. Yeah, we're looking for an equalizer. Lands onto Ruler and BDD's Chovy. Does use his stopwatch to get out of all the damage from BDD's ultimate. He's not going to be getting any triple kills in this particular fight, but maybe Ruler will be able to offer more back.
Dragon Soul for DRX.
Yeah, they do have the Dragon Soul, and it looks like they're going to take that and get out. They still have Chovy's Baron as well.
But I'm not sure. Actually, like BDD is so fat right now, so probably he can, for sure, do a lot of damage. But I think, yeah, this one was pretty close as well. That was separate two fights on the top and bottom side.
Yeah, and a much better equalizer out of Chovy in this particular fight.
And double stopwatch and Sonya's too.
Yeah. Classic. I'm glad I actually said stopwatch correctly. I thought I mis-said it. But he did have two, so
yeah, he did have two.
Got it. I admit that was actually a mistake because, you know, looking at it, he does have a Zhonya's, so probably should have said Zhonya's.
Zhonya's and stopwatch.
It's hard. It's because they go gold, and you often can't see the items. So, the same thing as Ruler. Down that red carpet like we talk about, and he's not going to be able to get to the premiere this time. Gyoshik grabs it. Ulti comes through. Devour is going to save Gyoshik. And DragonX back in the driver's seat well and truly once again. Live coming on over. Rascal has a Dawning Shadow, but no one's going to get hit by that one. Not exactly the greatest of ultimates. Slicing Maelstrom, brilliant. Equalizer, brilliant.
I mean, that was kind of nah moment for me, because we saw that he has flash on.
Well, Deft comes up. He's going to find Clid here. He's
he's tanky enough to just 1v1 on enemy jungler, you know?
Oh, life. Oh, dear. Well, Haymaker going to keep him alive for a moment, but Carrier is so tanky. Facebreaker onto 3, though. Could this be the fight that they're looking for? Oh, God, that Dawning Shadow. Thank you very much, Deft. Able to decide this team fight in the end as Clid's going to go down in the end as GA along with him, and somehow DRX have kept themselves alive throughout it all. Collateral damage that was hijacked, not able to do enough damage, and the base is now broken. DRX in full control. I don't think that Gen.G are going to be able to weasel their way out of this one. They will make their way back for a reset, or maybe they won't because it's DRX and they like to go overly aggressive.
I mean, how they can have, how they could have two best center players in the same team.
That's because they have so much synergy together that they teach each other.
Oh, true.
You know, they probably have the two best Ezreal players as well, right? But because Carrier's been playing with Deft for so long.
I mean, this cutout is not.
And that was Carrier denying the unleashed power as well into Purshing.
Yeah,
so.
this is not what. This is not like what we expected from Ruler, you know.
No.
We're coming into this game.
But I mean, he got pretty denied based on just the tools that DRX have, they have the ability to just like say no, hello, you're not allowed to play the game.
That's Divar as well.
Yeah, avoids Doran's demise as well. And this Dawning Shadow was what really sealed it.
Ah, Ruler again, no!
Oh, snared up, taken down. This is not how Ruler normally plays.
Yeah, but it's like over and over again, like getting caught and just...
He saw the Shy's Callista, and then he saw the Shy's last game. And he
I mean, there's no excuse though. Like, the Shy has excuse.
It was a bad joke.
Like, he's like going in because he misses Korea, so he's like homesick.
And he's playing Lucian top, so you have to go in.
Like jumping into the 5 Koreans, you know, like...
Yeah.
But Ruler, I'm not sure, like, if he lost his focus. I mean, obviously it's really hard to play Kalista against that competition, but...
And also, like, what he is supposed to do right now, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is a game that was relatively decided. They had that Baron fight, you know, BDD showing that he's still a great player, but not a whole lot that you can do at this stage of the game, especially with the comp that Gen.G had opted in for.
Yeah, I mean, my worry is those kind of mistakes.
Oh, right, just... and Ruler was standing on top of it as well. That is really not what you
I mean,
want.
those kind of mistakes actually harms your team mood when it comes to, like...
mentality, right?
Yeah, the mentality as well. And you still have, like, 1 or 2 matches to play.
Yeah.
So, I think this is really, really bad for their team mood, but at the same time, they just need to just suck it up, you know?
Yeah,
It just happened already.
I mean, maybe this is good for IG, looking to try and make their way in.
Yeah.
They will, of course, be facing off against Gen.G in one of our last few matches. As there's another equalizer to come in.
Going into the Ruler again.
Finds the Abyssal Voyage.
He
His
can't
life,
do
that is
anything.
not the showstopper that he wants. As
just
Ruler is,
cannot.
yeah, the bottom lane not able to do anything. And now Rascal with a slicing Maelstrom. But it's just a for fun ability at this point. Goes golden. I mean, he looks good on the Sylas, but what is he actually doing? What is he actually achieving? And he's achieving 3 deaths on the side of Gen.G. DRX now pushing through the front door, looking for these Nexus turrets. And now with these pesky minions out of the way, Gerchik able to do so much damage to these turrets. It's Jovi just burning them down where they stand. Cleared, relegated to his fountain as Deft is just soaking it up where he can. Carrier, maybe too much, as there's the equalizer, but that is the dead Nexus. And DRX will move to 2-0 and secure their place in the semifinals.
You're right. You picked up DRX for first place.
I mean, come on, man. I've also been predicting all the drafts.
That is true.
Yeah, I've seen the future. That's how it, I mean, I really do struggle with the predictions most of the time. Like 2015 Worlds, for example, I was well and truly on the LGD hype train. Look at how that worked out. As an LPL commentator, that wasn't a slight towards the LPL. That was just a very sad moment in history because they were hyped up so much. But this time around, I had a little bit of help, you know?
Yeah. And also today, I felt a bit difference between you and other analysts because you were like 100% confident in our current teams, you know?
I was. I mean, sometimes you gotta fake it till you make it, right?
No, it's not fake anymore today.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, I've been rewarded
It's
for my
just
blatant
truth.
confidence, but I think if you were a betting man,
Yeah.
the money should have been on the LPL first seed because they are the most dominant region in the world right now. But DRX and Gen.G turning things around, and especially DRX, who were the darlings of Rift Rivals in 2019. We said it many, many times. Was sort of the greatest performance of that particular iteration of DRX, where, of course, I mean, Rascal was playing for DRX at that point in time, and now is on Gen.G trying to do the same thing. They were able to do it against the LPL, but not against DRX, and that is going to confirm their spot in that semifinal like we were talking about. So, this means that, you know, a chance now opens up for an LPL team to try and take down a wounded Gen.G. And we'll see whether they are going to be able to do that. Of course, that's going to be on IG to try and take them down. And I don't know, it could be a tall order for an IG that certainly did look a bit out of sorts in their last match.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Gen.G, I think they were just way too ham and going fully aggressive on the draft as well.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
They could definitely just choose and pick for the just late game a little bit, you know? Like when you pick for early game, you still pick up 1 or 2 champions for the mid-late game, you know? But they were
Have
like
some
just
hybrid champions that could at least do something. Yeah.
But
I
this time
understand.
around, like they just picked fully early game, but it was not possible when you see DRX team comp So I think they learned a lot from this game. I
think
hope
so. I hope so too. I hope so too. I think picking Lee Sin, even if it is Clid, didn't really like it too much. We have a look at some of the highlights here. Clid comes up, and they do manage to get first blood onto Dora.
Yeah.
But Graves is on the
plays.
map, killing all of the camps.
And also, we were seeing a lot of positive.
This was sick out of Gen.G as well. They were getting kills in the early games.
I mean, it felt like they got some kills, but not like real map rotation pressure.
Yeah, it feels like getting kills against T1, but you're still falling behind. You know that feeling?
And Doran.
This was so sick.
This was game turning point, by the way.
Yeah.
A game winning point. Game winning play by Doran, but I don't think Doran is going to get the POG this time around too.
You have to think about the composition as well, though. Like, why are Gen.G fighting exactly the time where DRX want to find a team fight around a Dragon Pit? Like, this has been the identity of Rumble literally since his inception. Like, since he came into the game, which was like, what, Season 2?
Yeah. And second question, what happened to Rula after early game?
Well, yeah, true. I mean, he was farming up so well, and then this happened, and it was like brain boom instantly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's really, again, it's really hard to play Kalista against that competition, but there is still better way to play against it. You know, just maybe just going in as 5-man, just play really aggressive as Kalista and just jumping in and jump out, but he just got cut like 3 times in a row.
Yeah, exactly. And
that made game really boring
as well, right? Yeah.
That made this game really boring after this, like those kind of intense moments, you know?
Yeah. I think it was this pick happened, and then the next one was the one where it was backing on a ward, and then got picked off to get into about 0-4, I think, at that stage. So not the performance that you expect out of Ruler, who has been the pinnacle of consistency for a long time throughout his career.
I mean, they didn't lose because of only Ruler's hurt, you know?
Yeah.
So it's still fine, but he needs to be kind of pillar, main.
I completely understand, and I think that you really need to prioritize your mentality as well.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit sad. I think Rascal is the only one that's really had anything good to say about himself in this game. A lot of his hijacked ultimates were fantastic, but there was just no follow-up from anyone else. And as you can see, 8,000 damage out from the Kalista is not what you want.
I mean, I guess this is why Silas seems like kind of fake pick, you know, on the top side.
Yeah, because he does 20k damage, but I mean did we see the impactful moment?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, nothing happened.
I guess we did, right? Like, he just didn't do it at the right times, and the Gen.G comp didn't allow it to work at the right times either, especially with all the sustain coming through from the center. So congratulations to DRX. They make their way into the semi-final. And now we're going to have like back-to-back interviews with DRX as well. So that's going to be really cool to see. And I'm just happy that at least we're going to have some LCK representation, even if JDG do turn things around in our next few games. I'm done. You know, like we've got one in there, as Chovy's going to pick up player of the game.
Yeah.
This is I mean,
I actually didn't expect this too, by the way.
I mean, I would have given it to Pyoshik, Doran, then Chovy. But whenever there's a player of the game that goes to Chovy, I'm all about it.
I mean, it's fine. It's still Chovy, you know?
Yeah. And his equalizers were brilliant in a lot of moments. Like this one, you see it and you're like, oh, but it's not on Ruler. But what it does is it stops Ruler from being able to go near his turret. He definitely dies. Life gets caught out of position. It was a really creative use of the ultimate to make sure that they got exactly out of it what they wanted.
He just closed the door from Ruler, you know? So there's nothing and nowhere to go out of DRX's zone. So I think all the equalizers were really great. And also I think Deft was playing really great Senna too. I think right now most of the LPL teams are considering just banning Senna against DRX at this point, because they can just play it on AD carry or support, and both players are playing so good, so great on both positions. So
yeah, exactly right. So we are going to go to that interview now, so let's hand it over to Ji-sun.
네, DRX와 젠지전에서 승리한 DRX의 초비 선수 모셨습니다. LCK 내전에서 승리하셨는데 2승을 챙기게 된 소감이 궁금하네요. Congratulations on the win. How do you feel picking up another win today?
일단
2승을 챙기고 시작하니까 되게 기분이 좋고 안정감이 드는 기분도 있고요. 그리고 무엇보다 저희 팀이 잘해서 이기는 것 같아서 지금 너무 기쁜 마음이 큰 것 같아요.
Yeah, because we are on the 2-win line currently, so we feel so safe, and at the same time, I think we won because our players were doing such a great job, so it feels extra nice. 그리고 초반에는 사실 상대한테 조금 밀리는 듯한 모습도 있었는데 한타 화력으로 경기를 다시 뒤집었습니다. 선수들 전반적으로 한타 능력에 대한 자신감이 있었나요? To be honest, 먼저 대답해 주세요.
아무래도 저희가 한타 꽝 붙는 조합에서 더 우위를 점하는 조합인 것 같고 그리고 팀원들이 다 자기 역할에 맞게 한타를 너무 잘해준 것 같아서 이긴 것 같습니다.
So the question was that even though they were a little bit behind in the early phase, they were able to turn the game around with team fights. So were they confident about their team fight ability? And Chovy said yes, they were, and also their comp was about really having a strong team fight ability. So they were really confident, and at the same time, all 5 players were doing their role perfectly. 사실 근데 게임 중반에 발언을 먹을 때는 약간 잘 안 흘러가기도 했습니다. 그때 좀 아찔하진 않았는지 또 그때 콜이 어떻게 오갔길래 잠깐 선수들이 계속 발언을 쳤나요? However, in the middle of the game when they were bursting the Baron, actually they had a very well, at the same time it wasn't really going as clean as they planned. So what kind of shot call went back and forth?
일단 저희 팀이 캐넨 봉인 풀린 지문서로 강타를 2개 들었는데 이제 클리드 선수가 발론 스틸 하러 들어올까봐 딜 중지를 했는데 그 사이에 사일러스가 캐넨 공을 뺏고 진입을 잘 해가지고 좀 휘청거렸던 것 같습니다.
Well, we were trying the Baron because we had 2 smites due to the unsealed spellbook from Kennen. However, we thought that, well, maybe Graves can come in for a steal, and then at the same time, Silas stole away the Kennen's ultimate. So we were a little bit flustered with the hijacked ultimate from Silas, and also, yeah, we weren't making the best decision. 그러면 이제 다음 경기는 JDG 전입니다. 이제 앞서 말하셨듯이 이제 정말 경기력에 대해서 만족하신 것 같은 답변이 있는데 그럼 오늘 3승 달성도 정말 자신감 있는지 궁금하네요. And your next opponent will be JDG. So are you guys confident to reach the 3 victories today?
이대로만 간다면 3전 전승 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Well, if we keep it this way, 3-0 will be possible. 여기까지가 DRX의 초비 선수였습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, and of course, Chovy there for the interview. And I think DRX certainly are cruising towards a 3-0. But I think JDG are going to be a different beast than IG. And DRX might actually find themselves knocked off their high horse just a little bit in that particular matchup. And Gen.G, with the availability of going up against, theoretically, the lower placed LPL team in IG.
Yeah, and actually,
after already taking down JDG.
The match 5 and match 6 is really interesting storylines.
Really interesting,
you know?
yeah.
Match 5 is really World Champions Derby.
Yep.
And match 6 is Kanavi story, you know?
Well, it's exactly right. I mean, like this is CV Max versus the guy that he brought up, you know, in Kanavi, and also I think Loken's got a really interesting story as well because in the off season before the 2020 spring season started, everyone was looking to try and pick up this guy because he was so cool. So and certainly performing really well in solo queue and things like that. So that's going to be really exciting to track. But 2017 champions versus 2018 champions is going to be super sick. So guys, we are going to be back for that match right after this short break.
카드가 나로 폼이 꽂힌다.
人手糖满了 LOI。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSC here as we're halfway through day 2, and so far, the LCK has only lost one game. And that was against the LCK. It's a very different experience than what day number 1 was. And look, I have this like selfish dream that we get.
Tell me. 2
LPL teams versus 2 LCK teams.
Oh.
But then I look at what teams we're going to be losing, right? And we lose both of the first place teams out of both regions, if that happens, right?
So
and now that gets decided.
Yeah.
In this particular game right here, as Gen.G fight to keep themselves alive here in the Mid-Season Cup.
Yep, and this time around, it's LPL first team, Gen.G versus 4th place IG, right? So, I mean, Gen.G won against IG in the springs like 2 times, right? So I think it would be really easy prediction when you predict to JDG to win.
Yeah.
But I think it's just so random today. Like everything is so random from day one as well, you know. So I think we cannot just easily predict these games.
I think that this one should be pretty in the bag on JDG's side.
Yeah.
I know that Hysterics over on the desk was in the LPL. It was pretty psyched that, you know, we were denied the JDG IG matchup for such a long time, sort of when it comes to more like tournaments like this and like best of fives and things like that. However, I think that JDG certainly looked much better than IG on the day here today.
Yeah. And also, I think it really depends on how Kanavi plays these games. Especially, I just want to see him playing aggressive junglers. You mentioned it before from his solo queue. I mean, it's just solo queue, but what he played in the LPL, he always plays for early game, like snowbally junglers like Olaf, Nidalee, or even like...
It's like Olaf, Nidalee, Graves, Elise.
Right?
Like
Elise.
that, and Lee Sin.
Yeah,
like,
and today he just picked Trundle, and I don't know.
And then went into the enemy jungle as if he was
Yeah.
Kindred, and then didn't really find the success that he was looking for. But in this match, at least the LPL will gather their first win, regardless of what's going on. However, it's going to make things very, very difficult for whoever loses here, as I think there is still a chance as... Yeah, it's going to require some stars to align. And if the 3-0 does come in from DRX, there's a chance that the rest of our teams, I believe, can be just 1 and 2.
So there is an extra game.
Yeah, I think that might mean a tiebreaker. Not entirely sure, but maybe my math is just completely off. But in my brain, that's what it's saying. I don't have it down in front of me, so...
For IG side, I think... I really think it just depends on how the Shy plays, you know?
Yeah, and what he's going to be playing as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, is he going to have, like, team fight impact? Is it going to be split push impact? Is it going to be, you know, just, I'm going to solo smash you as an early game champion like the the Lucian, which didn't quite work out last
It didn't happen.
Yeah. But I also look at IG and look at, you know, players like the Shy as not being one of these teams that tilts off the planet and then plays absolutely ridiculously, you know? Like,
yeah, actually,
like they have bad games and then they come back and have a completely different one after that.
Did he play? What did he play with his jungler when he played Lucian? I don't remember. Wasn't it like
Lee Sin?
Oh yeah, I
it
don't
was
think
Lee Sin Lucian. I mean, it's a terrible combo.
Terrible combo for sure. So I think maybe Ning should play more supportive. I mean, not supportive, like just looking for team composition like Lucian, Elise, or
have some CC, please.
At least some synergy between his top laner or mid laner, because IG was always about the top side, and when their top side is getting early leads and when they're ahead, it's really easy game for IG, you know? Like, they just made it so easy. So.
And it's why Ning was still so good, even though he was sitting in brushes for like 3 odd minutes at a time, because any advantage that Rookie and the Shy gets is an advantage that sticks most of the time. But it's something that has been slipping away from this squad. So see what they're going to be able to do to fix it, as the Senna has been banned here by JDG to start things off on the blue side, alongside the Syndra here, aimed against Rookie. Graves taken off the board as well. And I don't think we're going to see Varus today. And we've already seen the Graves and the Senna, and they're also a bit disgusting. Last game, they were on the same team, which doesn't seem so good.
Yeah, so the Trundle and Graves is gone. And I wonder what are they going to pick for the first pick, JDG, because last time they picked Trundle, right? But this time around, they don't have Syndra, and Senna is also gone.
Yeah.
Graves is gone. Varus is gone. Trundle is gone.
And Ornn is now gone.
Too.
I mean,
Such
Zoom
an
had Zoom had a very I mean, you say very LCK, but it's also Zoom's most played by a really large margin, and he has a huge win rate on the champions.
I mean, he plays everything really good. So I don't feel like Ornn is only a special champion for him. You know?
Yeah, and it's funny because he's like, seems like Rascal this year, but just better. You know, they both went from being, you know, largely carry players and things like that into supportive. Is JDG first pick Ezreal?
First pick Israel. So, yeah. What I mean Yeah, I mean, he's Korean, so it's still Korean Israel. So
Hey, that's true. There we go.
I'm fine with it. And when you talk about Israel, you cannot forget about Korean Israels, you know? Even though...
But, like, look, I know you're young, things like that, but do you know who the original Ezreal player was?
Okay, tell me.
It was Wei Zhao, and he was absolutely Chinese.
That's true.
Yeah.
I remember.
It's like when you're talking about, you know, Korean Twisted Fates, and everyone's like, yeah, they've always been the best, but Messiah was the best.
I mean, he
The
is
first, the original.
best Twisted Fate, but I don't think
I mean,
we
then
had
that,
like
but then,
Korean
no, we
TF.
had Dade. Dade
Oh.
was the TF.
I mean, he's Talon. More like Talon and Zed.
And Yasuo.
Yasuo,
Yeah. That was very Dade.
And
But Dade's,
there's
he
again
did have
Karma.
Yeah, oh god, no. Please tell me it's not support. Wait, I don't want it to be solo lane either. I don't want it to be in the game. Oh no! This is IG a car, no!
So Puff
this
is,
should be the bottom lane, right?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Puff is playing Aphelios again, and I think in the game that they played before, Puff was playing fine. He was just farming, but the one play that he just flashed into the enemy turret, it was just bad play. And after that, he farmed really well. Just his team was just so totally crashed by enemy team, so he couldn't do anything. But right now, it's still they can have decent team comp, but
Oh my
JDG.
God. Please do it. Oh, that would have.
Yeah, Malphite.
Malphite's like just easy set. I actually really like it.
Yeah, and then you
But
see
I mean,
Karma.
this is Yagao's LeBlanc, by the way. I
Oh,
think
yeah?
JDG so far are winning the draft. IG are gonna have to really pick things up here, as they might go for Ning's pick and allow their solo lanes to get through the next ban phase and surprise JDG, and that's exactly what they're gonna do with a Lee Sin pickup. Well, it was great having you in the tournament, IG. Really enjoyed it.
Karma and Lee Sin, if they win this game, they actually deserve to be in semis.
I think they just automatically seed into the semis.
Yeah, I mean they're just they just want to prove that those champions are not the problems, you know.
Yeah, and if you're just better players, you can win.
We can just play better. It's
We
not
should
about
tell
the
IG
champions.
that they don't have to do that. They can actually just pick better champions,
Especially
if they
when
want
they're
to.
losing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think JDG's idea is slightly better than IG because they already have easier set, probably set bot lane as support, and I really like those combo because when you play Israel on the bot side, you normally want something like independent supports like Bard or like Pike or Set. Maybe you can just go full ham on the lane with the Senna, Karma, but normally when you play Israel, you expect your support to roam more and just effect on the other lanes more. So I think this set pick is such a great pick by JDG, but at the same time, it's still flex pick, so that's why IG is banning Bard, you know?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, the Karma is also a flex pick.
True.
You see JDG don't expect the Karma to move into a solo lane because, of course, you don't...
It's bad pick.
It's not synonymous with the Shio rookie, right?
Exactly. It's supportive pick when it goes to the lane, you know?
And you can't give that to the players that are expected to carry. As Kanavi's locked in Nidalee, okay.
This is what he wanted.
And this is what we wanted IG to do instead, right? Is to have like something like Renekton Nidalee. I mean, never in the LCK do we say that we want Renekton because LS casts here and we'd be frowned upon, right? Not allowed to say that we like Renekton. However,
Really?
I like this in the early game. I really do like this in the early game. And the Shy, he's going to try and answer with an Aatrox pickup. You can certainly out-muscle the Renekton sometimes,
laughing.
but it's theoretically not the greatest. But it's still the Shy guys. The Shy
So
guys.
what do you think about it? He's laughing right after he picked Aatrox.
Maybe he's heard the English broadcast of the LCK?
Maybe he's like, nah, just go for Aatrox. You're already doomed.
Oh, God. I really hope not.
Nah, I mean, like, Aatrox is one of the picks that you guys really hated before, no?
Yeah, we did really hate him before. I think that we've sort of grown away from the full hatred. I think there are times where you can pick the Aatrox. It's not here.
Yeah.
Although, what else do you pick, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, when I was playing Griffin again, we always consider Aatrox as a great top lane pick because there is nothing to just blind pick on the top
well,
side.
exactly, right? So it's safe, and
Yeah,
you'll never get completely crushed.
Yeah, and
if
the
you play
team
Aatrox.
fight is still a great champion. But
Yeah.
anyways, I like JDG side more
And what I love about it, sorry to cut you off there for
yeah.
a second, is just the difference between this comp and their last one that they played.
Oh, that's true.
Like, it's just complete change up
And
of
Kanavi
style.
Nidalee.
Yeah.
Oof, that's all. Kanavi's Nidalee. It's on.
That's what our point is we've found Kanavi's Nidalee, and
Yeah.
so obviously they can't lose.
I mean, actually, any other 4 champions doesn't matter. It's just all about Kanavi's Nidalee. And the setup is already done because he have Renekton on the top side against Aatrox, so I think it's great kind of vitamin for him.
No, it's super good. So let's get into game number 4 of the day, of day number 2.
오신 것을 환영합니다.
Yeah, again, it's already set it up for Kanavi to just grow up. Because I really think if you just try to gank on the top side.
Wait, already?
Already?
Southwind's been ignited. It's we're being taught how the LPL plays the game. We have flashes going down everywhere.
He survived because of the Nimbus
Q's going to land there onto Ning, from Ning. As Puff was already down to 100 as well. Not sure how that happened. We're going to need a replay of this level 1 prior to 1 minute.
For sure. I mean, nothing special. JDG just ran in. And IG just backed out. But Southwind just didn't expect them to just run in like this.
I mean,
freely.
Puff was almost dead too somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know
I mean,
how
they
that
were just
happened.
like not expecting them to do this. But yeah, that was really great strategy. And yeah, Southwind lost both summoners on Karma support when he's playing Karma on the bot lane. And I think this is really critical because when you normally play...
Oh, he do what he wants. I assume this is actually the best way to play set support. I know Life's set support is supposed to be good, but
yeah, I think this is good.
I think this is really cool. And it's just like all of the movement speed. He literally has every single thing that can give him movement speed.
And
from
also
the
when you
sorcery tree.
when you play support set, it's not tanky. It's not tanky than you might think. It's not the top laner that you were expecting. So I think this gives more survival ability for set. So I just want to see some active, proactive plays by Lutmao. And also, this time around it's easier because Southwind already lost his both summoners, you know?
I mean, he probably could just die here as a Facebreaker is going to connect. A late Inspire as well will mean that shield goes completely wanting. Loken able to sneak through a cheeky auto attack there to help with the damage. Haymaker doesn't find the mark.
I think they can never push before they get back on their summoners cooldown because he can literally flash in and enemy jungle has Nidalee, right? So you cannot expect him to be there or like on the top side. He can literally be on the other side in like 10 seconds, right?
Yep.
So
you know what it feels like to me? It feels like Kanavi watched Pyoshik play last game, and he's like, oh, you had so much fun farming and stuff like that. I mean, both of these junglers, remember, start off in the tournament on Trundle, and now they're like, now I get my for fun champion, right, guys?
Like, coaches, stop. I don't play Trundle.
Yeah, please.
I play Graves, I play Nidalee, and I will farm for my life.
Mm-hmm. And Ning walks over a ward, finds out that he doesn't have his Krug camp. Zoom is going to be absolutely fine. Continues shoving. That was a fantastic sidestep from the last Q there out of the Shy.
Yeah.
It looked like Zoom didn't even move, but he avoids the sweet spot really beautifully.
They couldn't manage to the top side dive, but it doesn't matter. They already got the camp advantage on Kanabi side. So Nidalee is just going to farm 24/7 and maybe...
Yeah, possible gang.
Try.
There's the flash. Stun comes in. Fantastic spear is all too easy, but the Shy just dashes out of the way. That's what you do. You press E, and you survive everything, apparently.
So this is why Aatrox blind pick is good. And you just pick Aatrox, even though you still Renekton.
I mean, he lost Flash, and JDG didn't have to use Flash.
I mean, it's still fine.
Oh yeah, it's probably true. Well,
it's not
teleport's
fine.
coming in. No, nothing's fine for Southwind. That's what happens when you don't have any summoner spells. Is now Puff.
He's
going to be in
use
trouble
flash.
as well. The chain is going to land. Yagao lands a couple of them, but he does get stunned up, and Puff is going to make it to safety. So, had to use his flash. Still has the exhaust held on to, and Yagao's going to have to make his way back to mid lane.
So, yep, Karma again. He's dying. over and over again. We saw it from yesterday. All the Karma supports were really horrible, and
do you love this because then you don't have to play Karma support in your team if Karma performs really badly?
Kind of feels great that it shows that my knowledge is not wrong.
Yeah, that's good too. That's good too.
And also, like, if I'm wrong, then it's fine because I learned a new thing.
Hey, that's true. That's true.
Always winning mindset. Winner's mindset, you know?
Pick this guy up, by the way. Currently a free agent, willing to relocate, preferably to Europe. As,
no need translator.
Zoom's just getting comboed out by the Shy.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's called losing the trade, everyone. Do note the fact that the Shy has a lot of health bar and Zoom does not.
And 2 Dorans, you can see it from the Shy, what he is hungry for.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, his game that he just played before was horrible, and everyone was talking about how the Shy is falling, but we'll see about the bot skirmishes first. Karma no Sums, that's just simple.
Yes. So
Karma no Sums, we fight bot, TP, TP. Easy.
Don't even need the pro view, by the way, guys. We've got what we did, so it's totally fine.
Yeah, it's true. I just played in pro scene like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so I know all the exact communications. Karma no Flash.
We're still just advertising as Just Walking rookie avoids the spear. As Southwind once again in trouble. Let's get himself the tether though onto Lumao, who goes down to about half health, and Puck with a whole bunch of these chakrams stacked up is going to be a force to be reckoned with. So Southwind survives this one. Flash and heal both available. Puffs. Flash is down, but he does have exhaust, so will be a difficult fight to win. 2 versus 2 here for the set and Ezreal.
I mean, this is really great news for Israel. You're pushing lane as Israel with melee support champion against range support, by the way. I mean, range support, you should have lane prior. That's just how it is, you know.
Yeah.
If you picked AP mage support, range support in the lane, then you should able to get bot lane prior, and that's why you pick those champions. But it's already ruined. All the plans that IG got is all ruined right now.
Maybe it's okay because it's the bottom lane for IG, and they just don't care because you know they don't want to use the Karma support for pressure. They just want to use it for not lose.
Oh,
I mean that's not necessarily working as Lumao does not quite get to Facebreaker range onto Puff. X-Flash, fantastic. But yeah, that's sort of like my idea of I'm basically using my Damwon knowledge and applying it to IG. Which I shouldn't do. I should use IG knowledge and apply it to Damwon as they are the older team. A team that has certainly evolved over time, though.
Yeah. I mean, those kind of mistakes were not happening when we think about the IG, you know?
Yeah.
Their ball lane was always consistent. But this time around, their top side is shaking. And their ball lane is also falling. Like,
in fact, all of it's falling down around Rookie.
Yeah, everyone. Except Rookie. Rookie is like alone in lane. Is like, hey guys, I'm farming really great, so just please don't die. I'm gonna just 1v9.
Yeah, it's that classic experience where you're watching someone solo queue stream and they're like demonstrating how to perfectly like control your minion wave, and in the meantime, there's just all these red things in the kill feed. It's like, well, we may not win this game, but as you can see, you can perform a freeze by doing this. Watch them cringe as the whole world falls apart around them. Hasn't fallen apart completely just yet. JDG are ahead, but it's only by about 800. And IG theoretically have a decent teamfight composition that will scale very well into the late game with a wildcard Lee Sin that Ning in the past has been able to use to great effect. Whether he can do it now at a time where Lee Sin has certainly struggled to find effectiveness is yet to be found out, and it didn't work in their last game. But now redemption.
Yep. And yeah, that's the thing. If you go to the late game, I'm not sure who's gonna win, but I think it's slightly better for IG side. Even though JDG has Korean Israel, but still like it's Aphelios and Azera in the late game with Aatrox, so they should be able to get some early leads.
Well, there's a big flash as Kanavi looking for the Shy, and that is going to be that execution. And Rookie, he'll turn up just to pick up the minion wave as Ning is taking down the Ocean Drake.
Side trade.
Yeah, just a little. But that's exactly what this combo is supposed to do. Kanavi farms really, really fast and then gets to a point where he can execute people underneath turrets.
Yeah, he farms really fast and he farms the champions.
Yeah. Farms everything. This is how he's upgraded what Pyoshik did. Because Graves just farms minions real good, right? But sometimes getting the champions is a little bit hard, whereas Kanavi just comes through and executes them like it's the farming phase. Now Rookie up towards the top side was bullying there just a little bit onto Zoom. Yagao is going to be able to push this one out. And I think that Yagao is going to be a big factor here because he's going to be able to get a lot of work done in the mid game, and this is his LeBlanc. Like, he's super famous for this pickup. Hasn't lost so far this season. Normally gets banned all the time. Yeah. IG must have known that this was going to happen. But,
oh, the Shy.
So far, the Shy is just soaking damage a lot. As Yagao pulls back, that is going to mean that the Infernal Chains are not going to arm. Zoom's just going to die here on the top side. Nice work. Not sure why he was still there.
Yeah, Rookie is literally on the 1v9 mode.
But I mean, what the heck was Zoom doing there?
I mean, he's like... I mean, I think he did reset in the brush. Maybe he got cancelled, I'm not sure, but anyways.
He was what? I thought he was backing.
Yeah,
I hope we see that. That was very weird.
That was really weird moment on the top side, but anyways. Rookie is still I mean, he didn't even try to reset. He's just getting waves, you know, and being in the front of Azir's face without no flash.
All right.
I mean, without flash, you know. That's fine. It's like just fight each other's, you know, with with your friend, you know. So you take something and give something to your friend.
Just extremely greedy is what that was. As Ning gets frustrated that there's a minion wave there. And Lumao walks on over, spots that there's no vision. And Loken might be getting a little bit lonely underneath this turret. Lumao's going to come back. Kanavi's farming. Farming.
Yeah. I mean, I think if IG can get the second Drake as well, then their late game setup is already like completely set it up, you know. So
yeah, really scary, especially if it's a Cloud Soul afterwards, because then even if the Nidalee gets to the point where she can farm really well, she's only getting Cloud Drinks, right?
Exactly. And it's gonna be only like Nidalee healing machine into Israel, and Israel needs to just 1v9.
Yeah. Well, now Rookie and Ning are searching for Kanavi, but with the
so
Herald,
close.
He gets back in time to go towards his Krugs and keep farming. This is like Kanavi talking to Pyoshik and being like, anything you can do, I can do better. He's just farming so hard. I don't know whether he's at the same pace as Pyoshik, but I think maybe he has more farm.
And also, these games feels like more LCKer than LPL, you know?
But I think that has a lot to do with the scorelines, right? The fact that this is do or die for IG and JDG. They lose here, they're out of the tournament. It's just donezo. So, I mean, there's one thing to have pressure of if we win this, we win, but it's much worse to be if we lose this, we lose. And so you can imagine that's why there's a bit more apprehension. And that's not what you want to do if you have, you know, Lee Sin, Renekton, things like that. There are a lot of sort of early game tools that need to be utilized to their greatest effectiveness as Puff gets nailed by a spear. Looks like Shelly's going to get a whole bunch of work done onto this outer turret.
Just right in time.
That's real scary.
30 seconds before the plates are falling.
Perfect. Well, once again, bit of a spat in the mid lane. Kanavi wants to be able to lock down this blue buff. Flash immediately so that they could avoid the kick flash out of Ning, and Kanavi still steals away the blue buff.
And also they got the bot turret in the Ollie timing and TPing back.
Yep, looking for Ning here. He's going to flash immediately. Zoom doesn't have his flash available just yet. Q lands from Ning. Rookie decides that he doesn't want any of it. The Shy doesn't have teleport, so JDG just going to look to try and get out as Lumao. He has slowed down, but otherwise he's going to take too much damage from the Karma.
And obviously, IG doesn't need to hurry up in this game. And they can just take it slowly, especially when they have Azir and Aphelios in the late game.
Yeah.
So I think they're not in a hurry, but still, JDG is the team that can actually end the game in 20 minutes if you just let them get everything. So,
especially with Loken now having his 2 items completed, this is where JDG really start to hit their stride. With their team composition, Yagao just went back and purchased his Luden's Echo, and Kanavi's got a bunch of cooldown reduction and starting to build towards his next slew of ability power. The Mountain Drake is going to be taken here, and it is once again Cloud Soul. That's 3 in a row. Damn, I cast a curse so hard.
Yeah.
In
most
what was
boring.
it, game 2? Whoa.
Most boring Drake in this game, I think. I officially offer to Riot to change these Drake effects. Because these map changes are literally, it feels nothing, you know? Like when you imagine other Drakes, like Ocean Drake.
Oh
and,
no. Oh, that feels so bad. He did so much work.
But anyways.
Rookie looking for Yagao. Might have found his chances. The chains did just miss. Conquering Sand's going to be coming back relatively soon. There it is. But not enough damage. As Yagao going to have to think twice before engaging against this particular pigeon.
Yeah. And as you said, this is still great news for IG. You know, it's Cloud Drake, so it doesn't matter if you lose the Drake Soul or not.
Just give it away if you feel like it. I mean, probably okay for JDG as well if they want to focus elsewhere, but IG were able to get an Ocean Drake, so a useful Drake for both teams.
By the way, is this legal?
What's that?
Isn't this illegal?
Oh god.
Ning is building AD Lee Sin. He's going for damage.
Lethality?
Yeah. He's going for damage, by the way.
I mean, I've seen this in solo queue.
Yeah,
I mean, from that Lee Sin that's like getting mad.
I mean, he's like 0 kill part direction for 16 minutes and going for full AD.
I mean, this is a very Ning thing to do. And
yeah,
he still might win this game, right? Like,
he can one-shot.
Sometimes he does this and it actually works.
Really?
Yeah.
That's how Ning plays League of Legends?
Ning will always be Ning, and for better or worse. So we'll see whether it is going to be for better this time. As Teleport comes in on the bottom side, Yao. Not a lot of mana, but should be able to clear out this minion wave quite nicely. Chains are going to be exchanged, but not going to exactly hit true. The Shy doesn't find all of his Qs, and we'll just put another minion wave underneath this turret.
Yeah. I mean, I think Insect... Oh,
okay. Well, yeah, the Shy's just looking for it, but starts tanking up the turret maybe a little bit too fast. Yao trying to go with the funny business. The kickback actually going to work out very well for the LeBlanc, who decides to troll a little bit with an early back, and you can hear the Korean commentary right now losing their minds as Rookie's trying to escape this one as well. As Showstopper, Rookie couldn't have put his ultimate in a better position to avoid being ulted back. You could see exactly what was in the mind of Lumao. But Rookie going to survive as well. Both mid laners with the escape tactics.
Yep. And they're just trading turrets. And yeah, there's no kills. It's actually really interesting.
We've just traded strategies. Maybe it was a gentleman's agreement to like see like what life is in each other's shoes.
Yeah, and maybe it's like, oh guys, maybe come on, it can be tournament, but it's still event.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So maybe just for fun we can change our play styles and LPL team just plays like LCK and we're just gonna go full monkey style.
And I mean, maybe yesterday they got that memo, but then they remembered that the prize pool was 600 grand, which is just really, really, really large amounts of money, actually. So maybe someone needs to remind everyone that, yeah, maybe we should get our serious pants on because there is actually a lot to fight for here. It's not just about national pride, although you can imagine that that is certainly a lot of what's on the minds of these players. Is now the Shy getting closed in on, but Ning was looking for a pick too. That's Serrated Dirk not doing so well here, but he tries to go over, he gets put right back again, and now the Shy finds himself alone in front of 4 members of JDG. Rookie takes a tower down on the top side, but he's in elo hell this game. 2,000 gold is the lead for JDG, 4-1. Cloud Drake in 50 seconds.
Yeah, this is literally solo kill moment, you know. Guys, come on!
Yeah.
I'm farming
Just
Will.
don't die!
Just do not, I don't know, like, don't do anything. Just breathe.
Yeah,
on the turret, you know?
Yep. Try to get safe CS,
I can carry, but you guys just keep running and
I'm a diamond smurf.
Yeah, and also... And Rookie...
Now gets his face broken, but Lumao has to haymaker to keep himself alive. Kanavi dashes himself out of the way, provided himself a target though, which meant that IG did have to split their focus. No kills going to come through just yet. Lumao even able to get himself that siege minion.
Yeah, and you know what make it worse for IG? Lee Sin is keep building full lady.
This is so Ning.
It's like 3 levels difference, 3 levels behind, and keeps hitting Gromp and
oh god. Yeah. And then the Shy is like, well, I guess now I have absolutely no chance to do anything. And that execution is calling actually paying dividends there. For Zoom, you could see that even with the world end of the Shy, wasn't really able to heal himself whatsoever. First Cloud Drake does go over to IG. You can imagine JDG don't care too much. They push an entire mini wave towards that top lane inner turret. And now Kanavi puts down Shirley. Starts throwing around these spears. The poke duo of the Ezreal and the Nidalee is going to be pretty potent, especially as we move further into this mid game. And this is exactly where the power level starts to hit the highest point for JDG.
I think they are already ready to go for the late game as well, you know. Nidalee is already fed, so he's building just Athenes for Israel for the mid-late game. And Loken, he's building Death Dance, it seems like, right?
Yeah,
It's one of the
Warhammer
meta
comes in
right now.
Yeah, I think Death Dance has been what a lot of players have been picking up on the Ezreal. We saw it completely ruin the life of Teddy, who was trying to kill Ezreals on his Yasuo yesterday and wasn't able to get through the Death Dance. It is certainly something that does help against a lot of burst damage, and Rookie will have a lot of it. The Shy also. I mean, even Ning, with his item build, with his Umbral is going to be doing a lot of burst damage on this Lee Sin. And Umbral is a busted item, right? But this Lee Sin is just so easy to kill for almost everyone on JDG's side.
I think he's lower HP than support, right? Literally like 1.2k HP.
Yeah, he doesn't have very
and level 10, same level as your support.
He has literally less health than Karma. Yeah.
And same level as your support when support experience got nerfed so hard.
Yeah.
It's just
he's
so
four,
sad.
4 levels behind Kanavi.
I mean, it's fine. He's keep farming with his AD item, so he's farming fast at least.
I mean, is he? Because normally if you farm fast, don't you get a lot of experience? Kind of like what Kanavi's doing?
He's like farming like Ferrari then.
Yeah, maybe this is more about Kanavi being incredibly fast at farming. And of course he is a Nidalee, and Ning is Lee Sin. And hasn't been able to find the steals this time. Kanavi certainly has, though. Southwing taken down to about half health.
Yeah,
Rookie possibly out of position. Yagao looks for the chains, doesn't find them. Lumao.
At some point, IG really needs to pull the trigger, as I mentioned.
I mean, it just gets worse and worse, right?
Yeah, it gets worse and worse. It's again, do you remember when the DRX played Poke? Insane.
Yeah.
They are already completed. Israel and Nidalee.
Yeah. You can't wait for your health bars to be at 0 before you start a fight.
Yeah.
That's not how that one works. You're exactly right. But where's their hard engage coming from? They don't have it.
I think maybe Rookie can do it like BDD.
So it is actually just the Rookie show. That's what we need to witness right here.
Exactly. And then maybe Aatrox can be useful in teamfight as well, you know? Because Aatrox is not kind of engaged champion. He's like secondary engaged, you know? When your teammates already like engaged and the fights are going on and you can just flank them, just randomly jumping in, and you can be really impactful. But right now, he lost in lane. He's losing side lane prior, it seems like. And I mean, he's keep trying to get the side lane prior, but
yeah, you can
it's
see
a team fight, you know.
Yeah, Rookie trying to go down there to catch Zoom. Zoom will have none of it. Ning is dead. That's red buff. Kanavi's going to lock him down there.
And Southwind used both summon spells.
Yep, just in fear of what was about to happen there as Rookie not going to find Loken. That's just an arcane shift. And JDG get themselves back out to safety, ready to poke once more. And Kanavi says, no, let's just go for a Baron.
Yeah. They
and
do
why
not
not?
have
Ning's
jungler.
dead. Yeah. And look at all the vision. That's just massive amounts of vision. Now Rookie getting Sand Soldiers to try and be in position here, but there's the teleport coming through from the Renekton. JDG looking to try and turn from this one. 4 versus 5 now, but Rookie gonna get himself out of there. He goes Lumao, the 3-man face breaker. Empress Divide is good to try and disengage the Crocodile, but he makes his way back in, and Rookie grabs that kill, but Yagao does his job and locks down the Emperor of Shurima, and now Puff trying to do some damage from the backline, but his front line is all but naught, and Loken now has some fish in a barrel to try and take down. Lumao is so damn good, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know what, like, if you weren't watching the LPL final, you're silly. However, Lumao looked fantastic then on caster supports, on anyone. This set is just amazing in this game. Just continuing his form.
Engaging like a bard, you know? He does it with bard. Like, just whatever champion he plays, it's just himself.
I think it's just incredible play. Those face breakers, just everything about this.
Great positioning, and he was looking for the right moment, and then just right in time, flash in, ulting in, into the flash in, and phase rush. He's just running in and running out.
That's it. He does go really, really fast, actually.
That is true.
Because he's also got Dead Man's Plate and every single movement speed rune possible.
And also he dies for his team.
Oh, of course. Of course.
So beautiful.
Yeah. It's about those honorable sacrifices.
But
Rookie's going to come down, try it again. World Ender here from the Shy. Zoom does have his Sterix Gauge. He's got his... No, he didn't even use Dominus. That was just Sterix Gauge going off. Oh, dear. This is going from bad to worse, we did. It's not looking good for IG whatsoever. Looks like JDG are going to be the last LPL team here with a chance, unless... Hang on, wait a second. Does this confirm that we're not going to have the tiebreakers?
I'm not sure, but yeah, the more I see...
Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. There might be that 3-way tie still. There's still a chance that things lock down. It's based on having a team that goes 3-0.
But you know what? Maybe LS hates Morello, right?
Yeah, he does.
And maybe I hate full AD Lee Sin.
Maybe that's your one. That's your trigger point. That's your trigger point.
Yeah, I'm actually so triggered right now. Because it reminds my solo queue, you know?
Yep.
He mute all the player and just pinging.
Yep.
With his full AD items, you know? And he's just going in randomly.
Which would have worked in the early game, but remember these solo queue junglers probably farmed for most of the early game until they got their full AD items, and then they're irrelevant.
Yeah.
And so they can't really
I mean, he didn't even try something in early game. He literally farmed with Nidalee, by the way. He was 0 kills.
Oh, God. It's not a great look. Not a great look here for Nick.
Luke, 0 kills and 0 assists.
I mean, he's done 2,000 damage so far this game as well, so... it's not great. Lumao looking for another face breaker, finds it very easily onto Ning. Puff goes down extremely low. No true shot barrage to fly through, though, as you can see from Loken. His Death Dance is completed. He's so tanky, actually, on this Ezreal. A 1v1 between this Ezreal and the Lee Sin would be not close by any margin.
Oh, man.
Still able to do a lot of damage as well, by the way, as Moonlight Vigil comes down. But Puff, pretty forgettable on the damage front right now, as now JDG locked down the inner turret, now look to turn it onto the Shy. The World Ender might actually be the wrong world that we're talking about, as IGs are slipping away from them. And Ning's not going to find that Q. Oh dear, this is certainly falling.
Yeah, I didn't know that the Shy's Aatrox is easy to play against.
Well, it never has been in the past.
Yeah,
it never has been in the past. But if you do it,
remember.
Yeah.
I literally got 4-man queued of the Shy's Aatrox, so I definitely remember. But
it's a little bit of tilt.
I mean, not tilt. I'm kind of fine. Like, just chilling. I'm just chilling here, you know.
No, I understand. It's sort of hard. But also, you know, look at the state of the game. Kanavi and Zoom were able to so easily set up ganks onto the Shy. It was very much a tale of 2 drafts. But also JDG have played this one out much better than IG have when the dust is settled. As Ning is going to be building towards a Black Cleaver as his 3rd item.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if this Israel is gonna die at all in this game.
I don't think so. He's got so much armor, and he's got so much life
healing
steal.
as well.
Yeah, and the healing from the Death Stance.
And the damage as well.
Yeah. Loken is certainly taking advantage of this new and improved Ezreal build that has come to light.
And he's building board as well.
It's like so much tank shred lifesteal. Like it just keeps you alive against everything. You're like this raid boss tank that does too much damage. Now Ning and Rookie looking for a last-ditch effort at some sort of fight, but they're getting counter-flanked as well as Kanavi looking on over, clears out that ward. Lumao with vision onto Southwind and Puff. But Rookie and Ning, I believe, are continuing to be unseen. Finally, Yagao spots them exactly. Distortion, Mimic Distortion. Both come out. That is a very deep teleport, Zoom. I don't know what that one's about, but Lumao's, of course, there to show us. Emperor's Divide is brilliant. True Shot Barrage does miss Ning, which would have been the end of him. I mean, the disengage was fantastic from Rookie.
Special.
Yeah, I know, but it looked really, really cool.
Yeah. So he forced out Rookie's Flash, which is IG's last hope.
Oh.
So I think
something big did happen.
Yeah, I mean,
you said that they just lost their last hope.
I mean, it seemed like
yeah, no,
nothing happened, you know?
Yeah.
And they used almost nothing, JDG. They still have full sums.
Well, now's the counter engage. Yagao with full health, full mana. Teleports back in. The Shy's going to face check him, but the chains do miss. Down to half health as the Shy's been lit on fire as well as this World Ender continues to not be as good as he wants it to.
Yes, Flash.
Kanavi goes golden. Yes, flashes immediately out as the True Shot Barrage does not get the value that it wants. But Rookie goes down in the end. Yagao dives on top of him. The Lee Sin's going to fall.
Lamar, man.
Well, now Puff's looking for more as Zoom goes down extraordinarily low, but still dashing in and out of this fight. And you're right, Lumao's just doing the impossible right now on this set that moves way too fast.
Tonight, I'm definitely playing Phase Rush set support.
Yeah. completely warranted. And you need to make sure, pick up all of the movement speed as well and build Dead Man's Blade first item. Just golden. As IG look towards threatening a soul point that may not ever come, ladies and gentlemen, because we're staring down the barrel of a 10,000 gold lead in favor of the LPL champions in JDG. And have a look at it one more time. Shy, you know, tanks up two people for quite some time and eventually flashes out of the way. But this turn towards the bottom side, Zoom locks down Rookie, and I feel like that was all she wrote.
Oh, the chain CC of Rookie. And he survives with that HP, by the way. Yeah, it's all about Phase Rush.
And he's still standing in the fight. He's continuing utilizing his grit, getting himself back up to health, but he never fully disengages in case he can bait someone to overextend for the kill.
Yeah, and also in Korea there is a meme about the 1 HP. 1 HP, being 1 HP is the best CC.
Yagao? Well, he's dead, okay.
I mean, he's having fun. Just let him have fun.
He's distracting and baiting.
Yeah.
Inner turret falls on the bottom side. Inhibitor
rotation.
falls in the mid lane. Value from Yagao. Love it. Can't stay alive for too long in this game. Feels like you're not doing enough. There's Rookie.
They actually don't
down
need
below
LeBlanc.
No, they don't.
They actually don't. They can literally push without LeBlanc.
I mean, they've just got so much poke and siege that they never really have to engage or get themselves into danger. So you're exactly right. They don't really.
And their disengage tool is perfect as well with the set support.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm starting to fall in love with this comp for some weird reason on JDG's side. Watching poke being played well is actually just really nice to see as the Moonlight Vigil does go wide. Ning looking for that flanking opportunity, but not going to be able to find the Q. And IG, they witnessed two of their inhibitor turrets going down, but their inhibitors still stand. So not going to have to deal with super minions just yet, but the amount of gold that has been funneled into JDG is very high. 9,000 gold the lead. We have triple lifesteal Loken's Ezreal with the 6th item Bloodthirster. That's the dream. You don't lose health, I don't think.
That's different level of disgust.
Yeah. Gao's like, mistakes have been made. Guys, why aren't you pushing the turrets? And then they are, of course.
Come on.
Wrong place, wrong time. Kanavi slowly but surely, 4-0 and 5 now. The Flame Horizon has come in. Don't know how long that has been there. I believe it's been there for a while. As he's looking for his Void Staff for his final item, I believe.
You know why I left?
Why?
Look at Lisa's item. Look at Insider.
Oh, I guess he built Spirit Visage instead. Oh, the face breaker was so good.
But he still dies, you know.
How many player of the game votes can you put down? Like, I'm gonna need like 7 player of the game votes for Lumao. He's been so good this game.
That is true. But anyways, like IG seems really lost in this tournament.
It hasn't been a great showing. They still have one more game to play up against Gen.G. Not sure whether it is going to be enough.
And I think this is the game that we cannot expect who is gonna get POG against this.
Slim.
Nah,
I mean, yeah.
Our expectations were like breaking all the time.
Watch Loken get it.
Watch Zoom get it.
Total teammate heals and shields.
9,000.
That's a lot. All right, well that's full build for Kanavi.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Maybe in the late game he can sell Lichmate for the Death Cap to heal more for his Israel.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Primal Surge going to do a lot more there.
Yeah.
But then you don't have the massive burst damage when you leap in as Catform, which I think is the reason why you play Nidalee.
I mean, you don't have to. When it comes to team game, you know.
No,
You
that's
have
true.
to be
it
a
has
bit
to be about winning.
Yeah, you have to be a bit boring when you
Yeah.
play team game.
See,
Like,
you've just got that pro player mentality that any coach would love. Free agent, by the way.
I mean, that's why I was playing Tahm Kench all the time, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, guys, it's okay. Just pick me Tahm Kench. We're going to win lane.
Yep.
And our AD carry is safe. And our rotation in 1v1 is
Oh, that dive forward might have been a little bit too much, but the Shy does keep himself alive. Kanavi goes
Oh,
golden,
he's a splash
Face
spin
Breaker
again.
again. It's a beautiful bait in the end from Kanavi. And Puff is the one that took it hook, line, and sinker. Rookie gets himself out with the Shifting Sands. Now has a decent shield on him as well when he does use that, as we are moving later and later into this game. But IG are going to have to play the rest of this out without their AD carry, at least for the next 40 seconds.
Puff with flashing in forward. Name more iconic duo.
I mean, there's been a few others that have flashed forward in their time, but I think, yeah, you're right. I think it's a sign of frustration with it, you know,
Sure.
like this is an IG that don't really know what to do next, and playing against a poke comp like this, not being able to engage reliably based on the composition you have, like it is so hard to play this one out, but not for JDG. They are very comfortable, and Lumao, again, I mean, just plays this game at a quarter health basically the whole time. That's like his power point.
3 inhibs. Triple inhibs.
Yep. It's looking like the beginning of the end, and I mean, it's been looking like that for quite some time.
Quite some time, for sure.
5-0. I swear Kanavi was going to die at that.
They spotted Rookie, by the way.
Yeah.
But they are not going for it.
Yeah, he can use the Conquering Sands, gets himself out. And I think JDG know that it's just a matter of time. They're going to take a Drake for no reason at all. And I guess they'll take that. You may as well.
I mean, they are actually doing it for the stats, you know.
Yeah.
We got more Drakes.
Yep, it's all about your Baron
We
score.
have better objective controls,
by
the way, at least. So
you gotta have that. You gotta have that on the table. These are the LPL champions. I would expect nothing less from our LCK teams. As Lumao and Zoom hopping on over, looking for the Ning. They'll find him. He gets the kickback, doesn't get the knock up onto Lumao, but Lumao doesn't have very much damage to try and finish off a kill or anything like that, as Zoom breaks the chains that bind. And JDG just going to return towards this Baron. I think Loken could solo it without taking any damage based on his item build. As you can see, that health bar does not move very far. And Kanavi's going to lock that one down very easily. So we have the maximum amount of dragons being taken for both sides without a soul. And now we have a Baron rotating around JDG for the second time this game. It is feeling certainly like the continuing of the end. You know, we talk about the beginning of the end. This is not the beginning. This is like, we're almost getting towards the end of the end.
End of the end.
End of the end. Well, IG, can they defend?
Can they though? It's still Aphelios with the Runet and Azir, so they can clear minion waves forever. Actually, forever.
Trying to push away Yagao. I mean, there are double minion waves, double super minion waves with Baron buff. They hit like a truck. But still, I think this is the first couple of auto attacks that have come down onto the Nexus.
Oh,
they only need a few of them though. Okay, I think Ning was there for a second. Not anymore. This Lee Sin is certainly not able to do anything at this stage of the game. Loken moves up, will get some free time with these turrets, and now the Nexus is exposed. This is just going to be the end of this game. Yeah, there's the dive in on top of Puff, but it doesn't even matter. The Nexus is focused. And Gen.G, the LPL champions, reign supreme over IG. And IG most likely won't make their way through now as Gen.G find themselves their first victory. Now, doing the math in my mind, we've got... So this is assuming that...
So, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm trying
IG
to
is
figure out
0-2.
what has to happen. So IG 0-2, they can get to 1-2 by beating Gen.G.
I mean, I think
Gen.G will be at 1-2 as well.
Wait.
And
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
IG wins Gen.G, then
Yeah.
it's disaster
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah, because we're just going to have a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's...
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
Unless it's really great quality game.
Because now Gen.G goes against DRX, and if
Yeah.
DRX wins, they're also 1-2. So we could have the 1-2 three-way tie. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, we did get there in the end. We got there in the end.
Okay.
But yeah, IG does need to now win against a Gen.G that did certainly look a lot better when they were up against Gen.G.
Yeah, wounded match, definitely.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting. I think I'm looking forward to seeing what DragonX are going to be able to show us up against more formidable opponents.
Yeah.
Because I think they certainly use momentum
Yeah.
against Gen.G, and now this is going to be the real test.
Yeah, and also I think IG got more damage than Gen.G got by DRX because they literally got stomped, by the way.
Yeah.
But Gen.G, they were just like competing, at least.
Yeah.
And they had one game of break. But IG, they just need to play 2 games in a row right now.
Yeah, it's really hard. Really, really hard.
Really hard game and rough, but they just need to deal with it.
Yeah, and
Just
Gen.G were
forget
watching.
about it.
Gen.G were watching, and they saw all of the issues with IG.
Yeah.
And now they're able to come back and capitalize.
Oh, but maybe it will be like it's maybe bad for Gen.G, you know, like you were watching IG bad and like, man, IG is so bad. We don't need to play.
Oh, and then you start losing in the early game, and
Yeah.
then you mentally
Oh
collapse.
wait, what? It's like me, you know, me were casting, and like, oh man, LCK players are so bad, and like, I just
Yeah,
lost.
Yep. No, I understand completely. I understand completely.
And
I've lost many a commentator on the desk.
Yeah, and I cannot talk shit about LCK anymore. I mean, I will still, but
I think
in my mind,
I think you
know?
can. You can just do it with the LPL as well. After this game.
I just feel bad.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
But anyways,
let's have a look at some of these highlights here as Ning gets the old do-si-do. It's not what you want, and then the Shy left after the Wolves. This was honestly just a stomp, but a stomp that Gen.G played out very, very well.
Clean.
Yeah.
That was clean. They just got everything they could, and
Cool,
the
guys.
vision
Don't look at
control was
explode.
great. And this is what we wanted from Navi.
Yeah.
Playing early game jungler or like a snowballing jungler, and also Lema play more in-game supports.
Luma just play more. I don't know. I don't care
Play
what he
more?
plays, to be honest. He's
I mean, he
just-
lost first game.
I know he lost the first game, but that wasn't his fault. No, I just want to see him play like this more.
Oh, yeah, true.
Like this.
Just going in there.
This style of play. I mean, I don't think it was about the set. It was just him seeing all of the plays. Yeah. And set support does have a lot of tools available, but you're right. Like,
I mean,
having all of those options, he used them so well.
I mean, it's kind of meme as well, you know? Like, if you have nothing to blame, you know?
Yeah.
Just like, nah, play more playmaking supports.
yeah.
But in the truth, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you play.
Just be Luma, please. We just want to watch
And
more.
yeah.
And that's Puff getting completely trolled.
I mean, there's nothing to do.
Yeah.
And
oh god, the spear.
Yeah,
oh,
I mean,
we
look
get
at-
to see what happened to. Oh wait, he's dead
look at these spears, man.
I'm so sad. This is before, after Ning died. I didn't even notice. Oh man, I wanted to see how he actually fell down. As that's a very linear graph, and when you see those, you see a team that is in so much control. And if I'm DRX, like, look, I hate to say it, but I think there's a chance that we might just straight up have DRX and JDG qualifying through.
That is true. If JDG wins against DRX, right?
Yeah. If JDG wins against DRX,
then
they
there
both
is no
move
chance.
to 2-1,
So,
right?
yeah.
But
so they
we
don't
could have
need
a
to-
3-way tie of 2-1s.
Wait.
Against IG as 0-3.
Oh, because there's Gen.G. If
There's a lot of 3-way tie options, actually. We could have a few different things happen here.
But I don't believe that.
No?
I think today is going to be really clean day.
Okay.
Because today's games are really clean.
That's true. That's true. So we
Compared
do
to
need to
yesterday.
have a clean finish. That's how we're going to have to wrap it up. So that's with a DRX victory and a Gen.G victory. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
So then we get 3-2-1-0. That's
And
very clean.
Yeah. Let's predict about the POG this game. I really think if Kanavi doesn't get POG, something is wrong.
No, I think Lumao needs to get it. Lumao, he's so good.
I mean, he's good, but he's support.
And I guess Kanavi did play very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't die
Yeah.
at all as Nidalee. He's always had a level difference on enemy jungler.
I don't know. Actually, I wouldn't mind if either of them got it. As it is going to be Kanavi, 5-0
There you
and
go.
6. Finally, we get a prediction of the player of the game correct. And it is going to be Kanavi that locks that one down.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
congratulations to the rookie of the split, the
Nice.
MVP of the split for the LPL, and demonstrating exactly why in this game.
I mean, I think all the support players are gonna agree with me, because even though, yeah, Lumao played good, but if you have that kind of jungler, it's just happy to play the game.
Oh yeah.
As support, you know, your jungler wins for you for the early game, and wins late for you.
Yeah.
It's just
And
perfection.
then you control every team fight.
Yeah, and like, I can just really go in, flashing in. It doesn't matter if I fail one time.
True. But I still think that Lumao played an excellent game of League of Legends. He still is a force to be reckoned with.
True.
Very excited to watch him versus DRX. It's going to be our final match of the day, because Carrier versus Lumao, like, so many clean mechanics in that particular matchup. As we will have the interview coming up very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. And that'll be over in the LPL arena as well, I believe.
That's cool.
As yeah, we're just switching back and forth, depending on where we are. As
采访席
here it is right now,
那
so
这
I
场比
will
赛结束
throw
之
it
后
over.
呢，我们请到的是 Zoom 来到采访席。Amaris here, joined by Zoom, the top laner from JD Gaming. Please say hello to your audience. 先跟各位打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的上南 Zoom。
欢迎 Zoom。今天第一个问题首先是恭喜你们拿下了本场比赛的胜利嘛，现在感觉怎么样呢？
因为第一场打得不是很好嘛，所以说这场赢下来对我们士气有一定提升，所以说还是挺开心的。
So I asked him about how does he feel after winning this game. He said that we didn't perform really well in the first game, so after winning this competition, we feel it's a little bit hopeful. My second question will be the pace of your game was really fast and you barely made mistakes. So what kind of feedback or adjustment did you make after losing the first game? 那今天你们这把比赛可以说是打得非常快，节奏也很快，几乎没有给对面什么机会。那在第一局失利了之后，你们是进行了什么样的反馈以及做了什么调整呢？
因为第一局我们进攻节奏打得不好，所以就感觉是我们选英雄的问题吧，所以说我们就决定换点英雄，所以说这一把选到了更适合我们的英雄，所以说打得顺利一点。
So I think the gameplay of the pace of our gameplay was not really well. We changed some champions that we are really good at. So, it's more about a problem of the pick and ban. So just some changes in the champions. Your teamwork today in this game was really amazing, and the execution, the shot calling was so amazing. So how would you rate your synergy today out of 10? 那今天你们这把比赛的话，团队配合是十分出色的，就是该撤就撤，该开就开，那整个执行力是非常好的。所以假如说团队配合打个分的话，10分满分会打几分呢
？10分满分的话，应该至少打个8分吧。因为我们本来也是以团队配合为主的队伍嘛，所以说感觉打得还挺好的今天。
I would rate 8 out of 10 because our team is really good at the teamwork, like or gameplay of the synergy. So yeah, I think this game we did pretty well. So my last question will be: next game you will compete with DragonX, who just won 2 games already. So what aspect of your opponent do you think you should keep an eye on? 那下一场比赛你们将会面对到是 DragonX， 他们已经连续拿下了2场比赛的胜利了。那你觉得在面对他们的时候，有什么部分是需要值得注意的呢？
因为他们个人能力和对线实力都打得挺好的嘛，所以说我感觉这方面我们能注意一下的话，我们还是很有机会能取胜的。
So they're very outstanding about their laning phase, especially their personal mechanics. So if we pay more attention to that, we are very likely to win. And that's so much for the interview. 也谢谢 Zoom 来到我们的采访席，就把时间交回给解说。
Thank you so much. And look, that was a short and sweet interview, but got to say exactly the things that he needed to. And now needs to focus on the final match for Gen.G. As you can see, based on the standings, DragonX have an opportunity to go undefeated if they're able to take down Gen.G.
Yep.
And Gen.G could be joining DragonX in the semi-finals with a win over IG, assuming things go right, because we could have some very interesting tiebreaker situations where Gen.G gets through, DragonX doesn't, Gen.G gets through. One of the LCK teams misses out.
Yeah.
There is a lot that could happen now with these 2 matches yet to go, but Gen.G versus IG will certainly be the final nail in the coffin for IG's hopes and dreams in this tournament. And see, if IG manage to win out, then there's a chance that we do still have some very interesting sort of bottom of the standings tiebreakers, assuming that Gen.G fall to DragonX. So certainly a lot still up in the air.
Yeah.
And no one out of it just yet confirmed, which is surprising, because I feel like we had a lot locked down by this stage yesterday. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I feel more confident though today on our LCK teams.
There we go. Widid's come back. He's come back to us. He did have DragonX at 4th place in this group. However, not anymore. Because they are currently undefeated. I, however, had them at 1st. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you in game number 5, which is our second last one of the night. IG will have to see whether our 2018 World Champions are going to be able to hold on up against the 2017 World Champions in Gen.G. Gen.G just fell to DragonX. IG just fell to Gen.G. So let's see how it goes, guys, after the break. At least I think after the break.
Yeah.
Because I think I was told to wrap it up, but we didn't quite have the exciting music just yet.
Yeah, maybe we should just.
I think Sunke is like he's having an excited talk about the possibilities of an LCK winner. But as you can hear, there is some of that that break music coming in. So we are going to go to that short break now. We'll see you for our next LPL versus LCK match right after.
Do-do-do.
평화가 함께하시길. 가엔나 키리비.
카드가 날아와 폼이 꽂힌다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSC. We are up to game number 5. We have reached the final third of the day here today. How you doing, Wadid? Are you ready for our next LCK versus LPL matchup?
Yeah, I'm doing great, but I'm slowly my brain is melting because of the many reasons.
Yeah.
First, it's my second language, and second is international tournament. But Riot is letting me doing commentary thingy in global channel.
I know,
it's just crazy.
It's super cool. And do you know what my favorite part is, Wadid? My favorite part is tomorrow, where you get to do it in English for one best of 5, and then Korean for the second best of 5.
That is true, actually. That is actually insane.
I mean, I think it's pretty impressive that you're a commentator that commentates at the highest level in 2 languages. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
You know, put that on a resume. Looks damn good.
That is true.
So all European teams also understand this guy has multiple skills. Speaking of multiple skills, we have a bunch of players here that want to demonstrate them as IG have to take to the Rift once again and look to try and turn around their performance up against a Gen.G that did also suffer a loss but had a bit more time to reset. So getting back out there are IG, and we'll see whether they can mentally reset heading into this one.
Mentally, for sure, man. Because the Shy, yes, he was fine in Aatrox, but that's not what we want, what we expect from the Shy, you know? Being fine? No.
No, he needs the hard carry. He is the hard carry.
Exactly. He always wants to win lane, but right now it's the only one player is just hard stuck in this IG team, which is Rookie.
Yeah.
I just feel bad for him. Like, he's just sweating and just playing for his life, and like every teammate is just dying left and right, you know?
I was actually, I received a tweet from Lyric talking about, you know, this is just Rookie's life, you know. This is what he does. He's just in ELO hell and stuff like that. It wasn't the case in 2018 when they won, right? It was Rookie and the Shy that were able to take the bull by the horns.
I made him
But
happy.
it actually reminds me of the old IG back in 2015 where it was actually just Rookie versus the world.
Oh.
This is back when Kakao was on the team and things were very different. But this is who they're up against. Rascal cleared BDD, Ruler, and Life.
Same roster.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, just dismantled by a DragonX that had a Graves with way more farm than he should ever get.
Yeah. And also, I don't want to see just random ban picks, just randomly at match 5, you know? That's what we did yesterday. LCK teams.
Oh god, yeah, please don't. No.
Just like Yasuo and Gragas
like
on the bot lane.
Instantly locks in Yasuo and Gragas. If you left the desk at that point, wouldn't blame you. I think that's allowed.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously, like,
good picks, you know. It's still good picks, but do you have to do that in these kind of BO1 survive moments, you know?
And also, like, you can understand it in isolation, right? Like, the guys explained it on the desk. It's into the Ezreal, and, like, that laning matchup is okay and all this sort of stuff, but you have to understand it holistically. And in that game, like, they got to mid to late game, and they were like, oh, we go in, and if we don't kill them all, then we just die. And they couldn't kill them all, and they died.
Yeah.
So, Gen.G probably not going to make the same mistakes.
Pick similar, you know, as you did.
Yeah,
like game
precisely.
1 and game 2. I mean, it was not bad. Maybe game 2, maybe pick more a little bit for the mid-late game. 1 or 2 champions.
Or just don't pick Lee Sin in that game, and then you're fine, right?
If there is another Lee Sin, then I'm gonna be so mad. No joke. But anyways.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not the Lee Sin's going to come in. I apologize, we did, for leaving you a little bit in the lurch just there. Had a little bit of a malfunction with the old microphone, but that's all right. It is now back on. Sorry for giving you guys a forced peek behind the curtain. IG going to be taking away the set. The follow-up ban will, of course, be the Varus. Gen.G likely to get rid of something like Kalista afterwards. It has certainly been a way that they have been going so far. But there is BDD. Syndra taken off the board.
Oh, this is actually Lee Sin matchup. Both players.
Yeah,
no,
these are the Lee Sinners.
And they lost.
This is the sinful matchup.
It's going to be really hilarious if one player picks up Lee Sin, you know?
We need someone to play Yuumi, like it's the holy book, coming to bestow forgiveness on the sinners. Because both of these junglers certainly have been that. IG. Do they just ban Lee Sin?
No, there is no way one of the team bans Lee Sin. 0% win rate?
I was definitely kidding. It's more like a let's just make sure he doesn't get picked again.
I mean, at this point, I want it. I want it to be picked because I just want to see who is better Lee Sin in this tournament.
I mean, I want to see if Lee Sin
One
can
team
win.
is gonna win the
Yeah,
game,
that's true.
and this is Israel first pick.
We need somehow for IG and Gen.G to make it to the semi-finals so that they can blind pick Lee Sin in game one. Right?
And maybe Yasuo Gragas in the max?
Oh god, yes. Yes, we need that too.
But we can't see that anymore.
We need to see which is the best Yasuo Gragas though. Have jungle Gragas and mid Yasuo versus bot lane Gragas Yasuo. As Gen.G
Oh my god! It's
mean,
actually happening!
Did we?
Did he actually predict?
Did
he actually predict it? Worst scenario. We literally joked about just do not pick random those kind of combo at match 5, and they literally did. And we literally talked about Yasuo and Gragas being
Please don't
pretty
leave.
bad.
I know I said that you could leave the desk. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting
Now
this to
I'm leaving.
happen. Nope, no, you're not allowed to. I just hope that, okay, so you're allowed to if this is the bottom lane. If this is the bottom lane, then maybe I'll let it slide. But BDD cleared could play the Yasuo Gragas.
I'm just so sad for
Yeah,
LCK.
me too, dude.
I'm just so sad. Why this happens? Actually, I remember when I was in Griffin again, I screamed against I practiced against the Gen.G and T1, right? Because there is only a few teams left because of the vacation after summer split.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of course.
And also, we got the chance to play against DRX too.
Okay.
And they were practicing mid Kalista and bottom Ziggs and Zarvan.
I mean,
And
the bottom Ziggs is something that
and-
Deft has been playing a lot. But there's a Felios, dude. We've got
Wait,
it. We've
what?
got BDD Yasuo.
You got
and
it.
We've got. See what did? You
But-
just need to hold on to hope.
But what if it's top Yasuo?
Then that's fine. It's just not bot lane Yasuo. That's all I don't want. It could be jungle Yasuo. That's fine. You know?
Oh man, I mean, I didn't know that we can be this prediction god today. You know,
Well,
like you
we're
predicted
just
a
good at
lot
our
of.
jobs. We're good at our jobs. You know?
I guess.
Yeah. You have to spread that skill between commentary and professional player, and you're this good at commentary. Imagine how good he is at being a professional player, everyone. Make sure you contact him on Twitter if you're looking for his support.
I feel bad. Just please stop.
I like doing this.
You know?
I like going full shill. Did you
Oh,
watch
man.
Worlds? Okay. LeBlanc and Akali going to be taken away here on Gen.G's side as the Yumi has been. So that book, you know, all of that forgiveness that could have been given out is going to be banned away. And IG considering what they want to take away from potentially life or maybe to target something else here this game. I don't know whether you attack Rascal's champion pool because there's already been, you know, just one top lane champion taken away.
Yeah, just ban one of the. I think this is still fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
really think Aphelios' best partner is Thresh, because Aphelios is immobile, you know.
Yeah, you need the lantern. And you don't want to pick Tom Kench.
But this is still fine because you play against Braum, which is really bad in lane, so they should able to get some lane pressure, so they don't need to pick Karma. So they can just pick like Nautilus.
Yeah.
I'm just glad.
Ooh, or they pick Taric.
Just imagine if they picked Yasuo, Gragas, and Karma support and Lee Sin jungle at the same time. You know, it would be disaster. But
Can you
I'm
not say
glad.
things like that?
But I'm glad that they didn't pick that. So I just wanna vote for life already. You know. Like,
all right. I mean, he's looking fabulous, as you
Yeah.
can see. The Shy
he's doing great.
gonna lock down the
Lucian
the
again.
Yeah, we've got two champions that are pretty susceptible to the old wind wall in the Lucian and the Ezreal.
But I think.
This
Is
could
there
be
any
mid lane.
chance? Is there any chance Rookie plays mid Lucian and they pick for like double flex picks? I guess not.
Ooh. Rookie's thinking about it, picking up Pigeon Man yet again. The clock ticks down, but there's the Echo. We're gonna have the. Oh my God! This is actually one of my favorite matchups of all time.
Echo versus Yasuo mid lane.
Echo versus Yasuo mid lane. It was Rookie versus Godvi.
Oh,
and,
Godly.
And that game had like some of the best 1v1 play between two players that we have ever seen in League of Legends. It was just so good. So good. You can look up the highlights. I think they're on YouTube somewhere, but oh my god, it was such a treat.
Reddit.
Yeah, it would have been an IG versus LGD game of some kind. And Echo versus Yasuo, and it was just so much fun. So this is super sick.
I mean, this is still fine, because as we talked about the Gen.G's game 2, they didn't have like tools for the mid-late game team fight.
Yep.
But this time around, yes, they have Yasuo and Gragas in Irelia, which is kind of random and kind of coin flip champions in the team game. But this time around, they do not have Kalista and Zed in the bot lane. They have Aphelios Taric, which is such a safe tool. I feel so comfortable when I see these champions.
And also a bit of extra range here in Ruler's hand, so should be able to more reliably clear minion waves. Of course, something that you definitely look at when there's a Yasuo and an Aurelia in your solo lanes, because there's not a lot of wave clear there. But even Gragas is able to help out in that regard. But their disengage, re-engage team fight is so flexible out of Gen.G. If they can play this effectively, it's going to look so damn good. Well, and we said that about their first composition.
Yeah, I mean, we don't care. It's Echo versus Yasuo mid lane.
Yes. Oh my
Rookie's Echo versus BDD's Yasuo. It's just crazy.
I am so ready.
I actually love this.
I think that it was Rookie that was playing the Yasuo side of the matchup last time. But man, it was like it was 5 years ago. Wasn't it?
5 years ago.
Oh
Old
my God,
memories.
I am super old, aren't I?
And
really
these champions are still in the meta.
They are. Well, they're back in the meta again. So let's get into it. Game number 5 of MSC starts now. Someone in chat did mention that Rookie was playing the Echo, so he's back on it again. This is something that he's chosen in the past, but it was a very long time ago, and I love both of them. They've taken Ignite.
But actually, it didn't change that much, no?
No, I mean, the matchup is basically the same.
Like, even 5 years ago, these champions were having same skill sets, no?
Yep. Yeah. Skill set is absolutely the same. The numbers might have changed a little bit
numbers
here and,
a
there,
little bit
otherwise,
over like shields and...
Yeah, and like, of course, the items that you're going to be picking up are going to be different as well, because now different ones are in the game.
But anyways, both players has Ignites too.
Oh yeah,
spicy.
And they also have Flash on different keys.
So we can see what Flash is better, D Flash or F Flash. So what do you have? I have D Flash because I'm European.
Are you a Delasher?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm an F Flasher. I know how to spell. You're a Delasher. No, I'm an F for Flash, you're an F for Fire. I get it.
But Rookie uses D for Flash. Because it's dodging skill.
Ah, right, yeah. Sorry, I got them mixed up.
And it's way more closer for your fingers, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
So it's great escape when it comes to like emergency situations.
But I think it's about muscle memory, as Rascal is going to find Ning, who's not going to be able to grab that kill. He's actually pretty cute blade surging, and already,
spicy.
Some biffo here in the mid lane.
He already practiced this matchup on stage, you know, so...
Yeah. I mean, it was 5 years ago, but still.
But still, it's good memory.
Timewinder comes out, BDD avoids the return. Level 2 gain, that's actually a great combo there. So we could just watch this matchup all day. The Ignite could come in, no! Holds onto it. Flash is available for both of these mid laners. Damn, this is dangerous. But that's a huge trade for BDD, actually. Maybe Godby wasn't that great of a player, I don't know. Maybe this matchup's Yasuo fake. No,
it seems like...
Sometimes these trades just work out better for one than for the other.
It seems like Yasuo has better early trades, but at some point Echo is gonna have enough damage for just one-shotting Yasuo.
There's also the ulti that you have to factor in, and the shield you get from Trivia Parallel Convergence, not to mention the CC. There's like a whole lot that happens as you get more levels and more abilities. So this will certainly spice up as the game goes on. But that initial trade, definitely fantastic for BDD, is cleared, making his way topside. A fantastic Gragas player in his own right, a little bit overshadowed by score of the past and cuz of the present, but has certainly had some great games on the Gragas as well. So Rascal just taking shot after shot from the Shy. Doran also having his share of this particular experience, which is being a melee champion into this, as BDD does get rid of it. Yeah, Nick's going to come down. Ignite comes in, and this is not what we wanted. All right, Nick's going to flash. Oh, the dash over. BDD holds onto his flash for a long time, but he knows that he's dead, and it will be Ning that takes him down. It was all just a bait from Rookie the entire time.
That is true. He lost in trade intentionally.
Yep. Yeah, that's how you do it. Lead him into a false sense of security and then invite your buddies.
That is true. And bot lane is gonna be boring. I think they really don't need to show bot lane at all.
No,
because
they should.
They're just farming 24/7.
I don't know why we're showing the top lane. I mean, I guess if Klid's here going for a gank, then that's okay. But otherwise, I just want to look at mid.
Looking for 0 for the Shy?
Yeah, this is not what you want. It's Klid. Okay. Okay.
Cool
didn't body slam. That was weird. That's a great snare. Now from Life, the double dazzle. Down here towards the bottom side. No vision available here for Gen.G. The minion wave not exactly in a gankful position on IG's side.
I mean, it's fine.
There's so much boat coming out of buff right now. Ruler is really struggling.
Doesn't matter if he gets poked a little because he has Tarek, and he's looking for mid-late game. He's not in Tarek, like last game. And also the thing that Ning is kind of ahead in jungle, it will make this mid matchup easier. And also IG has bot lane prior, right? And when you think about mid lane, and especially both players are playing melee matchups, right?
Yep.
Which means you have to kind of trade to push lane. And mid prior is most important thing in this game, in this League of Legends. So I think these kind of bot prior and jungle prior is obviously helping Rookie a lot in the mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like he's been helped through what could have been a difficult part of the lane. And now with that first blood going down, things certainly going to change as Rascal, I think, is out of dodge at this point. Flawless Duet comes in. Oh, that's a great snare. Chose the correct target. And is going to be able to get himself to safety.
Rookie.
But now Rookie comes in. Phase dive going to be there. The flash comes out. Rookie actually gets that one timed out. And the parallel convergence comes in. Klid in the right spot. And no snare to come down. Predator does alert Rookie to the potential danger. That is flash down. Rascal does use his as well, but for the mid lane matchup, BDD now does have.
BDD's coming, yeah?
Yeah, he's got the summon spell advantage as well. Flawless Duet not going to do it. The Shy comes in. A lot of these minions fell down topside, so this is still good for IG.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, life goes down very, very low. That's the exhaust. Ruler gets exhausted as well. As meanwhile, on the top side of the map, BDD grabs the Shy, picks up that kill, and now Ning could be in trouble. BDD, he's channeled up his tornado as well, and he flashes for it to make sure that he locks that one down. A double kill for the Yasuo, as now Rookie's going to have to try and run. He will have phase dive. But you can see already BDD has taken the other route out of here. He wants to try and block off any sort of escape. Klid, I don't know whether you can actually 1v1 this. As Rookie is looking for it. The Ignite comes down yet again there. The Smite does come in, and BDD should be able to lock down the kill, but level 6, and therefore the Chrono Break is going to be there, and that's not the one that we're not looking for. It's the good kind that comes out of the Echo. BDD doesn't find the Tornado, and Rascal should be able to get in there, but it is going to be BDD that locks down the kill in the end. So, 3 kills for BDD, 2 kills for Rookie. And this is exactly the Echo versus Yasuo that we were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy just got cut cleanly. Gragas didn't even use any skill shot, just got hit by Tornado.
It was BDD. This is the enemy team Yasuo.
Enemy team Yasuo? Definitely. But this time around, it's our team Yasuo.
Our team, enemy team Yasuo.
Our team Yasuo.
Perfect.
Exactly.
It's not often that you get the enemy team Yasuo on your team.
True.
You know?
It's really rare.
That's when you message them and you're like, do you want a duo next week?
And yeah, the Shy, man.
What the heck? Okay, BDD just comes through and grabs himself a solo underneath the turret. Oh god, this could be a disaster. We've all seen this happen in our
Wait,
solo queue games.
Like, was it like BDD played good, or the Shy just being the Shy?
I mean, we didn't see it, so I don't think we'll,
I mean, because
we'll know
like
until
Korean casters are just screaming BDD happened again. BDD, BDD, you know? So I'm just wondering.
Well,
but
we'll
I
have to
think
have a
it's
look
more
at the
the
replay.
Shy.
Yeah.
Like how, you know?
Yeah. Look, I don't know. I don't have the answers for you, Wadid. I really apologize.
I mean, I'm just wondering if he's really having homesick, so that's why he's just running into the Koreans all the time, you know? Just hug me. I don't want to kill you. We are all friends. We're family.
Ah, well, maybe tell him that, you know, they can be friends and family without inting into one another. Entirely sure. But so far, certainly not the Lucian games that the Shy's been looking for.
Yeah.
As his Aatrox also not living up to historical standards that he's set for himself. 1,000 gold, the resulting lead here for Gen.G, but of course it's not over until it's over, and it's still very early in this game. We're going to check out the Shy, trying to fight against BDD, and that's what happens when you just get comboed and killed.
Okay.
Even takes a casual turret shot.
That was just... I don't know. I don't know what to say at this point against the Shy, you know? Because I cannot talk more shit about the Shy, because my memories are just killing me.
Well, I feel like, yeah, like that is a really good point.
He's
but
the
also,
god.
this is something that the LPL commentators were talking about. Like, he does seem like a shadow of his former self. And I think there's certainly a lot to work on if you're IG moving into the end of this off-season, into the summer season. And there is time to figure that out, right? This is a team that did get very, very far as their results in the regular split. And it wasn't too long ago that the Shy was having the Shy level performances.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it hasn't been this tournament.
And this will be easy Drake for Gen.G. It feels like mid lane has 20 CS leads, maybe more than that, and 1 level differences already. And also, their ball lane is slowly getting pressure because it's Aphelios against Israel. So before, maybe when Israel gets two items, then maybe they can push out Aphelios enough with the pushing power with Israel. But right now, it seems a lot easier for Gen.G at this point.
And so far, we haven't really seen the true 1v1 between the old Echo and the Yasuo.
Maybe like after 20 minutes.
We saw that first trade, but I was so happy when BDD sort of like got a few kills back after Rookie got first blood and stuff like that, so that we could potentially see more. But wasn't quite expecting it to be like 3 kills in the lead and a 40 CS advantage, or like 30 CS advantage approximately. Does make things very difficult for Rookie, and he's probably going to be looking for side lanes rather than actually going against this. Yasuo could certainly be very, very difficult to deal with. He's got his Phantom Dancer already completed. Rascal going aggressive here, does find the Vanguard's edge onto Ning, as the culling just barely sneaking past Rascal there, and you can see all of those turret plates going over to IG. So successfully able to put some money back in the coffers. But IG not able to lock down the kills at this point in time. Life's moving up. BDD is going to be there as well. Minion wave equalized in the mid lane. However, Ruler versus Puff on the bottom side. Is Ruler just shoving in, gets himself a plate as well. Very, very even as far as 80 carries, but Puff's going to have an advantage at 2 items and Ruler at 3.
And yeah, when you think about if let's say this game goes really long, right? Then I don't think IG have like better late game team count. So they are kind of in a hurry, but at the same time they cannot fight right now because they're way too behind. And Gen.G right now, they can just play like LCK, just what they did in a regular season. They have great late game. They already got a huge lead in the mid lane, so they don't even need to give up all the objectives, just looking for smoothly smooth for Drake in a row. And yeah, for IG, yeah, this kind of trade is kind of...
Oh, okay. BDD was thinking about it, but doesn't press onto his R button. And yeah, you're right. I actually think it's a really, it's It's an interesting comp out of IG. I think that the Echo was largely picked, especially because it has the Ignite.
Yeah.
Largely picked for, you know, mid lane dominance into, you know, an early to mid game that our rookie can dictate the pace of. And unfortunately, it hasn't really worked out with how this game's gone. Yes, he's got around the map and affected it, but BDD's also been there to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, and the point is, they spent a lot of time on the top side, right? But CS difference on the top side is not huge at all.
No.
And they didn't even lose the turret yet, so I think this is still all great for Gen.G, but what happens if they gank?
Well, they are looking for a culling onto Rascal there as the barrel goes down, and there's the Shy delivered over to BDD, but the flash has to be used. The Shy will eventually go down, and maybe Ning will follow suit. The Tornado is going to miss, but BDD is just way too fed right now. 6-1 and 0, my God. Is there anything this guy cannot play?
6 kills
His
total.
Yasuo was always good. We knew that, but still.
6 kills total, and BDD got everything. Every kills.
Yeah, he's the team. And if there is a Yasuo on your team, you know that they are the main character of every game of League of Legends that you play. Right? I think he's fitting into the stereotype. Because whether it's a tragedy or, you know, a love story, it is always about the Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, this was the lane that Irelia has to push in. But yeah, Gen.G was kind of ready. That they knew that they have only chance on the top side of the mid lane. So Cleed was ready, and also BDD, he's ready to pick up the kills. And it was easy to, yeah.
It's just so good to see this combo being utilized well, as now Rascal once again getting ganked, but this time Cleed is going to be there. Blade surging all over this, but Ning's going to turn up, and Cleed says, sorry buddy, you're on your own. And the Shy finally gets himself a kill.
Yeah, Irelia is that kind of champion. You know? You always need to be like aggressive, and if you play passive on Irelia, then that champion means nothing.
Yeah, and you also in lane, you're just going to get poked down the side.
So that's why you don't play top Irelia most of the time. Maybe some games on the some games on mid when you have like good matchups, but this time around they have Yasuo too. So the main focus for their jungle should be on the mid lane. But yeah, I mean, Rascal kind of did a great job before he died like 2 times. But at this time around, it was purely his fault. No need to aggressive in that timing. But yeah.
I'm so sorry, we did.
And also he's playing against Braum, by the way.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be completely useless.
Just going to have a horrible time as now Rookie's looking for the dive. No parallel convergence to land here. Even avoids it on his way back through his Time Winder. Rookie tried to get it in the right position, but couldn't quite do so. And has to chrono break to get himself out with his tail between his legs. Rascal happily able to avoid that particular gank and actually dispelling so much of this pressure on his Irelia despite falling down a couple of times so far this game.
Yeah. I mean, that was clean escape by Rascal though. So they can actually hit the turret. BDD is hitting mid turret as melee champion. This shows that they have huge advantage, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Normally, when you're playing melee champion, you cannot hit the turrets. There's so much danger. Even though like you saw like 3 people on the top side, but still like there is some pressure that you cannot hit the turret as a melee champion. But he has 6 kills. He can whatever he wants.
The crazy thing is that yes, he's got 6 kills, but you can see how even the gold is. It's 200 between them. All of the turret plates, the turret plate gold, and the first turret gold going over to IG has allowed them to stay in this game, most definitely. It's just what they plan to do against the rest of these champions. Another Time Winder's going to go wide. Parallel convergence also not finding it, as Ruler will clear out this mid-outer turret as Gen.G's first turret of the game. There it is! 2-man ulti comes forward, and the ult out of the turret also beautiful. Gen.G will follow up that outer turret in the mid lane with an inner turret, and that is exactly the combination that this Gen.G comp can do. And with BDD so fed, it makes it look even easier.
Did you see that just clean chain CC combo by the way?
Oh yeah.
Gragas Yasuo into Taric E.
And also the Cosmic Radiance, making sure that there's no way that they'll die to anything. Like
100%.
Oh, it's beautiful to watch.
10 out of 10.
This is the danger of this comp in the mid game against a comp from IG that should be pretty strong in the mid game as well. I mean, all of the trickery of the Echo, especially in a side lane like this, and the Shy being able to push relentlessly as well, it's just not able to come to fruition because Gen.G's comp just fights better in those scenarios. And, yeah, Shelly comes down. She's not able to take out this outer turret in the mid lane. 8-4 the kill score thus far, and just over 2,000 gold now the lead for Gen.G as we have a look at this once again.
His positioning was just way better. Like, he didn't show himself while they're pushing mid lane turret, and that's why Subwin couldn't react to Gragas ulti. So it was really clean, and clean chain CC by Live as well. I mean, Gen.G is just playing so much better than IG, it feels like. I mean, maybe you can say that, I mean, it's not the huge difference between those teams, no? Like, it's only 4 kills, but the way how they set up the team fight and the rotation is just way more cleaner. And easier, too, because they have so freaking fat Yasuo.
He's epically fat. Yeah, he's definitely quite a large boy.
So this is what they should do, because Yasuo is on the bot lane. They should something else on the other lane that Yasuo is not existing. He has Ignite, right?
Oh, Rascal, yeah, looking for Puff.
Yasuo is coming
comes
though.
down, yeah, Rule is going to be there. He locks them all up with the Gravit, and Rascal looks for it as well as, yeah, there goes the barrel. Perfect timing there as BDD denies all of Puff's damage. Rookie tries to get out. He's been exhausted, does not run nearly far enough. That's 8-1. Here for the Yasuo. He's legendary at 20 minutes in this game as he started off at 0-1-0. BDD is an absolute monster today.
Please pick more Yasuo Gragas.
In jungle and mid lane.
Oh man, like I love to see this high mechanical champion. Like, and that was kind of unnecessary E-forward by Puff, I think.
Yeah.
He's making those kind of mistakes today like a lot. Because Lucian was hard stuck on the bot lane without TP. And we could definitely see that Yasuo got the push and just coming into the mid lane. So they lost the focus, which means not the great for BO1.
I mean, the Shy was able to come in and get a flash out of Ruler, as you saw at the end of that replay. So, you know, there might be an opportunity for IG to find some sort of fight around this Cloud Drake and avoid the Cloud Soul opportunity. Or IG could lose a fight right now and just dies. The Shy gets taken down to 100 health, and he has to get out of here. That is going to mean that Soul Point is going to be available for Gen.G. And this is honestly turning into a stomp before we've even reached over a 3,000 gold lead. As our Rookie getting chased down by Rascal, Life in hot pursuit. Ruler going to be there as well. Parallel convergence comes down. That might buy Rookie enough time, and it will. Puff not able to get the damage back over, but thankfully they saved their mid laner. Not the Dragon, but our Rookie does survive.
Yep. Nothing could go wrong at this point. Like, BDD is also building for a defense, by the way.
Yeah.
So he's not gonna...
I mean, he has the items that you need as a Yasuo. Just most of the time they get these items at 35 minutes instead of 22.
Phantom Dance with that dance? Like he's dancing.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of dancing. Yeah. And there's a lot of shields. And there's a lot of not dying. It's, and a lot of damage. And a fair bit of lifesteal. And it's very similar to what we experienced with the Ezreal. It was also impossible to kill.
Yep. Such a great combo, actually. Phantom Dance and that dance.
Thankfully not a lifeline passive, so we're okay. As BDD, yes, has a lot more gold than everyone else. Ruler also, hot in his heels. As the Shy has at least been farming effectively. He's picked up a whole lot of those plates as well, which explains the difference between himself and Rascal. Just shows, guys, even if someone's feeding, if they pick up all of the turret plates in a turret, they're probably still really, really strong. So you should probably still, you know, follow them into battle. I would recommend.
I mean...
You know, not to a fault.
Yeah.
You know. But, you know, at least, you know, continue thinking that they're probably with a fair bit of money.
This is still a great attempt by IG though. They cannot just straight up 5v5. I think that's not possible at this point. So they just need to look for random plays, random pickups, just do something that they cannot expect. But this
Rule is just going to turn it.
Yeah.
As they noted that he didn't
I mean,
have
this
his
is straight
flash,
up.
but IG have just turned it on its head. Rookie trying to distract them, running them away from his teammates actually. Trying to turn it there, but the exhaust immediately comes in. Life was his target, and Life was not taken this day.
Oh, man.
As Gen.G will turn towards the Baron pit. IG just pushing up the mid lane. Gen.G likely, oh no, they're just going to start it. This is the new and improved Gen.G.
Oh, man.
And they are all about flipping coins on Barons. Gone is the old IG that would be calm and careful. The Shy pops on over, looks for Rascal. The turn being considered here by Gen.G. They still have the Baron aggroed for the moment. Tornado goes wide there from B2D, but he still has a lot of fight in him.
They're
chasing after Ning and Southwind. Okay.
They can turn all the time because of the Yasuo. But yeah.
Oh, Life might just be taken out here. Yeah, the Shy's going to be able to lock down that kill. And now 4 versus 4. Clid looking to make his way into that flawless duet was absolutely beautiful. Rascal continues to dive, but he just gets taken out. Clid also going to fall. Yep, Puff is popping off. BDD's trying to take him down. This could be the Quadra. This could be the game turned. And the Quadra kill does come in for the IG 80 carry. This game ain't over yet. Unless it's over in IG's favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet. And definitely that was huge mistake by Gen.G, by the way. They can just get back and play like LCK. And why they're just trying new things at the random moment, you know? They could just
we
get
say
back.
that now that it doesn't work, but we liked that they were more proactive. But you're right, that was not exactly the greatest turn.
Yeah, the Nashor try was fine.
Yeah.
Because they kind of pulled out them and maybe they had the chance to fight, but unfortunately they didn't have tools for the turning. But yeah, after that, they can just reset and just go to Nashor side again, and maybe they have better team fight than this. But this time around, just Southwind and Puff was like really doing 2v4, 2v5.
Southwind's Unbreakable actually just so much damage, it was insane. Plus this killer here from Ning keeping Puff completely safe. Really, really well played from IG. They certainly still have a lot of fight left in them. And IG now with the Baron remaining on them for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Have to see whether Gen.G are going to be able to wrestle their way back in. And it's so weird saying that when there's a 9-2-2 Yasuo on the Rift. It shows that it doesn't necessarily guarantee a game win.
Yeah, I mean, and as I said, Irelia is going to be completely useless against Braum in teamfight, right?
Rookie once again going aggressive, but
There's
does get the
Clid, by the
shield
way.
back again as well.
Oh!
Cosmic Radiance to come down now as Clid takes down the Shy. Ning's going to follow, and now Gen.G may have found it. The fail flash from Rascal was unfortunate, but Gen.G have still won the fight. Puff off to the side. Southwind soaking a bit of damage here, but the Unbreakables have actually been fantastic out of Southwind. And honestly, Rascal, that was a silly flash.
Yeah,
but
silly.
there is the Cloud Soul for Gen.G.
Silly, but I'm happy.
Yeah, silly, but inconsequential in the end.
Yeah, still fine. All he needs to do is just not dying randomly and going into the Easter of Braum. We all know that he can be useless, but Rookie.
I've seen this one from Life before, as it is going to happen. Gets a couple of people with his Chrono Break as well, as Ruler is doing a fair bit of damage. Yeah, Rookie's going to go down. Puff dies as well. Oh no, it started going so well until it absolutely didn't. And now Gen.G well and truly back in the driver's seat against a team with Baron. The Shy still does a fair bit of damage, but this game has gone from, you know, a fun 1v1 matchup, a fed Yasuo, Gen.G in control, to absolute fiesta in a very, very short space of time, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, I love this kind of fiesta because those two teams are.
It's just action, action, action.
Yeah,
Sick
consider as best
mechanics
teams
from
you know?
everyone, right? Yeah.
Consider as world best teams. You know, they have won the wars and
2018 on the blue side, 2017 on the red side.
Yeah, so it's like a acceptable fiesta.
Yeah,
they are humans too. You know?
Well, we're gonna have a look at this fight once again. This is what happens when Cosmic Radiance is actually used in a team fight. Although I actually don't think it did anything.
I mean, it did nothing, but the way how they use Gragas and Yasuo is just
much better.
But yeah, just this is how it is. This is how you fight with Gragas and Yasuo. Just do not fight if you cannot get a good engage angle. You know? Yeah. Like before. What was the team fight? That was horrible. But yeah, they realized it so fast because they are all smart players. Thank God.
Yeah, exactly. And now BDD is building towards Guardian Angel, and it's going to be very, very difficult.
Difficult to die.
Well, even more difficult to kill him. As Rookie hasn't been able to find too much farm on this map, wondering which side lane he can actually go to here. He doesn't really fit too many places. Ruler clears out mid. Now we have Elder Drake in 3.5 minutes, Baron in 2. And likely that Gen.G could just go towards yet another Baron attempt. See whether they can lock that one up. I think in the next fight, Gen.G are going to have a lot more tools available to them as Rascal going to dash on in, look for Rookie, parallel convergence comes
It is
down.
coming first.
Yeah, and that is going to be the stun to come through. Oh, Vanguard's Edge avoided there by Rookie, who phase dives back in. The Shy in position, Chrono Break does nothing, and Gen.G just a little bit too far ahead, especially against this Echo. Moonlight Vigil, avoided there by the Shy with Relentless Pursuit. Otherwise, IG get out, only losing their mid laner. And the siege is now on in earnest.
And I think, yeah, Puff is still strong, but they can just slowly push them out, just play with...
Flawless Duet lands, the Shy with the Blade of the Rune King keeps himself alive, BDD. Oh my goodness, they don't even get rid of his flow.
Yeah, just play with wind walls and play with your skill combos. You know? It's just that simple. You don't need to
find your windows and get a pick with your combo. And then
just
win a
use
team
your
fight.
combo, you know?
Yeah. I agree. Puff. Now with a serrated Dirk. Interested to see what that's actually building into.
I mean, I thought he would just build QSS and soak Yasuo's ulti.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought too.
Dashing in and maybe try to 1v9, but yeah, I think that's Draktar. Yeah. For Israel.
Yeah,
there's nothing to say about it.
Yeah.
But anyways, maybe he's like that confident in himself that he can just dodge it. And also, that's kind of trust into your support.
Absolutely. And look, Southwind has been playing very well this game.
Yeah.
I actually think, weirdly enough, for an IG game, that the bottom lane has been their saving grace so far. That's why they're still in this game.
True. Oh, he bought the Edge of the Night.
Edge of Night, okay. Oh, and that actually, that does the same thing, helps him. As, okay, we're going to start the fight once again as the Shy is going to have to try and get out of this one. Parallel Convergence comes forward. BDD still able to lock down so much as Cosmic Radiance comes through, but the GA is procced immediately. And now Vanguard's Edge happening underneath an inhibitor turret on Rascal's side, and he's still wanting to dive further.
Man.
Rookie, he's running the ring around the rosy.
He's saving the day.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. Delays. Getting those minions towards the inhibitor turret, but Gen.G do have a Baron to head over to. And that was...
Elder Drake is coming up in 40 seconds.
So there should be Baron into Elder, do you think?
Yeah, should be. They have Tarek, so they don't need to reset. I mean, they can even reset. They can just have fun.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they can reset if they feel like it. Ruler is going to be the one that deals with this mid lane. There's 25 seconds on Elder Drake and no vision available for IG. They just haven't been able to move that far out of their base, right?
Yep.
And so it's too dangerous for them to actually go and check this Elder anyway in any timely fashion. So Gen.G pretty capable of doing exactly what they want.
Yeah, and also I just want to spotlight Clean more. Yeah, I mean, BDD is playing really good on Yasuo, but at the same time, when you play Gragas Yasuo, Gragas side is maybe a bit harder, you know? He always needs to look for Yasuo position and better team fight and better ultimates, and Clid is doing great job in the vision control and just being hiding.
Yeah, and Clid has always been a fantastic Gragas player. Yeah. It's just frustrating that he's often been overshadowed by a lot of the other Gragas players that we do have in the LCK, as I mentioned earlier on.
Clid is hiding.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does find one of these barrels onto the Shy. Oh, it's starting to really hurt, as of course not exactly incentivized to build magic resist against this kind of comp.
But Puff is pushing it off with the Edge of Night. It's actually great.
The fact that they've started this, though, is really dangerous on IG's side. Another wind wall is going to block the culling. Now they know that it is on cooldown, and this Elder Drake really isn't going down very fast, but the Trundle certainly is. Parallel Convergence finds absolutely no joy as the Cosmic Radiance comes in yet again onto 5 members. Gen.G should be able to lock down this Elder if they would like to. Looks like they are just going to pull away.
Yeah, heal up and just hit.
Yeah, let Tarek do his job. Another wind wall comes in, a good knock up onto Southwind. The Elder Drake goes down in favor of Gen.G. This is vintage Gen.G now as they play it patiently and by the numbers. And now Puff, with no Edge of Night remaining, gets exhausted. Vanguard's Edge, good night Ezreal. And Rascal will be able to lock down Southwind as well. This should be the end of the game in favor of Gen.G.
Clean team fight. And this is what we want from Gen.G, the upgrade version of LCK.
Absolutely. And
yes.
12-2-8 BDD, like absolutely earning his split-wide MVP outside of the final. This was a player that we didn't see enough of in the final whatsoever, and there's his ultimate yet again. Explodes rookie.
Explodes.
He's going to need a different kind of chrono break to get out of this one.
It's just exploding all the time.
Just really, really impressive play out of Gen.G, turning around what was a difficult match against DragonX and escorting IG out of the tournament. 0-3, quite disappointing, and honestly, a lot of their players looking a little bit out of sorts in comparison to former form. But remember, they haven't been playing with Ning for very long. It's been Leon majoritively. Of course, Ning historically a player for the team for a very long time. However, it's still a playstyle they have to get used to again with a different bottom lane. Of course, it's not Baolan and Jackie Love anymore now that Puff and Southwind are in, and that's not necessarily a downgrade, but it's different. And as soon as it's different, it takes adjustment. And IG obviously needing a little bit more time to get there. But Gen.G, it's like the adjustment has finally happened, right? At the beginning of the year, there were so many teething problems. It looked like this squad was just going to be so good. I think I tweeted about it, saying that Gen.G won the off-season.
Won the off-season,
but they didn't manage to win the actual season, right? Because T1 were just too good in that final. But as these games go on and as the seasons progress, they are going from strength to strength, and I think that they haven't nearly hit their ceiling yet. So really good to see out of Gen.G that they are able to fight back after what was disappointing in the LCK final this spring.
Yeah, and also they combined two great play style in a really good way. And sometimes they need to be really aggressive, and they did. And also ban picks as well. Like, it improved so much.
They picked Yasuo Gragas, and they didn't put it in the bot lane. They put it in jungle and mid, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and in that also, but during the tournament, it's really important to just change your plans like instantly, like right after you're lose or you're winning. Even though you win, you can change some drafts, you know?
Yeah.
There is always better way to draft when you think about it. So it's really great to see like how fast they feedback about their team game and their drafts, even though the Edgar is gone now. Like,
yeah, and it is going to be a very different experience for the Gen.G players. I don't know whether they're looking for a new head coach or anything like that. I believe they promoted one of their former coaches, one of their current coaches into the head coach position. And so haven't actually filled any posts or anything like that. If we have a look at some of these highlights, this was after that initial trade in the mid lane as BDD tries to waste as much time as possible and ultimately falls down in the end. But from here, I believe he gets 8 kills in a row.
Yeah.
And it's just the BDD show.
It was the triple kill that he got it on the top side, right?
I think it was a double in the end, I don't think he was able to take rookie.
Yeah, so it's like that was so huge at the top side. Even though IG planned a lot and played around the top side, the strategy couldn't able to pull up that kind of pressure that his team bring for him.
Yeah.
So great job on Rascal and also Clade. I already mentioned about it. And Gen.G's bot lane. Yeah, I mean not perfect, but they did their job. They did their job definitely.
Yeah, and I mean when it's a comp like this with like Aurelia who wants to be a center of attention as well as the Yasuo, with the Gragas starting everything. If you're an AD carry, you just stand back and try and auto attack stuff that's in range, right? And you let your team get that wombo combo in the right scenario. I don't think this is a good game for Ruler to take a back seat. You know?
Take the back seat, and I mean, also we cannot forget about BDD Yasuo.
Oh,
he literally just showed how to play Yasuo in this game.
You have to remember that this guy did come in to the LCK as a Z1 trick. You know, so obviously Yasuo's in his wheelhouse. It's basically Zed's brother when it comes to solo queue players.
That is true.
So really good to see him bring this one out yet again. It reminds me of back in his Kingzone days. Back when BDD was just honestly schooling people all over the place.
And there's no doubt that BDD is gonna get POG.
Oh yeah, he better get POG. Because of course, he is the center of attention. He is the Yasuo, and he absolutely 100% deserves it.
But actually, Gragas did more damage than Yasuo.
Well, actually, I think that we see this the majority of the time. I think in some of the games that Cuz played with DragonX last year, where he was playing Gragas, he did like top damage in the entire game by like massive margins and things like that. Like, I think that's just a reality of how the Gragas works with the added poke that you're gonna have, things like that. But still, I mean, I think that the mid-jungle synergy was certainly there between the twins of Gen.G. And just great to see them performing well after having a disappointing one. Especially Ruler playing, I mean, he took a back seat and played consistently, but that's what you need to do when you have a bit of an emotional game in the one prior against DragonX. If you cast your mind back, it certainly wasn't the Ruler of old, but this game wasn't about him, and the draft wasn't about him either. So I think it's actually really beautifully done from Gen.G and also
BDD.
From Ruler to be able to sit back, as it is, of course, going to be BDD.
Of
13,
course, man.
2 and 8.
Gold difference at the end, 6.7k by the way. 6.7k, and I mean, gold difference at the minute 15 is also insane. It's literally 1.8k.
2,000 gold. That's
almost
insane.
2,000 gold at 15 minutes. That's just crazy. I mean, normally when you play Echo against Yasuo, you should be able to get items earlier because your items were just basically cheaper.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
This Yasuo just got Phantom Dance into IE just clean smoothly, and then that and into the GA.
And that's actually part of the reason why Echo is picked into the matchup, because you can build Seekers so comfortably and all this sort of stuff, the itemization. But if you have no money, you can't build those items, and therefore, it's you're up against, you know, an ulting Yasuo who gets 50% armor penetration and then just murders your entire team with 100% crit chance. It's I don't know why he has those passives. It's not very fair, to be perfectly honest. But we are going to throw it over to the interview, so let's hear from G-Sung yet again.
BDD 선수 모셨습니다. 우선 마지막 경기 승리로 마무리하셨어요. 소감이 어떻게 되시나요? First of all, you are wrapping up today with another win today. So how are you feeling right now?
되게 아슬아슬했던 경기이기도 했는데 꼭 이겨야 되는 경기여서 약간 잘 이긴 것 같아서 되게 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
Well, this one was a must-win game for us, and it was very intense and close, but I'm happy that we were able to pull off a win. 그러면 오늘 승리한 경기에서 모두 POG에 선정되셨는데 오늘 컨디션이 정말 좋으신가 봐요. Especially BDD won all the POGs in the game that Gen.G won today, so I guess he is in the best form or condition right now, right?
약간 최근에 뭔가 그 저희 스프링 시즌 끝나고 나서 약간 큰 변화가 생겼는데 그날 이후로 약간 스트레스 받아서 잠을 잘 못 자겠더라고요. 그래서 어제도 사실 잠 되게 못 잤는데 오늘 그래도 약간 경기 경력이 좀 차서 그런지 경기는 되게 잘 돼서 정말 다행인 것 같아요.
actually something big happened to me after the spring split, so I couldn't go to sleep and sleep well. But well, maybe I had a long experience as a pro player, even though I couldn't sleep really well yesterday as well. But I was able to pull off a great performance today, so it's a big relief. 그러면 오늘 정말 전설의 출연이었습니다. 야수 활약이 정말 대단했는데 1, 2픽으로 야수 그라가스 조합을 가져가셨어요. 그 이유는 뭔지 또 팀적으로 야라가스 조합에 대한 평가도 궁금합니다. Well, today's performance of Yasuo was legendary, and it was also R1, R2, Gragas, and Yasuo. So, what was the plan in this draft, and also how does Gen.G rate this comp?
요즘에 바텀으로도 야라가스를 쓸 수 있는 경우가 되게 많아가지고 그렇게 뽑게 되는 픽이라고 생각해서 되게 괜찮은 픽이라고 생각하고 있어요.
Well, Yasuo Gragas comp is a flex comp for mid, jungle, and bot duo, so I think that's the main reason why we are picking Yasuo and Gragas. 그러면 오늘 야가오, 초비, 루키 선수 모두 상대해 보셨는데 어떤 선수가 가장 미드라인에서 좀 까다로웠는지도 궁금합니다. Today, BDD faced against Yagao, Rookie, and Chovy, so who was the most tricky or the scariest opponent?
세 선수 모두 다 약간 성향이 다르다고 생각을 했는데 약간 오늘 경기에서는 초비 선수가 되게 가장 까다로웠다고 생각하고 있어요.
I believe all three players have different colors, but today I think Chovy was the most trickiest and scariest player. 그럼 이제 다음 경기 DRX가 승리한다면 LCK 두 팀이 모두 다음 라운드 4강전에 진출할 수 있는데 DRX에게 응원의 메시지 부탁드립니다. If DRX gets a win in the upcoming series, two of the LCK teams will make it to the semifinals. So any message for DRX?
네, 오늘 뭔가 경기가 띄엄띄엄 있고 국제전 되게 오랜만이라서 되게 피곤하더라고요, 대기 시간이. 그래서 꼭 DRX가 이겨서 깔끔하게 다음 경기 준비했으면 좋겠습니다.
It's been a while since I played internationally, and also there was a little bit of a waiting time before between every match, so I'm a little bit tired, but I still hope that DRX gets a win and we both make it to the semifinals. 여기까지가 BDD 선수였습니다.
Thank you so much, as usual, G-Sun, for that incredible translation as BDD. Up there once again, our MVP of the regular season, and currently the MVP of Gen.G as well. I believe this is his second POG so far. As we have a look at the standings, unfortunately for IG, they finished the tournament at 0-3, and they will not be advancing. But as you can see, guys, there is a certain 2-1 that is looming for everyone.
But actually, IG is the only one team ended up without winning a single game in this tournament. That's actually kind of sad.
There really is. I mean, you can obviously see it in how they played in the matches today. I don't think this is the IG that any of the fans were expecting to turn up here today, and would certainly be disappointed in seeing it. But we do have to move further forward. Already, there are a couple of LPL teams in the semi-finals so far, and we're looking to see who is going to augment it. If JDG win this, I'm still yet to know what is actually going to happen. I'm not entirely sure about three-way ties and how we're going to break them, whether we're going to play rock, paper, scissors or something like that between all of the teams, or whether we're going to play some tiebreakers at the end of a day that has already gone an extraordinarily long time, and we are starting to lose our minds.
I'm good.
You good?
I'm good with the extra games. You know, like we already saw a lot of high-quality games, so.
That's true. That's true. Probably hoping for some more Lee Sin, things like that. But guys, we still do officially have one more match, and we'll see whether DRX can remain undefeated or whether it is in fact going to be JDG proving to us that they have what it takes to battle with these squads, and it's not going to be a double LCK finish for day number 2. Guys, make sure you stick around as we are going to be concluding potentially after the break.
카드가 날아와 폼이 꽂힌다. 모바일
Mobile. Prove yourself and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSC. It is the final game time. And in the event that JDG win, what it just for you, we'll have 2 more matches.
2 more matches.
Yep. So the teams with the lowest win time.
Oh, lowest.
So they win the fastest.
Game time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the 2 teams that won the fastest will face off against one another. The loser of that will then face off against the final team, and the 2 winners will then be promoted.
Nah, just please DRX.
Or DRX wins. Yeah.
Nah, just please DRX, man. I mean, it's more about like Korean spirit, you know? Because they won, they got 2 LPL teams. So we should have 2 teams from Korea too. Because I just want to see, like, no one had first game blind pick in international tournament. Right?
But I mean, like we did, we could still have 2 LCK teams. We'll just also get 2 more matches. Right?
Okay, so DRX, I think they can for sure play Yasuo Gragas mid jungle too, right?
Oh, of course they can, yeah. I don't know about Piotr's Gragas. I don't know how much of that he played.
I remember when he was playing Gragas in LCK, he was always getting one-shot by LeBlanc.
Yeah, that is that's not so good.
Yeah, that's what I remember from Piotr's Gragas.
He played 2 games on the Gragas and lost both of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, you know?
Yeah.
He was always getting one-shot by LeBlanc, so maybe just ban LeBlanc and play Gragas jungle?
You could do that, or you could not play
Not
Gragas
play,
jungle
and just
play Graves again.
But I mean, his Graves was on point, man.
It was.
Yeah.
It's likely going to be banned.
I don't think you snipe.
I think it's time for Kindred.
That is true, but DRX is red side, it seems right. So I don't think JDG should have to like ban Graves or something. Maybe they can just snipe and Trundle too.
Ooh, maybe.
Yeah,
I think if Graves is left up though, Kanavi's definitely playing.
Yeah, I mean Kanavi. He just realized that, oh man, Trundle is so freaking bad champion.
Yeah, I know.
I'm only playing Nidalee Graves. You know?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what the decision was from Pyoshik as well, right?
So,
Both of these
yeah.
junglers, we've been waiting for like this one moment, you know? Freed from the tethers of Trundle, and now to be facing off on their high-powered early game monster champions.
But what if DRX actually bans two of them, like Nidalee and Graves?
Whoa.
Or do you need to ban Nidalee? Are you scared of him picking Nidalee first? Do you have no champion to play against Nidalee?
Yeah,
maybe. On the red side? That's my question, you know? Are you not worried about the Kanavi 1v9? Because he literally did in the Nidalee game.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I just want to see what bans are they thinking from DRX, because definitely on the red side, laners are fine. I do believe DRX laners are better than JDG right now, so they can just easily counterpick it because it's red side.
Yep.
But in the first place, I think they should snipe and at least use 2 cards. Maybe 1 card is for sure Varus, right? 2 cards for the jungler, and
oh, but then do they first pick LeBlanc?
I mean, it's Chovy. It doesn't matter. Chovy's gonna do his job.
Cause that likely Zoe's gonna get through, and then you get Zoe LeBlanc matchup.
I mean, it doesn't matter what he plays, you know. Like it's
the Chovy factor comes in.
Yeah, I mean, that's
he
what
even gets player of the game when Doran does crazy like 1v9 things.
I mean, let's see what they think about it.
There is actually a lot to go into this draft. It's actually gonna be very, very interesting.
I mean, one thing from DRX is 100%. Oh, they are blue side. So JDG choose red side, right?
I don't know. I think that because it's only like single round robin, right? So I don't I don't think you get to choose.
Oh, true. Then maybe it should be coin flip, but the paper that I got was like always correct. The blue side, red side, right?
Right. Okay. And now
so
it's not?
this time around it's DRX on the blue side.
Okay.
So I don't know why, but yeah. Okay. So they can for sure first pick Graves
if they want to, if it's available, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And they're not snipe banning jungle at all.
Well, now we'll have to see what JDG bans after the Varus. Of course, the understandable ban, and there we go. We've learnt from our previous team's mistakes.
So what about
should
Trundle?
Never go to Chovy.
So Trundle is bad, right? Because both teams lost on it.
Yeah.
So aren't they not gonna just ban it and just leave Pyoshik for free, Trundle? You're not pressured at all?
I hope so. I just hope they don't pick it. That's what
oh
I find.
yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
there we go.
I just wanted this.
And so now
he can just pick Trundle.
Nidalee Graves get banned, right?
Yeah,
And then
I mean,
they pick Trundle. Oh god.
Maybe just can pick Trundle or Graves too.
Or no, so Graves gets picked. DRX now priority pick like Ezreal or Callista or something like that.
Or Senna.
JDG picks the Trundle, and then Pyoshik picks Callista. Sorry, Kindred, and then you've got like a great jungle matchup. Pyoshik's, namesake of a champion. I don't know. I feel like we're thinking a little bit further ahead than we otherwise need to.
I just hope that this is not mid Callista. I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
I mean, it's Chovy. I wouldn't mind.
Really? At match 6, that it decides if it's gonna be like tiebreaker or
Yeah,
not?
no, that sounds awful. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Let's not go with
I mean,
that.
because he just played insanely good on mage control mages. You know,
Yeah,
you don't even
yeah,
need
yeah.
to like play. I mean, obviously, Callista is way more harder to just pull it off. You know.
Yeah.
It has strong lane, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Could be potentially dangerous. But, I mean, Chovy does have a champion Ocean. He played
Ocean.
about 1 billion different champions. As JDG leave the Trundle option up until third pick. I actually love this on the red side because you can pick Trundle and then ban the Kindred. And then if Pyosik picks the Kindred, then you get to not pick Trundle.
True.
So that's absolutely
And just
fine.
counter pick it with Kindred. Easily.
Yeah. Where does Carrier go with this
Oh.
pickup? Could this be Carrier's set support? I'd actually love this set just being picked away from Lumao, to be honest. Even if it's not necessarily the greatest synergy alongside the Aphelios, I don't actually care. I just don't think Lumao should play that again because he was too good on that champion.
So, yeah. What do you think about this? Do you think that if DRX had Gen.G's team comp that they just played against DRX, then can DRX actually snowball it and completely like demolish them in the early game? Because right now it's fine because they have like early mid kind of champions, but I'm kind of worried that DRX goes just full ham on the early game and have no any tools for the mid late game, you know. But because it seems like it already, because mid lane it's mid lane rumble, right? And then this means jungle should be like kind of CC or like Jarvan kind of champion, and top side.
We don't know that yet. This could be Rumble support, Rumble jungle. Kalista
not Rumble jungle for sure.
Could Rumble support work this game? I know that I think Spirit would
I mean,
play
it's strong lane in the support with the Rumble. I can definitely see that Kalista Rumble pushing in Aphelios Tamkench, but yeah, I mean,
Chovy was too good on it, right?
Yeah.
He was very good on the Rumble.
That's what I mean. You know?
You're likely going to be picking it. He also played it into the Syndra matchup as well. And not only that, but it was rookie Syndra. And so if you've comfortably played a matchup into rookie in the mid lane, you're probably happy to take it against most people, to be perfectly honest. Not to say anything bad about Yagao, but rookie's just very, very good, and especially on Syndra as well. So
yeah,
forward to seeing what the rest of this draft is going to equate to.
JDG loves to pick for like all-time champions, you know. I mean, they set up for early game too, and setting up for the late game either, you know. So it's like they prefer to be safer than just all-inning at the one timing, like just all-inning.
Whoa, okay. DRX have banned the Kindred themselves. All right, because Lee Sin was banned away, so expecting JDG to actually just pick the Kindred, and Kanavi has been playing a lot of it in solo queue. So I actually really like this from DRX. They were probably gunning for something like that, but this is another pick that Kanavi has been playing a lot in solo queue in the jungle, and that's the Echo. And that's going to be locked in. So Kanavi bringing out that special sauce in the final game of the day, most likely.
Yeah, and we needed CC from jungle, that's for sure.
I mean, that's going to do it, right?
Yeah, and my question is, what is our top lane blind pick by Doran? Because the Shy was just struggling so hard today.
Yeah,
just
true.
picking blind pick on the top side. I mean, I think at this point he can just go for safe.
Oh, it's going to be the Set. So Set is going to be played top, and Carrier is heading back towards his Pike. This is a kill lane for Deft and Carrier.
Against TK, Aphelios, definitely best choice.
And Zoom going for the old counter pick choice in the Gnar. This is something that our friend LS had a lot to say about. Not necessarily a counter pick that he loved, but one that has worked, especially in the hands of players like Cuvée, who are just good at it. Ha! Jokes. It's Aatrox as usual.
So yeah, I think DRX has great tool for the early mid games, right? They can definitely stack up some drakes, and my only worry is when they reach to the late game. They have Pike, which is kind of again coin flip champion, I would say, because his skill sets and he's also like scales well, but their team comp is all about Pyosik tanking in front alone with the Doran. So I don't think he cannot stand for the Aphelios damage in the late game, you know. So
the thing that I find cool is that Doran some of his best performances on set have been like team fight set play and really getting people clumped up with the superplex. And having that available to be put down on top of an equalizer with death from below available as well, their wombo combo, I'm just going to murder 1,000 people at the same time type style can actually come out very, very well with a composition like this, with Kalista there in the hands of Def to just tidy things up.
I feel so much better on the DRX side, yes, but I'm just worrying about DRX because they're DRX, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, don't let that get into your head, because it'll keep going round in circles, and we'll need to take you to hospital. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. Otherwise, we're going to actually look on the side of JDG. Remember, this is the LPL's final chance to get out of this group. Already, they have 2 teams in the semi-finals. And this would put DRX immediately there. If JDG win this, they are going to be still in with a shot, but 2 more matches will need to be played based on game win time and who's going to win in those 2 matches that are coming up. But let's get into the final, theoretically, match of the day.
Invading.
Yeah, Doran possibly in trouble on his set. Knockup comes down, but Zoom unable to close the gap.
Key focus.
First blood.
I mean, this is really great strategy, you know. The potential last game of the day, you just cheese Ollie.
Oh yeah. And also, we have to remember the synergy of Pyke into the Tahm Kench. So I think this bottom lane is just going to be even better for DRX. With the fact that Kerry can go through the Grey Health on Lumao.
Yeah, and also I actually asked to Keria what he thinks about the Kalista Pyke combo, and he just said that, I mean, Pyke itself is not that strong lane, but Kalista Pyke is actually a really strong lane, because if you hook one target, then Kalista can chase forever.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And also, you can go as deep as you want on Pyke and immediately get Fates called out of there, and you're absolutely fine.
Yeah, so he thinks that Kalista Pyke is great tool for early lane pressure as well. So I just want to see what he said. Yeah, I mean, he showed it before in the LCK regular season. So
yeah, true.
I have no doubt. So he's already showing.
Yeah, Hook is going to come down, and maybe the Tahm Kench. I know we talk about Tahm Kench a lot in a negative light and things like that, but a good Tahm Kench is still very, very good, as Pyoshik standing on an enemy ward. Kanavi doing exactly the same thing. Both of them are going to be farming things out. We'll see whether Kanavi is actually going to be able to get any sort of steal here. Of course, he does have vision, but unable to do so. Pyoshik not going to be able to get any smites or anything like that, as he didn't have it available. But just walks into the enemy jungle and steals a red buff. This is what happens when you're just a bit stronger in the jungle as far as health. And the first couple of clears for the Echo jungle can be a little bit dangerous. As Def lining up the pierces. I actually love champions where you can tell that a player is really good on it by a certain skill expression. Like, you never have to like push Ren stacks into your opponent with your Pierce in order to win games as Kalista.
Oh yeah.
But when you see it happen, you're like, oh damn, like this guy's really good at this.
Yeah. At the minute 2 or like minute 3, you already realize that this game is gonna be really easy.
Yeah.
This Kalista,
we got a good one here. We're finding some success here, pushing in this wave towards the top side. Continuing that pressure, as is the DRX way. But JDG, bot side control. Kanavi going to take away some chickens. Now eyes are going to be on the jungle to see who is going to be able to stand tall. Pyoshik walks on around. Ready for Kanavi, actually, as he gets the slide down. Chomps onto Kanavi. Parallel convergence avoided there by Pyoshik. Chovy comes on in. I believe that was a slow that did land, but Chovy doesn't get there in time. Going to be a slight lead picked up here as that camp was stolen away. There he gets his aftershock damage down onto Lumao, but this lane hasn't really evolved into much at this point in time, apart from Deft having a slight gold advantage, especially given the amount of extra minions here.
Yeah, and I really think when the timing that the DRX is looking for the bowling game,
Well, that's the stun actually. Is the exhaust has to come out. He just let Loken go home, and now the rend is going to come through. And oh, there's the flash,
There we
and
go.
Deft locks down the kill for first blood. That's the kind of bloodthirst we've been looking for.
First blood for Kalista, and especially when it's Deft.
Yeah.
It's great news. Already great news, and this is what they needed. Early game leads from mid or bot lane. Mid is already doing a great job by himself. He's already having great time with the CS lead. And yeah, their bot lane already got the lane solo kill. It's so important. I was gonna talking about when the timing that DRX can actually gank both. Because with the Trundle, Pike, and Kalista, it's unmissable against Tahm Kench kind of champion, you know?
Oh yeah, the chase potential is just insane. You're exactly right.
So one pillar can be one summon spells, but they don't even need to gank them. It's just 2v2. I mean, obviously, it's not like 2v2, but they just got some kind of mistake potential point by JDG's bot lane, and clean. That was just clean.
I'm not going to lie to you. I wasn't expecting Def to go for that flash. My LCK brain was like, there's no way. They're like, they're satisfied with the summoner spells. Totally okay. Nope. Deft. Bloodthirsty as ever. Locks down that kill. Great to see. Misses that CS. Not so great to see.
I mean, I do believe there is a lot of Deft fans, right? In the world, and most of the fans were like really missing him when he was in LPL, because when he was in LPL, he was this monster.
Oh, dude, I know. I was there for his whole career.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
his
why
whole LPL career. That sounded weird.
Yeah.
I didn't cast him when he was on Samsung Blue back in the day.
I mean, yeah, that's why everyone was like waiting for killing machine Deft, you know?
Yeah, waiting for him to come back, right? Yeah. Because him in the LPL sort of evolved. He used to be known as this teamfight positioning AD carry that didn't necessarily lane super well. That was always in. But since he was in the LPL, it was just, you know, he was how Imp played and then better by the end of his stay, right? Imp's still a good player in his own right, but just Deft certainly did have that evolution, especially on this champion. I think if you look into the history of Deft, like he couldn't actually play Kalista for the longest time. It was really difficult for him. But now you can see certainly a problem, and it was him and Uzi that were the Kalista players in the LPL by the end of Deft learning how to play the champion. So just a little bit of a walk down memory lane, guys. I guess you don't really need information from 4 or 5 years ago, but you have it anyway. So there you go.
I mean, it's always great to listen to the stories that the player has, you know?
I mean, that's what's really cool about League of Legends these days, right? Because it has been around for a really long time, and you do get to have those stories, right? Yeah. Like Rhea versus Faker is always something that's like so cool to bring up again, and so many people do still talk about it.
Yeah.
Ambition versus Faker in Faker's first game is still one of those moments that so many people remember, especially if you were watching it live.
Exactly.
Like, it's just really cool to have these historical moments that are just going to stay with the sport forever. Now DRX, they are staying with approximately a 600 gold lead this part of the game, and a Cloud Drake with our first dragon. So we won't have a Cloud Soul this game.
That is great.
We have bookended the Cloud Souls.
So Ocean or Inferno.
So we got the spicy ones.
I love those.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, it's like spicy ramen. Spicy ramen, you know? Because like it's all about water and spiciness.
Yeah, true.
Water and heat. Oh, that's exactly the possibilities that we have. The dream spicy ramen situation. You can tell that it's game 6. But dragons as if they're food. Don't worry, we have eaten, guys. I'm just crazy. Chovy clears out this minion wave very easily. 10 CS in the lead at the moment. Carnaby, though, is ahead by quite a few camps, actually.
Yeah, quite a few camps, but not like huge level difference at this point. And Trundle is gonna have easier time than Echo.
Yeah,
when you think about the rotation and the team fight positioning, then it's way easy for the Trundle side. But at the same time, Kanavi is fine with just farming, you know? He wanted to farm.
yeah. That's what he's here for.
Yeah.
Pyoshik actually managed to get a whole bunch of camps at the same time, so the lead wasn't exactly as much as I thought. Now you can see DragonX, they have focused on a lot of vision towards the top side, playing around Doran, who is very even at the moment with Zoom, but he's controlled his lane quite nicely. You can see the push mid lane there still belongs to Chovy. And Carrier and Deft remain on the bottom side, so you can see there are pings towards the Herald. Navi not going to be going towards it at all. And Pyoshik just going to take this one for free, so no rotation necessary. And Pyoshik just picks that one up. So free objective, great news here for DragonX.
With only one kill as well. Both teams are just way passive than the, our first like 1 or 2 games.
It's so funny because Deft and Carrier definitely went way more aggressive than we've seen so far today in that brief moment, but now not so much the case. Deft bouncing around this bottom lane will utilize his Vampiric Scepter to keep himself alive. Carrier slinks off into Fog of War, takes himself home. That big mechanical worm, I guess? I don't know. Never really understood what the old Project Pike was all about with that big wormy thing. That's fine. Maybe it's a snake, like an anaconda. It's got like a piratey vibe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Alright. It's just metal. Cool.
Just metal, yeah. I mean, I'm glad to see DRX's mid AD is ahead this year, just in lane.
Well, Pyoshik almost gets stunned up there. Chomp goes down onto Kanavi, but JDG do have to pull away. Pyoshik, in fact, held onto his subjugate. I thought he might actually use that to try and keep himself alive. Maybe a panic button is now Carrier. Losing a flash onto Loken.
Oh, man.
Doesn't get it. That's the pullback. Parallel Convergence is down, though, as Deft is in trouble. Kanavi gonna help lock down that kill for Loken as Equalizer comes down onto Lumao and Loken right here, but Teleport will come forward. Kanavi gonna dash around this one. Bone Skewer not enough as now Chovy looking for Yagao and Lumao, but finds himself on the wrong side of these tracks. And it looks like he is just going to fall. I don't know whether there's anywhere for him to go. Not enough scrap shields. That's a great long range stun. And the flash from Zoom. I mean, there are flashes that I'd use, and there are flashes that I wouldn't, but it's still a kill, right? And eventually Chovy goes down.
I saw him maybe failing Q and E combo into the wall, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, everyone thought that DRX has great start in that kind of skirmishes, but
yeah,
Loken, he didn't use any sounds before because he trusted in his support. The Litmal, what he did in that skirmishes was just so perfect. Like his Devour just saved, and it turned back to JDG to win this skirmish so clean.
I want to see what happens with the death from below as well, because I don't think the Carrier really got any value out of it whatsoever, or whether he even used it. Because yeah, I don't think anyone got down low enough for him to even find an opportunity. So that's really disappointing. Very close to being in range to get those resets. We're going to go back to live. The gold now becomes completely even between these two teams. The one big difference is the 4 turret plates that Doran was able to take down on the top side. And yeah, he's looking quite frightening. He has himself the makings of a Blade of the Ruined King, and as well, that Execution is calling just for the laning phase. Also works very, very well against things like Target, Echo, and Aatrox, so not exactly going to be an Execution is calling you're going to sell or anything like that, as DRX do put down Shelly with 30 seconds left to go on those plates. Carrier doesn't quite find the Bone Skewer, but they will be able to give those plates over to Chovy.
Wow, they're actually getting a lot of plates, by the way.
Yeah, that's a lot of extra gold. Bottom side, they haven't quite been able to. 10 seconds until they do dissipate. So I think Loken's actually pretty happy about the position of the game he's in. As Zoom finds himself the Infernal Chain, but Doran's just concerned about going home. And just wants Zoom to leave him alone.
Yeah, I mean, if DRX can just stack up the Drake, then it would be really great for the late game as well. because it's gonna be Ocean or Infernal Drake Soul. So it doesn't matter if they lose top turret.
No, Doran. Oh, this is not what you want to do.
That is true.
Yeah, Parallel Convergence comes down, but they're not going to go for the dive, actually. Not enough minions, I guess, because it's going to be Ocean Soul this game. No Infernals. So many Honeycroots have now spawned for those of us who are a little bit hungry for some extra fruit. Always good, guys. Make sure you eat your fruit, wash your hands, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I thought they're just gonna try to just dive Doran, but I think they know that Doran has flash.
Yeah, well, he's gonna flash now. But it has bought a lot of time here, and because he didn't die in that first dive, DRX had enough time to lock down this outer turret on the bottom side of the map. Continue pushing forward, and like you say, get themselves the second Drake of the game. Teleport from the Syndra to pick up the minion wave. Bottom lane. Chobi very close to collecting his Morellonomicon, which, as we illustrated before, not a low value item, especially not with Equalizer proccing so effectively in an AoE. I want to see Doran get into a team fight, though. We know how effective this set is. We saw exactly what Lumao was capable of in their previous game that allowed Gen.G to get on the board here in this tournament. And I want to see whether Doran can show us what we know he's capable of, because he's done it in the regular season of the LCK.
Yeah, but maybe they don't take fight until the next Drake spawns, because they don't have to, technically.
Yeah.
Aphelios always wants to just farm it out. And also, I don't think right now the DRX's top and mid lane has great item to fight. At least they need to have first cool. And maybe this is the timing that Gen.G wants to push it, because their damage dealer is already completed the item.
Well, Yoshik puts down a pillar. 4 members of Gen.G in this area, but not able to be CC'd or anything like that. Deft and Carry just clear up the minion wave. And staring down the barrel of an aggressive-looking Gen.G at this stage of the game. Still, no triggers to be pulled just yet, as Doran does find Zoom. Smacks him against the wall there as the Haymaker comes down, and now Pyoshik looks to try and lock down this kill. Carrier dives on over. Will he actually be able to find the death room below the answers? Yes. Pops him, and Lumao not there in time, so a bunch of extra gold goes over to Chobi. And Carrier is continuing to scale up as well. So DRX showing exactly what this Pyke is capable of. The more kills that he is going to get, the more dangerous he's going to get as well. Chobi with the Equalizer can actually use that to save this turret if he wants to, not opting into it.
They're automatically getting a top turret as well. Oh, wow. There's no man in the top lane.
This is just macro play working out in favor of DRX at this stage. First, it's a free Herald, now free top lane outer turret. Earlier, free bottom lane outer turret. And all for what? Is sort of the question.
Yeah. And this is the timing that they're not going to avoid to fight, by the way. Because the top lane and mid lane already got the item after that reset. And also, they got the extra kill in the top lane as well. And then Pyke got reset. How perfect is that?
Yeah.
Everything is just going well for DRX.
And Carey also knew exactly what was, I think he bone skewered and put the Aatrox in exactly the right position, which is sort of the guaranteed combo to make sure that you will lock that one down. So just showing that Carrier was just pretty good at the old Pyke. He had probably one of the best performances this year on the Pyke.
On support role.
Yeah. That I think there was only a few other Pikes that came in. I know Effort plays a fair bit of it. The Morgana Pyke being a famous one that him and Bang started off a while ago now. I believe it was in 2018. They were the few games that they managed to win, that particular combo. But this year, Mia played it, and then Carrier showed us exactly how it's supposed to be played, as he was just so damn good.
Yeah?
Fed first blood and then hard carry, I seem to remember.
Yeah, I remember. But anyways, the time has come for the third Drake in this game, and finally we got the Ocean Drake.
And is it time for Gen.G to fight? Are they going to try and stop the Ocean Soul Point from being locked down by DragonX, or can they afford to let this one go in favor of continuing to scale?
They should at least look for the fight, you know, because if you let them have straight Drakes, then you are kind of forced to just go for the Drake next time, you know?
Yeah.
And they do not want to be forced, obviously, when it comes to the Nashor dance with the 4th Drake. And yeah, it looks like JDG really wants to defend this Drake.
Well, they do currently have position. Some wards down here. DragonX still with control of the Pixel Brush, given the fact that there aren't a lot of sweepers left remaining, as you can see. None of them there, only Carrier with his up. Just trying to look for an angle. Pillar comes out.
Dragon dances here.
Yeah.
Dancing around.
And Loken actually does manage to go all the way around to get back into a better position. Doran wants this flank, but he dives on into it. Parallel convergence finds about nothing as there's the equalizer. It is taken, so Soul Point's going to be there, but now, can they also win the team fight? The answer is going to be no. Kanavi gets himself out to safety, and now Carrier in relative no man's land, but does dash himself out, and DRX get inside track on this outer turret in mid lane. JDG, I mean, they don't technically lose the fight, but they lose the fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Dragon Soul, but as I said, they're gonna be forced for the 4th Drake, and they missed the Herald's eye, by the way. They got the Herald, but they didn't.
Right, so they killed the Heralds and they left the eye sitting there.
Yeah.
That's a disaster.
Yeah, and also, look at the equalizer, man. With Pillar.
And I didn't really know where Doran went. I got a bit confused in this fight because Doran kind of disappeared.
I mean, he
into
flashed
nowhere.
in,
yeah.
But at the same time, Yagao did super play. He just eat at the same time.
And so
when
he got
flashed
immediately interrupted.
Yeah,
and so denied,
yeah. That was unlucky, but that was really great equalizer into Pyoshik still.
Yeah.
On the Drake. So, in 4 minutes, JDG really has to like decide something. Either you just go for Nashor or just 50-50 Drake again. But if you lose this 50-50 this time, then you're going to lose the game.
Well, exactly.
And
your Ocean Soul is so incredibly
it's
strong.
It's so important. Especially when you're playing Trundle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
Literally unkillable.
I mean, I think he's still building a Warmox, but he's going to have, like, double Warmox.
Oh, man.
That's really silly. Pyoshik. With that phase rush as well, so runs pretty damn fast. Leandri's Torment on the way here for Chovy. Once those 2 items come in, he's going to be very strong. Speaking of which, Def has hit those 2 items. Does still have a considerable CS advantage, but otherwise he's been pretty quiet since that first bout of aggression. You can see it's still 2-2, right? I find it really weird because we haven't really talked about this game as having lull states and things like that.
Yeah.
But it is very low kills, despite there still being a lot of, you know, posturing and thinking about fights and trying to get angles. This hasn't quite worked as Carrier's going to get himself a stun.
Here we go.
Skewer comes down, Face Breaker's in there, so much CC, but there's the Superplex. Zoom now does connect.
Oh!
Beautiful. The Haymaker is going to be enough damage. Not going to get it with a death from below, but still, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is the game I mean, Carrier definitely deserved the POG, by the way. He's doing most of the jobs that DRX needed, you know? I mean, I literally said...
kill contribution.
Yeah, and also I literally said they don't have to do anything for 3 minutes because there is nothing to fight. Maybe Nashor can control, but I don't think JDG is going to come in for that.
Miller comes down. Kanavi looking to just dive onto Pyoshik, who's flashing out of this one. Moonlight Vigil comes in. A fair bit of extra damage available, but still. Pyoshik is going to survive. Maybe that has something to do with the Mountain Drake and the Ocean Drake. Don't want to do the calculations just yet, but they do get a flash out of the Smite. And Missile Voyage comes in. Loken going to soak a hell of a lot of damage, actually, from this one as Yagao moves towards the top side. See whether he can actually utilize that Scout of the Week, as the first Harpoon is going to miss, and I have a feeling that Chovy is going to be dead this time, guys. Yep. I hate to break it to you. He doesn't have a stopwatch or anything like that, as DRX do lock down permanent vision, at least for the duration of this death timer on the Baron Pit. So, not too much to worry about, but a couple of whoopsies there from DRX, and if they continue some sloppy plays, then JDG are certainly a team consistent enough to just find their way back in. So, yeah, DRX not able to, they aren't allowed to go back to old tendencies.
Anyways, that was really great engaged by, roam by Carrier. So, even though they had nothing to do, he still looks for the plays and they got the advantage. But at the same time, JDG, they didn't give up. They're looking for the plays, and still there is one more huge, large, tremendous test that they have. Fourth Drake. The Dragon Soul.
Yeah,
is
30
here.
seconds. And Chovy will have flash, heals, and his equalizer available. All sums available for Deft as well, and that means that Keria
TP
has
as
one
well.
extra escape tool. Yeah, Zoom.
There is great TP ward behind them, by the way. They are looking for the angles.
I have a feeling Zoom certainly is. Doran
Doran is
possibly able
ready.
to come in as well, but there are so many JDG wards in this area. DRX haven't really done their homework. As they are going to move over, they clear out a fair bit of this vision, but Zoom gets himself into this crush. Doran just trying to be a bulky wall in the front of this one. Kanavi's actually pretty squishy, goes down to half with a couple of spells, but JDG, they do feel like they can start off this Ocean Drake. It's going to go down fast.
2K.
Doran is going to dive on in. They're just going to look for the team fight. There's the equalizer. Face Breaker's brilliant as well as the Haymaker keeps him alive. A Bone Skewer lands onto Loken as the death from below is not going to come out just yet. Finally, it comes in, but it is going to be Keria taken out, and now DRX trying to fight for their lives. Lumao is going to be traded, and Loken eventually falls down. Chovy taking matters into his own hands, and Deft there with the Pierce trying to get the work done. Kanavi, parallel convergence, a little bit too defensive for his liking, I believe. As now Doran looking for Yagao, as Kanavi is going to be taken here. Deft, oh my god, the phase dive was so close. The pillar even better, as Doran doesn't have the Haymaker, and that was a little bit overly aggressive, but still, team fight win for DRX, but Drake stolen away by JDG. They are still in this one.
Yep, and still in the game. That's the important part, that JDG didn't lose the Dragon Soul, especially when it comes to Ocean Drake Soul. It's just disaster. I think it's kind of similar with the like 2 inhibits, you know?
Yeah.
Automatically.
Just really, really hard.
It's going to remain rest of the game, so it's really impactful. But anyways, they did kind of 50-50. Great stun by Yagao, but at the same time, it seemed like DRX got the great skill one more combo, but Keria
Deft actually
failed.
Yeah, he did, and Deft sort of denied an opportunity to utilize his ultimate as well.
Yeah.
As they went for the greedy option instead, but there just wasn't quite enough AoE layered on top to secure the resets. Could have been a lot better for DRX, however, still able to get the majority of the kills here, despite it being pretty messy towards the end.
Oh man.
Oh god, that was so close by Kanavi. Exactly the right choice, right? To try and go into Deft, but just not quite in range in order to do so.
Yeah, there is another 3 minutes of farming, I guess. Because right now, I really feel like both teams can actually team fight. Because Loken, playing this game, so calm and collected.
And he's got 3 items now. Like, he is so strong.
Is TK ready for the redemption and Ziggs? Oh yeah, he's looking for it. He is looking for it, by the way.
The dream.
Lamau is his best support.
Just buff up Loken as much as possible. Language difference, by the way, and still playing this well together.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Loken. As Kanavi, still in a bit of trouble there, but you can see Loken with Crescendum and Calibrum. Just not a combo of weapons that you want to be going up against.
Yeah.
In this stage of the game, especially.
You said you talked about the language barrier, and I really think it should be more like spotlighted when it comes to like imports, you know?
Yeah, and when they have really good synergy, and how amazing that must be, right?
Exactly. And slowly, they can slowly chase because they have Pike and Trundle. Even like equalizer for extra chase, but I think DRX is more like calm and collected at this point. They were going pretty aggressive compared to last 2 games, but this time around they're just like think more about it, and more steps and more vision controls, and if we can for sure win the fight, then just flash it.
And they also know that if they win right here, they are just in the semifinals, right?
In the semifinals.
Whereas after this, they have to win the next game. And it could be the same matchup, right? And that the mind games that happen there, it's just not something that you want to have to deal with.
So, if it's just straight up 5v5, can they actually win at this point? Can you sure about it? I really think it's just half-half.
If Chovy can get here,
oh wait,
they might be able
Loken!
to. Loken, what was that? Oh no, Lumao not actually in range, and now Chovy's going to turn up. Oh, right as we were singing his praises, wasn't able to get that work done, as there's the resets that we were talking about. A little bit late on the equalizer, but that, guys, might just be game. One little misstep, one slightly out of position foot, and your dreams of continuing on at MSC may have just been revoked.
Yeah, I mean, that was just great killer by Pyoshik ISO. So that kind of separated JDG.
Oh man, and it was right as Loken and Lumao's flashes were just about to come off cooldown as well.
Oh yeah. That is just so sad, but... And yeah, I mean, JDG might thought that, oh yeah, we can for sure win the team fight, but hitting the mid tower without flash, that was really greedy mistake.
I'm glad that you actually brought this up earlier on as well, that it is greedy to hit the mid tower when you're very low range. And if you have Severin, onslaught, things like that, you are pretty low range. But we're not going to be able to talk about that as Lumao has to put Devour on cooldown.
It's not over yet.
Very speedy. And now we're looking for an Ocean Soul on the side of DRX. Loken is back here. It's still another 5v5. Don't have Equalizer yet available. As Kanavi gets himself a stun, they're going to take down Doran before this fight has really started in earnest. As Carrier gets himself out of the way, there's the Equalizer finally coming in, but the second Ocean Drake for JDG and another denial. Okay, now the resets might come in as Def throws down the ulties, trying to get this one working. Another reset, no, not quite able to get it done. Yagao eventually falls, but Chovy trades himself for it, and now it's the Def show. Can he get the resets? The answer is no, as Pyoshik was strong, but not strong enough. A triple kill here for Loken, and JDG, they get an ace, and they might be able to get something else, but there's no Baron. And there's not too much more for them to collect here on this map, other than a few stray turrets.
I think Def still has flash and heal. That's kind of sad. I really thought that Def could actually just triple kill right there.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. Maybe he used it a little bit earlier.
Let's see. And the fight was just Doran getting one-shotted, but Carrier, he did a lot. And I think that was really great comeback. It could be, but the heal from Loken.
Oh, that the Loken heal was actually, that was the game-winning play.
Oh. That was...
Oh my god, you're right.
I think there was a chance for just healing and just flashing out and just kiting.
Absolutely.
I really think so.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate there for Def. But saving his heal and flash for the next fight, potentially. But remember, I mean, that was a fight that DRX weren't really set up for. Chovy got his ultimate back off cooldown halfway through, and that was just after Doran had died already. So DRX really do need to tidy up their play. They rely on Doran to be able to get these superplexes into the backline to allow for a multi-man equalizer. And you can then layer that with so much more of what DRX have, and their parts fit together really nicely. However, you lose some of those, you're certainly not going to be able to fight with the same level of potency, and Loken will be Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, it's really simple that Aphelios is going to outscale Kalista in the late game. Especially, I mean, Loken kind of failed in the mid lane, but after that he just got the triple kills, and eventually huge again.
Yeah.
So I think JDG loves to do straight up 5v5, but this
Devour comes
really
in.
bad.
It's a fight on a couple of different fronts here as Kanavi and Yagao looking to try and get back. Another Bone Skewer comes on in as Deft is dancing around, but DRX playing this one a little bit more reserved, and that's going to be the pick up. Kanavi immediately ults though, so it is going to be denied. And the Bone Skewer is going to miss. Lumao trying to lie on the side of this fight. No black for Carrier, so he can't close distance. As Pyoshik with his Subjugate is going to be able to get his health back, and now Carrier stands on top of a ward.
Man, Ocean Drake.
Oh my goodness.
Because of the Ocean Drake, there is Honey Fruit.
Yep, there's Honey Fruit, but there's also a lot of regen for both of these teams, and JDG a little bit more because they've now stacked up 2. If they get towards Ocean Soul themselves, it's even more disgusting because they stacked up 4 of them. And so this is getting real dicey for DRX.
Then I'm 100% sure that JDG is going to win the team fight after that. But right now I feel like it's really 50-50 because DRX has a potential to just kite them down, and they don't need to just straight up 5v5. All they need to do is just avoid to straight up 5v5 and try to kite out and wait for their skills, mainly Pyoshik's Pilla, Trundle's Pilla, and Carria's Hook. And at that timing, that was really great chase, but he couldn't end it.
Now, I've got a question. With Ocean Drake and Baron spawning relatively close to one another, is there ever a thought in DRX's mind to give away Soul Point to just guarantee a free Baron?
I think that's impossible because Drake is going to be one shot, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. It does
like
get
in like 2-3 seconds.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's.
And then they also have a
2 TPs and TK.
Yeah.
That's not possible. So they should have vision control. I mean, DRX can definitely decide to just go Nasher, but I think that timing-wise, they should focus on the Drake first. I mean, for sure they can just give up.
They should try and just get the Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, for sure they can just give up and set up the better vision for the Nasher fight, but I don't think they want that, you know? And I think that's pretty bad. And JDG wants that. They really want to go for the lake if they have Aphelios and Syndra and TK. And even Aatrox for the team fight. So I think this is the timing that DRX can actually pop off.
Well, you can see parallel conversions coming in. It's JDG that are looking for a potential fight, and they're pushing DRX back for what feels like one of the first times this game. Carrier getting into a flanking scenario. Chovy also trying to find his opportunity.
He's in the brush.
Going down. Yeah, exactly. Carrier gets in there. Ward goes down though, so his position is now known. Chovy joins him. I don't think Chovy's position is something that JDG are aware of. As now DRX looking for a pincer play. There's the equalizer onto 3. Superplex comes in. As now Carrier wants to get into position. Yagao pulled out of the fight though. As Doran goes down low. The stopwatch is going to be there, but Deft is dead so early. And Carrier did nothing throughout the entire fight. Finally, he dives on top of the AD carry, but is it going to be enough? I don't think it is. As now Pyoshik is trying to flash himself out. Carrier dies. They can do it. Without Yagao, it's Loken that's doing all the work here, and maybe, just maybe, DRX have ran out of steam.
Outskill is real. Outskill is happening. Loken definitely outskilled the enemy AD carry and him.
But also, just Carrier being out of position at that point in time meant that it was impossible to try and get any sort of execution onto Loken. So a little bit mechanical misplay, a little bit just being outscaled, and JDG will create the 3-team tie. And we will have 2 more matches tonight, guys. We are going the distance this time around. As we did, you're going to need to ask for a raise, my friend, if you've got 2 best-of-5s to cast tomorrow, just FYI. But damn, I think getting to see the LPL champions more in this tournament is certainly something that is well-deserved for this squad, because their first game was a bit disappointing, I think, in a lot of people's minds. So really, really good stuff. Loken being a hard carry in that particular game and saving the chances of JDG. IG is still out, but it's 2-1 for all of our teams otherwise. And that means we're going to have to play out that 3-way tie. And we will have confirmation on exactly which teams did have the fastest win times, and who's going to be playing first and who's going to be playing second. As I believe one of the first teams has to be Gen.G or something like that. I'm entirely sure. I was talking to Homan backstage, and he sort of told me a little bit about how it's supposed to work. But this is it's certainly getting spicy towards this end of the tournament. And don't worry, we have at least guaranteed 1 LCK team into the semifinals, right? Guaranteed.
I'm happy of that.
One of them has to get through.
Which one? Happy.
We're not entirely sure. As we thought. I actually mistold everyone that, in fact, good old DRX had qualified for the semifinals. That's because 2 wins should theoretically do that, but you can get yourself into a tiebreaker scenario.
Yeah.
And that is how this one worked out. So whether they can follow up that very difficult game with a match win is, I think, a question that's going to come down to draft and how they're going to play that one out. Because I don't think anyone necessarily played things badly. I just think the game played very well around power levels of champions at those exact times, right?
Yeah.
And JDG won out the war of attrition.
I mean, that was just my worry, you know. When I saw the DRX comp, I was always talking. I was like, keep talking about like, can they actually win the late game if they reach the late game? But I was like, yeah, I mean, maybe with the Rumble ulti, but when you see the JDG side, they have Aphelios. I mean, Aphelios itself is just way too broken when you think about the late game. So I think DRX, they definitely had like few chance of like game-winning plays and game-winning team fights, but they couldn't end it.
Yeah.
They literally had 3 Drake's leads, but they couldn't able to end up the game with those kind of huge leads. So maybe it will change a lot of things for DRX after this game.
And I think there were just a lot of moments where Keria had these like resets sitting in front of him that just got denied by heals, by devours, by all sorts of things. Just JDG just read what he was trying to do throughout this game, and it felt like they just got outplayed against, once again, a very similar type style of composition that JDG, at least a similar situation to what JDG versus Gen.G was about, right? Gen.G just out-finessed them. But JDG have a team where you don't need to do all of the fancy stuff. Their comp is just gonna work, you know? And although, you know, the Echo jungle is an interesting one, it's something that Kanavi is very comfortable on, has been playing it a lot. And Loken just finds a good position, has a better front line, has more protection. Lumao's Tahm Kench is fantastic.
Yeah,
and then moments like this happen, and Keria can't do anything.
You mentioned about Keria flanking in this position, but yeah, when I was talking about the DRX team position, I was like always thinking that just go in front of their team comp and just try to throw the skill shots, you know?
Yeah,
and
fish,
then,
go fishing.
Go fishing, and you don't need to like 5v5 straight up, you know? You can just always kite them down, but yeah, I mean, maybe they realize that, man, we just cannot win it in that way. We failed so many times, so we maybe need something like someone to flank. They had like few chance too, like to just TP behind them, but they actually didn't. I'm wondering why they didn't TP behind them when they had like great chance when they got like 3 Drakes, maybe.
Yeah, I think the game just, if there was an Ocean Soul, right, that would have been able to bail DRX out, but unfortunately they were never able to actually secure those smites towards the end. Maybe Kanavi just having a cooler head in that particular moment. Maybe JDG's composition finding its stride, but in the end, JDG were able to take that one down, and we just need to have a look at player of the game. I have a feeling we're going to be pretty happy with this one.
Yeah.
We did, because I don't know whether anybody else
There is only
really
one player.
a candidate. Loken just played really well. I think Lumao is probably there with an honorable mention, but Loken had that one whoopsie, and you felt it, right? He was just absolutely the player to watch on this team, was able to hard carry in the late game in those last few team fights. And it just shows that sometimes you just got to rely on that scaling. And I can understand entirely why the LPL crew do call this team sort of like the LCK-esque team of the LPL. Because they do have that sort of slow-moving juggernaut inevitability feeling that you get from a lot of LCK teams. There's Loken, picks it up for 911 DPM, 35% of his team's damage. Damage per gold being at 200% is ludicrous, by the way. That's nuts.
Gold per damage. This is all you need from your car, actually.
Oh, precisely. It's all about efficiency, right?
Yeah, it's all about efficiency.
Where are your miles? What kind of mileage do you get, though? You know? Yeah. You get a fair bit out of JDG's new 80 carry for 2020. Looking real good. As Carrier's Pike, I think a lot of people really wanted him to pop off because we know what he is capable of, but yeah, going in 1 versus 4 and then relying on the rest of your team of mostly squishies to try and get the work done. Def, if a heal had have come in.
Or Flash.
Yeah.
That was just close. And this team fight was just like, they were already behind at this point, I feel like. Even though they are really ahead in the goal, the team fight wise, the difficulty when you compare the difficulty, it was just way easier for JDG at this point.
Yeah, and Loken was just surrounded by bodies, right?
Yeah, they have no tools to catch Loken. That's just so important. And I think Kalista might be just a trap pick. You know?
I think maybe, and I actually think that the long range the Calibrum gives you allows Aphelios to have so many options against her as well, so I don't think you can really capitalize on that particular idea. I think, yeah, with Aphelios available, Kalista isn't the kind of pick that you want. I think she can abuse other matchups, absolutely, but not that one. And I think Dev might be looking somewhere else or maybe banning that one away in the next matchup, depending on when he's going to be playing. Because, of course, Gen.G, DragonX, and JDG need to break this tie. And we'll see exactly who's going to be making it through. As the way it works, the first team, we play the first game based on time of victory. The fastest wins play first. And then the winner of that goes through. And then the other team plays the remaining team, and the winner of that goes through. Just to remind you guys. And I think we might have a graphic that someone needs to make, like, instantly. After this game finishes to show us exactly how the tiebreaker is going to be going. So we still need to get word. And we are going to check that out now, as my producer, I believe, has let me know. As it is going to be an interview first with Lumao, in fact. So not going to be having a chat to Loken just yet, but great to hear from Lumao. So here is it.
京东的辅助绿毛来到我们的赛后采访席。I'm Iris here, joined by 绿毛 the support from JD Gaming. Please say hello to our audience. 先跟各位打招呼吧。
好，大家好，我是 JDG 的辅助绿毛。
欢迎绿毛。So first of all, congratulations for winning such a crucial game for you guys. There will be a tiebreaker after that, but we'll talk about it later. So could you tell me how did you manage to finish your comeback after your mistakes were punished by your opponents? 那首先第一个问题，非常恭喜你们赢下来这把非常非常关键的这个生死局了嘛？那很想问一下，你们是怎么去完成这个这么重要的翻盘呢？
因为第一把我们总结了就是我们今天第一把的失误，然后总结了一下经验，然后觉得我们要换种打法跟他们打好一点，然后我们就这样做了。
So after losing the first game, we decided to change our playstyle to play against them, and that's just what we did. My next question will be two team fights around the Dragon Pit. So you two had a very perfect team fights around the Dragon Pit. What was the shot calling like? 想问一下你们两波特别关键的小龙团，当时的一个指挥是怎么样的呢？
因为他们是最后一个小龙了嘛，第一个的话，他们打野没闪的话，我们就在他过不来之前就把龙吃掉就行了。然后第二个的话是，他想要进龙坑的时候，我们就打他，把他打走，然后他们就吃不掉这个小龙。
So about the Dragon Pits team fights, the first dragon, because that was the last dragon before the Elder Dragon. So we have to burst the dragon before their jungler to enter the Dragon Pit to steal our dragon. And for the second dragon, we wanted to zone him, so we just burst their jungler instead of having a team fight. 所以第三个问题想问一下。今天是对阵到了 Carrier 选手，而且他也是这一次的2020 LCK 的春季赛的最佳新秀。那对阵下来，你觉得印象最深刻的地方是什么呢？感觉怎么样？
我觉得 Carrier 这个辅助选手的话，他就是对个人操作做得非常的好。然后，如果我再年轻个2、3岁的话，我觉得我能跟他打一打。
So I asked him about how does it feel about laning against Carrier, the rookie of the 2020 LCK Spring Split. So he said that he's really good at personal mechanics and it's really outstanding. If I were 3 or 3 years old younger than right now, I might can compete with him like really even. 那我们最后一个问题，就是因为马上就要开始准备自己的这个加赛了，所以有没有信心去赢下这一场比赛 ？So you're having one last tiebreaker left. Are you confident to win the whole game?
信心肯定是有的嘛，然后反正我们尽力就行，我们尽量再拿一个名额吧。
So it's definitely we have confidence to win the last game. We will try our best to perform better in order to have one more position for the semifinals. And that's all for the interviews. Thank you for joining us. 谢谢绿毛来到我们的赛后采访席。那我们的采访先到此告一段落。
Thank you so much, Iris and Lumao, of course, for the interview. Very honest there as far as the question about laning against Carrier. Just saying, like, yeah, I mean, the kids have the mechanics these days. If I was 3 years younger, maybe I'd be able to get there. As these are going to be the results, guys, 2-1 for Gen.G, DragonX, and JDG. And this means we have confirmation now. DragonX versus Gen.G will be our first match. And the loser will face off against JDG for the remaining match. So, in theory, I mean, DragonX could lose against JDG, lose against Gen.G, and then lose against JDG again in order to get knocked out of the tournament after being the first team at 2-0 at the beginning of the day. And that'd be a very difficult thing to cope with, to be perfectly
I hope
honest.
that's not happening, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it already happened. 2 more games.
Yeah, exactly. This is just the life of Wadid, who just likes to have as much League of Legends as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. When we get back, the League of Legends never stops.
싸늘하다. 카드가 날아와 폼이 꽂힌다. 모바일. 모바일. 다른 말로 LOR. LOR. 카드가 두둥. 카드가 두둥. 모바일. Prove yourself and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSC 2020. Do we call it 2020 MSC? Are we going to be doing this again next year?
MSC? I'm not sure.
Is this confirmed an annual thing? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not.
Who knows, you know?
Well, I don't. I certainly don't know much at the moment. After 6 games, my brain has basically exited my skull. But that's okay. We still have 2 more to go. First up, it is DRX versus Gen.G. The LCK rematch is going to be upon us. The first time, it was DRX that were able to take down Gen.G pretty comfortably, to be honest.
I mean, they're not changing roster too. I mean,
no, of course not. I mean,
there's no reason.
Yeah, and there's also no real options.
Yeah,
like the only option that they have is to change Life out for Kellen, I believe, and you're not going to do that because Life hasn't been anywhere near an issue here for Gen.G, and in fact, their last game was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Especially out of the other players. I think Ruler was the only real question mark, especially in the DRX series.
Yeah.
But now he's against Deft, who really did have a struggling time against the Aphelios of Loken.
Yeah, and also if DRX loses this game, then it's going to be really rough and hard
the
schedule.
The psychological situation there is real tough.
Then they are playing 3 games in a row. And totally, they played 5 games today.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're Gen.G, right, I think you're actually completely okay with DragonX winning right here because you've already beaten JDG. You know you can do that. Right? So you're not going to, I don't think it's going to be the same psychological issue. Of course, they are going to, like, they don't want to go to the next match, the next knockout match, right? No one wants that. However, I don't think it's going to be nearly as impactful. I think that there's almost no way that DRX beats JDG if they go up against them again.
Yeah.
I think that's just too hard.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the draft was the problem, but I think it was just more for their decisiveness.
Yeah.
Because they could definitely choose one thing and just do whatever they think it's better, but they did literally, I felt literally nothing after the third Drake, you know?
Yeah, it felt like they locked down the third one. They're like, soul point, all right, we win.
Yeah.
But no, you need to get the last one, actually. And then Kanavi, as soon as he stole the second one away, it was like, well, I think the scaling might be out of your hands now, DRX.
And now we can't team fight anymore. We cannot push side lane. So what do? Flank with the pike.
Yeah,
it
maybe.
It doesn't work, by the way.
I wonder whether it's going to be more Rumble in the mid lane pickups here for Chovy, or whether he's going to move to something else this time around. I think Doran was also a little bit more forgettable in this game than he was in prior games.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, in this meta, just set top lane itself is not like
no, it's not super great at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of did really great flexing in the draft, but yeah.
The idea was
the late game.
Yeah, I think the idea was to get themselves a lane that the Pyke was going to be happy in, and of course, Tom Kench, especially in the early stages, is going to be one that you can capitalize on. But you saw Lumao was actually pretty capable. Outside of that, so let's have a look at pick and ban here for game number 7 of the day.
Yeah.
The first tiebreaker.
And I do believe today we have all Kalista lost a game, right? Lost whole games, right?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
And it was from Gen.G and DRX too.
Oh, God. Okay, well, maybe we just won't see Kalista being looked at all.
Yeah.
DRX on our red side to start this one off. Gen.G on blue. We'll see what priority they're going to go for.
And yet there is still potential for the Gen.G just to lock in Yasuo and Gragas at second and third.
Yeah. I mean, DRX can do the same thing if they want to.
Yeah, if they want to.
I mean, this is Chovy. Chovy's Yasuo is something that is also pretty impressive. But the problem is the Gragas side of things.
Oh, so they just banned set.
All right.
I expect it from DRX though, because Gen.G they played.
The better.
I mean, they played better set. Yeah.
I think so too. Yeah. I think Live's set was actually fantastic. Lumao's a little bit better, but Live's certainly second. And Graves going to be banned away here. Senna to be removed from both Keria and Deft. Now DRX thinking about whether they continue down their jungle path or whether it's going to be something like a Zoe to be taken away. Remember, DRX do Gen.G and DRX both have the Zoe players, so now, I mean, I have a feeling Zoe will be first picked if it's left up.
Okay.
That's what I think.
And there is still Israel and then and Aphelios, which is showing off really great in this tournament, especially and especially today. So I think there is two choices. So there's
carry
no
pool's fine actually.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But
now Ezreal Zoe. What?
Israel Zoe or is Zoe and Aphelios.
Yeah, it's fine too.
There is Yumi too. So.
Oh god. Maybe you just pick
And also Trundle.
You could just pick Yumi Zoe and
Yumi
not
and
care.
Zoe?
You could pick Yumi Zoe and then guarantee that you will have them. and then pick Ezreal afterwards. because
Israel
Gen.G is
or
not gonna pick
Aphelios
it.
or Miss Fortune.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god.
There's actually 3 champions.
Yeah. Do you feel like DRX need to pick Zoe here though? I think that probably should be prioritized.
I think they're just doing mind game.
Yeah.
You know, I'm 100% sure that they have counter pick into Zoe, and I think they are worrying about Yasuo and Gragas too. Let's say DRX gets Zoe and Aphelios,
that's
then
true. Yeah.
it seems like kind of free Yasuo and Gragas game already.
And Yasuo Gragas synergizes very well with Callista at the same time.
Yeah, and also is really good into Zoe.
Yep.
And Aphelios at the same time.
Maybe Gen.G have just gamed DRX
Do
at their own game.
Just do
They
it!
haven't.
Okay, it's just boring.
Oh,
Syndra.
no. It's still 2 seconds to go. Never mind. Don't believe. Stop all that belief. It's over. Big smiles on BDD's face.
He heard us.
Yeah, he's thinking about picking up a Pog on a different champion this time around. There's 13 seconds to go. What's BDD going to pick up here? Might be a pick for Clid.
Yeah, there is still Trundle. A lot of good champions are still left. Gragas.
Alright, Gragas still going to be picked up here. A lot of flexibility still available. Remember, Life was probably one of our best support Gragases in the league last year.
Best support Gragas is Mickey X.
Yeah, in Korea, I meant. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, we just need to see what DRX is thinking. I mean, there is still Trundle, but Thresh actually. Thresh got banned a lot today, by the way, because of the Aphelios.
And also, I mean, Lumao has a big reputation of Thresh play, as do most flashy support players, and Keria is no different to that one, so they are going to lock that one away.
Yeah.
And DRX, they'll probably... interesting. They're still going to go for jungle picks, so they are expecting Life to be taking the Gragas bot lane, or maybe just trying to get rid of some options here so that DRX can just lock in Trundle for this 4th pick, which is what I'm sort of expecting based on that Kindred being picked up. Gen.G, get wise. Not bad.
There is no Graves, no Kindred, no Trundle.
Is there a chance that Pyoshik just plays Nidalee himself?
Nidalee himself.
Maybe.
Huh.
That'd be a lot of poke. That would be a lot of poke.
That is true, but I think one Syndra stuns will be just one-shot him.
And also you've got Gragas. That would suck too. Clid pretty good at the Jarvan, so they are going to ban that one away. Haven't seen too much of this pick.
I mean, so there is higher chance for the Gen.G playing Gragas support with the Kalista, and T1 already showed up. So
yeah, true.
But it can be still Gragas jungle for the Gen.G side, but I do not believe that they want to play Syndra and Gragas mid jungle combo against Sejuani especially.
Unless they're going to play Syndra 80 carry, Callista top, Yasuo Gragas jungle.
That would be actually 500 IQ play.
I mean,
5 head.
They could theoretically do it.
4 head, 5 head, I don't know.
I don't really look at Ruler as our awesome dude type player.
Ornn.
And especially not when they lock in Ornn.
Ornn mid Kalista, AD Syndra, Yumi.
Oh,
support.
Ornn support.
Or I don't know.
Ornn
just mix up everything, man.
Double jungle Ornn Gragas. We've got another jungler.
Oh man!
Locked in. Okay, we've got Nocturne.
Nocturne jungle for sure, and Gragas support. Yeah. Kalista AD
So
carry.
it was what we were expecting at the beginning.
Yeah,
So not doing anything fun.
They're just being LCK.
Yeah, they
are. Again. They're just back to the comfort zone, you know? They're just afraid now.
Well, here's the GP. And
that
works out relatively well into the Ornn sometimes, if memory serves.
DRX is back to the late game team comp, by the way.
Yeah.
After that last game, okay, guys, we don't snowball. We just go for the late game. Woohoo!
Hey, in high pressure, I actually think that it's the best way to play League of Legends if you're feeling a little bit frazzled. Understanding that if you just stay in the game for as long as possible, it's likely you attack moving down the map is probably going to be better than your opponents.
Yep.
And it feels better, you know?
Feels better, for sure, 100%.
But look, there are certainly some curveballs here on Gen.G's side when it comes to scaling. They do have the Nocturne there, and if he dives on top of the Aphelios, he may just kill him. And there's no time Kench this time around to deny any sort of paranoia. Does make it very difficult for Doran to throw down his ultimate if it is really dark.
Yep.
And so opportunities for, you know, global plays are going to be harder here for DragonX. But it's been a while since we've seen the Nocturne in the jungle.
And I think Nocturne is going to make DRX to make them harder to control the side lanes. Because they already have GP, which is not that same against Nocturne, and Zoe, which is she really wants to go mid and push.
Yeah.
You know? So I think when it comes to the 1-3-1, then maybe Gen.G's comp can pop it off. But in general, Chovy, the Zoe player, got the Zoe. So we're gonna see it from the lane. What's gonna happen?
Well, I mean, I'm glad you brought it up actually, because now that I'm thinking about it, Nocturne actually destroys Zoe. So let's see where the Clid is going to be the bane of Chovy as we get into Game 7.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Alrighty, guys, we are still here.
Yeah, feels good, man. It's.
What's your call time for tomorrow? You may as well just stay here and have a nap.
Yeah, I mean, just 12 hours later, then I need to be here again.
Oh god.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm on the second series, so I can sleep in. Yeah, I'll be fine.
I mean, everyone is fine. Everything is going great. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, brother.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a clang of your Trevi and my water. Not that we are advertising anything or anything like that. Sparkling water, I should say. Slightly flavored sparkling water.
I mean, at this point, we should just enjoy.
Oh, precisely.
Moment, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And look, it's not like we're in a tiebreaker scenario when it's likely that the entirety of the LCK is going to be rid from the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so now at least we are going to have a semifinals where both regions are represented, which is, I think, what everyone wanted.
At least it's not gonna be Demacia Cup Season 2.
Yeah. As the lights went on, I think I'm scared that means a pause. No. What?
It's not pause.
We turned the lights off again. And I think that maybe they were just trying to wake us up.
We are not sleeping, obviously.
No, we're not sleeping, guys. We're still talking.
But my brain is sleeping, actually.
Mine is a little bit too, but we're going to have to focus on this game just a little bit. So far, there's not too much going on. See Doran getting shoved in just a little.
I mean, just think about the players. You know, they played and they just waited for like hour and hour, and their focus must be like distracted a little bit. You know, so this is more like who is focusing more and have concentrate plays in the game.
Oh, 100%. And you can see Ruler, he's here on the bottom side by himself. Life actually getting into the enemy jungle on his hillbilly Gragas. Getting some deep vision onto the blue buff. That's spotted out, but it is just to make sure that Clid is absolutely fine in this jungle. And he is going to be so, as Ruler misses a pierce. Goshik should be able to secure his own blue. Krugs is going to be where good old Clid is going to be.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be just farming and only lane fights, by the way, because both junglers really wants to just be level 6 without any accidents.
Yeah.
Sejuani Nocturne, so I think it's going to be 1v1 on the top and mid and 2v2 on the bot side.
looks like Chovy going for the Unsealed. Spellbook this time around, I believe this is his sort of rune of choice. Seen a fair few Ares as well, but a lot of our more seasoned Zoe players do like to throw out the Unsealed Spellbook for the added flexibility.
Yeah, probably the main reason why they really want to have Spellbook is Nimbus Claw. This is so great for Zoe.
You do get pretty speedy.
Yeah, speedy and the damage as well.
Yeah.
With the double passive.
Synergies. Good
Synergies.
stuff. Doran gets the push in. As you can see, he is behind, actually, as this mini wave will be eaten by Rascal. We'll see whether Pioshik is going to come back up towards the top side and try and affect this lane, because the more an Ornn has a good time, the worse you feel as its opposition. More than most other matchups. I know that's sort of something that happens all the time. Take it away with it. I think I should stop attempting to talk and make sense.
Yeah. Nothing will happen, as I said, you know.
Well, I mean, I think you're exactly right. We need a little bit of help getting excited
those
at
junglers,
this point
man.
in time, you know?
What can you do with those junglers? Just farm until level 6.
Well, I mean, you can then, why don't you just go for the 1v1s and the 2v2s? Guys!
I mean, it's fine. It's potentially lost game, you know?
Yeah, true.
And imagine how...
Well, actually, if you lose, it's not your last game. It's only your last game if you win. So, theoretically, less...
yeah.
No, there's still a hell of a...
I mean, from my experience, it's always feeling so great when you actually finish your work and just in the car just watch enemies keep playing while I go back to the gaming house, you know?
Yeah, I'll go back.
You're like, oh man, today was hard, but you won, you know? And like watching them just sweating and shaking and choking, you know? That's so fun. It's like winners momentum, you know?
Yep, that's the dream.
The mental healing is just real. We always did that, but yeah. Who is gonna take the momentum?
And then you get to watch one of these other teams have to play it out as well from the comfort. So
I mean, if you win today...
This is exactly that experience that you illustrated.
Yeah.
For whoever wins right here. So both these teams are certainly going to be giving it their all, as Doran actually finding himself in a pretty good position here up against Rascal.
Okay.
Chovy gets Unleashed Powered, has to flash. That's not what you really want out of the Zoe God of the mid lane himself in Chovy, as Ruler also gets a lot of Ren damage. Onto Deft and Carrier. Gen.G, almost, they're feeling like a dormant volcano right now. I'm expecting the fireworks soon.
Fireworks, yeah?
Yep. I'm ready.
I think
Cleared relatively
DRX
close
is
to
not.
6.
Because they have Aphelios and GP. They don't need to fight, and they learned from last game that, man, all the game Drakes, it's irrelevant. It's all about Dragon Soul and late game team fight, so let's do not hurry on this game, you know? We are better. We are better than them.
That pierce damage is just insane.
Yeah.
Out of Ruler. Bit of that QMax style, as is the way for the Callistas. Does tend to catch you by surprise if you see a big one. Certainly wasn't the way in the past, with Rend being the max a while ago.
Yeah, the pressure is real though.
Oh yeah.
You shouldn't think about it, but like, imagine as DRX player, you know, if you lose today, I mean, if you lose this game,
yeah, how do you come back and like
yeah, you
mentally
have to
reset
play one
to win
more.
the next one? Yeah.
3 games in a row, and that the team that you just got destroyed. I mean, not like destroyed, but in the end, yes, you got destroyed.
Yeah, really.
Your
And
Nexus
also in
got
the draft,
destroyed.
like, felt like it was just better decision making out of Gen.G. Completely agree with you.
And
Have a
here we
look at
go.
this trade once again.
Mid 1v1. That was simple WE combo by BDD, and he forced out Chovy's flash. So I really think BDD is gonna keep up the mid prior because of the Nocta ulti too. So for sure, he is the player he is the one of the best player can use mid priority to give other lanes prior and pressure. So I think this header should be Gen.G side. Like imagine they have Syndra and Nocturne and Ornn in the top side in the early game, and Zoe has no flash. Then I don't ever think about the 3v3 when DRX side has GP, Sejuani, and flashless Zoe on the mid lane.
They do have a Cannon Barrage and the Glacial Prison, so like the Sejuani ult, the Gangplank ult that can really sort of layer and ruin potential skirmish in that area, but I agree with you. I think Gen.G do have enough tools to guarantee that that Herald should go to them, but vision is there for DRX right now.
I don't think they are taking care about that much of objective right now. They want to relieve their bot lane, so that's why their jungler is just passing towards both sides. And even though you're not ganking, as Nocturne, if you just path towards both sides or one side, then you already give the power, give the lane prior power. You don't need to be there. You just need to like be around it, and that's all, because you're Nocturne, you know. Maybe not in the like early games, because the Nocturne level 1 ultimate is not that.
Oh, stolen!
Oh, juicy!
That's perfect. That's what you want. Carrier with those young man mechanics. Able to lock down the hook on Rift Scuttler.
Yeah,
the hardest thing in the game to hit a skill shot.
Yeah,
by the way.
if life was like 3 years younger.
Yeah, see? Lumau said it first and he said it best. So that's how that goes.
So yeah, as we expected, Gen.G side is easily getting headered, and DRX has vision on it though. But
however, the Gangplank now has a lot to deal with. As the On-Horn comes down, Glacial Prison was good. Cannon Barrage is there very defensively. Might have actually been an option against Clid, but Chovy not going to be able to find the Nocturne there. Hits that control ward, gets back to mid lane. They do save Doran, and the gold lead is only, I mean, it's dissipated, basically. It's, DRX about 100 in the lead, as of course the bot lane did go for a reset. Gave them a bit of an opportunity. Def now BF sword and his pickaxe. So going for the IE double zeal build on the affiliates this time.
yeah, and I think there is only Mountain Drake or Ocean Drake soul potential, right? So
it
can be similar as last game. Yeah, Gen.G is kind of snowballing from the forcing mid flash by 1v1, but if they do not able to get Dragon Soul, it doesn't matter that you got 3 Drakes or something, because eventually DRX's team comp is gonna outscale Gen.G side. Maybe, I mean, BDD and Rascal is for sure they can go for the late game and still be fine, but we saw it from the last game how broken is Aphelios in the late game, you know?
Oh, exactly. And Def is pretty good at late game.
Yeah.
80 carrying.
And
but
they have Thresh too.
Yeah, I think that DRX do need to try and put some priority on getting themselves an earlier Drake than the 3rd or something like that. I think it will be important that they avoid falling into a trap of a potential very early Dragon Soul against this Gen.G squad.
And also I think this time will be a lot easier for Gen.G side because they have 2 strong engage tools. So I don't think it's gonna be hard to force a fight after like 3 Drakes or something, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, so far, no issues for either side. 0-0, just a Drake being picked up here by Gen.G. We talk about DRX as having the scaling advantage, and look, you look down the line and you're like, yes, they do have a lot of late game, but I mean, there's an Ornn, a Nocturne against a Zoe, which is a great sort of late game insurance policy to have. Like, Chovy will have to invest a fair bit in order to get away from a paranoia coming out from Clid.
Yeah.
Not to mention some other tools that Gen.G will be able to utilize. Ruler no slouch, the disengage from Agragas is always important. And BDD should, at most stages of the game, be able to just straight up kill Death.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch the...
Or maybe Chovy.
Flash again.
Yeah, another just Dark Sphere having to be flashed out of.
And there is another one, by the way. If you watch the Gen.G games today, then you might remember how they played Kalista. And this is the fight for sure.
Yeah. They're looking to try and lock this one down. Glacial Prism comes in and, actually misses the pierce over the wall. As Ruler gets trouble bubbled as well. Clid was thinking about coming back in, but it's just a Duskbringer attempt. And as we were talking about, DragonX this time going to be able to lock that Cloud Drake down, and Ocean Soul is going to be the Drake this game.
That was really great play by Chovy. I mean, he kind of pushed out, but with the spellbook.
Yeah, just teleports back, right?
Yeah, there is teleport back. So they just got the Drake easily. And this will actually give DRX a lot of time for the scale. I mean, it feels so much better than like them having 2 Drakes in a row, you know?
Oh, absolutely. It gives them, you know, at least another 5 minutes, but certainly a lot more time of breathing room in pivotal moments of the game.
Yep.
And so you might look at it as like, well, they only have to wait another 5 minutes for things to happen, but within those 5 minutes, the game can drastically change as well with how the landscape works. So certainly, I'm with you as far as DRX's chances and the way that we can keep this game as close as possible for as long as possible. I think everyone, including us, is hoping that this game lasts for at least 95 minutes. Because we want to go for some records. We want MSC to be something that everyone remembers.
Yeah.
Not just for the excellent League of Legends, but for breaking records. You know?
I mean, it's already 15 minutes, but it's 0 kills.
See? And
it's LCK magic. Welcome to LCK.
well,
Global.
welcome to Chovy's Zoe, who was able to find that one. Sneaking through onto life.
I mean, I'm fine with it. Because there was like kind of no point to fight, but maybe there was like few chance when BDD got the flashes in the mid lane. Maybe they could try to just roam on the mid and try to form and dive or something, but nothing happened, so Chovy just farming. But still, BDD got power, by the way, 1v1.
Yeah.
So the map is already open, which means
I think
it's
that
really
teleport.
easy for Nocturne.
I think you're right. 16 minutes, one could say. And in fact, Rascal's able to pressure this turret as well.
Yeah.
Like it's just the amount of inherent pressure that you have with Nocturne existing.
I mean, this is just the power of Nocturne, you know?
Yeah.
In fact, maybe Nocturne is just jungling and just spacing, you know? But the enemy team, you have no idea where is Nocturne unless you have like full pressure into enemy jungler. But right now, BDD's mid-prior is making it so easy. So DRX is like, oh man, Nocturne is missing, careful top lane, careful bot lane, careful mid lane.
Careful everywhere.
Yeah, so that's what's happening right now. So that's why Gen.G is just getting all the objectives without any fights.
You can see DRX are actually looking for some fights themselves, but Pyoshik spotted on a ward, might have to slink away. Chovy does have a decent farm lead over BDD right now, and does have Exhaust Ignite, and is holding onto a barrier. As far as battle stats, he's doing some work as Pyoshik comes on in to try and block some damage, but despite all of those different offensive options, Chovy's just going to get murdered by BDD and Paranoia.
This is what we wanted. This is what we said.
Yeah. My goodness, that was
you cannot step up without flashing it. Nocturne. That was great, and Gen.G is having 3 lanes of prior, so it should be really easy for them to control the vision, and which means they are scared as.
I just love how decisive BDD was.
He just flashes in and even uses the cleans for the Nimbus Clock, it seems like. But I don't know, like he's just using it for the meme, I don't know.
I actually really love the Unleashed power though, because there's no way that Chovy can exhaust it if he's on his way back through his portal.
Yeah.
So he gets out of range and the spears will always connect unless you go untargetable. Not if you get out of range, and Chovy, no option to extinguish a whole bunch of that damage. So I really liked that idea out of BDD. Meant that exhaust was used suboptimally.
Yeah, and Rula got the QSS for the second item.
Oh wow.
I mean, I would definitely do that after that Kalista game that they had, you know?
Oh yeah, straight
like,
up.
it's a nightmare for the Kalista, I mean, for Rula.
I was more just saying, wow, that he's made it to Blade of the Ruin Thing and QSS already. But it looks like DRX should be able to lock down this Ocean Drake themselves. Not something that Gen.G feel comfortable with contesting, nor did they have control of the area. So DRX get their second Drake, and in 5 minutes' time, looking for their third. But it's bad news for Gen.G if we're assuming that DRX do have the scaling advantage, but it's not super cut and dry with ornaments already coming in.
Yeah. Maybe they have different idea. They think it's really, really fine when you have Syndra and Ornn. Even though they have Aphelios, they cannot really like scale that hard. You know? I mean, yes, they do have Ornn and Syndra. And let's say when it comes to like late game teamfight count, that Ornn ults, and on the top, Nocturne ults, and there is a Syndra. So I don't think Aphelios can just freely just go in front and walk into the game. But still, and we are just saying it again, like we saw Aphelios last game, you know, Loken, when he played it, it looked like unkillable. Yes, there was time change, but this time around you have Karia's Thresh. So I don't think
Lanterns are just as good, right?
Yeah. So I don't think there is any
good,
differences.
but they're pretty good.
And he still, I mean, he even have exhaust for his AD carry, even though he's playing Thresh.
Yeah, true. I think that I find really a little bit of a worry with it is the fact that, unlike last game, Gen.G have guaranteed dive onto definitely death, right?
Yep.
Because they have Nocturne, and he's always able to jump on top of a champion. So, if Kerry is out of position, if Deft's out of position, then it's likely that Gen.G can just pull the trigger and take him down. And that is just a lot of pressure to be on DragonX, especially when things are getting late. And believe me, guys, the players are going to be feeling it as well.
Yeah.
This is a long day for all of them.
I would definitely just flash out when I hear Nocturne ultimate sound, and then on the top of that, Ornn is ulting on you, you know?
Yeah,
just definitely flashing out. So they can literally just force them out without using any like flashes or summoners. Ultimate is faster than summoners, definitely. So they can just play with them and not having to fight for like another 20 minutes or something. That's kind of Gen.G style, but at the same time, that's what they did in LCK, and it worked out in the regular spring split. So they were in the first place.
Yeah, and we won't talk about the final because that's not relevant at this point.
I mean, I'm just talking about the regular.
Yeah, regular season. Regular season. That's what we're talking about. That's
this is also kind of regular season, you know. It's not like semis or something.
No, true. You're exactly right. I don't think we need to...
The king of the regular season.
Used to be Griffin, but they've been relegated. Needed to be someone.
Okay.
And Gen.G are the ones to hold up that mantle. They weren't able to take down DRX last time. So DRX theoretically 1-0 in this particular matchup. Gen.G trying to guarantee first seed in the semifinals tomorrow. And then whoever loses will be facing off against JDG. We'll have an opportunity to be the third LPL team in the MSC semifinals. As Trouble Bubble lands onto the Nocturne, but Life just going to body block. And DRX, they're just giving up so much ground. I find this to be the worrying factor. And it's the fact that they can't really get past the river this game.
And Ornn is having silent pressure all the time, it seems like. And he almost got the bot lane second start too.
Yeah, I mean, getting double Rift Herald on the side of Gen.G certainly helped in that regard. Skirshik does have his Warmogs completed. Like, the Piggy is by no means behind, as Carrier almost picked that, actually, as Rula in exactly the right position.
So he can just overstack.
Oh, that's true, that's true. And he's got double cleanse, basically.
Double cleanse, basically. So I don't think it's gonna be that critical. But yeah, what do you do about the Ocean Drake? I mean, they traded so many Drakes, so it's not gonna be like, yeah, we fight now. 20 minutes.
Well, I mean, Rascal, if he's caught out of position like this, then they might need to actually just give it up. As, yep, that is going to be a very dead on for another 50 seconds. And there's now 23 left on this Ocean Drake. This could be Ocean Soul Point given over to DRX for a second time today, just by a slight misstep of their top laner. Not entirely sure how he managed to get caught out of position there. Regardless, could certainly be a bad time as Deft moves on over with Carrier, takes that Lantern, Scatter the Weak. Doran immediately cleansing out of it. Another bubble lands, this time onto Ruler. So he's got a billion cleanses, he will be absolutely fine. But DRX now just going to utilize the Cannon Barrage, Trouble Bubble there for good measure, and they lock down the Ocean Drake and move themselves into mid lane for position. I loved that, using it for zoning, not using it to try and win any team fights. Yep. And DragonX buy themselves another 5 minutes towards this Ocean Soul. Oh my goodness, they've got a lot of vision around here. Is the flash hook not going to land? I don't know why Gen.G had started off the Baron, but another Trouble Bubble is going to connect. I feel like Chovy, in this game especially, has had his eyes really eye in on his targets. As this was just Rascal here with no actual right to be, right?
Yep. I mean, I think he was like, nah, I'm just way too tanky, you know? He was pushing Silent all the time for 20 minutes, so I don't think he was like able, I mean, in his mind.
Yeah, true.
I'm not able to die.
Yep. I haven't died so far. How am I supposed to die now? So far, so good.
I'm supposed to die here.
Yep.
Especially when I have silent pressure with Ornn.
Silent pressure. He's not very silent. I've noticed him mostly going gunk, 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 making big noises, crashing steel and stuff like that. Did you watch the Volibear reveal?
Yeah.
Did you see the Ornn in the clouds? That wasn't silent, dude. That was scary and loud.
Okay.
Interesting. That's my Ornn is loud reference. What do you think? I think I proved it. Okay, DRX thinking about getting in position on this Baron yet again, but they spot Ruler out, move out of the pit. Chovy and BDD facing off top side.
Gen.G spot.
Yeah.
That's actually Gen.G spot, by the way.
What's that?
Do you remember the brush on the red side?
Oh, yeah.
I remember Cleat getting caught like 3 times in a row in
I
the
remember,
same
like,
spot in finals.
I actually remember some really sick team fights, actually. Gen.G versus Griffin. It was 2018, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually just some of the sickest League of Legends that we've seen team fight-wise in that area.
Yeah, I think it was Core JG's Alistar.
I think so, yeah.
5-man knock-up.
And it was also the 5-man Gnar at the same time, but then also like a 5-man Shockwave from the other team. It was just super sick. It was like a great moment.
Yeah, it turned out that Gen.G is really big in that spot.
Yeah.
Because
after like having a good time, they had a bit.
Yeah, the Cleat was getting caught a lot in that spot, and now that was Rascal.
Well, at least Clid doesn't need to get caught in that spot this game because he already has, right?
True.
So
and he's not.
We can look at it that way. Yep. Well, 2 minutes until the Ocean Drake. That is the next target that DRX is going for.
Yep.
We are
Only
very
2 more minutes.
Yep.
Only 2 more minutes of resistant sleep level.
I mean, is it only going to be 2 more minutes though, we did? Because there's only been
there's
2
another
kills this game.
Yeah, there's another Dragon Dance. Maybe DRX gives up and waiting for 5 items. Wow, because they have so much time.
We also have, like I was talking about, we're going for what, a 95-minute game? So we've still got over 30 minutes of this one before we get to that Guinness World Record.
Guinness World Record.
Of,
I don't want
longest
that.
game
I
in
don't
competitive
want
League of Legends of all time.
So Gen.G is spinning up. Yes. Oh no.
Like they were ever gonna stay on that Baron. We did. Stop baiting the fans, man.
No, I mean I just wanna wake them up. You know, I'm 100% sure. I'm 200% sure that
so many
they're
people
spamming resident sleepers. There's no joke. I'm just gonna check it right now. Like,
I think there's going to be a lot of people that have actually like just woken up actually, so they're currently having their morning coffee.
That is true.
And they're not likely to fall back asleep.
And
As,
here we go. There's only that emote on the chat.
That's true. I mean, there's some wow dids there with some Keck W's alongside and things like that.
I mean, you know, like humans' brain is so simple, and they are like really easy to get bait. You know, so normally
right, yeah,
you know
yeah.
what it means, right? So maybe if you type like PPD,
Yeah.
maybe it seems like more like funny and entertaining.
And so that you're just using
Instead
it
of
more
like
as
Resident Sleeper.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe we need the Pepper D's in there.
Yeah.
And then that might coax the team
And then
into
like,
doing
oh
something.
yeah, this is actually funny moments like vision control, like 200 IQ moments like vision control. Wow. But here we go.
I don't know whether it's enabled
Ocean
in the
Drake.
LCK chat, by the way. That might be the really disappointing side, as Gen.G do get into position around this Ocean Drake.
Uh-oh.
And
Uh-oh.
DragonX are going to have to pull the trigger if they're going to steal this one out of the way, and they're just not going to be able to. So the Rend is going to lock that one down. Life off towards the side, gets the two-man body slam, and the Zoe is taken away immediately. Life has to go golden, exhaust down onto clear.
Two-man knockout.
Glacial Prison does come in. Doran trying to keep himself alive, but
Ruler
there's the
jumping in.
second Rend. And BDD locks down the kill onto the Aphelios. He's very low, but he still feels comfortable chasing after this one. Doran gets healed back up again, but it's not going to be enough, and I have a feeling this is just the end of the game. Ruler grabs another double. 6-1 is going to be the kill score, and I have a feeling at 30 minutes into this game, one team fight, and it's done.
Then it's done. And also, I'm actually worrying about DRX.
Oh yeah,
They're playing 3 games in a row, and I really think their energy and their condition must be like not great, not 100%. That's for sure.
I mean, how many second chance saloons are you supposed to have though?
Yeah, and
in
also
this tournament.
Again, they got 3 drakes. 3 drakes almost got the Ocean Drake soul, but again, they couldn't. And they even changed their strategy. Oh yeah, with our all-in comes, yeah, I guess we are bad, so we cannot end all-in. So
Let's go for
look
something
for the
else.
late game. But they cannot even go for the late game.
Do you know what they didn't do, Woodid? They didn't pick Ezreal Zoe. So, look, sometimes these things happen. However, Gen.G, from the ashes of defeat, they have risen as a phoenix to be our first confirmed team into the semifinals to go up against Top Esports and FPX, who were the sole survivors from our first group.
Our hope, you know? And
yeah,
they
exactly. And this is what you illustrated earlier in the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is winning moment, by the way.
Yeah.
So they can just order some Korean chickens and get back with their nice sponsor Mercedes-Benz, you know? And just flexing on them, just watching some YouTube of the mobile.
Yeah, and of course Arnold's there as well, the COO of Gen.G, sending you some money, talking about how he's really glad that you used his line, which was Saviors of Korea. So I'm impressed by that also. But yeah, huge congratulations to Gen.G. Great performance eventually, and I actually think that the eventually part is my favorite bit, because I think that rewarding players for being consistent and for having the tenacity to keep performing is something that is really important. As you can see, DRX, they are running out of steam.
They're on choking.
I mean, it's not, I don't think it's about choke, right? It's fatigue. At this point, they just must be super tired. We got here a really long time ago.
Yeah. It's like I think players must be here, should be like 2 p.m. or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think our call
They need to get makeup and...
So our call time was exactly 10 hours ago.
That's true.
Yeah.
Exact 10 hours ago. And I need to be here after like 11 hours.
Yeah. And I actually, my friend, thankfully the surgery went well, but I had to take him to hospital this morning. So I left my house at 7:30 a.m. And so I'm getting on as far as the time awake.
The good
is being
thing
concerned.
is...
So I hope it's not too bad, guys.
Yeah, but the good thing is the MSC right now is not Demacia Cup Season 2. We at least have one team
That's
in
true.
semis.
That's true. We do have confirmation that someone is going to be playing in the tournament at this stage.
And we are going to see Gen.G blind picking something against China team. And it's BDD, by the way.
Gragas Yasuo.
Gragas Yasuo, or it can be Zed as well. Blind pick and LCK
And Zed?
Could you imagine if it was BDD versus Knight ZVZ? Oh, that would be so sick. Because Knight is like such a good assassin player. Oh my god, that would be so good. That's like the pride of Korea versus the pride of China in the mid lane for this season, of course.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I know a lot of you in the chat are like, but what about Faker? And Faker wasn't the MVP of the split this year. That is my point.
He's
also not in the
anymore.
tournament, which also makes it difficult for him to perform there.
I mean, he's in our mind, but
Oh,
not
of
in
course.
this arena anymore.
And look, with best of ones, anything can happen. And Top Esports and FPX just played super well yesterday.
Yeah.
They really did.
And also, I do feel like BDD is just performing so good in this tournament. He's always winning the lane, and he knows how to use his mid priority to affect the other lanes. And he did with this info.
I mean, this team fight was actually all Rascal.
Yeah, I mean,
got the gigantic knockups, and then even flashing onto the GP right here. That was cool, but allowing time, utilizing his CC, and then Ruler just like spamming cleanse after cleanse after cleanse in order to take down that last kill. So impressive stuff. Not a lot of damage done this game. In fact, not a lot happened for 30 minutes, and then Gen.G won.
So yeah, my question is, what they should do, DRX?
Oh,
They lost with the all-day game team comp, and they lost with their late game team comp.
I think they want to just play as much comfort as possible across the board. I think that's what they need to do. They need to just, pick comfort champions and make sure that, I think making sure that Pyoshik gets onto something that he can have an early impact on, or farm on, right? Like, actually, if he utilizes the early game to get himself to the point where he's just too strong in the mid to late, then actually like that, right? Like, the Graves and Italy aspect is going to work out. But unfortunately, he's against Kanavi, who's just better at what Pyoshik does in a lot of these instances. So
And also,
it's
you
hard.
cannot ignore Nidalee.
Yeah.
You have to maybe it's it depends on what side you are on, but yeah, I think it's still JDG's side, like JDG's favor, but yeah, it's all about the mentality and then like just energy that you have, you know.
And is it going to be a side switch as well? Because
Oh,
now
really?
the draft might change, assuming they're on different sides.
Assuming.
Because I actually feel like red side for this matchup is actually going to be pretty important, because I think that allows you to lock down Trundle if you want it and then ban away any counters, or lock down a priority jungler after seeing a first pick and things like that, and sort of getting a little bit more out of this, because I feel like there are just a lot of champions, so there's not exactly going to be one that's left available. As BDD is going to lock down the player of the game. I actually hadn't given it much thought, to be perfectly honest. This particular day is about just the analysts voting for player of the game, and so normally I have a bit of an opinion, but this time I didn't even think about it, because I felt like this was just Gen.G playing better as a unit rather than anything else, but this play was particularly good.
Yeah, true. And he cleaned out Zoe's trouble bubble too. Like, he just flashed in.
And then immediately cleansed it.
I didn't see it at that time because I was really just sleeping.
I mean, maybe Rascal deserved it for that sick three-man knockup that won them the only team fight of the game.
But I think he kind of just locked out the enemy mid laner.
Yeah. Well, we are going to have our interview with our first LCK team promoted into the MSC. So here's Ji-sun with the translation.
축하드려요. 소감이 어떠신가요? First of all, we are back once again joined by back-to-back-to-back POG. BDD right here. How do you feel to advance to the semifinals?
네, 오늘 1위로 올라가서 약간 너무 다행인 게 저희가 지면 한 경기를 더 해야 되더라고요. 근데 내일 또 경기도 되게 앞당겨 있고 오늘 컨디션도 되게 별로여가지고 해가지고 이겨가지고 정말 다행인 것 같아요.
it's a huge relief that we secured the first spot, because if we lost, we had to play another game. So, and I know that tomorrow we will be having a very early semifinals, and I wasn't having my best condition so far. So it's a huge relief that we secured the first seed. 그러면 사실 경기 내내 사실 큰 한타는 없었어요. 꽝 붙는 한타는 없었는데 마지막 한타 한 방에 게임이 끝났습니다. 그 한방 싸움을 노리고 있었던 건가요? Well, we weren't able to see any huge 5v5 clash or team fight, but that last team fight decided the winner of the tiebreaker game. So were you guys looking for that game-ending fight?
일단은 막 노리고 한 건 아니었고 중간 계속 게임 흘러가는 양상이 되게 둘 다 파밍 이런 위주로 굴러가가지고 약간 싸움 한 번이 되게 컸었던 것 같아요.
We weren't actually aiming for that one big fight. Rather, the game was going like farming versus farming. So it was more about that. Last fight was really huge. 그러면 사실 오른이 경기가 그렇게 쉽지만은 않았는데 마지막에 결자 해지 정말 한타를 캐리했습니다. 경기가 끝나고 라스칼 선수는 또 어떤 코멘트를 하신 게 있는지 궁금한데요. So Orn was also not having his best day, but in the last team fight, his contribution was so significant. So what did Rascal say after the game?
네, 라스칼 선수가 끝나고 저한테 그 전에 한 번 잘린 적이 있었거든요. 그래서 그거 잘리고 나서 망하는 줄 알았다고요. 그런 얘기하고 별다른 얘기는 없었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, after he got caught out in the middle of the game, he actually told me like, "Oh, I thought the game was over and we were doomed." But well, besides that, there was not anything special, any special comment that Rascal told us. 그러면 이제 다음은 2위 결정전이 기다리고 있습니다. 징동 대 DRX인데요. 특별히 응원하는 팀은 있는지 그러면 응원의 한마디도 부탁드립니다. And we're waiting for the next tiebreaker game, JD Gaming versus DRX. So, is there any specific team that he supports and any message for the team?
사실은 특별하게 응원하는 팀은 없고 약간 네, 그래도 LCK인 DRX가 올라오는 게 좋지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
To be honest, I don't have a specific bias, but I mean DRX is, well, we're in the same league, LCK, so I hope they win. 그러면 이제 또 4강전은 TES 전인데요. 각오도 부탁드립니다. And their opponent in the semifinals will be TES. So what is his mindset going into that series?
네, 오늘 같이 되게 나쁘지 않은 경기력으로 시원시원하게 좋은 경기력으로 다시 돌아와서 좋은 경기력 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Just like today, I hope we can pull off a really good performance and prove ourselves on the stage. 여기까지가 BDD 선수였습니다.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the translation, and of course to BDD for standing out on that stage so many times, because he just seems to be addicted to player of the game performances. Definitely the best performing Korean mid laner of this tournament thus far. Very exciting to hear that they're going to be up against TES, as DRX versus JDG will be our second tiebreaker.
Second one, yeah?
Yep, and this will be the last one, we did, unless we have to chrono break it because something goes wrong, you know? It's like it's like we've passed
and
like
delay.
Yeah, it's like past midnight and now there's like some time code error and so like the server explodes. Now I've jinxed it as effectively as possible. I think we're ready to go to a short break where we can flood the chat with as many Monka S's and Monka W's as possible so that everyone is as nervous as they possibly can be, and potentially we can just stay online until the semifinals start. What do you think?
Let's move on.
I feel like let's finish it now.
Yeah. Like, I just like I was imagining it. Like, cool, man.
No, he's sick of me already, guys. So
no, I'm good.
We are going to be going to a short break, but when we get back, it is going to be the final one. We swear.
싸늘하다. 카드가 나로와 폼이 꽂힌다.
다른 말로 LOR 찍먹 LOR라쇼 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥
모바일.
Prove yourself and push through enemy. Rise.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Cup. It is the final game of the day, Game 8. Holy crap.
Yep.
We've been here for a while, we did. I feel like I'm about
currently-
to be attached to the chair.
Yeah.
Because also the breaks aren't super long. Thankfully,
It's
I
only
made it
2
to
minutes.
the bathroom. Brendan warned me that you know, there's just not a lot of break time, so prepare what you're gonna do, like have some snacks in between certain games, and then go to the bathroom between certain games, and I think we've done relatively well there. But here we are, into our last game of the day. It's going to be DragonX versus JDG, the LPL 2020 Spring Champions versus DragonX.
Yep.
The third place team in the LCK for Spring 2020, wanting to try and get a few more of these accolades, right? This is a team that did prove themselves very, very potent against LPL opposition last year in the 2019 Rift Rivals. But other than that, they really do need to start putting some things on the mantelpiece, right? Getting some trophies and bringing them home.
Yeah.
And it's now going to be on the back of a lot of these rookies.
There was like so many worries going around the DRX side because, yeah, as you mentioned, there is so many rookies. They're young players. Yes, they have veteran player, Deft and Chovy, but still, Chovy is young and they're just really, really young, you know?
Everyone. Yeah, the fact that Chovy's considered a veteran player is actually crazy because
yeah, that is really
he
crazy,
came in
man.
as early as he possibly could.
Yeah.
It was like when he was of age, Rather immediately got benched and Chovy came in. So he's been playing for actually like the most time possible for someone his age.
Yeah.
But Deft has been playing for a hell of a lot longer, and also he's not old. I think this is crazy. This is something we've discussed at length on the Pog State about the age of players and things like that. Even Lumao talking about the fact that if he was 3 years younger, etc. Like, come on, dude. You're like, what, 22?
I think...
Talk to me in 10 years.
I mean, in Asia, I think that's like a lot more than when you compare to Western countries. You know?
I think so too.
When you think about the stars in the Western, like there is some old people.
I think of my hero,
players.
Lemon Nation, who is playing until his mid-40s by what everyone would say about how old he is. Of course, he wasn't quite that old, but he was certainly one of the older players.
Yeah,
and was playing pro for Cloud9 for a very long time.
Yeah.
And Joker thankfully exists here in the LCK only recently,
but he's
retiring
the only
to be the coach, and came back after doing military service, and still able to perform.
Yeah.
As you can see, Gen.G now on your screen, back at it one more time, able to have a game's rest. And that is going to be something that DRX were not afforded. However, second chances is something that DRX have had a lot of so far this tournament. They win the first two, and then how many do they have to lose to get out of the tournament seems to be the question. As now it is, what? This will be going on 3 in a row?
I mean, it can be really short game, you know? In this kind of tiebreaker, I actually played some tiebreakers, and I was watching a lot of tiebreakers game, and some people might think that, oh yeah, it can be really long game because they really want to play safe, but at the end, you lose your focus and your mentality is already like kind of broken.
And also your emotions are certainly on edge as well, so there's a lot of factors.
So it can be really short game too, like really one-sided, you know. So we're gonna see, and I wonder what's gonna happen in the draft too, because DRX is on the blue side again, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe this will allow them to get something like a Graves or something like that. But being forced to ban the Nidalee on blue side is dangerous.
And last time, Gen.G banned out Graves, if
yeah, they did. They did. That was their final ban. I believe it was something like Varus into Zoe into Graves.
Yep.
Which I feel they should not change. I think that's pretty good for Gen.G right here. But what is going to be the first pick out of DRX is going to be my question, because they're going to need to deviate. I really hope so. I don't want them to run back the same composition again. Even if it did... Oh, okay, so this is the change.
That's gone.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. Then, legally, you can play Kalista.
Legally?
Yeah.
It's not illegal to play Kalista this time. We're not going to jail. Deft is going to be safe. It's fine. I actually love that. I love that. You're allowed to do it, Deft. Kalista is back on the table again.
Yeah, you banned Aphelios, so just first make Kalista, or you can do whatever you want.
Yep. All right, what do they pair it with, though, is going to be the question, as this is exactly what we're expecting. I can't quite remember what their second ban was on the blue side in their last game. And to be honest, it's so late that I'm not even going to bother trying to find out. I apologize, guys. Doran, now thinking about his first pick, might have been the set, actually.
Kalista, for sure.
Set against Lumao could have been... Oh, no, it was played by Doran, wasn't it? Never mind.
Yeah,
so Kalista
this
going
is
to be
just
locked
Kalista for sure. I mean, they banned Aphelios and Varus is gone.
Yeah.
So
But there is one more late game secured champion on the AD carry side, which is Israel. I mean, I asked a lot to the AD carry players, and some players likes the Kalista side because you can push normally. Normally you can push 24/7 from 1 to like level 9 or something.
Yeah.
Before like Israel gets like Iceborne Gauntlet and Muramana, but Manamune. But yeah, but some good Israel players are liking Israel side because yeah, anyways you get pushed in, but it's really hard for Kalista to hit the turret. In fact.
Well, that's true. Yeah. So you get lane priority, but you don't actually achieve much.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if your team is fine with losing bot Priya, which is like our mid champion has like strong pressure, or Priya with Syndra, then their mid laner can definitely help their bot lane. So I think it's a really great choice by Gen.G that they picked up Israel and Syndra at the same time.
It's just a lot of sort of consistent, stable picks to come through from Gen.G here. And,
long range CC and damage and stable. And yeah. But it's carry as set support? No.
Or
it's set top again, it seems like.
Nope. That is definitely Chovy's Nautilus mid. 100%. 100%.
100%?
Yeah. I guarantee we've got Kalista set bot lane and Nautilus in the mid lane. Look,
Actually,
I'm not 100%. It is very late.
Yeah.
But Chovy does love this pick. And
I mean,
he's
just do it
into
then.
something like a Syndra, and we've seen him win this matchup before. So
I mean, just
that's sort of
confirm
where
it then,
my
you know?
my thought process is.
It doesn't matter. You said it's late, so you can just confirm it.
Hey, yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, guaranteed. So we can see that Chovy has picked the Nautilus. It's impossible to swap, actually. In Game 8, you know, we've got blind pick for our first games in the best of 5s tomorrow. That's really cool. In Game 8, in the final tiebreaker of any group stage game, you're not allowed to switch mid lane. So you're now going to be playing mid lane, mid lane Leona this game. I'm lying to you guys. I apologize. As the Olaf is going to be banned away here, Silas is going to be the follow-up ban on DRX's side as Gen.G.
I mean,
Still looking for a jungler.
I would not give another set game for Doran, you know?
No,
like
I don't want that
game.
either, yeah.
So, I mean, he didn't play that well. Like, in that game, he was not impacted at all. And lane was also like, nothing happened. And in team fight, nothing happened. So, if I'm like head coach for like DRX, then I would definitely not giving.
Oh my god, I've had a brainwave. For like the perfect 2 picks for DragonX now. They go with Kalista set bot lane, they go with Nautilus mid, they go Evelynn jungle, and Ornn top lane.
Okay.
Because you've got like all of that extra like magic damage coming out from the jungle with the Evelynn. She receives some buffs. Oh, never mind. Gen.G opted out by picking up the Lee Sin. All jokes aside, Kanavi very good at the Lee Sin, and the champion pool in the jungle has been well and truly stripped down.
Zac
is another magic damage choice. But now I'm expecting something like a cannon towards the top side.
Cannon or like...
Oh, I just don't know about the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just going to be Trundle. And they're going to pick it into the Lee Sin. Regardless of that being considered in an isolated matchup. Decent for the Lee Sin.
Yep.
Never happened... Like, we say this every single time, but if you ever have a look at the results, like Trundle wins this matchup every time. I swear.
Yeah.
But it just feels like something our players are very comfortable picking.
Yeah, and when Pyoshik is on Trundle, it feels a lot more safer. And they're actually giving set to Doran again.
Or
it seems like.
Or are they giving
technically
Akali
it should be Akali mid and set top lane and Nautilus support.
Yeah, I mean, that should be what it is, right? But yeah. I'm still sitting on my I want it to be Nautilus mid type mindset.
And Doran Akali top lane?
Yeah, I mean, Doran's a decent Akali player. Not as good as Chovy, right? I think Chovy's probably one of the best Chovy players that we have outside of Showmaker. And as you can see, it is exactly as you said.
Yagao Mordekaiser? No? Oh?
Kanavi? Mordekaiser jungle?
Okay.
No, Pog?
Okay, so
24 seconds.
it's
Swap
20
the set
seconds,
nod.
by
Swap
the way.
the set nod, boys.
Okay, it's set.
Set mid? Chovy set mid?
Yeah.
Oh my god. This
In the last game, tiebreaker.
And is this heal set mid? I don't even know. No, the
No, no,
graphics.
I mean, it's bugged.
We don't actually know. yet
These
what
some of the
these are.
spells are bugged, but the swap is real.
Oh my god, that's so good.
So Chovy is picking set mid lane in the last game.
I don't even know what to say. And are they actually just going to switch Chovy and Doran?
I don't think about that, but
I mean,
actually all the
neither
Koreans
of
are
these lanes are great for DragonX, to be honest. But I guess maybe Mordekaiser is going to have a worse time against Akali. And Chovy can just use Haymaker whenever Unleashed Power comes out and build a bunch of magic resist.
I mean, I'm just not sure about why they picked up this set mid lane Alia. Maybe, I mean, he's so Syndra, and he just picked it after that, so maybe that's the reason.
Well,
We'll see the reason.
Exactly. Let's see as we get into Game 8. All right, here we are onto the Rift for the final game of the Mid-Season Cup for the group stage. Day number 2.
It's Phase Rush, by the way. Phase Rush mid set.
Oh, hell yeah.
With heal.
Yeah.
With heal.
Do you know what heal does? It makes your Nimbus Cloak insane amounts of movement speed.
True.
Right?
Yeah, and it seems like Yagao has no cleanse for the like set flash combo.
Uh-huh. Chovy's just absolutely favored in this matchup. Not entirely, not true at all, right, guys? Like Yagao, he's got a phase rush of his own. He's also Cinder. He can cast spells while moving, and Chovy should have a pretty rough time. The grit that Set has and that extra that extra regen is going to be very helpful. You can see it is the ultra movement speed Set build this time around again, but he's going to go into the resolve tree to try and grab a little bit of extra sustain.
So there is no Hex Flash for the set. I mean, again, DRX picked up for the early game. I don't see this composition as like late game teamfight.
Yeah,
I don't.
No, I mean I think they have more gears as they move to the late game, right? Like it feels more like the composition has an identity. But you're right. As far as champions, hell no. Like this is let's win by 25.
Yeah, I mean, and Chovy picked up. I mean, Seth is not like a consistent damage dealer when it comes to teamfight. He's like all in and engage in one timing and burst the damage and soak some damage. So I'm just worried about it. You know?
I'm worried about it too, and I'm worried about Chovy being able to survive in this laning phase. He's been playing melee into Syndra a lot with a couple of Rumble games that he's had.
Yeah.
But this is a very CV Max, you know, Dark Technologies style draft, you know?
Dark Technology, yeah.
And
like Talia Fanteon.
Yeah, I knew you were going to bring that up, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, oftentimes it just doesn't work. And they played, like, you remember Lucian Funnel that they just had, like, a week of loving and losing on over and over again? Like, sometimes the stubbornness can become an issue. But is this going to be an example of that? Because so far today, their first 2 games certainly displayed some really creative drafts and some really cool looks for this team. So far, Doran also playing very well up against Zoom here topside. Although Zoom, I think an example of a player that's a little bit better than a lot of the Mordekaisers that we've seen in the LCK. I think the LPL had some better Mordekaiser play. In comparison to what we had. We sort of lost interest in Mordekaiser outside of Ixu wanting to play him with a whole bunch of attack speed. And we'll see whether Zoom is going to go down that route with the Wits End Rage Blade.
Oh ho. No cleans, by the way.
Yeah, and this might be how you get Chovy ahead. That's what Yagao.
It's the timing.
Yeah, getting baited as in they go. Facebreaker is going to land onto Yagao, and Kanavi turns up and finds himself with a couple of people here. that are going to deny this. Oh, the flash comes out. No, actually, Yagao flashing over the wall, teleports to try and get back as Chovy, another face breaker, and good night, Yagao. Decent try, but he was on top of a ward in the end. Chovy puts it down, locks it up, and grabs himself first blood. And you said that things could be going fast, and that's exactly what DragonX want to go for.
We got first kill at 4 minutes, I'm glad.
Oh,
and
baby.
he got cancelled, TP2, so this is actually really huge, by the way. He lost so many mid creeps
and kept Chovy's flash. So flash base breaker into pillar is there to stop Yagao from being able to do anything, and the punishment on picking up this teleport is just going to continue.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a chance that Yagao like gets his flash back up and is sitting on 0-3.
Yeah.
Or 0 creeps. As we have a look at it again.
It was just clean stun and into pillar. And also Carrier's Rome. As I mentioned, Kalista is gonna push Israel for like 100 years, so
200 years in fact?
Yeah, so
oh, no, he's not in the game.
It was really great bot lane fire into help mid lane.
Yeah, no, I think it was just well orchestrated by DragonX, and actually really like obviously this is something that CVMax probably came up with as like one of their strategies to try and allow the set to be able to function in the mid lane. But I like coaches that give their players a plan of attack, right? Or, you know, whoever it was that actually had the idea. I don't want to guarantee that it was CVMax, but I have a feeling it feels like something that he would have designed. And it allows the players to just focus on the game and understand that the strategy is something that they already have in place. And so you don't need to think too much extra about it. And thinking on the fly and getting all those shot calls working and things like that. You just follow the motions and do something that you're confident at. So I like it, especially in these tiebreakers, as DragonX are going to lock down the Ocean Drake. We have Mountain or Infernal as our final Dragon Soul of the day.
So yeah, he's already having fun time, Chovy. He has no vision on the top side, but he's like just pushing in front of Yago's face.
Oh, Kanavi. This is dangerous. As Chovy actually looking for Yagao. He sneaks into this brush and he just gets hand-delivered. Immediately the safeguard comes out as Kanavi. I think that might have been a little bit of mechanical error. He's looking to try and turn it onto Pioshik as Doran. He gets himself in there. One more auto from Chovy will lock down this kill onto Kanavi as he is going to land it. And Pioshik baits out the Q and isn't going to get killed. That was, you know, somewhat close to him just being able to provide a taxi ride and a kill. But in the end, not going to happen. And Lee Sin is picked again. Yeah. And once again, we're asking why.
This is LCK mid laners, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is also Korean Lee Sins. Apart from Ning. Ning, of course, isn't.
That's true.
But so far, we've just had a lot of Lee Sin today.
Yeah.
And a lot of losing. Like, we know that this isn't a good pick in most scenarios.
Yeah, then, as my perspective from pro scene experience.
Yeah.
Maybe something happened in scrims, you know? Maybe one player was just smurfing so hard on Lee Sin, so everyone thinks that, oh yeah, Lee Sin is broken.
Yeah. I mean, do you know what I think's broken? Chovy's ability to understand exactly what Kanavi was going to do and getting himself into exactly the right position to counter it. Like,
that is truly true.
Just so good. Uppercuts him, grabs that kill for the second one of the game. Is Doran thinking about utilizing the second portion of his shuriken backflip? But Chovy, he's a man about town. He's just wandering throughout the enemy jungle. And Blast coning himself around here. Level 7 now, 64 CS to the 64 of Yagao. But as you can see, this is going to be Sunfire Cape on the set as first item, just so that he can push out waves as fast as possible. And it now has the Mercury Threads, which are the bane of the Syndra's existence.
And yeah, with those early game composition, it's already great news for DragonX. And we saw how impactful is when your mid laner has Priya, right? So many times. And this time around, it's gonna be Infernal or Mountain Drake for the Dragon Soul. So
I really hope this time around DragonX gets 4 Drake for themselves.
There's the Death Realm, as Doran going to be throwing out a few ultimates. He's going to get another charge, so should be able to make himself escape. Gets over that wall, make himself escape. Not great English, but Kyoshik is going to demonstrate pretty great Shelly stealing as True Shot Barrage avoided by doing nothing by Doran. Fantastic work. And Eye of the Herald is taken for free. So DRX, it looked a little bit rough, but actually they take everything that they want all across the map.
They're fine, yeah. They're fine. They got the header, they got the Drake. Everything is going great, and Doran didn't got solo kill. So, I mean, this seems everything perfect, but still, you know. We were talking about this like before when DRX played against Gen.G Gaming.
Yeah, we had moments in the Gen.G
So
game as well
great.
for DRX. DRX,
yes.
I mean, what we need to do, if you're a DRX fan, is just hope that they don't get to soul point again.
Yeah, maybe they're not even surprised by winning all the game, you know?
Oh, wait, no, but there isn't any Ocean Souls anymore. So
No Ocean Soul, it's Infernal or Mountain.
Exactly. So that means that maybe it's a buff to DRX. Maybe they can win, assuming there's no Ocean Soul. This is going to be a skirmish in the river. Lumao getting taken down relatively low. Fates call. Kanavi exhausted. Lee Sin going to go down once again. And there's the concussive blows coming out from Carrier. Lumao slowed down, destroyed. Carrier controlling this skirmish so beautifully. And Chovy says, Loken, sorry, buddy, but that's a triple kill for my 80 carry. And 5-0 for DRX.
I told you. When it comes to last game and long day in a last game tiebreaker, it can be really short.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
And one-sided, because one team will lose their focus.
Were you expecting that to be JDG though? I most certainly was. I
mean,
was expecting that to be DRX.
Because it can be, because they can be really cocky, you know? Oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
that's
Oh
true.
yeah. This is what we wanted.
Oh man,
like,
I was personally pretty worried for DRX. However, the game is not over yet.
Yeah, but I don't know why they were like. If they really wanted to fight here, then they shouldn't focus Nautilus first when they're playing against Kalista.
Yeah.
And also, their mid laner was stuck on their turret, so there was no point for them to take the fight here. But obviously, it was long day for them, and yeah. Definitely that they lost focus.
Well, Cloud Drake, I believe, was taken down by JDG.
Yeah.
So Navi was at least able to grab that. Carrier immediately goes golden here as Gao tries to lock him down. I have a feeling that this is still a dead Nautilus, and it is. As there's the safeguard kick flash, and Deft is going to join him in the death chamber. Kanavi showing us maybe why this Lee Sin was picked up. Level 8 now on the Lee Sin, has been able to keep himself ahead as far as jungle camps are concerned, and maybe his relevance is going to be more than what we've seen from Lee Sin so far this tournament. Certainly not out of the woods yet, but this is a good sign for JDG.
Yup.
And I just want to see an example of why this Lee Sin is picked in a game like this, where it is so high pressure. And can be a bit of a disaster. So let's check out Carrier being caught again. Maybe Deft with a little bit of a, I don't know, disrespect play with Kanavi just being able to get him in exactly the right position and lock down the shutdown for himself.
Yeah, I mean, JDG just got the Cloud Drake because of the tempo, and it seems like LCK Broadcasting forgot about it. That JDG got the Infernal Drake.
Ah, there we go. We've reset it. Don't worry, we did.
Okay.
It's okay. Joan is strong. He might be falling asleep, but he's not completely falling asleep.
Okay, great.
And I only assume that because most of us are falling asleep at this stage.
But anyway, it's still great news for JDG. They were falling down so fast, but they at least stopped a little bit.
Yeah, pulled it back.
To fall down, yeah.
Looks like Chovy's actually going to just sit on this Balmy Cinder in favor of just more movement speed, with the Dead Man's Plate coming in most likely as item number 2 or 1, I guess. Yeah. 1.5. Wouldn't mind it. I think it's an interesting sort of like full tank style set build here for Chovy. Certainly going to be mostly about that utility and being able to frontline, as Kali and Kalista will do most of the work. Kanavi without his flash now. You can see Deft and Kerry are probably going to be a little bit more comfortable. And as I was just saying, that Dead Man's Plate is finally completed here for Chovy. So he'll have a lot of armor, but there is double AP on the side of JDG. And Logan also has a lot of magic damage in his kit. So might want to look towards a Spirit Visage relatively soon here for Chovy.
And yeah, Doran is just silent, but this is what he wants, you know? As a Kali, you just want to farm in lane like safely and then be really impactful in the team fight. And yeah.
And then go Ezreal hunting.
Exactly. Chovy is already doing a great job with impacting the map, especially on the bot side. So I don't think they need to be hurried, but I think they will be thinking about the late game again. They already lost the Dragon Temple, right?
Yeah.
They couldn't get the Drake in a row. So
I think giving up a Cloud is fine though. If you can stack 3 Mountain Drakes, I mean, what does Kanavi ever do? What does Yagao do with so many extra resistances to get through? That does make Kyoshik so powerful also, with Subjugate only adding to all of that that extra resistance. And if you find a Leona with an Eclipse up, like, you're going to be taking so many stats with that ability. It's certainly something that DRX can capitalize on, but talking about Dragon Souls, and DRX is certainly a dangerous prospect. They aren't very good at locking them down.
Yeah. And, the heal in the block, but denied.
That was absolutely... It was very, very fast, so you understand why the heal was picked up. With the Nimbus Cloak, Chovy looked like he flashed, but he didn't. He just healed. It's going so fast.
I mean, Yago is actually so insane player, by the way.
He's really good,
blocked this set one time again. Because last game when they played against DRX, it was Doran playing.
Yeah, the flash,
in the top, but
yeah, Showstopper actually got completely interrupted. So
I mean, if actually Doran flashed in that moment, then they would actually completely destroy in that moment. But yeah, this guy is actually really good.
Yeah, I actually think the mid laners in this tournament are just insane, right? Like, we have been blessed in this tournament. Even, you know, when the mid laners that have been kicked out of the tournament are so good, in Showmaker and Faker, you can tell that we must just have pretty high caliber
and
of
Rookie
players.
as well.
Yeah, Rookie's now being eliminated, and now we're finding out whether Yagao or Chovy are going to be in, as BDD has finally been the first Korean, well, LCK mid laner to qualify. So yeah, we're just blessed with some sick mid lane play.
Yep.
I want to confirm that there was a game of Rookie versus Pawn on the Echo versus Yasuo, but the famous game was Rookie versus Godby, so thankfully I did remember correctly. Just needed to ask my mate Rusty back in OCE, and he confirmed. Always there, helping me out. I believe he was actually casting that game alongside me, and Rusty's one of these commentators that absolutely loves like the micro plays, and like, cause he was a pro player as well, right?
Oh, something like proc crafting pod for.
Yeah, no, exactly. Those sort of things, like that's what really gets him going. And so watching 2 of like the most mechanically skilled players at the time in the LPL play 2 champions that certainly have a lot of nuance was, yeah, that matchup in that particular game was just super sick. And certainly didn't disappoint here today as well with BDD versus Rookie, despite, in the end, not working out super well for Rookie. The beginning of the game was very, very fun.
Yeah. And the game seems like a bit slowed now.
Yeah, I mean, I got to go story time for a really long time.
Yeah, and nothing happened.
Yeah, exactly. Wasn't it? There was, I think I did story time once today, and there was some action by accident. But otherwise, we haven't had too much of an issue. So, yeah, you know, LoL states
they're
happen.
just taking it slowly. And I think the more the game goes, maybe JDG is in a comfort zone because they have 2 TPs while Chovy is having heal in mid lane.
And they also have Mordekaiser when we're contesting objectives in the later stages of the game, and that is always something that is very difficult for junglers to deal with. See whether Pyoshik's going to pick up an early QSS to make sure that they can continue locking down these Drakes. There goes the Rift Herald. Plopped down in the mid lane, looking to try and lock this one down. Dredgeline comes in, depth charge onto Loken, who gets himself the hell out of there. Lumao's exhausted, Pyoshik actually very healthy now in the front line, but Lumao does go golden with his stopwatch. Chovy as well, gonna have to flash, uses the Haymaker to keep him alive, but JDG so tanky actually. Just surviving forever, Lumao being a perfect example of that. Don't focus the Leona, I think is what we learned.
Yeah, and also that was not kind of fully forced fight. They really wanted to just push the turret, so that's why Keria tries to just back Loken out.
Yeah.
But in that timing, maybe in DRX side, maybe fight it looked better, but Chovy's skill shot kind of missed. So nothing happened, so they lost just flash for free. But I mean, they got the flashes.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, you're right. Def was just focusing on the turret more than anything else. Solar Flare, in fact, slowing him down very effectively to get him out of the fight. So, again, Lumao, really good player, by the way. And the second charge out of Shelly might have actually made it worth it here for DRX. And if they get that in a turret, they will certainly open up the map here. Sunfire Cape is now done. Pyoshik is just smacked down by Zoom. Is obliterating Pyoshik at any opportunity that he has. But Chovy's going to break his face and then just walk away. Death Realm going to comes in. Yeah, exactly. As Chovy probably not going to die here, but Zoom is going to keep him in place. As Haymaker comes down, True Shot Barrage flies on forward, and oh my god, Doran just gets exploded. Not quite expecting the big yellow beam to come out of the Ezreal and take down the Akali before he could really do anything after that teleport. As DRX now find themselves on the back foot once again. We've seen this before. It's not quite the third Drake.
Yep.
But, oh man, they've got a script.
Yeah,
and I just really would prefer it if they stopped reading from it.
And they also... Doran finally did something in this game.
He died.
Tip hit and died.
Yeah.
He just farmed for 20 minutes to die TP on the top side.
It's alright, he gets a redo. Does have Oblivion Orb and the Sorcerer's Shoes plus his Hextech Gunblade, so he is certainly fight ready. As Chovy is very tanky, even if he has no real magic resist outside of his Merc Treads, I think, at this stage. Still, Zoom is just not really doing much to him. Especially through all these shields.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a great stun out of Yagao.
Yeah, maybe in hindsight, Doran could just save TP and just TP right in time when Chovy gets focused, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
But, yeah, maybe it was a little bit early TP, but yeah, good play by Yagao. His Syndra is just muffin, and the more I see Syndra in this tournament, the more I think this champion is just so broken. You can just
probably be banned, yeah. I think the worry here is nice Dredgeline comes out. Gonna have to hold the thought for the moment as there's the showstopper. Double Facebreaker comes in. Double knockup from Deft as well. As both the Syndra and that pesky Leona are gonna fall down. Zoom now gonna put Chovy once again back in the Death Realm and is gonna be able to take him out as goes golden in the end. Dredgeline is going to miss. Still 3 members alive as Doran dives on top of him. That is going to be the Nautilus going down, and Zoom is very strong right here, but Deft trying to get himself out of the way, hopping away from Zoom right here, but the Obliterate comes forward. Triple kill out of the Kalista, and I have a feeling that some of our LCK players weren't quite ready for the LPL Mordekaiser, because I think this breed is a little bit better than ours.
That's for sure. And now the top lane difference is real in this case. I mean, they just ran into Mordekaiser, who has 10 stacks of Conqueror.
Yeah.
The passive on.
Yeah. And they are going to even out the Drakes here, Mountain apiece. Mountain Drake's certainly something that Mordekaiser utilizes extremely well, even if he doesn't necessarily stack resistances. Let's have a look at this yet again. Another great engage out of Chovy, and immediately Yagao and Lumao are just out of the fight, right? But again, over-aggression.
Over-aggression, and I think Chovy at the first, he lost the position of the Mordekaiser in the map. And I mean, the reason why they went back is probably Doran called that I have ulti, we can still fight. Or those kind of communications, you know?
Yeah, right.
Doran
and also, you know, Deft thinking like maybe he has a little bit more that he could offer. This time he flashed. But,
I mean, he couldn't ended up with his E skill. So that is just all damage from the Kalista, you know? So
That's unlucky moment.
Yep. Well, now I think Zoom's probably going to be trying to put someone like Deft into the Death Chamber. Not sure whether he necessarily wins that one, as Chovy finds a lot of damage onto Yagao, and then just runs on out at lightning speed.
He's like annoying classmate, you know?
It's like, I don't know, Jetson. He just goes really damn fast.
Yeah, I mean, he's like annoying classmate.
Yeah,
he just
yeah.
hits and run.
Yeah, hit and run.
Hit and run. Yeah. Aha.
Smacks you. Chovy does have the QSS, so he's not going to get locked down by a solar flare or anything like that. And we do still have DRX with a gold lead.
Yep.
But
it's not huge. It's just only little 1K.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter at all, especially when Gen.G has kind of slightly better team count in the late game, in my opinion. Like Israel, Syndra, and Mordekaiser Max, especially with 3 kills.
Oh yeah. He is very, very scary.
So I was expecting more from Doran, because he was just farming for 20 minutes, and then, yeah, I mean, if you do not pop off with Akali in the team fight
in mid-game,
yeah, I mean, then why do you pick that champion? In the last game, the reason why he picked it is he's really confident of it, right? So he should show the reason why he picked up this champion, but not yet.
Looks like Morellonomicon is going to come in as second item. I don't mind that in the isolated matchup into the Mordekaiser. He does heal a fair bit with a double tap of his W.
And Conqueror.
And Conqueror, you're right. Just consistent. Sustain. Death Dance almost done here by Loken as well, so if the Akali can get some 5-point strikes towards the Ezreal, that could certainly be helpful. Chovy with QSS is what I'm actually really interested in, because it means that he's not going to be trapped and taken out by Zoom in these fights. He's not going to be the target, and we'll be able to continue causing an AoE ruckus against the rest of Gen.G and providing frontline for Death, who now has more of Malmortius complete. Q is going to miss there onto the Callista. Kanavi with Flash available, so Kick Flash certainly going to be something that Deft has to look out for. Doesn't have QSS up for himself just yet.
Yeah, and it's slowly going for the 30 minutes already. The game felt really fast compared to last game, actually.
Yeah, I know. Even though it is now at about the same time that the last game finished.
Yeah.
It was actually, the last game was over in 3 minutes time from now. And I guess if a team fight is just won, you know, in anywhere near Gen.G or DRX's base, likely that we'd be able to just push through and take that one out. So far, Gen.G without actually taking down any turrets yet, and that might make things tough as Yagao teleports in towards this bottom side, pinging out onto Doran, who does have a stopwatch in his back pocket. Yagao looking to try and combo him to death, I believe. You see building up all of these orbs.
And his face chicken.
Yeah, that's going to be that. Is Doran going to go gold in enough time? And now triple knockup does come forward. Zoom, remember, is very powerful. Is now Chovy looking to try and rocket in towards the back line. Zoom down to about half health, but the face breaker comes forward, and Chovy now trying to control this battlefield where he can. Teleport comes in from Doran, but I think the DRX are now looking to disengage. And Gen.G are going to say thank you very much for the free summoner spell. We'll try and get out. Chovy says no. Still looking for more. There's the showstopper. Flash into the face breaker as well. Haymaker comes down as Doran gets into his shroud, but does have to dash himself out of the way. Zoom goes into his Zhonya's, and Deft still bouncing around. They still haven't taken anyone down just yet. Doran very low. Chovy at half health. Dredgeline goes wide. And DRX, I just don't know whether they can go any further forward with the buttons they have left available to them.
Oh man, I was looking for Deft in Deft all the time because he had double summon spells. But
yeah.
This time around, he just went back. He's like,
he still does though, and he was like,
what?
He just flashed. Deft just flashed.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah, from there. He flashed from the dragon to the mid lane.
I just cannot believe it.
Well, I mean, that did just happen. This is Deft's handicap for himself. Just wanted to use it.
That was kind of great flank by Chovy, but that Mao cover for the team was just so clean.
Yeah.
It could be disaster for JDG. That was really great flank by them.
And also getting the flash out of Yagao with that flash face breaker as well from Chovy. I think we're getting an idea as to why he's been put on this set pickup.
And yeah, eventually Daft has no flash.
Yeah, ignore that. That's a bug.
And then late game teamfight comp is slowly coming, by the way.
Well, there's a flash dredge line. There's Chovy looking to come in again. Yeah, there we go. Showstopper down. But Chovy, I think, bit up a little bit more than he could chew. Yagao getting down very, very low, but Zoom into the back line.
Carrier's dead.
And Carrier is going to be taken out. That's what the Death Realm does for you, is now Pioshik trying to kill this Mordekaiser, but he just can't. Too much zoning potential out from the top laner of JDG. And now DRX are behind in kills and very close to being behind in gold. Thankfully, it's Mountain Drake Soul Point. And DRX are now looking down the barrel of a game that's getting out of their control.
Yeah, I mean, they're slowly losing all point. Slowly, Syndra is getting stronger than mid set. And also, Israel got 3 items eventually. On the top side, Zuma is just strong in whole point. So yeah, let's look at this once again. I mean, I know it was really great engage timing, but it looked great, but in fact, it wasn't.
I think Mordekaiser was actually slightly out of position as well. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, Mordekaiser has TP and your Akali doesn't.
Yeah.
That was also a huge difference as well.
And a lot of QSS tax is going to be required this game as well.
That is true.
As I think the reason why you're seeing Def not building one is because he thinks he can just win the 1v1 inside the Death Realm anyway. Uses, of course, Ballista. Very annoying for someone like Mordekaiser to lock down with the hoppity hops that you can't utilize.
I mean, he has malmotions already, so
yeah,
that's 100%.
I mean, Zoom is like hard carrying this game. This is just nuts out of the top laner of JDG.
I mean, literally Doran is not existing in this game, by the way.
No.
Like, he's doing literally nothing. In team fight, when he jumps in, he's like 200 HP in like 1 second.
It reminds me of Gimli from Lord of the Rings. I don't know whether you have watched the movie before. I think he was in Two Towers, talking about dwarves being natural sprinters. Really good at the beginning, not so good towards the end. And I think that Doran has been a bit of a sprinter so far today.
I mean, he could make it better too, like just having a flanking position all the time and just annoy them, you know, with the position.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm always seeing Akali just dashing in front of their face, and which is so easy to react and to disengage and play against, you know. So I really think Doran should be able to like just flanking on them and looking for like annoying position for their damage dealers. So that means that you can actually be impactful even though you are not dashing in, like still being really annoying for the damage dealers, and maybe it can distract some positions. But right now, it feels like it's just out of control, like in a bad way.
Yeah, it doesn't really know what to do next as well.
Really bad way.
He does have his Zhonya's now, so at least he's going to have that for the next team fight. But that's not going to mean that he equals the value of a 401 Mordekaiser who has been level 18 for what feels like forever.
And one more item as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a Nash's Tooth, and that's
Sonya's, Rylai, and Leandris.
Perfect. I mean, you could build Deathcap next, Void Staff next. It's basically
or Morello.
Zoom. Yeah, or Morello if you wanted to. Don't know whether I recommend it. I think Yagao's got the Grievous Wounds down.
Yeah, potential Dragon Soul for DRX.
Oh, teleport to get Doran towards the bottom lane for the flank.
Okay, so he's not flanking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
He's doing exactly what you didn't want him to do. right now. It's Lumao possibly going to get picked up here, but Facebreaker onto 3, and now the Mountain Drake is moving on back. We'll see. Oh, they lock it down. So Mountain Soul has been picked up. It's a big haymaker. Doran goes golden, but Zoom continues to do his Zoom things. Deft with a big shield. Chovy tries to do what he can, but I just don't think that DRX are going to be able to do it. These team fights are just way too consistent from Gen.G. And Deft says, I'm just going to stay in this alcove. Just leave me alone, please,
it's
guys.
It's 5-0 in the team fight.
Well, there's Kanavi probably will lose his GA here. And he does. Death's Grasp is going to come down, but the CC is going to be available, and it's just too much. But still going to buy a bit of time. You can see 20 seconds now on Doran, under that, actually. So, Carrier available, but the Baron is exactly where the minds of Gen.G are. And now DRX with a Mountain Soul. Is it going to be enough to keep them in this one? Just not sure.
And yeah, as I mentioned, I mean, look at this. Look at the team fight. Maybe Chovy did his job, but Akali was just like jump in and get hit by one skill shot, and he's 1 HP.
Yeah.
You cannot do these team fights like this one, you know? I mean, you just cannot just go on front with Akali. That's not how it is.
It's not good enough. And it's obviously not good enough because they're consistently losing these team fights now, despite having a pretty good early game start. You were talking about, you know, games can be really fast in tiebreakers like this. Well, Gen.G have decided that they're going to go back to their consistent ways.
Yeah.
And you can try and speed up an early game, but it just feels very similar to that of the Gen.G of old, or even someone like T1, where, yeah, you might win a couple of fights, get a couple of kills, but it doesn't actually matter. And Gen.G still only just starting to take their turrets, right? Another one falls down, that is going to be even more of a lead, and all of a sudden, it's ballooned to 6,000 out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, look at the Locan item. I mean, the Israel item.
Yeah, he's
he's unkillable. He's unkillable at this point because DRX has no damage dealer, literally. Can Kalista one-shot Israel when Israel has Bork and Death Dance? With Iceborne Gauntlet? Or Akali can just one-shot?
No.
0-0, and he was just not flanking this game at all. So, yeah, I mean, the game is obviously really hard, but still, you know, there is chance there is some TP wars behind them, like some pink walls and wall that I can see. So if he can get back his TP, then maybe look for insane one team fight, then the game can be really like random. But right now, Gen.G is like just so easy.
Well, there's that control ward you can see in the brush very deep.
Yeah, but there's no TP. Like, at least it's like 20, 30 seconds.
Well, in goes Chovy, looks for the showstopper, finds it onto Kanavi. Maybe not the optimal target. That solar flare was so good. Deft immediately obliterated. Kanavi actually surviving somehow in the back line. I don't know how Gen.G have done this, but I have a feeling that they might just be winning right now. This time Doran's gonna survive, but honestly, it's too little, too late, and Locan even able to punish him towards the very end. The first inhibitor goes down, and they might just be finished with this tiebreaker right here, right now. And Gen.G, they tied things up. They get to the very last tiebreaker because their wins were the longest, and they're able to stifle DRX, who went 2-0 at the start of the day. The last remaining inhibitor turret will go down, the Nexus to follow. And I'm sorry, you had a lot of chances to come back, DRX, but the champions of LPL Spring 2020 are eventually victorious.
Yep, their team comp was better, their team rotation was better. Everything just felt like they showed up that they're a better team than DRX, and yeah.
I think the Mordekaiser was absolutely terrifying as well. As someone that watches predominantly the LCK, we don't get to see too many of these Mordekaisers that show exactly how good he is
Yeah.
in these positions. And I think now we understand why it was elected to be picked into things like the set so often, because you do take out all of his ability to be that, I guess, nuisance in these team fights. And you can deal with him there as well. As you can see, some pretty sad faces on the side of DRX. CB Max still in the coach's booth. And this guy, Chovy, he tried real hard today.
Yeah.
I think his mid-set was fantastic. Great positioning in the early game. But they do really need to have some consistency as the games go on. And that was not evident. As it gets to about, they have 3 dragons. And then they fall off a cliff, right?
I mean, I really hope this kind of international tournament experience helped DRX, because it's kind of practice for the Worlds, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The group stage is like some kind of this format as well. So if they can get back or like have some experience to have consistent in the long games, then they can definitely improve. And they already showed up with the 3 rookies in the international tournament. So I mean, they can be sad, obviously, because they lost, but they can be happy in a good way as well, because they got
also
great experience.
They lost to the LPL 2020 Spring Champions.
Yeah.
Which is theoretically the champions of the most recent tournament of the best region in the world. So if you're going to lose to anyone, that's the best loss you can have,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's true.
Like, they're pretty good, right? That's sort of how it goes. So congratulations to DRX for, making us believers and having a conversation like this when it's in regards to theoretically one of the best teams in the world right now.
Yeah.
Based on form of their region and where they made it to in the playoffs. So JDG showing exactly why they are, the LPL champions, because playing with that much patience and resourcefulness, despite DRX getting leads in every single one of their games, just showing that they were able to have that mental fortitude to keep on going that DRX didn't quite have. And look, one LCK team, it's good enough.
Our last hope.
Yep.
It actually happened.
And I wonder when they're going to be playing. Are you going to be casting them tomorrow with Brendan Valdez in game number 1? Or is it going to be LS&I in game
I mean,
number 2?
I really feel like, I mean, I can understand NA right now, They were always having C9 for their last hold at Wars, and
yep, and we always have Gen.G.
And then right now we have only Gen.G. I miss those days when 2 Korean teams were like competing for the Worlds finals.
What about the days where semifinals were 3 Korean teams and then Flash Wars? What about those finals? I don't
the
know
good
whether they
days
were
are
a
gone.
finals.
We need to learn from good teams, and I really hope these kind of experience help for the Korean teams. I'm slightly glad as well, Like, I'm glad that this is not Worlds. If it was Worlds, then I would be so depressed.
Yeah, no, of course. And look, this is still a big deal for so many of these players. We've mentioned the prize pool. It is massive, by the way, 600K for the winner of this tournament. But the thing that I think is really fantastic about this is getting a bit of a gauge on what international competition is going to look like in 2020, because we've been denied it for so long, right?
Yeah.
And I just think that it's brilliant being able to watch these teams go at it on a stage that actually has stakes, because oftentimes, for example, LPL and LCK teams scrim against each other all the time, but scrims are very different to stage games, and I think that already we've seen so many cool things out of both of the regions. The differences between how certain champions work in the hands of different players and why they are, prioritized differently. And I think this damage graph shows exactly what the LCK wasn't ready for, and that is Mordekaiser.
Yeah. I mean, the one team fight that DRX just ran into Mordekaiser on the mid lane, that was just disaster.
Yeah, it was. And losing with Mountain Soul, not something that happens all that often. It's just an unfortunate one for DRX. From top of the standings, basically guaranteed a spot in the semis, to losing every game from there. And look, sometimes these things just happen.
Yep.
We have to also remind everyone that IG, of course, no longer in this tournament as well. It is only going to be JDG, champions of LPL, coming through in that first place, and Gen.G to join them, our champions of the regular split.
Yeah.
And not so much in the final that we don't talk about anymore. However, turning around performances from a lot of their key players in this tournament so far, and you said it at the very beginning, really did look like a hope for the LCK. They will take that first seed, and then DragonX in third place as we round this one out with IG finishing in last. And Yagao is going to pick up player of the game, 4-2 and 6. You voted for this guy. I thought that Zoom was pretty good too. But I guess Yagao also was able to land lots of stuff.
I mean, I rate more about the map control, the early map control. You know, that's my like high rate point for the when it comes to like POG and good player as well. You know, and this player, I mean, he decided to blind pick Syndra in the first phase as well, and he got the first gank, but after that, on the top side fight, he was there and just one-shotting Thoran. And all the team fights, he was kind of denying Chobi from the super play as well. So, I mean, he deserves a POG, but all the players deserve POG actually, because all the 5 players played really well.
And the coach, I think the draft was definitely a lot better than
the Israel Syndra pick was the main part, you know.
Yeah, and they were the first 2 picks, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really think they won the draft at that point.
Yeah,
seriously.
From, like red 1 and 2.
Yeah, red 1 and 2. Israel Syndra lock-in, GG.
That's pretty early. Yeah. That's actually very similar to when we saw the Zoe Ezreal locked in. We were like,
exactly.
Breath of fresh air, beautiful. Love to be able to call a draft over after the first 2 picks have gone down. However, I don't know whether that game necessarily came down to just it was a draft win. I think that JD just played some really consistent League of Legends and believed in themselves. I know that sounds cliche and corny, right? But this is a team that they were unflappable on the Rift today. And obviously, the amount of time spent here at LoL for DragonX was getting to them. But it's like...
It's almost 1 a.m. by the way.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. And we started at 4 p.m.
So we spent almost 12 hours in LoL Park, and I need to be here in like 10 hours again.
Yeah, and so did the players, right? So I can't imagine what it is to like sit here and have to do that. Yeah, I mean, me too. But you have to think that these sort of fatigue things come in. But we are going to throw it over to Iris once again for another.
最后这一场加赛结束之后，我们请到的是 Kanavi 来到了赛后采访席。I'm Iris here, joined by Kanavi, the jungler from JD Gaming. Please say hello to our audience. 先跟各位打个招呼吧。
안녕하세요, JDG 정글러 카나비입니다.
欢迎 Kanavi， 今天确实是非常高兴拿下了这场加赛的胜利。所以我想问一下，在这场比赛结束之后，你们有没有感觉到长舒一口气呢？
느낌을 받았는지 그런 느낌이 있는지.
사실 오늘 일찍 와서 첫 판 치고 좀 많이 당황했었는데 그다음 세 판 연속이어서 되게 기분 좋고요. 그래서 한숨 좀 돌린 것 같아요.
确实我们今天就是来的比较早嘛，然后来的比较早，然后第一场输了，当时是挺慌的，然后后面我们就是连续拿下了3场，所以说还是挺开心的，然后确实是松了一口气。
So I asked him about how does he feel kind of relieved after the tiebreaker. So he said yes, because we came to the venue a kind of earlier today. So we felt bad after losing the first game, but we made a very in-time adjustment. So I feel really relieved after winning this game. So it's a rematch up against DragonX. Did you guys share some words or thoughts before the game? 那这一次也是在短时间之内跟 DragonX 的再次交手嘛，所以赛前的话，大家有没有分享一些什么话或者想法之类的呢？
그러니까 우리가 짧은 시간에 또 DRX랑 또 다시 대결 붙게 되었잖아, 리매치 하게 되었잖아. 그래서 뭐 우리가 대기하고 있는 동안 뭐 팀원들끼리 뭐 서로 어떤 얘기 했는지, 뭐 어떤 얘기 했는지 그런 궁금하다.
일단 DRX랑 첫판에서 저희가 이겨가지고 저희 생각이 그냥 저희가 실수만 하지 않으면 이길 거다 생각해서 실수만 좀 덜 하자는 생각으로 게임에 임한 것 같아요.
就是我们就是打 DRX 第一场我们是赢了，然后我们就赢了之后就觉得我们只要减少失误的话是完全可以赢的，然后就是抱着这样的心态，就是减少失误，然后就说了这些东西吧，就是。
So we won the first game laning against DragonX. So all we thought about is if we don't make any mistakes, then we can take down our enemy. So that's what we did after taking the first win. So now you're moving on to the next stage of the tournament, where it is going to be a blind pick of the best of 5. What champions do you think are most likely to show up? 所以那今天的话呢，是进入到了半决赛。半决赛的 BO5第一把是盲选模式嘛，所以你个人觉得来说，什么英雄比较可能会出现呢？
그러니까 우리가 내일에 준결승을 하게 되는데 블라인드 픽하게 되잖아. 그래서 어떤 챔피언들이 등장할 것 같은지.
블라인드 픽이고 일단 적팀인 펌플럭스랑 저희 팀이랑 굉장히 친하기 때문에 상대방이랑 좀 물어보면서 같이 뭘 할지 정해야 될 것 같아요.
就是我们明天跟 FunPlus 打嘛，打半决赛，然后我们跟 FunPlus 关系也是挺好的，然后可能要跟他们讨论一下盲选要选什么样的英雄，应该会这样吧。
So we'll compete with FunPlus Phoenix tomorrow because we are really close. We have a really good relationship with them. So I may ask them about what we're gonna pick tomorrow. So yeah, that would be our little strategy. So you must be very tired after such a long day. So last but not least, do you have any words for your fans that have been supporting you all along? 那最后的话也是非常非常辛苦，你刚刚也听到你一直在说很累很累很累，所以今天这么辛苦的赢下了比赛之后，有没有什么话想对一直在屏幕之前为你们加油助威的粉丝说的呢？
그러니까 오늘 힘들게 대회를 이겼잖아. 그래서 뭐 지금까지 이렇게 힘들게 뭐 지지해주고 늦은 시간인데 지금까지 지지해준 팬들한테 뭐 하고 싶은 말 있는지.
지금 시간이 좀 많이 늦었는데 지금 시간까지 응원해주신 팬분들도 감사드리고 내일도 좋은 경기로 보답해 드릴 테니까 내일도 응원해줬으면 좋겠어요.
就是这么晚了，然后到现在还在支持我们的粉丝，你们辛苦了。然后明天的话，我们也会以一个好的状态来就是报答你们，然后就这。
So thank you guys for supporting us in the very late time, and I promise we will perform better to get the good results. That's for tomorrow match. And thank you, Kanavi, for joining us. And thank you, Mr. Choi, for the translation. That's for the interview and Maris here. 那谢谢 Kanavi 来到我们的赛后采访，也谢谢小崔的这个翻译。那我们先把采访先到此告一段落。
Thank you very much, Iris, for the translation alongside Kanavi. That was a lot of different translating that had to happen a lot of different ways, and that was that was well done in the end. But as you can see, Gen.G and Gen.G, they will be the ones to move forward. Gen.G, the lone Korean team that are going to be in the semi-finals, taking on Top Esports in our semi-finals coming up tomorrow. How did I forget the word semi-finals? I gotta go to bed. We did.
Yeah.
I really have to. That is exactly what is going to be coming up. And FPX versus Gen.G. You heard it from Kanavi there just before. Good friends. These two squads.
Yeah, maybe we can see something like Miro.
Yeah, I want to see like some fun picks.
And if like it's Z versus Z or something.
And Yagao and Doinby have been facing each other so long as well.
I'm actually into this. I really think FPX, they should just all pick up their world skiing champions.
No.
And look for...
Do you remember when we lost Asia Games? Don't talk about that again, okay?
I mean, like all the world champions
opening
skins.
Old wounds.
You know?
Yeah, that means he has to play Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean Lee Sin, GP, and Thresh, Vayne on the bot lane, and mid lane is...
Oh yeah, what did Doinby go with in the end?
I'm actually lost.
Yeah, I'm lost too, to be honest.
I've
been lost for the last hour and a half. Thankfully, we made it through, and we at least crowned one LCK team a spot in the semis up against Top Esports. That's going to be a really interesting... Oh my god, it's BDD versus Knight for one.
Oh, there.
And it's blind pick game 1.
Oh.
Like, dude, what does that mean? It has to be Zed versus Echo, right? Because like BDD is the Zed and Knight is the Echo. I know like we're never gonna have the Zed pick. It's never gonna be Zed, but I want it so bad. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have come to a close for tonight. Thank you so much for sticking with us for all 8 of these games, and we'll see you for the semi-finals tomorrow. Good night.
now.